Chapter 1: Encountering th' Extraordinary, so entering Thuan realm. Solemn declaration: copyright reserved, infringement will be pursued. The setting sunbold crimson, and th'evening clouds intertwined like a painting, as I strolled alone upon his latencient path. The autumn wind whispered softly, a kintoweary traveler reexhaling, find siceful and leavis world beneath me feet, producing gagent lyristling sound, a seaf murmuring thessel to the photum. Thegnurled trees by the roadside, with fierce elatal branches, resembled bony fingers pointing towards the dim lilith horizon. In the distance, the mountain swarmerly outlined in the dusk, like a slumbering giant, silent yet imposing. I was a modern individual, consumed by an obsession with history, often immersing visual financient texts, seeking thelong baritulsifiort, the legendary story of Liu Bowen shone I'm a heart like a brilliant star, radiating enigmaticlo. Lost in contemplation, peculiar whistling sounds sudden lipier said Theski, as a facolossal objector slicing through the heavens. Illo cadupan astonishment, onlito bell damasividisk shaped entity, shimmering with a cold blue light, akin to a meaty or fromenother realm, hurtling towards a mid-erection. Its velocity was astonishing, and in an instant, it loomed above me theblending brilliance rendered my eye ceaseless, while at a deafening roar seemed a dace fit wooed consummate the entire world. Fear gripped me heart, and ironed to flee, yet my legs felt as though they were nailed to the ground, immovable. In me panic, darkness enveloped me, and my consciousness plunged into an endless abyss of chaos. When I finally stirred awake, my head throbbed with pain, and everything around me appeared foreign and hazy. Ishtra gled to rise, discovering Mijel fine an antiquated room, sparsely furnished with a wooden bed, a worndisk, and a few chairs of my entire possessions. I allowed calligraphy hung on thul, it sink fady diets delect suiting ganera fancy and charm. Theorem was permeated with aphant mostiness, akin to Thes and Toftimite self. In the corner, a spider diligent lie spunit sweb, moving with great caution, asif weaving gaffragil dream. Before I called ponder further, Thedo or Krikidipin, and a young servant entered. Upon seeing me awake, his facelit with surprise, and hurried over, saying, "Young master, you have innally awakened. Your illness has caused great worry among us." It gazed a thim in bewilderment and inquired, "Where am I? How did I come to be here?" These servants ceased in confusion a share plied, "Young master, the Cicerome. You feigned Ted suddenly yesterday doya not remember?" A jalto falarm surged within, accompanied by a foreboding sense of dread. I struggled to gain my composure and asked, "Doya know who I am?" These servants greta the shade replied, "Young master, you Lu G, styled Bowen, Arano Ned Talentachingtian County." Up in hearing this, I felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Had a truly traversed time, and become Liu Bowen? Countless thoughts flooded my mind, an amalgamation of an inexplicable thrill. Noticing Miss Strange demeanor, Thezervant anxiously asked, "Young master, Arius still unwell? Shall I fetch a physician?" It took a deep breath, forcing Mijolf to remain calm. "None," I said. Immer le feel a bit did I and wish to be alone for a while. The servant nadand exited. Once he departed, I lowly approached hu induent pushidatopen, aru schaffer share enveloping. Outside lie a small courtyard, adorned with several verdant bamboo swangantly in Thebres. The bamboo leaves rust led softly, as if whispering silent stories. The moss on the ground spread between hestone slabs, adding gunero of tranquillity to the courtyard. In the distance, the mountains rolled, shrouded in mist, resembling a nine-quash painting. At the foot of the mountains, a stream babbled, its crystal clear waters glimmering like silver under the moonlight. Yet, it was preoccupied with confusion and bewilderment regarding these abrupt turn-off fateto beneath the beat around me. Why had I, an ordinary modern individual, been transported to the Yuan dynasty? Wasted the capricio fate, or was theory de per significance? What path lay ahead? Liu Bowen's name resonate throughout history. He was known for his intelligence and for raiding Yuan's ancient establishing gain empire. Yet now, This shiva responsibilityres to dupon me shoulders coulda truly bear it. Me heart was laden with doubt and journeys, yet a stubborn belief quietly arose within. Since I had arrived, I would make me peace with it. Given this extraordinary opportunity if it had bestowed upon, I was determined to carve out my own distinguements techeus off thycera, topen my own legendary tale. Even if the road ahead was fraught with thorns, would press on won'ever resolve, never retreating. Chapter 2 First Impression of an Alien World, Seeking Reasons and Origins. A stone broke, gentle light filtered through Techrak's soft hue window frame, casting patches of shadow upon the floor. Irabed Misleepies, still feeling semi-wat dazed, Osifiwere still trapped in a surreal dream. Yethi hard bedan the ancient beam soft tirima cold lie reminded methatal thighs, ways indeed real I had found myself into one dynasty, having become Liu Bowen. Iris Cian paste, my minda werlofs now hati was Liu Bowen. The priority was to familiarize myself with my surroundings and comprehend the circumstance of thycera. Sot hatai could navigate the forthcoming challenges. Bootware to begin? As I pondered, a melodious skirping broke the silence. Annie looked up to Sofuanum birds per chidona branch outside the window, joyfully hopping and calling. Asa furging Minato hesitate no longer. Yadjusted my attire and stepped outside. In the courtyard, Themerning Miss Thadietta dissipating entirely, enveloping everything like he delicate evil. The bamboo swayed gracefully in the mist, that ipsadorned with glistening dew, poised to drop. I approached slowly, gently brushing gabambo leaf, causing the deuteralof and splash into my hand, sending a shiver through, as if this skolna scood penetratum is solent awaken mejances to this world. At that moment, the young servant approached, carrying a basin of water. Upon seeing me stand in the courtyard, Hastai lie set the basin down and bowed, saying, "Young master, you've in soer lias therianeth in jowish to command?" I regarded him, contemplating how to extract his fuel information from him, and spoke in a measured tone. Accompanima for astrol in the courtyard I feel as though many things shave become a somewhat his essentialness. Please tell me if anything significant has occurred recently. Thezervant nodded, his face bearing a hint of concern and respect. Wandered long thinner path of the courtyard as Thezervant began to recount. Young master, you have been sequestered in your studies for the past few days. Own liar stingin bed these last 2 days duetto feeling gunnel. Everything Gathomus well, thought he master mentioned dressant light hath the current stato fafersis troubled, antax shave increased, making life difficult for the farmers. If frowned slightly, realizing hat during the Liuan dynasty. Political corruption and the suffering goff to populace suerarum pant thistixation issue was the tip off Thiesberg. I figned casual nasandast, what toft he situation outside? Have a there been any significant events? These servants scratchedished, pondering for a moment before responding, evered thut Samaria synth and ortherezifering from drought, causing the populace to be displaced. There are real so report so for bell forces, but they are still quite far from us. I paused, gazing into the distant south the mountains, my heart heavy with concern. The signs of chaos swirl ready manifesting across the, though away aware of the general trajectory of the story, living through it first hand unveiled dice complexities and brutalities. Could I, Liu Bowen, truly aid the right fool sovereign in pacifying, this tumultuosera? Yet if I did not make Ian fort. Countless innocent lives would suffer how could ibber such a burden? The conflict within, between a sin's of justice and rationality, surgedlicky added a wave, leaving me breathless. Noticing misolence, Thezervant asked anxiously, "Young master, have I said something gangamus?" I snapped back to reality, shaking me head and force and gasmile. Nomitary umagano. I wish to be alone for a while. The servant complied and withdrew. I stood alone in the courtyard for quite some time, until the soon-light gradually dispersed themmerning mist. I resolved to venture forth, to observe a thestady of Qingtian County, perhaps gaining gamma visceral understanding goff teppels off thycera. As I walked through Hess streets of Qingtian County, it truly perceived thedicay and hard ship off Tiletuan dynasty. The buildings lining the streets were most lit dilapidated, their walls bearing Thesker soft time. The common folk worklet in tatter regiments, their face gaunt, their eyes reflecting numbness on despair. A few street vendors displayed meager wares, yet few showed interest. As I ambled along, a sudden commotion drew my attention. Intrigued, I hastened forward. I found Akrodov town's Folketheater around an official, Hoberethi appearancio fabili, brandishing a wooden club and berating gain elderlimen. Yuldful, unable to pay her taxes and still daring to prattle and doyawish tobiaten. The old man, faceched with sorrow, pleaded, Sir, there is truly no grain left hath home. I beseech auto grant me few more days. Yet he official remained unmoved, raising his club a sift to strike. Witnessing fish schnee night to fiery fridge with him, and instinctively took a step forward twanerveen, butazitted, he hesitated, though I harbored a just the art, might morash intervention ein, the corrupt bureaucratic system of tu and honesty bring sister upon mijal fond my family? My inner turmoil waged a battle between righteousness and caution, my fisklin chetly, nails digging into my palms, yet I remained oblivious the pain. At that moment, a scholar-like figure stepped forward and, with cupped hands, respectfully addressed the constable, saying, My lord, please refrain from taking action. These elderly gentlemen is advanced in years and may indeed be facing difficulties. Might you consider showing gay measure leniency? The constable scrutinized the chalair with Thetis missive nort, retorting, Worry outum deline my affairs? The scholar, unperturbed, replied, I am but a humble student, unable to bear witness to such bullying of fain elder. Matter soft taxation enough to be deliberated with care theorize, no need for violence. The constable scoffed coldly, deliberate with care? You speak so lightly. The authority express shard for collection if I don't turgeth him to pay. My position cold be take. Istowad quietly toth aside, silent lie admiring the Schaller's bravery while a contemplating gas strategy. His appearance might serve as an opportunity for me to gain deeper insight in toth local sentiments and soft administration. Drawing a deep breath, he stepped forward and addressed both the constable and the Schaller, saying, Gentlemen, let us no tact and hast. This matter of taxation is of great import, perhaps we could find a suitable venue to discuss it thoroughly, and together we might devise a mutually agreeable solution. The constable glanced at him, noting mid distinguished attire, and softened his demeanor slightly, asking, And wo mighty ubi tyrant my attention? I raised Micken slightly and replied, I am Liu G, animable to sisti when resolving thistixation predicamenterlistin. Upon hearing me name, the constable ceased with a flicker of surprise, as if he recognized my reputation. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his wooden club and said, Very well, do share your thoughts. Ifio can't provide resolution, is shall spareth a soulmand, the wavio for leaf washed of Ermia's exchangey day glance with the Schaller, then let Iviriana to nearby tea stall where Wekudsatan discuss. I'd oak the initiative, addressing the constable, My lord, relentlessly pressuring the populace for taxes a shard lie sustainably approach. The common folk are suffering, and thero miserity void off grain for supply collecting taxes swillen lions cite public discontent. The constable furrowed his brow, his impatience of it in Tash replied, And what will the August? The higher-ups scare not for such matters, so long as the taxes are readily paid. After a moment's contemplation, I suggested, First, you should report thesitize and split accurately and request a temporary reduction in their takes obligations. Additionally, you could encourage them to engage in supplementary endeavors, such as improving irrigation or reclaiming wasta land, subsequent the harvest is bountiful next year, they can make up for on a shortfall. The constable Eastwood and in skepticism Masha questioned, Will that really work? Will the authorities acquiesce? The scholar interjected, My lord, I'd his word hey try to ascertain libiter than remaining in his deadlock. If in resterize among the populace, you shall bear the consequences. The constable fell into deep thought, and after a minute, he muttered, Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest and submit the report. However, should this fail, do not blame troubling the citizens further. I nodded slightly, assuring him, Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to navigate the situation. Throughout this exchange, I remained attentive to the Schaller's expressions and words, seeking town cover. Further insights about these aren't the potential shifts in my own fate. Meanwhile, my thoughts regarding future plans begin to take an avig shape amidst unfolding complexities. Chapter 3. A detailed discussion in the tea house. Gaining insight into the situation, the tea stall was so rudimentary that it bordered on the dilapidated, with a few tables and chairs, missing corners, awkwardly positioned in the cramped space. The tabletop seemed etched with the tales of time, marked by intersecting scratches and stains that spread like the passage of years, as if recounting the vicissitudes of the past. Sunlight, feeble and lacking vigor, filtered through a dust-laden canopy, casting a few dim, yellowish rays, reminiscent of the frail fingers of an aged elder, weakly grasping at the world around them. The gaze of the surrounding populace occasionally drifted over. Infused with curiosity, anticipation, and a hint of numbness, their expressions flickering like the feeble flame of a candle in the dim tea house, I lifted the coarse porcelain teacup, taking a delicate sip, my brow furrowing slightly as the bitterness of the tea unfurled upon my tongue. I turned to glance at the constable, whose jowls trembled slightly in doubt, his brow furrowed into a coarse knot. Setting down the cup, I spoke slowly. Sir, the initiative to enhance irrigation not only addresses the immediate challenges of cultivation, but will also serve to mitigate the calamities of drought and flood in the future, greatly benefiting tax revenue. The constable grunted, his voice reminiscent of a creaking bellows. Your words are indeed pleasant to the ear, yet such endeavors require both silver and manpower. From whence shall they come? As I was about to respond, a gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the dust of the street and the faint aroma of cooking. Yet it was the scholar who spoke first. Sir, manpower can be summoned from the local able-bodied. Offered a modest remuneration, as for silver, one might persuade the local wealthy to contribute. With young Master Liu's esteemed reputation, I trust the affluent would not hesitate to lend a hand. My heart stirred at this insight. The scholar was astute, immediately discerning the crux of the matter. I cast an appreciative glance his way, and he nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes brimming with determination and wisdom. The constable pondered for a moment, scratching his head, flakes of dandruff drifting down like snow. This idea is indeed feasible, yet persuading the wealthy to donate is no easy task. I smiled faintly, as if a sliver of light had pierced through the gloom. Rest assured. Sir, I shall devise a meticulous plan, ensuring that you are not put in a difficult position. I only hope you will refrain from troubling the common folk during this time. The constable looked at me and then at the ragged, weary faces of the people surrounding us, and he sighed in resignation. Very well, I shall trust you for now. It's he this moment. I turned to the scholar and softly inquired. Your righteous words are commendable. May I ask your honorable name? The scholar smiled modestly, his countenance as refreshing as a spring breeze over the worn tea house. I am Song Lian, merely a scholar who cannot bear to witness the injustices of the world. My heart raced with astonishment. This was indeed Song Lian, the renowned scholar and minister of history, here in this very place. A wave of inexplicable excitement and affinity surged within me, akin to spotting a brilliant star in the depths of darkness. Ah, it is Brother Song. I have long admired your name, and to meet you today is truly a stroke of fortune. Song Lian appeared somewhat surprised. Brother Liu, you are familiar with me? I quickly masked my astonishment. I have heard of your remarkable talents and your concern for the world. Seeing you today, it is indeed as the rumors proclaim. Song Lian laughed, his clear laughter echoing in the humble tea house. You flatter me, Brother Liu. I observed your calm demeanor in addressing that constable. You must have considerable insight into the affairs of the people. I sighed gently, my gaze drifting through the gaps in the tea house to the dilapidated street beyond. In this world today, the common people are suffering. I merely wish to lend my modest strength. However, with the corruption of the Yuan dynasty and the chaos that abounds, where do you believe the future lies, Brother Song? Song Lian's expression grew grave, his gaze seeming to penetrate the tea house's decay. Glimpsing the fractured land outside, he lowered his voice. Brother Liu, I must speak candidly. I believe the Yuan dynasty's vitality is waning. The northern drought has left the earth cracked like a tortoise shell, and the people are in despair. In the south, the burdens of taxation weigh heavily and grievances abound. Various rebel factions are rising, though they have yet to coalesce into a formidable force. However, should this persist, the regime may soon change hands. I inwardly lamented. Indeed, Song Lian was perceptive, having seen through the situation. I too spoke softly, my voice wrapped in the oppressive atmosphere. What you say is entirely true. Brother Song. Yet, if a change of dynasty occurs, what bloody storms might follow? Ultimately, it is the common people who will suffer. Song Lian's gaze was resolute, as if a flame burned within him. If a wise leader were to rise and bring an end to this chaos, implementing benevolent governance, the people might find a glimmer of hope. Brother Liu, with your exceptional talents, do you not wish to seek out such a leader in these tumultuous times to achieve great things? My heart jolted. This was indeed the very conflict within me. I gazed into the distance, where shadows loomed, as if veiling an uncertain fate. How could I not wish for that? Yet, such a leader is elusive. With a misstep, one might plunge into irretrievable perdition. Furthermore, I have an elderly family to consider. Song Lian furrowed his brow, his expression revealing some discontent at my hesitance. Brother Liu, you are overly cautious. Throughout history, those who achieve greatness have seldom done so without risking something. As for your family, should you succeed, they too would find protection. I silently nodded. Song Lian's words struck my heart like a hammer. I knew he spoke the truth, yet my worries and fears clung to me, much like the persistent gloom in the tea house. Outside, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only the three of us. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying a hint of chill, as if the relentless hand of this chaotic era caressed us. The barren trees along the street trembled in the wind, their remaining leaves whispering softly. I gazed at Song Lian, contemplating his words. Perhaps this was fate's guidance. I could no longer evade my responsibilities and must make a choice in this tumultuous world. Taking a deep breath, I addressed both Song Lian and the constable. Our conversation today has been enlightening. I shall devote myself entirely to this tax matter. Brother Song, I also wish to discuss the greater affairs of the world with you in the future. I hope you will impart your wisdom. Song Lian replied cheerfully, Brother Liu, you are too kind. We are of like mind and should support one another. The constable, impatiently chiming in, you scholars do tend to prattle on. I only hope this tax issue can be resolved smoothly so I can fulfill my duties. I rose to my feet, gazing at the few clouds drifting in the sky, akin to rootless duckweed adrift, as the confusion within me gradually dissipated, replaced by a resolute determination. Regardless of how treacherous the road ahead may be, I shall rely on my wisdom and courage to carve a path for myself in the chaotic twilight of the Yuan dynasty, seeking a leader capable of achieving great deeds and ensuring the welfare of the common people. Even if faced with countless hardships and obstacles, I shall forge ahead, for this is my mission as Liu Bowen, as well as my destined fate. Chapter 4. Exploring the market, sensing the people's sentiment as dawn broke. The cacophony of the market rose like a swelling tide, and I wove through the bustling crowd. The stalls lining the street were haphazardly arranged, tattered banners fluttering weakly in the morning breeze. Silently narrating the trials of time and the hardships of life, an elderly farmer, his face etched with weariness, guarded a pile of wilted vegetables, calling out weakly, his voice stifled by the oppressive air. Barely carrying fard, I reflected inwardly. This was indeed a true depiction of life for the common people in the late Yuan dynasty. So much suffering that it was heart-wrenching. As I continued to stroll, my gaze fell upon a woman selling coarse grain pancakes, her garments tattered, hair disheveled, her eyes filled with trepidation. I approached her and gently inquired, Sister, how much are these pancakes? The woman quickly lifted her head, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. Young master, 2 each. Staring at the rough pancake, a pang of sorrow welled within me. This simple food might be the sole sustenance of her family. Just as I was about to pay for the pancakes, I suddenly heard a man's voice nearby lamenting. How are we to live? Taxes keep rising, and soon we won't be able to afford anything. An elderly man chimed in. I've heard there's famine in the north. We here are sure to follow soon. The crowd sighed in unison, their faces etched with worry. My heart tightened. The discontent among the people was palpable. And the Yuan dynasty's rule was perilously fragile. I secretly worried. How much longer could the common folk endure such conditions? Although I yearned for change, my strength felt so feeble. Could I truly shake the rotting foundations of this regime? At that moment, the throngs in the market moved with hurried steps, as if shrouded in a veil of gloom, the swirling dust appearing even more oppressive under the dim sunlight. foretelling an impending storm. I turned to leave, continuing to wander through the market. In a corner, I spotted several children huddled together, their eyes glued to a vendor selling sugar figurines. The sugar artist sparkled under the sun. Yet the children's gazes held only longing, none daring to approach. Unable to bear it, I stepped forward, purchased several sugar figurines, and distributed them among the children. Initially taken aback, their faces soon lit up with innocent smiles. That joy illuminating my heart, dispelling some of the darkness within, I crouched down to observe the children, softly asking, "Do you know about the affairs of this world?" A slightly older child blinked and replied in a childish voice, "I heard my father say that there are bad people bullying us. Life is hard." My brow furrowed slightly, and I asked again, "Do you hope someone will come to change all this?" The children nodded eagerly, their eyes brimming with anticipation. I stood up, my heart a tumult of emotions. These children were innocent, yearning for a better life, yet how could I create such a life for them? I felt lost. In this chaotic era, I was but a small individual, yet whenever I witnessed the suffering of the common people, a powerful impulse surged within me, compelling me to become their beacon of hope. Gazing upon the dilapidated houses and the muddy roads surrounding me, I am acutely aware of the formidable challenge that lies ahead in transforming this desolate landscape. Yet, the innocent eyes that peer out from the shadows shine like stars in the night sky, infusing me with strength amidst this bleak environment. As I press on, I encounter an elderly fortune-teller. Clad in a tattered robe, his gaze profound and enigmatic. Intrigued, I approach him and respectfully inquire, "Sir, might you cast a divination for me?" He lifts his head, appraising me with a thoughtful glance before replying slowly, "Young master, your visage bears a troubled expression. Your heart must be burdened with significant matters." A faint smile escapes my lips as I respond, "Indeed, wise sir, I seek to unravel the current state of the world and the fate of the common people." The old man shakes his head gently, sighing, "This chaotic realm is already set. The populace suffers, and only the arrival of a benevolent ruler can offer them salvation." A jolt of recognition courses through me. Resonating with my own thoughts, I press further, but where might this enlightened ruler be found? He meets my gaze, his eyes imbued with profound meaning. Far in the distance, yet close at hand, the answer resides within your own heart. Contemplating his words, I wonder if he has discerned my identity and aspirations. A mixture of excitement and trepidation swells within me. The prospect of achieving greatness fills me with hope, yet the unknown path ahead is fraught with uncertainties. One misstep could lead to irretrievable ruin. At that moment, a gentle breeze brushes past, carrying a chill that feels like fate's silent warning. The trees lining the street tremble in the wind, their barren branches creaking, as if lamenting the turmoil of this chaotic era. Departing from the fortune-teller, I find myself before a bustling tea house. The establishment is filled with patrons engaged in animated discussions. I step inside and locate an empty seat. Nearby, a scholar is passionately expounding. In this Yuan dynasty, the court is rife with corruption, and the people are barely surviving. A great reform is imperative to rescue them. A merchant retorts, "Reform is no simple matter." Amidst this turmoil, business is untenable. The crowd is divided, each voice fervently asserting its perspective. I listen intently, recognizing that these differing views reflect the varied experiences of social strata during these tumultuous times. My mission is to discover a path that balances the interests of all and saves the common folk. Yet, this is no small feat. My heart is in turmoil, as each choice bears the weight of countless lives. How can I ensure my decisions are sound? The tea house is permeated with a mingling aroma of tea and sweat, the swirling smoke rendering faces somewhat indistinct, as if capturing the essence of humanity in this chaotic world, confused and elusive. Seated in the tea house, I gaze out at the marketplace, my mind racing with thoughts. This visit has deepened my understanding of the people's suffering and helplessness, revealing a cacophony of voices. I am increasingly aware of the heavy burden of my mission, to seek a glimmer of hope amidst this complex situation, paving a way for the populace towards tranquility. But where does this path lie? My heart remains shrouded in uncertainty, yet my unwavering conviction persists. I resolve to continue my exploration for the sake of these innocent souls, for the hope that flickers amidst this chaos. Even if the road ahead is fraught with thorns, I shall wield my intellect and courage to carve out a path, determined not to disappoint the expectant gazes of the people. Chapter 5. Contemplation in the Study, a crucial decision. The setting sun filters through the window panes, casting a dappled light upon the study's floor. I sit quietly at my desk, surrounded by a mountain of books. Yet my heart is not inclined to read. A piece of ancient artwork hangs on the wall, its mountains and waters appearing distant and mysterious in the dim light, as if hinting at the unpredictable nature of worldly affairs. Supporting my chin with my hand, I am engulfed in turmoil. The market visit has left the suffering of the people etched painfully in my heart. Their yearning gazes and the innocent smiles of children urge me to take action. Yet, I am merely Liu Bowen, possessing vast knowledge but lacking overwhelming power. How can I genuinely become the beacon of hope for the people in this chaotic era? Should I maneuver through the various factions with my intellect? Or dare to immerse myself in the tide of rebellion? Lost in thought, the sound of footsteps interrupts my reverie. The door creaks open, and a young servant enters, carrying tea. He is slender, youthful, and bears an air of cleverness in his eyes. Softly he says, "Young master, the tea is served." As he places the cup on the table, he catches sight of my solemn expression and hesitates, his eyes reflecting concern and caution. I meet his gaze and manage a faint smile. "You may set it down." After a moment's pause, he ventures, "Young master, you seem troubled these past few days. Do take care not to overexert yourself." I nod slightly. "I appreciate your concern. You may leave now." Once the servant departs, I lift the teacup, inhaling the aromatic steam, striving to find calmness at tea that moment. Song Lian pays a visit. He strides into the study with measured steps, his tall figure draped in a flowing green robe that flutters gently in the breeze. His slender face, deep-set eyes, and the glimmer of wisdom and elegance within them remind me of the twinkling stars in the night sky. A pair of slender spectacles rests upon his prominent nose, enhancing his scholarly demeanor. Observing my troubled countenance, he furrows his brow with concern and inquires, "Liu brother, what weighs upon your mind? Is it the affairs of the realm?" I set down the teacup and exhale a heavy sigh, my expression laden with worry. "Ah, Song brother, you are unaware of the gravity of the situation. My recent visit to the marketplace was truly harrowing. The common folk are in dire straits. The old farmer selling vegetables bears the marks of hardship upon his face, as if carved by the hands of time, and within those deep wrinkles lies an untold depth of suffering. He clings to a meager pile of wilted greens, his eyes filled with exhaustion and despair, a murky gaze reflecting the futility of existence. The woman selling pancakes, clad in rags, her hair disheveled, stands there trembling, her lips quivering, as if even the slightest gust could topple her. And the children, their faces dirted yet their eyes sparkling with hope, gaze longingly at the sugar figurines, too timid to wish for them. Their innocence is overshadowed by the weight of their grim reality, and my heart aches to rescue them from this plight. Yet I find myself ensnared in confusion. The Yuan dynasty is decaying, and rebellions are sprouting all around. I stand at this crossroads, uncertain whether to seek out a wise ruler to assist wholeheartedly or to forge a new path. "Song brother, what do you suggest I should do?" Song Lian draws up a chair, his demeanor serious as he replies slowly, "Liu brother, this is indeed a most arduous decision. At tea present, various factions are rising like mushrooms after rain. Among them figures such as Zhu Yuanzhang and Chen Yuliang, who are no ordinary men. Zhu Yuanzhang harbors grand ambitions to restore the realm, and he places great importance on talented individuals. I have heard many tales of his deeds. His profound compassion for the suffering of the people is evident. Wherever he goes, he forbids his soldiers from disturbing them, showcasing the traits of a true, benevolent ruler. In contrast, Chen Yuliang is ambitious and ruthless, his methods instilling fear in many. Furrowing my brow, I express my doubts. I am aware of Zhu Yuanzhang's name and have heard whispers of his exploits. However, mere hearsay cannot guarantee that he is the one destined to restore order. If I choose poorly, might I not be dragging the common folk into a deeper abyss, plunging this realm into irreversible ruin? This burden is too heavy for my shoulders. I cannot afford to make a hasty decision. Song Lian leans forward, his gaze earnest and unwavering, as if to impart strength to me. "Liu brother, heed my words. I have conversed with individuals under Zhu Yuanzhang's command and learned that he always prioritizes the welfare of the people, often opening granaries to provide relief. He frequently engages in discussions with his advisors about governance and statecraft, demonstrating his eagerness to welcome wise counsel, which reveals he is not obstinate or self-serving. I nod slightly, yet my apprehensions linger. Even so, the realm is rife with turmoil, and circumstances shift rapidly. While Zhu Yuanzhang may appear virtuous now, one cannot be certain that power will not cloud his judgment in the future. Should I pledge my unwavering support, I would be placing my life and the fates of countless souls in his hands. Song Lian contemplates for a moment, stroking his beard pensively, his expression indicating deep thought. He finally responds. Your concerns are valid, Liu brother. However, we find ourselves in a chaotic era, akin to a fragile boat navigating through tumultuous waves. To achieve greatness, one must inevitably embrace risk. Zhu Yuanzhang's current actions have already distinguished him amidst the factions, and he is surrounded by loyal and courageous followers. If we can ally with them, we may yet carve out a path to success. I rise and begin to pace the study, my footsteps echoing in the stillness, each step feeling like a scale weighing my heart. Song Lian watches me, his gaze resolute and sincere. Liu brother, no one possesses the foresight to predict the future. Yet we can assess a person's character through their actions and virtues. Zhu Yuanzhang maintains strict discipline in his ranks. Wherever his troops go, they do no harm, allowing the people to live in peace. Is this not a sign of a true ruler? I halt, gazing out at the darkening sky, my heart tumultuous. The distant mountains lie still in the twilight, as if waiting for the winds of change, mirroring my own sense of anticipation and uncertainty before fate. I turn to Song Lian and declare, your reasoning is sound, Song brother. Yet I remain burdened by many concerns that I cannot easily dismiss. Should I decide to support Zhu Yuanzhang, it would mean declaring total enmity with the Yuan dynasty, and my family remains within its grasp. They would undoubtedly be drawn into the fray. How could I bear to place them in peril due to my choices? Song Lian falls silent for a moment, a frown creasing his brow as he weighs the pros and cons. A deep furrow forms between his brows as he finally speaks. Liu brother, this dilemma of loyalty and filial duty has persisted since time immemorial. If you can achieve great success, perhaps one day, when you have made a name for yourself, you may ensure your family's safety. Moreover, the Yuan dynasty is thoroughly corrupt, having long lost the people's trust. Its downfall is inevitable, a matter of time. I find myself embroiled in an internal struggle, my hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale. On one side lies the safety of my blood relatives, and on the other, the earnest hopes of the populace. I am reminded of the suffering commoners at the market, the helplessness of the old farmer selling vegetables, the anxiety of the woman selling pancakes, and the yearning in the children's eyes. Their faces pierce my heart like daggers. How can I forsake them for my own selfish desires? Yet, the smiles of my family resurface in my mind. If I falter, how will they survive? It seems that Song Lian perceives my turmoil. He rises, approaches me, and firmly pats my shoulder, his eyes brimming with encouragement and trust. Brother Liu, I empathize with the difficulty of this decision. However, I firmly believe that with your wisdom and broad-mindedness, you will surely find the right path amidst this fog. Regardless of your final choice, I will stand by your side and support you wholeheartedly. I gaze at Song Lian, deeply moved, my eyes glistening with moisture. Brother Song, your words offer me a modicum of solace. Yet, this matter concerns the fate of the common people as well as my family, and I require more time to ponder. Song Lian nods. Take your time, Brother Liu. I shall take my leave for now. I watch his departing figure, descending into contemplation once more. The study grows increasingly dim, with only a solitary lamp flickering its feeble light, mirroring the confusion yet resolute state of my heart at this moment. I understand that whether the path ahead is fraught with thorns or a wide avenue, I must make a decision swiftly, for time waits for no one, and the common folk in this turbulent era cannot afford to linger. In this corner of the study, I feel the weighty pressure of destiny as I ponder the direction of the future. Each thought stirs tumultuous waves within me, and I can only strive to seek a glimmer of hope amidst this torrent. Chapter 6. Reunion with an old friend, aiding in decision as dawn breaks and the morning mist begins to dissipate. The courtyard outside the study remains shrouded in a delicate veil. A gentle breeze stirs, causing several slender bamboos in the courtyard to sway gracefully, their leaves rustling softly as if whispering the turmoil of this chaotic world. The moss on the ground stretches to the corners of the walls, imbued with a hint of damp green, seemingly striving to uphold this tranquility, yet unable to mask an unutterable sense of desolation. Occasionally, a few clear bird songs pierce the morning stillness, awakening the slumbering world and seemingly celebrating this rare moment of peace amidst the turmoil. I have not slept all night, my heart entangled like a chaotic mass. Song Lian's words echo in my ears, but whenever I think of my family and the common people, my thoughts become increasingly muddled. After all, although I am aware of the general course of history, being personally immersed in this chaotic era makes it far from easy to make a decision based solely on historical knowledge. Zhu Chongba, the legendary figure who founded the Ming dynasty in the original history, now looms as my greatest uncertainty. I am acutely aware of his potential achievements, yet having crossed over, do I simply acquiesce to the predetermined fate, or can I, with my own strength, reshape the tides of this world and create a vastly different era of peace for the populace? This uncertainty weighs heavily upon my heart like a colossal stone. Lost in thought, I suddenly hear a familiar laughter outside the courtyard, resonating like a bell ringing out, shattering the morning's tranquility and dispelling the gloom within my heart. My spirit lifts, as if I have caught a glimpse of dawn in the darkness, and I eagerly turn towards the entrance. Before long, a figure strides into the courtyard as if descended from the heavens. He is tall and robust, akin to a towering hill. With each step he takes, the ground beneath him seems to tremble slightly. His face is chiseled and resolute, with eyebrows like swords arching towards his temples, and his bright eyes shine like cold stars in the night sky. Clad in a fitted outfit that accentuates his vigor, he emanates an aura that is both intimidating and admirable. Upon closer inspection, I realize it is Su Da. A surge of indescribable joy and comfort floods my heart, akin to a drowning person encountering a lifeline. My eyes involuntarily moisten as I rush forward, nearly stumbling in my haste. Su Da strides into the study, his gaze piercing and instantly locking onto me. Noticing my haggard appearance and emaciated form, he furrows his brow, his thick eyebrows knitting together like two entwined dragons. His eyes filled with concern and compassion. He takes a swift step towards me, grasping my arms with a grip as strong as iron, gently shaking me, his voice tinged with urgency and confusion. "Brother Bowen, is all well? Why do you appear so haggard? Have you encountered troubles?" I exhale deeply, forcing a wry smile as I lay bare my confusion and struggles. "Brother Su, this world is in utter disarray, and the common people are suffering indescribably. I long to rescue them from their plight, yet I find myself wavering between supporting a righteous ruler and safeguarding my family. Forces like Zhu Yuanzhang and Chen Yuliang are rising, and while I have some understanding of Zhu Chongba's situation, the future is fraught with uncertainty, making it difficult to ascertain whether he can truly become the one to restore order. I do not know which path to take." With that, I helplessly shake my head, my eyes filled with confusion and despair, turning slowly towards the desk, akin to a person stripped of their backbone, sitting down weakly, my elbows resting on the table. Hands cradling my head, Datsuda listens intently, his brows furrowing deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he speaks gravely. "Brother Bowen, although I am merely a man of arms and do not grasp the intricacies of political machinations, I understand that in this chaotic era, the people yearn for stability and prosperity, free from the tribulations of war and oppressive governance. Zhu Yuanzhang is a man I have fought alongside. He is magnanimous, courageous, and strategic, deeply caring for the common people. He often says, 'The people are the foundation of the state. When the foundation is strong, the state is peaceful.' Each time he captures a city, he prioritizes pacifying the populace and restoring production. I observe in him the ambition to unify the realm, and he possesses the capability to do so." As he speaks, he strides calmly to the window, hands clasped behind his back, standing tall with a resolute gaze directed towards the distance. At that moment, a few clouds drift lazily across the sky outside, as if witnessing this pivotal moment in history. The flowers in the courtyard tremble gently in the breeze, as if anxious about the uncertain fate ahead. From afar, the sounds of birds chirping rise and fall, clear and melodious, as if accompanying Su Da's words, reminding us that there remains vitality and hope in this world. I nod slightly, yet doubt lingers in my heart. While what Su Da says is certainly valid, can I truly rely on his word alone to determine if Zhu Yuanzhang is trustworthy? If there are missteps, the consequences would be dire. My eyes dim, filled with worry, my hands unconsciously clenching tightly, knuckles whitening as if to crush all my entanglements and anxieties within my grasp. Brother Su, I indeed trust your words. However, the tides of this world are unpredictable. Although Zhu Yuanzhang appears wise now, how can we guarantee he will not change in the future? If I mistakenly support a ruler who leads to my own demise, it will not only jeopardize my life but also endanger countless common people. Moreover, my family remains, making it all the more difficult to part with them. With that, I lower my gaze, filled with concern, unable to meet Su Da's eyes, resembling a child who has erred. Su Da approaches me, firmly patting my shoulder. His hand is broad and warm, seemingly transmitting strength, each pat akin to infusing me with courage. I lift my head slightly to look at him. He speaks earnestly. Brother Bowen, you are lost in your own thoughts. Consider the current state of the Yuan dynasty. The governance is rife with corruption, the people are living in despair, and they have lost faith. The dynasty's collapse is imminent. Zhu Yuanzhang's army is disciplined and inclusive of talented individuals, which aligns with the will of heaven. As for your concerns about the future, while no one can predict it entirely, based on his current actions and character, we might as well place our trust in him for once. Furthermore, regarding your family, if you can assist Zhu Yuanzhang in achieving great things, then surely you need not worry about their safety. My heart is a tumult of conflicting emotions as I slowly pace within the study, the cool bricks beneath my feet seemingly bearing the weight of my inner turmoil. I occasionally pause, gazing up at the ceiling with vacant eyes, only to resume my pacing, my steps unsteady, my heart surging like tumultuous waves. Su Da's words bear merit, yet this decision pertains to life and death, honor and disgrace, making it exceedingly difficult for me to decide. Would I truly gamble my lifetime of learning on a single throw in this chaotic era? If I fail, not only would I suffer disgrace, but my family would also face dire straits. Yet, if I forego this opportunity that could lead to great accomplishments, how could I reconcile with my own ambitions and the hopes of the common people? At that moment, Su De seems to read my thoughts. He pulls me over to sit beside him at the table, his movements decisive and fluid. He pours 2 cups of tea, handing one to me, his gaze sincere as he leans slightly forward, elbows resting on the table, radiating an aura of reassurance. Brother Bowen, let us set aside thoughts of the future for now and focus on the current situation. Tell me, how has the Yuan dynasty fallen to such depths? I take a sip of tea, pausing briefly before setting down the cup, raising my hand to slowly gather my thoughts. After the Yuan dynasty established its rule over the Central Plains, the racial hierarchy was exceedingly harsh, with Han and Southern people suffering greatly under heavy taxes and labor, leaving the populace in a state of misery. To this point, my brow furrows, my eyes filled with sorrow. My right hand instinctively clenches into a fist as if to grasp all the injustices and evils of this world. Furthermore, corruption permeates the officialdom, with the selling of offices and titles, leading to a chaotic governance that incites public outrage. Additionally, within the Yuan court, factions vie for power, undermining their strength, rendering them incapable of addressing the widespread turmoil. Suda listens intently, nodding occasionally, his fingers lightly tapping the table in a rhythmic pattern, as if keeping time with my words. Brother Bowen, your analysis is astute. In your view, what unique advantages does Zhu Yuanzhang possess among the various rebel factions? I straighten my posture slightly, my gaze deepening, resting my chin on my hand in contemplation. I ponder Su Da's admiration for Zhu Yuanzhang and wonder what sets his army apart from the rest. I spoke. Zhu Yuanzhang, hailing from humble origins, possesses a profound understanding of the sufferings of the common people, which is why he has garnered the support of the populace. His ranks are filled with exceptional talents, with strategists like Li Shanchang skillfully orchestrating plans, while valiant warriors such as Su and his ilk charge into battle. Furthermore, he occupies the strategic stronghold of Jinling, a place advantageous for both offense and defense, and has implemented the policy of land reclamation, ensuring ample military provisions. More importantly, he possesses a long-term strategic vision. Unlike certain other factions that seek only immediate gains through plunder and violence, ultimately losing the hearts of the people. Yet I pondered, if I were to assist him, I must not merely allow him to follow his original path. I must utilize my wisdom to carve a new road, one that hastens the arrival of peace and alleviates the suffering of the populace. Suda clapped his hands in hearty laughter. His booming voice causing the teacups on the table to tremble slightly, beaming with pride. He exclaimed, "Brother Bowen, your insights are indeed profound. Zhu Yuanzhang understands the essence of winning the people's hearts, which is why he rigorously enforces military discipline and promotes benevolent governance. He often tells us, 'He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. He who loses the hearts of the people loses the world.' This is no mere platitude." I furrowed my brow, a hint of concern lingering in my gaze, my right hand unconsciously tracing the rim of my teacup, the warmth of the porcelain failing to dispel the chill within my heart. Can Zhu Yuanzhang maintain this initial resolve? The temptations of the world are abundant. Can he truly remain unmoved? Su, while you speak truthfully, the world is rife with formidable rivals. Chen Yuliang boasts a powerful army, while Zhang Shiqing is wealthy beyond measure, both coveting the realm with predatory eyes. For Zhu Yuanzhang to rise above, it is no simple task. I believe we must not merely focus on our existing advantages, but devise a more intricate strategy. Breaking from convention to truly achieve greatness in this chaotic my heart was restless, my mind racing with thoughts of the rise and fall of various factions and the uncertainties of the future. My brow furrowing tighter as if to crush a fly, Su Da's gaze was resolute, brimming with confidence. He suddenly rose, fists clenched, and vigorously waved them in the air, stirring a gentle breeze as if to challenge unseen foes. "Brother Bowen." While Chen Yuliang commands many troops, he is treacherous and lacks the people's support. He is willing to employ any means to achieve his ends, with his followers driven by self-interest rather than genuine loyalty. Zhang Shiqing, on the other hand, is devoid of ambition, content to enjoy his corner of the world, which will hinder his potential. In contrast, Zhu Yuanzhang harbors a vision for the world, taking it upon himself to save the common people. And those around him are willing to devote themselves wholeheartedly to his cause. Moreover, he is receptive to counsel and can promptly rectify his own mistakes, a hallmark of a wise ruler. Upon hearing Su Da's words, clarity began to dawn upon me. I slowly rose, exhaling deeply as if expelling the murk from my heart, feeling as though I had set down a burdensome stone. It seems Zhu Yuanzhang indeed possesses numerous advantages. Yet, must I truly entwine my fate with his? Once I take that step, there will be no turning back. Su, you are right. Zhu Yuanzhang appears to be the most hopeful contender for unifying the realm. However, once I take this step, retreat will be impossible. Having made my decision, I shall utilize the insights of a traveler through time to forge a new dynasty's framework, rewriting history through my actions. My feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, hesitating to take that decisive step, as if a bottomless abyss awaited beneath. Su Da's expression grew serious, his tone firm as he stepped closer. Gripping my shoulders tightly, his gaze piercing into my eyes, as if peering into my very soul. "Brother Bowen, you have always been forthright. Why now do you hesitate? A true man born in tumultuous times must strive to achieve extraordinary feats. If you allow fear to hinder you, who will the people turn to for hope?" His words struck me like a hammer to the heart, igniting a tremor within me, stirring feelings of shame. How had I become so timid? Where had my past ambitions and fervor vanished? I instinctively lowered my head, my face flushing as if scorched by fire. I remained silent, weighing the pros and cons within my heart. Noticing my turmoil, Su Da continued, "Brother Bowen, do you not recall the ambitions we harbored in our youth? We were once spirited and vowed to bring peace to this world. Now that the opportunity lies before you, will you truly let it slip away?" His voice was imbued with a compelling allure, drawing me back to the passionate days of yore, when I and my friends shared drinks and dreams. As if those moments had occurred just yesterday, the wave of nostalgia washed over me as I recalled the fervent discussions with Su Da and other friends, back when I was brimming with aspirations. Yet now, confronted with this choice, I found myself paralyzed by fear. I inwardly scorned my cowardice, but the attachment to my family lingered like a shadow. I bit my lip, my heart torn between ideals and familial ties. Feeling as though I were being torn asunder, taking a deep breath, I looked at Su Da, a newfound determination glimmering in my eyes. "Su, you speak truly. I must not forsake the greater good for personal sentiments. However, I require some time to arrange matters at home. I am resolute in steering this realm towards a different future, one marked by less strife and suffering." I clenched my fists, as if to bolster my own resolve. the tight grip embodying my determination to change the world. Su Da's face brightened with delight as he exclaimed, "Excellent. This is the Liu Bowen I know. Brother Bowen, command me, and I, Su Da, shall not hesitate to brave fire and water." He enthusiastically patted my shoulder once more, the force of his encouragement propelling me toward the uncertain and challenging future. The gloom in my heart gradually dissipated. Although worries lingered, my resolve to assist the rightful sovereign had solidified. I gazed at Su Da, my heart brimming with gratitude. "Su, your words today have illuminated my path like sunlight breaking through clouds in the days to come. I hope we shall walk this journey together." Su Da rose, grandly clasping his hands in salute. "Brother Bowen, you are too kind. As brothers, we shall share both joys and hardships and forge greatness together." At that moment, sunlight streamed through the dappled leaves outside, casting radiant patterns upon the study, illuminating the room in a warm glow. I understood that the road ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet with a steadfast friend by my side and the conviction in my heart, I no longer felt feared. I would stride forth with this determination, carving out my own path in this tumultuous era, for the peace of the people and the ideals I held dear. Undeterred by the trials that lay ahead, resolutely rewriting the course of history and crafting a new legendary epoch. Chapter 7. Arriving at Jinling, the winds of change begin to stir as the rooster heralded dawn. The first light of day broke, painting the eastern horizon with a delicate hue reminiscent of fish bellies, unfurling like an ink wash painting across the heavens. I had long since prepared my belongings. Standing upon the familiar path of my homeland, as a gentle breeze caressed me, my garments fluttering like a whisper of farewell, my heart was a tumult of emotions, thoughts entwined like a tangled thread. Looking back, the familiar landscapes gradually faded into the morning mist, and though my ties to family were tenuous, the uncertainty of what lay ahead still brought a tinge of melancholy. Yet, as the faces of the suffering people flashed through my mind, my gaze hardened, ignited by a steely resolve, akin to the twinkling stars in the night sky, brilliant and unwavering. As I approached Jinling, the scene unfolded like a tragic tapestry of a war-torn realm. Refugees, like birds bereft of their nests, wandered aimlessly, their eyes hollow and despairing. The dead lay scattered across the wilds, as if abandoned by fate, exuding the stench of death. Fields lay fallow, overgrown with weeds, silently narrating the sorrow and desolation of time. Children bore ashen faces, frail and weak, their vacant gazes reflecting a stagnant pond, devoid of the vivacity and joy of youth. The elderly leaned on their staffs, their murky eyes filled with endless sighs. The marks of time etched deep upon their faces, narrating tales of sorrow and grief. In the sky, a few crows flew past, their hoarse caws seemingly lamenting. I have often heard it said that a gentleman possesses vast knowledge of the heavens above and the earth below, is well versed in both ancient and modern wisdom, and possesses the talent to govern the heavens and weave the earth, thus capable of dispelling the clouds of chaos in this tumultuous era. I raised my head slightly, neither servile nor arrogant, and replied, "Marshal, you overrate me. I am but a humble scholar who has read a few poems and grasped some strategies. Having long admired your illustrious name, I have come to seek your guidance, hoping to contribute my efforts to alleviating the suffering of the people in this chaotic time. The hardships faced by the common folk weigh heavily on my heart, and I wish to employ my knowledge to rescue them from their plight. However, I have always pledged my loyalty to the populace, not to the powers that be. In my view, the common people are the foundation and sovereign of this world. I hope the marshal can understand." He paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, saying, "You are indeed a man of true character, and I hold such noble aspirations in high esteem. In this day and age, we desperately need loyal and righteous individuals like you. In the future, let us join hands and share both joys and hardships, creating a monumental enterprise together that will rescue the people from their tribulations and restore peace and prosperity to the realm." Subsequently, Zhu Yuanzhang led me to his study, where we discussed the state of the world in detail. Inside the study, the flickering candlelight cast shadows on the walls, as if the undercurrents of history were surging forth. Outside the window, a gentle breeze whispered through the leaves, echoing the tumult of the world. His finger lightly tapped the map, his gaze as steadfast as a torch, as if he could penetrate the thin paper and perceive the grand currents of the world. The Yuan dynasty is now corrupt and decaying, and the righteous army has risen in revolt. However, the various factions are entangled in a complex web, akin to a tangle of threads that is difficult to unravel. Chen Yuliang holds sway over the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. With a formidable army and grand ambitions, much like a ferocious tiger prowling for prey, Zhang Shiqing commands the regions of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, wealthy and powerful, yet lacking in great aspirations, content to occupy a small corner. I propose to first defeat Qin Yuliang and then take Zhang Shiqing. What do you think of this strategy? I lowered my head slightly, pondering for a moment, then nodded gently. Marshal, your strategy is indeed astute. Though Chen Yuliang possesses a strong military, his arrogance and tyranny make him unpopular, like a floating weed without roots, destined for instability. Our army, being righteous and just, has the will of the heavens and the support of the people. If we raise the banner of justice and strike first, we will establish a moral high ground. However, Chen Yuliang's naval forces are quite formidable, with sturdy ships and powerful artillery, so we must not underestimate them. The urgent task is to prepare more vessels, train our navy day and night, and win through wisdom, which is the best approach. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes gleamed with approval as he clapped and laughed heartily. What you say resonates with me like a harmonious bell tolling. Awakening the senses, I have already instructed Suda and the other generals to hasten the training of our navy, gather talented individuals, and fully equip our warships. Once the time is ripe, we shall march northward to determine our fates. Just as we were deep in discussion, Li Shancheng requested an audience. He appeared slender and gaunt, yet his eyes shone with keen intelligence, as if he could perceive all the world's intricacies upon seeing me. He cupped his hands in greeting and humbly said, Bowen, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard of your esteemed reputation, and seeing you in person today is indeed a delight. I reciprocated the gesture, replying, Brother Shancheng, I have long admired your remarkable talents in governance and personnel management, akin to the ceaseless flow of a mighty river. We should engage in mutual learning and jointly assist the marshal in achieving great accomplishments. At that moment, I contemplated that Li Shancheng had served under Zhu Yuanzhang for quite some time and had gained his trust, much like a right-hand and, as a newcomer. I needed to coexist harmoniously with him, working together to strive for the grand enterprise amidst the chaos of this era. Yet, I must not forsake my own insights and brilliance. I must fully express my ambitions in this turbulent world, allowing the common people to escape their suffering and see the light of day once more at in the afternoon. The sun blazed like fire, seemingly intent on melting the earth. Zhu Yuanzhang summoned the generals for a meeting, and I followed him into the conference hall. The atmosphere inside was heavy, as if a leaden weight pressed down on everyone's hearts. The generals stood either with imposing authority, their postures as upright as pines, or furrowed their brows in contemplation, their expressions grave. The air in the hall felt almost stagnant, punctuated only by the occasional sound of armor clanking, crisp yet cold. Zhu Yuanzhang sat at the head of the table, slowly surveying the crowd before speaking solemnly. Gentlemen, Chen Yuliang is restless and watching us closely. Our army cannot remain idle. The pressing priority is to fortify our city defenses and prepare provisions. As if we were constructing a solid nest and ensuring ample supplies, while simultaneously gathering intelligence on the enemy's movements, achieving the principle of knowing both ourselves and our adversaries to secure victory. Outside the hall, the persistent chirping of cicadas seemed to urge everyone to make swift decisions. Suda was the first to step forward, cupping his fists and speaking with a voice like thunder, filled with valor. Marshal, I am willing to lead a contingent of troops, like an arrow released from its bow, to scout Chen Yuliang's military situation. I shall not fail in my mission, even if it means sacrificing my life. He stood tall, his gaze unwavering like a rock, radiating an aura of fearlessness, as if a god of war had descended. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in approval. Suda, you are both wise and courageous. Exercise caution in this endeavor and do not act recklessly. We await your triumphant return. Chang Yuchen also stood up suddenly, like a thunderclap. Marshal, I am willing to lead the troops in training, tirelessly day and night, enhancing the soldiers' combat strength, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to confront Chen Yuliang, ensuring that the scoundrel knows the might of our army and flees in terror. His fierce eyes were wide open, his face full of ambition, as if the enemy was already before him, waiting for him to strike. Seeing the general's high spirits, like a blazing fire, my own blood surged with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, I spoke. Marshal, Chen Yuliang's naval forces are powerful. In addition to preparing for direct combat, we could also send spies to spread rumors, like an invisible sword to disrupt their morale. Furthermore, we should unite with surrounding factions, placing them in a precarious position, thus weakening their advantages and tipping the scales of victory in our favor. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes lit up, as if a bright lamp had been ignited in the darkness of night. Bowen, your plan is splendid. Let us proceed as you have suggested and act swiftly. The other generals nodded in agreement, their gazes towards me filled with newfound respect and admiration. After the meeting, I strolled through the streets of Jinling. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the ancient city walls, as if draping them in a layer of shimmering silk. The citizens bustled about, their calls and shouts intertwining to create a unique symphony of daily life. In the distance, the Qinhuai River shimmered, its surface reflecting the lights along the banks, swaying gracefully with the ripples. The willows by the river danced lightly in the breeze, as if trying to hold on to the waning daylight. I understood that this was merely the beginning of a long journey. The road ahead seemed fraught with thorns and steep cliffs, filled with the unknown and challenges. Yet, there was no turning back for me. Like an arrow released from the bow, I could only give my all to assist Zhu Yuanzhang, bringing peace and prosperity to this chaotic world. Even if it meant sacrificing my life, I would ensure that future generations remember this grand chapter of history, fulfilling the hopes of the common people and the lofty ambitions that towered within my heart like majestic mountains. Chapter 8. The initial scheme unfolds, undercurrents stirring as dawn broke. Jinling City gradually awakened with vitality. The gossamer morning mist had yet to dissipate completely, rising delicately between the streets, akin to a lingering dream from this chaotic era, or perhaps a bashful maiden veiled in thin gauze, appearing and disappearing in the soft light of dawn. In the distance, the mountains were partially obscured by the morning fog, resembling a slumbering giant, lazily dozing and indifferent to the world's tumult. The trees in the city were adorned with fine droplets of dew, glistening like tiny crystal beads in the morning light, each leaf swaying gently in the morning breeze, as if whispering the tales of Jinling City. At my window, I gazed at the burgeoning morning market by the street, where stalls were scattered like stars, and the voices of the citizens rose and fell, composing a melody of life. Yet, to my ears, it could not obscure the lament of this chaotic world, resembling a joyful stream concealing its underlying sobs. The faces, slightly weary yet filled with resilience, hustled through the crowd, as if struggling like ants against the tide of fate, tirelessly moving for survival. As I contemplated strategies to counter Chen Yuliang, my thoughts swirled chaotically. Although I had proposed a division of forces, spreading rumors, and forming alliances to Zhu Yuanzhang, the specifics still required meticulous planning, with numerous details tangled like a mess of threads. Each time I thought of this, my mind surged like a tide, eager to swiftly defeat the enemy and rescue the people from their suffering. For that was the mission I had crossed time to fulfill. I refused to be a mere observer of history. I was determined to rewrite the chessboard of this chaotic era, like a fearless chess player carving a path through the tumultuous game. Yet, I feared that any misstep could harm the innocent. The common people had already endured too much suffering. How could I bear to exacerbate their plight due to my errors? Like a startled bird, I was anxious that my careless actions might disturb the already fragile peace. After breakfast, I headed to the marshal's office for the council. Along the way, the sounds of soldiers training filled the air, their battle cries resounding with vigor. The training grounds were shrouded in swirling dust, resembling a cloud of ochre, enveloping those spirited young men like a great dragon rising amidst rolling yellow smoke, showcasing their immense strength. The sunlight cascaded down, illuminating their polished armor and reflecting dazzling rays. Akin to the burning fighting spirit within them, fierce and brilliant, like swords poised to pierce the darkness of this chaotic world. The banners at the edge of the training ground fluttered fiercely in the wind, resembling billowing sails amidst surging waves, or valiant soldiers standing firm against the wind, shouting to rally their comrades, guiding them forward. Upon entering the hall, I saw Zhu Yuanzhang in discussion with Suda, Li Shanchong, and others about military matters. The generals wore serious expressions, and the atmosphere was solemn. I approached and greeted them, and Zhu Yuanzhang raised his hand in acknowledgement, his gaze earnest. Bowen, the matters we discuss today are pivotal to our army's success or failure. I hope you will share your insights candidly. I nodded slightly, my gaze resolute, silently vowing. I must not disappoint the marshal's trust. My wisdom must become the dawn of this chaotic era, like a bright lamp illuminating the path through the darkness. Rest assured, Marshal, I shall exhaust all my efforts. At that moment, the others gathered around, and I spoke first. Marshal, to defeat Qin Yuliang's naval forces, we must first construct warships capable of standing against them. The colossal ship stands resolute, while I am capable of crafting lighter, more agile vessels, equipped with powerful crossbows and firearms, exploiting mobility to harass the enemy. Having spoken, I took a piece of paper and a pen from the table, sketching a rough design of the ship with a few deft strokes, causing everyone to lean in with keen interest. Lai Shanchang stroked his beard in contemplation. Your strategy is indeed ingenious. Yet shipbuilding requires time, skilled craftsmen, and materials that must be procured, I replied. You speak truly, Brother Shanchang. We could broadly recruit artisans from various regions of Jiangnan, offering generous rewards to hasten their labor day and night. Timber can be harvested from the surrounding mountains, where the sound of axes and chisels will echo through the valleys, shavings swirling like snowflakes, reminiscent of pear blossoms caught in a tempest during winter, fluttering about. Additionally, we could send others to procure supplies via waterways, allowing for simultaneous efforts that might shorten the construction period. Zhu Yuanzhang cast an approving gaze, immediately issuing orders to arrange the relevant matters. Subsequently, we discussed the dissemination of rumors to unsettle the enemy's morale. I paused momentarily, gathering my thoughts, contemplating. This tactic of rumor is akin to an invisible blade. Though it spills no blood, it can inflict unseen wounds upon the adversary, much like a specter stealthily infiltrating the heart of the foe, disrupting their peace of mind. Chen Yuliang, being naturally suspicious, could be led to believe that his subordinates harbored treasonous intentions, or that disease was rampant within his ranks. At night, we could feign a large troop assembly near his camp, creating a facade of strength to shake his soldiers' resolve and leave them preoccupied with their own fears. Chang Yuchen, upon hearing this, grinned broadly. This plan is like an arrow aimed at the heart, causing disarray without shedding a single drop of blood. Indeed, you are remarkably astute, akin to Zhuge Liang reborn, possessing unparalleled wisdom. Su De nodded in agreement. Only, we must exercise utmost discretion in selecting our spies. I had already contemplated this. You are correct, Brother Su. We should choose alert and clever individuals from the army, adept at concealing their tracks. And after special training, send them forth. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment and solemnly declared. This task will be entrusted to Su De. Be sure to approach it with the utmost caution. I silently exhaled, hoping that this stratagem would unfold as I envisioned, stirring turbulent waves within the enemy ranks, akin to a sudden storm that shatters their warships against the rocks. As for uniting the forces surrounding Chen Yuliang, I rose and paced, speaking slowly, yet my heart raced. If this move is executed well, it shall secure our victory. Should it falter, we risk total defeat, akin to walking a tightrope over a bottomless chasm. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. In the regions of Jingxiang, numerous small bands of righteous warriors exist. Though they fight independently, they all resent Chen Yuliang's tyranny. We could dispatch eloquent and persuasive individuals to negotiate with them, elucidating the benefits of alliance, promising substantial rewards, thereby uniting them with our forces against Chen Yuliang. The common folk in the counties of Jiangxi also suffer under his heavy taxation. We could covertly contact local gentry and heroes, stirring public sentiment to rally in support of our cause. In such circumstances, Chen Yuliang would find himself besieged on all sides, akin to prey ensnared in the center of a spider's web. Struggling helplessly, Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze deepened as he studied the map for an extended period. If this strategy is executed successfully, it could prove pivotal in defeating the enemy. However, the intentions of various factions are inscrutable. Any lapse in caution may lead to our undoing, like foraging amidst thorns where a single misstep could draw blood. I understood the inherent risks and calmly replied. Your concerns are well-founded, Commander. Yet our army operates under the banner of righteousness, dedicated to rescuing the people. As long as we act prudently, we should be able to turn peril into safety. I am willing to personally journey to Jingxiang to persuade the various factions, demonstrating our sincerity. Though I am aware that the path ahead is fraught with thorns, my resolve is unwavering. Even if I must brave the dangers alone, I shall seek a glimmer of hope amidst this chaotic world. much like a solitary wanderer setting forth on an unknown journey strewn with obstacles. Zhu Yuanzhang regarded me for a moment, visibly moved. Your loyalty and righteousness are commendable. How could I possibly object? However, the journey ahead is perilous. You must exercise caution. After the military discussion, midday approached. The sun blazed fiercely, casting heat upon the stone courtyard of the commander's residence, causing the small grass sprouting between the stone slabs to curl its leaves slightly, as if enduring the scorching rays like a fragile creature scorched by the fire. Silently holding its ground through the pain, I returned to my quarters for a brief respite, though my mind remained restless. While the plan is sound, its execution is rife with uncertainties, akin to walking a tightrope where a single misstep could result in total loss. Yet for the sake of peace in the realm and the tranquility of the people, what have I to fear? I merely hope that all matters proceed smoothly, and that this chaotic strife may soon come to an end, like a wanderer in darkness fervently pursuing the dawn. Filled with an unwavering yearning for light, seated upon my couch, I closed my eyes gently, yet visions of unfinished schemes flooded my mind, as if a multitude of armies were galloping across a vast battlefield within my thoughts. Enacting a grand conflict upon an imaginary stage, in the afternoon, I organized my books and texts in my study, preparing to cite them during my negotiations in Jingxiang to bolster my persuasiveness. While engrossed in my task, I was suddenly alerted by the soft sound of footsteps outside. Looking up, I saw a youth entering with a tray of tea. His countenance was fair, his eyes lively yet tinged with shyness. "Sir, you must be weary. Please take a sip of tea to soothe your throat." I smiled and nodded. "Thank you, young one. May I ask your name?" The boy respectfully replied. "I am called Xiaofu, sent by the commander to attend to you. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to inform me." Yes, I gazed at him. A warmth stirred within my heart. "Xiaofu, you are still quite young. In this chaotic world, what brings you to serve others?" Xiaofu lowered his head, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. "My parents perished in the flames of war. Fortunately, the commander took me in, granting me a place to reside. I wish to do my part for the commander and you, to repay the gift of life, like a seed awakened by the spring breeze, striving to grow amidst adversity, in gratitude for that glimmer of life and warmth." Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of emotion and gently patted his shoulder. "Do not be disheartened. As long as you dedicate yourself to your tasks, brighter days will surely come." Xiaofu lifted his head, hope rekindled in his gaze. "I understand, sir." Watching him depart, I could not help but reflect on how fragile life is in this tumultuous era. Akin to an ant, I sincerely wish that my efforts may provide a semblance of peace for these innocent souls, much like an umbrella shielding delicate fledglings from the tempest. As evening descended, I strolled through the city, contemplating my impending journey. Passing by the banks of the Qinhuai River, the sunset's afterglow draped the water in a golden veil, shimmering like countless tiny golden coins dancing, or perhaps like a host of joyful spirits frolicking upon the surface. The lights of singing houses and taverns flickered to life along the shore. The dim yellow glow filtered through intricately carved window panes, merging with the twilight, creating a vibrant tapestry that yet bore an air of confusion and sorrow befitting these troubled times. The faint sounds of silk and bamboo instruments wafted through the air, yet were muted by the gentle murmur of the Qinhuai River, which seemed to whisper tales of the rise and fall of this ancient capital, akin to an aged man recounting past glories and present desolation in the twilight. However, I felt no inclination to revel in the beauty. My gaze remained fixed upon the flowing waters, where I envisioned the tears and blood of countless commoners, like a ceaseless river of sorrow and suffering. At that moment, an elderly man was fishing by the riverbank, appearing tranquil and at ease. His fishing rod hung silently in the water, the line swaying gently in the breeze, resembling a string connecting the earthly realm with tranquility. Delicately plucking the serene notes of time, I approached and softly inquired, "Old man, do you not fear the dangers of this chaotic world while you fish here?" The elder looked up at me, smiling. "In times of turmoil, everyone is on edge. Yet I am but an old man, powerless to change the grand scheme, seeking only a moment of peace, like a solitary boat that has found a harbor amidst the storm." Relishing a brief respite, he continued, "But you, young sir, possess an extraordinary presence. You must be a person of great ambition. What brings you to this state of melancholy?" I sighed softly. Old man, I wish to assist the rightful ruler in pacifying the realm and rescuing the people from peril. Yet the path ahead is fraught with difficulties, and victory is uncertain. I cannot help but feel anxious, much like a warrior preparing to embark on a journey, facing an unknown fog filled with trepidation and unease. The elder slowly reeled in his line and rose, his movements somewhat slow yet imbued with the steadiness that comes from life's tribulations, akin to an ancient mountain enduring through storms. If you possess such resolve, it is a blessing for the common folk. Though I lack knowledge of warfare, I understand that winning the hearts of the people is the key to seizing power, as long as you uphold righteousness. Success shall surely follow, like a beacon steadfastly guiding others through the darkness, ultimately leading them toward the light. Upon hearing the elder's words, clarity washed over me, and I clasped my hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. Old man, I, Liu, will remember your wisdom. Watching the elder's figure recede, I felt as if I had glimpsed a ray of dawn amidst the darkness. The wavering conviction within me solidified into an unyielding resolve. Much like a fortress fortified against the tempest. Returning to my residence, night had deepened. The inky darkness enveloped the city of Jinling like a massive silk drape, heavy and oppressive, with only a handful of stars twinkling. Striving to penetrate the gloom, akin to brilliant gems embedded in a black canvas, emitting a faint yet steadfast glow, I sat at my desk, composing a letter to Zhu Yuanzhang, outlining my plans and resolve for the journey to Jingxiang. Following this, I organized my belongings in preparation for my departure at dawn. Gazing out at the twinkling starry sky, I silently prayed. May this journey be smooth, may peace be restored to the realm swiftly, and may the people no longer suffer. Each star seemed to reflect the hopeful eyes of the populace. I must not let them down, even if my path leads me into the jaws of danger. I shall press forward bravely, wielding my wisdom and courage to carve a road to tranquility amidst this chaos, much like a hero wielding a sword, fearlessly charging into the lair of darkness, solely to bring light and hope to the world. Chapter 9. The journey to Jingxiang. Obstacles abound at the break of dawn. As the eastern horizon blushed with the light of day, I shouldered my pack and stepped beyond the gates of Jinling. The city gates loomed grandly in the morning mist, resembling a silent guardian, witnessing countless farewells and returns. As I cast my gaze back, the houses within the city stood in a picturesque disarray. Wisps of smoke gracefully ascending into the air, infusing this chaotic realm with a touch of warmth and humanity. Though my heart bore a tinge of trepidation for the uncertain journey ahead, it was also brimming with resolve. My destination, Jingxiang, was to lay the groundwork for Zhu Yuanzhang's grand ambitions, striving to secure peace for the common folk. Upon reaching the outskirts, the field stretched endlessly beneath the gentle morning light. Tender green wheat sprouts adorned with glistening dewdrops, resembling the earth's tears or the stars that had fallen from the night sky. A soft breeze caressed the landscape, causing the wheat waves to ripple gently, producing a rustling sound that seemed to hum an ancient ballad, narrating the past and future of this land. I continued along the narrow path, my steps hurried, contemplating how to persuade the leaders of the various righteous armies upon encountering them, seeking to sway them with both reason and emotion, convincing them to willingly ally with our forces. After several days of travel, I gradually entered the mountainous region. The peaks rose and fell in undulating waves, their summits layered with lush greenery, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting golden beams that pierced the earth like shining blades. The mountain path was treacherous, littered with jagged rocks, demanding utmost caution with every step. My forehead glistened with beads of sweat, my garments drenched, yet I dared not pause for even a moment. That instant, a flicker of worry stirred within me. The road to Jingxiang was fraught with difficulty. Would the subsequent plans unfold smoothly? However, the thought of the suffering populace rekindled my courage. As I traversed a valley, a cacophony of noise suddenly reached my ears. I halted, alert, concealing myself behind a massive boulder, peering cautiously. Before me, a band of mountain bandits encircled a wagon, its cargo strewn across the ground. These brigands bore fearsome countenances that instilled dread. Their leader was a towering figure, resembling a moving hillock, standing over 8 feet tall, with shoulders broad enough to bear immense burdens. His muscles bulged, seemingly infused with boundless strength, the veins on his arms resembling sinuous serpents, quivering slightly with his movements. His face, marked by a grotesque scar that slashed from forehead to cheek, caught the sunlight, gleaming ominously like a twisted centipede, revealing tales of countless bloody battles that sent shivers down one's spine. His sunken eyes glimmered with avarice and ferocity, akin to a ravenous wolf stalking its prey in the darkness. That gaze felt capable of piercing one's very soul, instilling profound fear. His hair, wild and unkempt, resembled untamed weeds, interspersed with dried grass, suggesting neglect over an extended period. The strands were matted together, exuding a foul odor, as if he had long dwelled in the wilderness, tainted by the grime and dampness of the forest. He wore a tattered and filthy black leather armor, the material severely worn, revealing the inner lining in several places, marred by numerous scratches and stains. Dried blood, traces of mud, and unknown filth mingled together. Emitting a noxious scent reminiscent of death and decay, a wide black belt encircled his waist, darkened by sweat, from which hung a long knife, its scabbard adorned with crude, simplistic engravings, perhaps symbols of some arcane nature or mere scribbles. The blade glimmered coldly under the sun, sharp enough to cleave through iron as if it were clay, eager to taste blood. The other bandits wore equally menacing expressions. Some were gaunt, resembling slender reeds, yet exuding a slyness akin to cunning foxes, their eyes darting about, always scheming. One wielded a wolf-toothed club, crafted from heavy black iron, its spikes uneven and stained with remnants of flesh, as if it had recently participated in a brutal slaughter. Each spike seemed to whisper tales of bloody confrontations, each brimming with lethal peril. Others were tall but somewhat clumsy, standing nearly 9 feet, their bulk resembling a mountain of flesh slowly moving forward. They hoisted enormous axes, their blades broad and thick, rusted from disuse yet still posing a mortal threat. The handles, made from sturdy oak, bore the marks of frequent handling, slick with sweat and grime. Some had pockmarked faces, their features dotted like stars scattered across the night sky, and when they grinned, they revealed a set of uneven, yellowed teeth, some broken and others severely decayed, exuding an odor that could turn one's stomach. One brandished a chain composed of iron rings the thickness of a thumb, over 10 feet long, its end tethered to a spiked iron ball, glinting coldly in the sunlight, the spikes sharp enough to instill fear, creating a chilling sound as it swung through the air. Beside the wagon stood an elderly man and a young woman, both visibly shaken, trembling in fear. A sense of justice welled up within me. As I pondered, in this chaotic world, how could I allow such bandits to run rampant? Yet, a fleeting thought crossed my mind. My mission to Jingxiang was arduous, and it would be unwise to invite complications. What if I were injured and delayed my journey? But upon seeing the despair etched upon the old man's and the young woman's faces, how could I turn a blind eye? Was not the chaos of this world a result of malevolence prevailing, with no one to uphold justice? If I too chose to stand idly by, how was I any different from those preoccupied solely with self-preservation? Thus, I took a deep breath, adjusted my attire, grasped my sword, and strode forth with determination. The bandits, startled by my sudden appearance, paused momentarily before closing in on me. The leader glared, bellowing in a gruff voice, "Who are you? Mind your own business, or we shall not be courteous. This territory belongs to us, and the goods in that wagon are ours. If you know what's good for you, be gone." I maintained my composure, fixing my gaze upon him resolutely. "I am but a passerby, witnessing your robbery of innocent folk. My conscience cannot bear it. This land is already steeped in chaos. Why must you further afflict the common people?" The leader scoffed, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and replied menacingly, "In this tumultuous era, only the strong survive. If you know what's best for you, leave at once, or today shall mark your demise." I gently shook my head. "You are mistaken. True strength lies in protecting the people, not in bullying the weak." With that, I tightened my grip on my sword and assumed a fighting stance, ready for battle. The bandits surged towards me, yet my swordsmanship was deft, akin to a dragon weaving through the crowd. Each thrust carried my determination and righteousness, deflecting their weapons or inflicting wounds upon their arms. Despite their numerical superiority, the ferocity of my assault instilled a flicker of fear among them. The young woman watched anxiously from the sidelines, her eyes filled with concern and admiration, while the old man clasped his hands together, murmuring prayers for my success. After a fierce struggle, the bandits gradually faltered. The leader, sensing impending doom, shouted, "Retreat! Brothers, this fellow is a bit too formidable. Let us withdraw for now and settle the score later." With that, he and his cohorts fled in disarray. I sheathed my sword and approached the wagon. The old man hurried forward, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. "Thank you, benevolent hero. Were it not for your intervention, my granddaughter and I would surely have perished today." I smiled, assisting him to his feet. "There is no need for such formalities. It is but my duty." "Where are you headed?" The old man sighed. "We were on our way to join relatives, but we did not expect to encounter these bandits along the way." "And you, kind sir, where are you bound?" I replied, "I am journeying to Jingxiang on urgent matters." The young woman, upon hearing this, brightened. "Jingxiang? We hail from there. If you do not mind, we could accompany you, guiding you along the way." I felt a surge of hope. Their familiarity with Jingxiang might indeed prove invaluable. That would be splendid. I would be honored to have your company. As we continued on our path, through our conversation, I learned that the old man's name was Liu Bowen, and the young woman was his granddaughter, Xiao Lian. They spoke of the turmoil in Jingxiang, their brows furrowed with concern. Xiao Lian remarked, "Sir, the situation in Jingxiang is dire. Various factions vie for power, leaving the common folk in abject misery. Chen Yuliang's forces frequently invade, seizing grain and wealth. The suffering is unbearable." My heart sank. It appeared that Jingxiang's plight was even graver than I had anticipated. Li Bo continued, "However, the people of Jingxiang are resilient. There are several righteous armies resisting Chen Yuliang, yet they are fragmented by internal conflicts, hindering their unity." I nodded thoughtfully, contemplating how to resolve these conflicts among the righteous armies and unite them. Upon entering Jingxiang, I was met with a scene of devastation. Most houses in the villages were reduced to rubble, fields overgrown with weeds, and the inhabitants appeared tattered and weary, their eyes reflecting despair. A profound sorrow welled within me. This was the true visage of a chaotic world, and I was determined to change it. Arriving at a larger town, the citizens moved hurriedly, and most shops stood closed. "Li Bo, Xiao Lian," and I searched for lodging, and as we passed an inn, we heard a commotion from within. Stepping inside, I beheld a group engaged in a heated argument. A burly man, his face adorned with a thick beard, slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming, "We have fought valiantly in Jingxiang against Chen Yuliang, while you sit here and enjoy the spoils. How can you even speak of cooperation?" Across from me, a scholar-like figure flushed with indignation. "You brutish man! Do you not realize that warfare relies not solely on brute strength? Without strategy, you are merely a rabble." A few others attempted to mediate. Yet the two continued to escalate their quarrel. I understood that this was undoubtedly a reflection of the internal discord within the Jingxiang rebel forces. Stepping forward, I clasped my hands in salute. "Heroes, I implore you to cease your bickering. I have journeyed from Jinling with pressing matters to discuss." All eyes turned towards me, and the burly man scrutinized me from head to toe. "You come from Jinling? What is your business?" With a calm demeanor, I replied, "I am aware of your noble resistance against Chen Yuliang in Jingxiang. It is indeed a commendable endeavor. However, given Chen Yuliang's formidable power, if each of you fights alone, victory will be elusive. I have come to offer my counsel to unite your efforts against him." The scholar scoffed derisively. "What capabilities do you possess that could persuade us to unite?" I smiled slightly. "Though I am but humble, I possess a modicum of strategic insight. I observe that the terrain of Jingxiang is advantageous. If you were to band together, you could form a formidable force, mutually supporting one another. With the backing of the populace, what fear could you have in repelling Chen Yuliang?" The crowd fell into contemplation upon hearing my words. The burly man scratched his head. "What you say bears some truth. Yet our grievances have festered for long. They cannot be resolved easily." I gazed at him earnestly. "I understand that such discord cannot be mended overnight, but for the sake of the Jingxiang people and the tranquility of this realm, why not set aside your prejudices and join hands?" At that moment, the inn fell silent, each person reflecting on my words. In my heart, I silently prayed for the ability to sway them to take the first step towards unity. Chapter 10. The storm clouds over Jingxiang. The path to unity. As I stepped into the inn's grand hall, the atmosphere was tense, with piercing gazes that felt as if they could ignite the very air. The burly man, his face bristling with hair, resembled an enraged deity, every muscle taut, exuding an aura of one seasoned in battle, bellowing. You, scholar, merely speak of strategy from the comfort of your seat while we fight on the front lines. Now you come to dictate terms. The scholar's face reddened, veins protruding on his forehead like a writhing worm, as he retorted. Without strategic planning, you are but headless flies, possessing only brute force. What can be accomplished? Nearby, a few mediators appeared anxious, their glances darting between the two, yet unable to interject. Seeing this, I inhaled deeply, clasped my hands in salute, and declared loudly, "Heroes, allow me to speak. I am Liu Bowen, hailing from Jinling, here to discuss the grand strategy against Chen Yuliang." Upon hearing my name, astonishment flickered across the faces of the crowd, their gazes now laced with scrutiny. I surveyed the room and continued. I observed that Jingxiang, once a fertile land, now lies ravaged by war, its people displaced. You are all men of loyalty and righteousness, rising against Qin, yet fighting separately is akin to scattering sand. How can you withstand the onslaught of Chen Yuliang? Upon finishing, I met their eyes with unwavering resolve, though internally I felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if I could truly convince these bold yet stubborn heroes. At that moment, a howling wind swept outside, rattling the windows and doors, reminiscent of the cries of this chaotic era, urging the assembly to make a choice. The burly man hesitated slightly, brow furrowed, doubt lingering in his eyes. Though you are renowned, this matter of unification is no simple task. Each faction has its own customs and interests. How can we work in concert? I smiled gently, taking a few steps closer, and patiently explained, "You are absolutely right. Yet, given the current circumstances, if we do not unite, we will surely be picked off one by Chen Yuliang. My intention is to establish an alliance, appointing those of high virtue and considerable might as leaders, with all others following their lead and sharing the spoils, by enacting benevolent governance among the people. We can win their hearts, thus solidifying our foundation to confront Chen Yuliang." The scholar nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of recognition in his eyes as he considered the wisdom in my words, pondering whether I might indeed alter the dire situation in Jingxiang. This plan held merit, but the position of leader would surely provoke contention. I had already contemplated this and replied with composure. We could gather the leaders of each faction to discuss merits, compare strength, and evaluate character, electing a leader through consensus, while also establishing a system of oversight to prevent any one person from monopolizing power. The crowd fell into a deep silence, the hall resonating only with the sound of the wind outside. Observing their expressions, I felt a surge of urgency, reflecting inwardly. If I could not secure their agreement at this moment, Jingxiang would remain in turmoil, and the common folk would continue to suffer. Just then, an elder rose slowly from the corner. With hair as white as snow and a weathered visage, his eyes sparkled with wisdom. "Mr. Liu's words may be worth a try. Yet we are but common folk, unruly by nature. Can this pact truly bind us?" I bowed respectfully to the elder and replied, "Your concerns are valid. However, in chaotic times, only through stringent discipline can great deeds be accomplished. This pact is not merely a restriction but a safeguard, protecting the interests of all parties and fostering mutual development." Noticing lingering hesitance among the crowd, I felt a rush of anxiety, contemplating how to instill unwavering confidence in them. Thus, I turned towards the window, gazing at the desolate town beyond. A heavy, overcast sky loomed over the crumbling walls, as if a weighty leaden slab oppressed every soul. In the barren fields, weeds thrived, and a few withered trees trembled in the wind. As if in a desperate struggle, I spoke softly. "Look upon the land of Jingxiang, where fields lie fallow and the people suffer from hunger and cold. If we continue to fight amongst ourselves, it is only the innocent populace that will endure the pain. Did we not take up arms to protect them, to restore peace to this world?" My voice trembled slightly, imbued with a touch of sorrow and earnestness, filled with compassion for the people and a yearning for peace. Hearing this, the crowd showed signs of being moved, and the burly man felt a jolt within. Reflecting on his years of battle, he realized it was all for the sake of his fellow villagers to live well. He slammed his hand on the table decisively and proclaimed, "Mr. Liu, I believe in you. Let us proceed as you suggest. We cannot allow the people to suffer any longer." The others echoed in agreement, and for a moment, the hall was filled with a spirited resolve. In the days that followed, I convened frequently with the various leaders to discuss the details of our alliance. Throughout our discussions, we indeed encountered many disagreements regarding the distribution of resources and troop deployments. On one occasion, two leaders became red-faced and vehement, refusing to yield over a strategically vital location. Point one, with a flushed face and veins bulging on his neck, shouted, "This land was my discovery. It rightfully belongs to me." He was aggrieved, believing that the spot he had painstakingly sought should not be surrendered. The other, eyes wide with anger, retorted, "I have cultivated this land for a long time. Why should I cede it to you?" I observed them, my brow furrowed, feeling a sense of urgency, knowing that mishandling this situation could shatter our alliance. Weighing the pros and cons in my mind, I pondered how to ensure satisfaction for both parties. Rising from my seat, I pressed my hands down and spoke loudly. "Gentlemen, do not act impulsively. The importance of this land is undeniable. Yet if you allow this dispute to harm our camaraderie and fracture the alliance, would that not be a grave loss? Why not mutually station our forces, cooperate, and share the benefits of this land to withstand external threats together?" The two paused, remaining silent for a moment, though still unwilling. They slowly nodded, each calculating whether such an arrangement would indeed be advantageous. After several days of arduous negotiation, the framework for our alliance finally began to take shape. With the pact established, we elected a leader of considerable esteem, military strength, and integrity to head our coalition. The leader stood solemnly upon the platform, raising a cup of wine, and declared loudly, "Today, we, the Jingxiang rebels, unite in this alliance to resist Chen Yuliang. May we work together in harmony, sharing both joys and hardships, to protect our Jingxiang people and safeguard our beautiful homeland." At that moment, the sun struggled to pierce through the clouds, casting a few weak rays of light, as if heaven bestowed its blessings upon this union. The crowd erupted in cheers, clinking their cups with wine splattering, the crisp sound resonating like the prelude to hope. I stood to the side, watching this scene with immense satisfaction, silently praying, "May this alliance stand as solid as a rock," bringing a glimmer of light to this chaotic world. Yet I remained apprehensive about the thorny path ahead, uncertain if we could navigate it smoothly. With the alliance forged, our next task was to prepare our forces for battle. I ventured into the military camp to inspect the soldiers' training. On the drill ground, the soldiers displayed vigor, sweating profusely. Some practiced their swordsmanship, blades flashing like silver serpents dancing. Others honed their archery skills, arrows whistling through the air, striking true at the targets. However, I also noticed some troubling issues. Certain soldiers bore inadequate gear, wielding worn-out weapons, some even barely clothed. Concerned, I approached the leader. "Commander, with such poor equipment, how can our soldiers hope to contend against Chen Yuliang's elite forces? We must swiftly gather supplies to improve their gear." The commander furrowed his brow, replying helplessly, "What you say is true, but gathering resources is no easy task. The land of Jingxiang has been ravaged by war, leaving the people impoverished." After a moment of contemplation, I suggested, "We could send people to nearby areas untouched by conflict or negotiate with wealthy merchants, offering substantial profits in exchange for supplies. Additionally, we could organize the soldiers to craft some simple weapons to address our immediate needs." The commander nodded in agreement and promptly arranged for personnel to undertake these tasks, yet deep down, he worried whether we could truly gather sufficient resources. Within the camp, I encountered a young soldier, his gaze resolute yet tinged with confusion. Approaching him, I inquired, "Young soldier, what compels you to enlist?" He saluted respectfully and replied, "Sir, my family was annihilated by Chen Yuliang's forces. My parents and relatives perished in the flames of war. I seek vengeance. I yearn for peace in this world." Clenching his fists, he was filled with hatred yet also a longing for tranquility. I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Well said. As long as you all unite in purpose, your aspirations shall surely be realized." A flicker of hope ignited in his eyes as he nodded vigorously. Simultaneously, I did not neglect to keep in touch with the common folk throughout Jingxiang. Upon entering the village, I was met with the sight of the populace enduring dire hardships, poorly clad and barely nourished. The children, emaciated and gaunt, bore vacant expressions, while the elderly sat in corners, sighing despondently. The majority of the houses in the village lay in ruin, their thatched roofs tattered by the wind, and the walls bore the scars of time and war. My heart ached with sorrow, Acutely aware that without the support of the people, victory in this war would be elusive, I resolved quietly to carve out a path for their survival. I gathered the villagers in the open square. Raising my voice, "Fellow countrymen, I am Liu Bowen, and I have come to unite our strengths against Chen Yuliang. We must reclaim our rightful land and enable everyone to live well at this juncture. We require your support, whether it be in providing supplies or enlisting in the military." Upon hearing my words, the villagers began to murmur amongst themselves. An elderly man, leaning on his cane, slowly stood up. "Mr. Liu, if you can indeed drive away Chen Yuliang and grant us peaceful days, we would sell our pots and pans to support you." The crowd nodded in agreement, and as I looked at them, my eyes brimmed with tears, my heart swelling with emotion and strength, further solidifying my resolve to change this grim reality. As preparations for war progressed, the region of Jingxiang gradually began to flourish. The soldiers' equipment improved, and their training became increasingly rigorous. The people responded with enthusiasm, providing supplies for the army, and many young men volunteered for service. Yet, I understood that this was merely the beginning, and greater challenges awaited us. However, I felt no fear, for within me resided a steadfast belief and a yearning for a peaceful era. I was convinced that as long as we persevered, we would surely overcome Chen Yuliang and compose a magnificent victory song amidst this chaotic world. Albeit occasionally haunted by a flicker of uncertainty about the unknown point one day, while I was in the tent discussing battle strategies with several generals, a sudden commotion erupted outside. My heart raced, and I hurriedly exited the tent to investigate. I beheld a soldier escorting a suspicious individual, cloaked in black with a concealed face and shifty eyes. The soldier reported, "Sir, this person has been lurking near the camp, exhibiting suspicious behavior. He appears to be a spy sent by Chen Yuliang." I fixed my gaze on the man in black and commanded solemnly, "Remove your mask." Trembling, he slowly unveiled his face, revealing an expression of sheer terror. I scrutinized him and inquired, "Who are you? Why are you here spying?" The man fell to his knees, pleading, "My lord, I am compelled by desperation. Chen Yuliang has taken my family hostage, threatening me to gather military intelligence. If I do not comply, their lives are forfeit." I furrowed my brow, contemplating how to deal with him. Should I execute him, his family would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences, branding me as a ruthless villain. Yet, if I released him, he might divulge our secrets, endangering the lives of many soldiers. Several generals chimed in, "Sir, such a spy must not be spared. Execute him to prevent future troubles." After a moment of contemplation, I addressed the man in black. "If you wish to save your family, then turn the tables and relay false information to Chen Yuliang. Once the deed is done, we will find a way to rescue your family." The man raised his head, his eyes brimming with surprise and gratitude. "My lord, I am willing to serve you." I gazed at him, silently hoping he would sincerely amend his ways and not betray my trust. Having resolved this matter, I returned to my preparations for war. Yet, this incident made me acutely aware that Chen Yuliang would not idly watch our alliance grow. He would surely devise means to sabotage. We must exercise greater caution and reinforce our defenses. Pondering what devious schemes Chen Yuliang might concoct next, during a military meeting, I proposed an audacious battle strategy. "Gentlemen, while Chen Yuliang's naval forces are formidable, we can exploit the rivers and lakes of Jingxiang to set an ambush. We shall first send a small contingent to feign retreat, luring him deeper, then attack his fleet at the narrow river passages with our newly crafted fire ships, while ambushing from both shores to decisively defeat the enemy." The generals murmured among themselves. An experienced veteran voiced his concerns. "Mr. Liu, while this plan is clever, it carries substantial risk. Should the fire ships fail to approach the enemy, or if the ambush is discovered prematurely, our forces will face annihilation." His apprehension stemmed from a fear of total defeat. I nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "The veteran's words hold merit. Yet in peril lies opportunity. We shall meticulously select soldiers and intensify training to ensure the fire ships can approach successfully. Simultaneously, we must take great care in concealing our ambush, rendering it undetectable to the enemy." As I elucidated my reasoning, the assembly gradually embraced the plan, expressing their willingness to commit wholeheartedly, all sharing a fervent desire for victory tempered by respect for the dangers ahead. In preparing the fire ships, I personally oversaw the operation. Watching the soldiers diligently transport flammable materials and coat them in oil, I silently prayed for the success of this scheme, yearning to bring peace to the people of Jingxiang, while also fearing unforeseen complications. At that moment, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, resembling a massive black curtain, heavy and oppressive. Foreboding an impending clash, a young soldier stepped forward, eager to volunteer. "Sir, I wish to pilot a fire ship into the enemy ranks. I fear not death, as long as I can avenge my family and rid the people of their torment." His heart brimmed with valor and heroism. I gazed into his resolute eyes, feeling both moved and anxious. Yet I nodded in agreement. "Well done, but exercise caution. We await your safe return." As the battle plan unfolded, the Jingxiang allied forces united in purpose, their spirits soaring. I looked upon the well-trained soldiers in the parade ground, my heart swelling with confidence, yet I constantly reminded myself to remain vigilant. I knew the decisive confrontation with Chen Yuliang was imminent, a battle that would determine life or death. However, I believed that for the sake of justice and the populace, we would carve a path to peace amidst this turmoil, even if that path was stained with blood. Chapter 11. The Invasion of Yuliang. A tumultuous storm as dawn broke, the land of Jingxiang appeared to be gently enveloped in a delicate mist. Akin to a soft veil, the ethereal fog, wispy and intertwined, exuded a sense of tranquility and harmony reminiscent of a paradise beyond reach. Yet, my heart felt taut like a bowstring, devoid of any relaxation. I understood that this calm was merely a fleeting illusion before the impending storm. Chen Yuliang's formidable army lurked like a predatory beast concealed in the depths, sharpening its claws in silence. Poised to pounce with a deafening roar, ready to drag this land, full of hope and vitality, back into the abyss of bloodshed and despair, where cries of anguish echoed endlessly. I stood outside the tent, gazing into the distance, where the undulating mountains resembled a great dragon resting upon the earth. Caressed by the morning mist, the mountains appeared partially obscured, mirroring the uncertainty and restlessness within me regarding the future course of the battle. It felt as though I were ensnared in a dense fog, filled with noble aspirations and countless strategies. Yet the unpredictable nature of the battlefield was as capricious as the shifting winds, rendering each step forward fraught with uncertainty, as if navigating a vessel through turbulent waters. In recent days, the Allied forces remained ever watchful, training tirelessly day and night. The sounds of battle cries resonated like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth, echoing continuously. Each soldier bore a solemn demeanor, their gazes resolute like granite, and their weapons glimmered with a cold brilliance under the gentle morning light, akin to stars in the dark night. Each movement they made was imbued with the determination to defend their homeland and uphold peace, as if every swing of the sword and thrust of the spear was a fervent expression of their deep affection for this land. I moved among them, occasionally pausing to correct their stances and uplift their spirits. I noticed a young soldier, veins bulging on his forehead like a snake, beads of sweat rolling down like pearls. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Seeing this, I felt a surge of admiration, gently patting his shoulder and speaking softly. "Brave lad, such unwavering resolve is akin to a towering mountain, and will surely lead us to victory on the battlefield." The soldier, upon hearing my words, slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with reverence and gratitude, shining like brilliant stars. "Sir, to follow you and confront that villain Chen Yuliang is the greatest honor of my life. Even if I were to sacrifice my life, I would have no regrets." I nodded gently, warmth flooding my heart like the sun in spring. However, I also felt the weight of responsibility intensifying upon my shoulders, as if bearing an enormous burden, necessitating utmost caution with every step. On this day, a scout rode in like the wind, breaking the calm with urgent news. Chen Yuliang's army is advancing towards Jingxiang like a surging tide. Their warships obscured the river, their momentum fierce, resembling the furious waves of a stormy sea. As they passed, the river churned into towering waves, splashing water as if heralding the grand symphony of conquest. Their might was so formidable that it seemed capable of dimming the very heavens. Upon hearing this, I felt a grave seriousness wash over me, and I quickly summoned the generals to strategize. Inside the tent, the atmosphere grew heavy and tense, as if dark clouds loomed overhead. All eyes turned toward me, awaiting my guidance as a beacon in the night. I took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, Chen Yuliang's advance is fierce, and his naval forces are as formidable as a monstrous creature from the depths of the ocean, widely renowned and known to all. However, we are not without our chances for victory. My strategy is well understood by all of you. Success or failure hinges upon this one decisive moment, akin to a thread stretched to its breaking point, where any misstep is unacceptable. Having spoken, I cast a determined gaze across the assembly, striving to impart confidence like a gentle spring rain reviving the spirits of the weary, rekindling their fighting spirit. An elder general was the first to speak. His voice raspy yet imbued with a steady gravitas forged through countless trials, reminiscent of a bell tolling. Sir, we have unwavering faith in your strategies. Yet, the enemy's numbers are vast, as numerous as the stars in the sky. We must tread carefully, as if walking on thin ice, lest we fall into complacency and suffer a total collapse. I nodded slightly, acknowledging the elder's wisdom. Your words ring true, General. I have dispatched spies like shadows in the night to closely monitor enemy movements. And at the winding bends of the river, I have established numerous hidden sentries, akin to watchful eagles concealed in the darkness. Once the enemy steps into our ambush, we shall signal with fire, letting the flames serve as the funeral knell for their demise. The assembled leaders nodded in agreement, their expressions solemn, as if prepared to face the specter of death itself. As Chen Yuliang's forces drew nearer, the air in Jingxiang became increasingly heavy, as though shrouded in an invisible veil of gloom that rendered it suffocating. The common folk hurriedly shut their doors, resembling frightened fledglings seeking refuge in their nests. The streets lay desolate, with only a scant few passers-by, akin to a barren wasteland swept by autumn winds, a scene of desolation. Occasionally, a few children huddled in a corner, their eyes filled with fear and unease, like fawns lost in a dark forest, evoking both pity and sorrow. Witnessing this, my heart ached with a piercing pain, as though struck by a sharp arrow, and I pondered. If we cannot repel Chen Yuliang, such tragic scenes will become the norm in Jingxiang. What face do we have to present to the countless eyes of the people, filled with hope and trust, that gaze upon this land? Days later, the enemy's vanguard had reached the vicinity of our pre-established ambush along the river. I ascended the watchtower and gazed into the distance, where warships crowded the river like a forest, their banners snapping in the wind, resembling a chaotic dance of demons. Chen Yuliang's army slithered forth like a massive black python, its menacing aura seemingly capable of devouring the very heavens. I silently calculated the enemy's speed and distance, my palms unwittingly damp with cold sweat, as if drenched by fine raindrops, inwardly praying, may everything unfold as I anticipate, without a single misstep, for like fragile porcelain, once shattered, it cannot be restored at that moment. A small contingent of our forces, feigning retreat, had engaged the enemy's vanguard in an instant. The clamor of battle and the clash of weapons surged forth like a deafening symphony. Our soldiers pretended to falter, retreating step by step, luring the enemy deeper, akin to prey entrapped in a snare. From my vantage point atop the watchtower, I closely monitored the battlefield, my heart racing with anxiety, like an ant on a hot pan, fearful that the enemy would detect our ruse, causing our meticulous plans to unravel. The commander of that small contingent was a valiant warrior, leading the charge with unwavering courage, wounds covering his body, blood staining his garments, yet he fought on, embodying the spirit of a war deity, all to draw the enemy into our trap and seize the opportunity for victory. My admiration for him was immense. Yet I was also deeply concerned for his safety, as though a heavy stone weighed upon my heart. Seeing our forces retreat, the enemy indeed grew complacent and hastened their pursuit, as heavy troops were on the brink of entering the ambush. The tension in my heart tightened further, whispering to myself, "It is near, it is almost time." Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. An enemy commander appeared to sense something amiss, reining in his steed, which neighed loudly, and he bellowed an order to halt, shattering the established rhythm like the toll of a great bell. Alarm surged within me as I thought, this could spell our undoing. Like one about to reach the summit, only to slip and lose all that I in that critical moment, I made a swift decision and ordered an early attack. The signal rocket shot forth like a brilliant meteor, slicing through the sky, its piercing whistle akin to the call of death, instilling dread in all. The ambushed troops on both banks shouted in unison, their battle cries deafening, as if the heavens themselves were crumbling. Rockets rained down upon the enemy vessels, their sheer density resembling a swarm of locusts. Fire ships sped towards the enemy fleet like arrows loosed from a bow, and flames erupted on the river. Blooming like a massive red lotus, illuminating half the sky with its fierce and tragic radiance. The enemy was instantly thrown into disarray, their ships colliding with one another, akin to ants deprived of direction, while soldiers, panicked, leaped into the water to escape, scattering like disturbed fish. From my elevated position, I beheld this scene, my heart a tumult of emotions. There was the joy of an initial victory, akin to the long-awaited rain after a drought, yet also a profound sorrow at the brutality of war, as though witnessing blossoms wither. The conflagration and bloodshed across the river signified the loss of life. Yet, for the sake of peace and prosperity, I had no choice but to proceed, akin to a weary traveler burdened with a heavy load, steadfast despite the treacherous path. At this moment, our soldiers surged forth like tigers descending from the mountain, charging towards the enemy, their momentum akin to a raging torrent. Unstoppable, a young soldier, piloting a fire ship, fearlessly plunged into the heart of the enemy formation, shouting, "For our families, for Jingxiang, I shall become the fire that consumes the bandits." His eyes blazed with fervor, a longing for vengeance and victory, akin to a blazing sun, forever unextinguished. Yet, Qian Yuliang, seasoned in battle like a wolf king hardened by countless fights, swiftly regained his footing. His elite troops began organizing a counterattack, and the battle escalated into a fierce confrontation. Although our forces initially held the advantage, the enemy's numerical and equipment superiority gradually became evident, like dark clouds obscuring the sun. On the battlefield, the glint of blades flashed. Blood splattered, and cries of agony echoed, resembling a hellish realm unleashed upon the earth. Observing the brutal conflict, I furrowed my brow, acutely aware that if I could not devise a strategy to break the deadlock promptly, the situation would turn dire for our forces, akin to a trapped beast struggling in a hopeless predicament. I paced back and forth outside the tent, my mind racing with thoughts, occasionally glancing towards the battlefield, as if hoping to find inspiration amidst the bloody chaos, and at other times bowing my head in contemplation, as though groping for a path through the darkness. Just then, a strategist hurriedly arrived, his face etched with urgency, akin to an ant on a hot stove. "Sir, the enemy's right flank is relatively weak. We could concentrate our forces to launch a surprise attack there, which might break the stalemate." Like finding a glimmer of dawn in the dark night, my eyes brightened, and clarity washed over me. I quickly summoned the commanders and proclaimed loudly, "Gentlemen, the battle has reached a critical juncture, and our survival hinges upon this moment. Command the left flank to hold the line steadfastly, using their very bodies to restrain the enemy's main force. They must not falter, like a solid shield. They must stand unyielding. The remaining units will follow me to assault the enemy's right flank, like tigers pouncing upon their prey, determined to breach their ranks, akin to a sharp spear piercing the enemy's heart." The commanders responded in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. "We shall obey your command, and we will not rest until the enemy is vanquished." Having spoken, they swiftly returned to their posts. Like arrows released from bows, unwavering in their resolve, I personally led the assault team towards the enemy's right flank. Each soldier charged forward with valor, unmindful of life or death, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Seeking but a sliver of light, amidst the fierce combat, I witnessed a soldier shield his comrade with his own body against the enemy's blade. He gradually fell, yet his eyes remained resolute, shouting, "May you establish peace soon, even if I must close my eyes in death." A wave of sorrow washed over me, as if my heart had been torn asunder, yet I was also inspired by his bravery, wielding my sword with fierce determination. As its cold gleam met the enemy in battle, I bellowed, "Scoundrels, today marks your annihilation." My voice resonated like thunder, instilling terror in the enemy's hearts. After a fierce struggle, our forces finally breached the enemy's right flank, throwing their formation into chaos, akin to a collapsing wall that could no longer withstand the pressure. Realizing the dire situation, Chen Yuliang ordered a retreat. As I watched the enemy's retreating figures, my weary body could not suppress the surge of excitement within, as if glimpsing the dawn after a long night. Though victorious, The cost was heavy, with our forces suffering significant losses. I slowly walked to the center of the battlefield, gazing at the countless bodies and the wounded strewn across the ground. Tears blurred my vision. As if shrouded in mist, I silently whispered, "Rest in peace, brave warriors. Your sacrifices shall not be in vain. I will strive to bring peace to this world, like a relentless traveler who, despite enduring hardship, never surrenders." As night descended, the smoke of battle still lingered, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air, enveloping it like a shroud of gloom. With heavy steps, I returned to the camp, utterly exhausted, as though all energy had been drained from me. Yet, I knew well that this was merely the beginning. The struggle against Chen Yuliang was far from over. The road ahead remained fraught with thorns and challenges. But I had no path of retreat. I could only forge ahead, for the sake of the people of Jingxiang, for the sake of all living beings, even if it meant shattering my own body into pieces. So be it, like a candle that burns itself to illuminate the world, though small, yet steadfast. Chapter 12. Healing the wounded and planning for another battle. The setting sun bled crimson across the land of Jingxiang. Its deep red glow seemed to drape this war-torn territory in a veil of melancholy. I trudged through the aftermath of battle, my heavy and weary form gradually traversing the camp. The ground beneath my feet still trembled faintly, as if weeping over the recent horrors. The surroundings lay in disarray, tents toppled and smoldering, while the ground was littered with shattered bricks, broken arrows, and scattered corpses. The soldiers busily maneuvered through the chaos, their faces etched with fatigue and sorrow, yet their eyes glimmered with a hint of relief born from victory. As I gazed upon the scene before me, a tumult of emotions surged within my heart. I pondered silently. Although we had fortuitously triumphed in this battle, our forces had suffered grievously, and the cost of this victory weighed heavily upon us. The faces of the fallen comrades haunted my mind, their parents and families left to navigate a future fraught with uncertainty. Each thought of them drowned me in waves of guilt and sorrow, threatening to engulf me entirely. I understood well that my responsibilities extended beyond the outcome of this single conflict. I bore the hopes and expectations of countless lives, demanding my utmost diligence. As I approached the field hospital, it felt as though I had entered a hellish abyss shrouded in the specter of death. The thick, inky stench of blood mingled with the acrid scent of medicine, entwining like two venomous serpents, violently stirring the very air and weaving it into a suffocating net of despair. The agonized groans of the wounded echoed like a relentless tide, crashing against my eardrums, each sound a cursed lamentation from the depths of hell, piercing my heart like a poisoned blade. Observing the injured, I saw some soldiers resembling battered branches ravaged by a storm. Tragically deprived of arms or legs, their wounds a gruesome tapestry of flesh and blood, crimson torrents spilling forth uncontrollably, staining the once pristine bandages a demonic shade of dark red. Others appeared as pale as tattered parchment, their breaths faint as flickering fireflies, life struggling to endure in this quagmire of agony, akin to a leaf caught in the frigid winds of winter, ready to be swept away without mercy. Each bed in this place seemed to weep silently, lamenting the brutality and mercilessness of war. Discarded weapons, swords, and shields lay scattered in corners like forsaken children, bearing scars and exhaustion. Steeped in sorrow, I fought to contain the volcanic eruption of grief within me as I slowly walked among them, assessing their injuries one by one, softly assuring them, "Brothers, fear not, for pain is but a fleeting night. We shall summon healers as skilled as the legendary BNK, and you will rise anew like the phoenix." Standing tall once more, upon hearing my words, their eyes sparkled with gratitude and trust, reminiscent of stars in a frigid night, conveying their willingness to sacrifice everything to protect this land, even at the cost of their own lives. In a corner of the camp, I spotted a young commander, once valiant on the battlefield, now gravely injured and unconscious. His armor was soaked in blood, marred by numerous wounds, revealing tightly bandaged injuries beneath. I gently knelt beside him, grasping his icy hand, silently praying, "Hero, you must endure. The future of Jingxiang still requires us to forge it together." At that moment, an intense sense of duty surged within me. I was determined to restore vitality to this land, to ensure the well-being of its people, so that the sacrifices of these soldiers would not be in vain. Having attended to the wounded, I gathered the commanders within the tent to discuss post-battle strategies. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, with everyone appearing haggard yet striving to maintain their composure. I surveyed the room and began to speak slowly. Gentlemen, although we have emerged victorious, our losses are profound. Our immediate priority must be to regroup our forces, replenish our manpower and supplies. Furthermore, we must soothe the populace and assist them in rebuilding their homes. With that, my gaze fell upon a commander skilled in logistics, and I inquired, General Lee, how much food and supplies do we currently possess? General Lee rose, clasping his hands in salute, his voice hoarse as he replied, Sir, the provisions will sustain us for just over half a month, and we have lost more than half of our equipment, particularly arrows and shields, which urgently require replenishment. I furrowed my brow, contemplating a solution. And after a moment, I said, we could dispatch someone to the nearby provincial government, seeking assistance for food and supplies based on our efforts against Qin. Simultaneously, we should organize the soldiers to gather usable materials locally, crafting simple weapons and defensive tools. The commanders nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. At that moment, a commander responsible for intelligence stood up, his expression grave. Sir, according to our scouts, although Chen Yuliang has retreated in defeat, he remains cunning and will not easily relent. However, I maintained my composure, replying in a steady tone. There is no need for alarm, for we shall meet force with force. We must enhance our intelligence gathering and closely monitor enemy movements. Furthermore, we should expedite our communications with other anti-Qin factions, striving to forge a more robust alliance against Chen Yuliang. The commanders responded in unison, their eyes reflecting determination and resolve. Once the discussions concluded, I stepped out of the tent, the night having quietly descended. The stars twinkled above, casting their light upon the scarred land. As if paying silent tribute, I looked up at the night sky, silently charting a vision for the future. In Jingxiang, a comprehensive defense system needed to be established. We must not only fortify our city defenses, but also train a naval force to counter Chen Yuliang's maritime advantages. Tio realized these goals. The support and involvement of the populace were indispensable. I understood well that only by ensuring the well-being of the people could we earn their heartfelt support and unite against a common enemy. The following morning, I personally visited the surrounding villages to assess the extent of the disaster faced by the populace. In the villages, most homes had been reduced to ruins, and a profound silence hung in the air among the remnants of walls and debris. The villagers sat or stood, their eyes vacant, their faces etched with despair. Upon my arrival, an elder approached, tears streaming down his face. Sir, how are we to survive? Our homes are gone, and so is our food. I took the elder's hand and replied gently, Do not worry, sir. We shall assist everyone in rebuilding their homes. The government will distribute food and supplies to help you through this difficult time. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded repeatedly. Overwhelmed with gratitude, I turned to the officials and soldiers accompanying me, instructing. Immediately assess the extent of the disaster among the populace, distribute food, clothing, and building materials by household, and organize manpower to assist with repairs and land reclamation. They all complied, and as I watched their busy figures, I felt a slight sense of relief. In the village, I also encountered a group of children. Their clothes tattered, yet their eyes sparkled with curiosity and yearning. I knelt down, smiling as I asked, Children, have you learned to read and write? They shook their heads in unison. A thought struck me, and I resolved. Once the situation stabilizes, I shall establish schools throughout Jingxiang, ensuring that these children receive an education and become the pillars of this land. I gently patted their heads and softly assured them, Fear not, for in the future, you will have books to read and schools to attend, destined to become the backbone of Jingxiang. Upon hearing my words, the children beamed with innocent smiles, their joy illuminating the darkness like a ray of hope, filling me with strength. Upon returning to the city, I set about restoring military discipline in the training grounds. I gathered all the soldiers and addressed them loudly. Gentlemen, we are the guardians of Jingxiang, the hope of the people. However, I have noticed a degree of laxity within the ranks recently, which is a grave error in military conduct. Henceforth, we shall intensify our training and strictly adhere to military discipline. Any violations will be met with severe punishment. The soldiers responded in unison. Understood, sir. I surveyed their orderly ranks, nodding with satisfaction, fully aware that a disciplined and well-trained army is the foundation for our survival in these tumultuous times. Days passed, and through the collective efforts of many, the situation in Jingxiang gradually improved. The army began to regain its strength, soldiers trained with increasing diligence, and our supplies were partially replenished with the government's assistance. The populace rebuilt their homes, cultivated vast tracts of wasteland, and planted the seeds of hope. The marketplace in the city buzzed back to life, the calls of vendors ringing out, and smiles began to return to the faces of the people. Yet, my worries remained unabated. The threat posed by Qian Yuliang loomed over us like the sword of Damocles, poised to strike at any moment. I understood that we must take the initiative, seeking opportunities to decisively defeat Qin if we were to bring lasting peace to Jingxiang. Thus, I spent day and night conferring with strategists, devising battle plans, and analyzing Chen Yuliang's weaknesses and vulnerabilities. We scrutinized maps and simulated various tactics, striving to uncover a path to victory. During one military meeting, I proposed an audacious plan. Gentlemen, while Chen Yuliang's naval forces are formidable, his land army is comparatively weak. We could ally with other land forces to launch a surprise assault from the ground, striking directly at his stronghold. Simultaneously, we could deploy a small contingent of naval forces to harass and distract his main naval forces. The commanders began to murmur among themselves. Point one voiced his concerns. Sir, while this strategy is ingenious, it carries immense risk. Should our ground advance falter, we would find ourselves encircled by the enemy. Furthermore, the logistical challenges of a long-distance march are considerable. I nodded slightly, my expression serious. Your concerns are valid, General. Yet, if we do not dare to take this risk, we shall be left to await our demise. I have already appointed someone to oversee logistics, ensuring that we are as prepared as possible. For the ground advance, we can select elite troops to march lightly and swiftly, breaking through the enemy lines with lightning speed. After a heated discussion, the commanders ultimately endorsed the plan, deciding to set a date for our departure. As the day of our expedition approached, my heart was increasingly filled with trepidation. I knew that the outcome of this endeavor was uncertain, and it would determine the fate of Jingxiang and countless lives. Restlessly, I tossed and turned in my tent, unable to sleep. Gazing at the bright moon outside, I silently prayed. May the heavens protect us, granting us victory in our mission, bringing a glimmer of hope to this chaotic world, allowing the people to escape the ravages of war and ushering in an era of peace. Chapter 13. The new arms and clever strategies to defeat the enemy. As dawn broke, golden rays illuminated the city of Jingxiang. Yet they failed to dispel the shadows that lingered in my heart. I, a time traveler from the modern era, possess an acute awareness of the formidable power of contemporary firearms. I comprehend that in this age dominated by cold weapons, if I can adeptly harness the use of firearms, I might alter the fate of Jingxiang. The threat posed by Qian Yuliang looms ominously, akin to an invisible behemoth lurking in the shadows, poised to unleash its ravenous jaws and plunge this land, which has only just begun to show signs of vitality, back into the abyss. I am acutely aware that conventional military armaments and tactics cannot ensure the long-term stability of Jingxiang. I must forge a new path, seeking strategies to vanquish the enemy. This thought, once ignited, ripples through my heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring both trepidation towards the unknown and a yearning for hope. Should I succeed, Jingxiang may transform peril into safety, and the people could be spared from the ravages of war. Yet, if I falter, the nascent progress we have made will be obliterated, and how shall I face the soldiers and citizens who place their trust in me? Recently, leveraging the knowledge from my modern mind, I have been tirelessly collaborating with several skilled artisans in the city, and we have finally made some headway. This moment, I find myself standing in a secluded courtyard, where we have meticulously crafted our innovative firearms, handguns and rifles. The handgun gleams with a chilling metallic luster, its lines simple yet fluid, resembling a silent guardian imbued with boundless strength. The rifle stands taller and more imposing, its barrel as straight as a pine, exuding an aura of majesty. I gently grasp one of the handguns. It feels cool and heavy in my hand, yet a fervent hope surges within me. Reflecting on past battles against enemy forces, I recall that confrontations with cold weapons often devolve into bloody close-quarter combat, resulting in grievous casualties and unpredictable outcomes. If my army could equip itself with such firearms, we could surely turn the tide of battle and minimize our losses. I ponder silently. This is a fortuitous opportunity. If we can mass-produce these weapons and arm the entire army, what fear do we have of Chen Yuliang and his ilk? However, the path ahead is fraught with hardship and challenges. The acquisition of materials, the training of craftsmen, and the refinement of techniques are all pressing issues that demand resolution. Yet, for the sake of Jingxiang's peace and the welfare of its people, I must press on with unwavering resolve, shunning any thought of retreat. Even if I must traverse a treacherous path, I will carve out a bloody trail, hoping that these firearms can become the sharp blade that rescues Jingxiang. After all, I hail from the future, fully cognizant of the potential of firearms, and I am determined to exploit this advanced advantage to its fullest extent. The artisans gather nearby, their eyes reflecting tension and anticipation. I turn to them, smiling encouragingly. Masters, this is the hope of our army. Your craftsmanship and dedication will forge a solid bastion for Jingxiang. An elderly craftsman, his hair graying yet face resolute, bows and replies. Sir, we shall devote ourselves fully to this endeavor. However, the manufacturing process for these firearms is intricate, and the materials are scarce. We will need your guidance. I nod slightly, my gaze unwavering. Do not worry. Masters, I have dispatched individuals to scour for materials, and I will assemble more brilliant minds to study together. We shall ensure that these firearms become a nightmare for Chen Yuliang. With that, I raise the handgun slowly towards a distant target, silently praying. May this weapon's inaugural trial shine forth, living up to our expectations. As the sharp crack of the gunshot rings out, smoke billows, and the bullet hurtles forth like a meteor, striking the bullseye with precision. I gaze at the slightly quivering target, my heart swelling with joy, and the artisans erupt in cheers, their spirits buoyed. In this moment, the tension within me begins to ease, as if a glimmer of victory pierces through the clouds. This shot not only serves as a test of the firearms, but marks the beginning of my endeavor to alter Jingxiang's destiny. I am resolute in making modern technology blossom with resplendent brilliance in this ancient era. While preparing for the production of firearms, I have not neglected the training and strategic deployment of the army. On the training grounds, the soldiers, having heard of the firearms, brim with curiosity, their eyes filled with longing for this new equipment. I present the handguns and rifles to them, elaborating on their usage and power. Brothers, this is our secret weapon. From now on, with these guns in your hands, you need not engage in close combat with the enemy. You can take their lives from a distance. However, do not let this lead to complacency in swordsmanship. Only by combining firearms with martial skill can we achieve invincibility. The soldiers nod in agreement. And a young soldier exclaims excitedly, Sir, with this divine instrument, we shall surely vanquish Chen Yuliang. I observe them, feeling a mix of pride and seriousness as I caution, though firearms are powerful, improper handling can endanger oneself. It is imperative to train diligently to master their use. I understand that this is a new path. The soldiers will require time to adapt, and I must guide them steadily forward without faltering. As a time traveler, it is my duty to impart modern warfare concepts to them, enabling them to wield these advanced weapons more effectively. As training progresses, I notice some soldiers, due to their initial encounters with firearms, are filled with trepidation and clumsiness in their handling. I descend into the fray, patiently instructing. Fear not, this gun is as controllable as your own arm. Simply steady your aim and decisively pull the trigger. And you can vanquish the enemy in an instant. I guide them hand in hand through the processes of loading bullets, aiming, and responding to unforeseen circumstances. With my encouragement and instruction, the soldiers gradually overcome their fears, their skills becoming increasingly proficient. Observing their burgeoning expertise fills me with a sense of accomplishment, as if I can envision these soldiers standing valiantly on the battlefield, repelling the enemy with their firearms. I hope they can master these skills swiftly, for only then will we have a greater chance of success against Chen Yuliang, justifying my bringing modern firearms to this ancient world. One day, scouts report that Chen Yuliang's army is stirring at the borders, seemingly intent on another incursion. Upon hearing this, I adopt a grave demeanor and urgently summon the generals to discuss strategies. Within the tent, the atmosphere is tense and oppressive, as all the generals are acutely aware that this impending battle could determine the fate of Jingxiang. I gaze upon them and slowly speak. Gentlemen, Chen Yuliang is approaching with great fervor. Yet our army is not what it once was. With firearms at our disposal, we can strike unexpectedly and attack when they are unprepared. I propose we lay an ambush along the enemy's route, feigning retreat with a small contingent, luring them deeper, and then launching a fierce assault from our elevated position with the firearms. Meanwhile, I shall command our elite cavalry to launch a flanking attack, ensuring a decisive victory over the enemy. Upon hearing my plan, the generals begin to deliberate. An experienced veteran, after a moment of contemplation, expresses his concerns. Sir, while firearms are advantageous, our army has few proficient users, and should inclement weather arise, their effectiveness may be significantly diminished. Is this plan not overly perilous? I furrow my brow slightly, having already contemplated this matter. Indeed, it is a gamble, yet how else can Jingxiang withstand the onslaught of Qin Yuliang's formidable forces? We have little time for hesitation. We must seize this opportunity. The veteran's concerns are valid. However, the battlefield is inherently unpredictable. I have instructed the craftsmen to hasten the creation of protective gear for the firearms. Additionally, in the coming days, we will intensify firearm training, selecting the most elite soldiers to form the firearm battalion. As for the weather, we can only hope for divine favor. If we miss this opportunity and Qin Yuliang's forces encircle us, our position will become even more precarious. The generals, having heard my rationale, nod in agreement, their eyes reflecting determination and resolve. I silently clench my fists, urging myself onward. This battle must yield victory, not defeat. Although I hail from the modern era, I dare not be complacent in the face of this ancient war. Every decision I make holds the weight of life and death. Thus, in the days that follow, the entire army unites in a concerted effort to prepare for the impending confrontation. The firearm battalion practices day and night, the soldiers tirelessly repeating loading and shooting drills, striving for flawless execution on the battlefield. The small contingent tasked with feigning retreat traverses the forests, familiarizing themselves with the terrain to better lure the enemy deeper into our trap. The cavalry sharpens their sabers and tends to their steeds, ready to deliver a lethal blow at a critical moment. I weave through the various units, observing the soldiers' diligent and resolute figures, my heart filled with both anxiety for the looming battle and trust in their abilities. I believe that as long as we work together, we can triumph over Qin Yuliang. What I bring as a time traveler is not merely firearms, but also unity and conviction. I am determined to lead them to victory. I also frequently visit the different units to bolster morale. Among the firearm battalion, I observe the soldiers' focused expressions, and I proclaim loudly, "Brothers, the firearms in your hands represent the hope of Jingxiang and the aspirations of our people. In this great battle, your efforts will turn the tide. Trust in yourselves. You shall undoubtedly emerge as heroes on the battlefield." The soldiers collectively shout in unison, "For Jingxiang, for the people, we shall face death unflinchingly." Their voices resonate through the skies, stirring the hearts of all present. I am moved by their fervor, my eyes misting slightly as I silently vow to lead them toward victory. I understand that these soldiers are the backbone of Jingxiang, and my role is to unleash their full potential, guiding them with modern wisdom. At last, the day of the decisive battle arrives. In the morning, the sky is shrouded in clouds, heavy as a leaden weight resting upon our hearts. I stand atop a hill, surveying the battlefield, silently praying. May the heavens favor us, assist Jingxiang. In the distance, Qin Yuliang's forces surge forth like a tidal wave, banners blotting out the sun, war cries reverberating through the air. My small contingent engages the enemy as planned, feigning defeat and retreating step by step. Seeing our forces falter, the enemy assumes they have the upper hand and presses on relentlessly, gradually entering our ambush zone. As the enemy draws near, I take a deep breath and command with conviction, "Firearm battalion, prepare." The soldiers swiftly take their positions, raising their weapons, the dark muzzles aimed at the enemy below. Once the majority of the enemy has entered range, I decisively issue the order, "Fire!" In an instant, the sound of gunfire erupts like thunder, deafening and overwhelming. Bullets rain down upon the enemy, smoke engulfing the valley in a cloud of chaos. The enemy is caught off guard by this sudden onslaught. Thrown into disarray, their cries of anguish filling the air. Many soldiers fell into pools of blood before they even had a chance to react. As I witnessed the enemy's disarray, a surge of excitement coursed through me, tempered by sorrow for the brutal nature of war. This was a contest of life and death. Each gunshot signified the extinguishing of a soul. Although as a time traveler I was accustomed to the depictions of warfare in modern cinema, the visceral experience of an ancient battlefield, hearing the anguished cries and witnessing the bloodshed, was an emotional upheaval beyond articulation. The generals under Qin Yuliang endeavored to stabilize their ranks and organize a counterattack. However, our forces unleashed such overwhelming firepower that their charges were repeatedly repelled. Seizing the moment, I waved the signal flag. Cavalry, charge! The cavalry, primed and ready, surged forth like arrows released from a bow, striking the enemy from the flanks. The sabers glinted coldly in the sunlight, and wherever they struck, blood splattered in all directions. Caught between our encirclement, the enemy was plunged into utter despair, their morale shattered, scattering in a frantic retreat. As I observed the battlefield's evolving dynamics, I exhaled deeply, yet my heart held little joy for our victory, only an overwhelming weariness and trepidation for the future. Though our forces emerged triumphant from this fierce battle, the bloodshed and death that marked the battlefield pierced my heart. I understood well that this was but a fleeting victory. The road ahead remained long and fraught with challenges. Chen Yuliang would not easily yield, and we must remain ever vigilant, as a time traveler. I had altered the outcome of this battle, yet the path forward required further strategizing and effort. In the aftermath of the conflict, our troops scoured the battlefield and reaped bountiful rewards. The enemy had left behind a substantial cache of weapons and supplies, providing robust support for the further development of our forces. Looking at the weary yet exhilarated soldiers, my heart brimmed with gratitude and pride. They had defended the dignity of Jingxiang with their blood and lives, securing peace for this land. Yet, I was acutely aware that the price of victory was steep. Many families had been shattered, and countless lives extinguished forever. Although I had brought modern firearms, I could not avert the cruelty of war, leaving me filled with guilt and helplessness. Upon returning to the city, the populace welcomed me with cheers and applause. As I beheld the smiles illuminating their faces, much of my fatigue dissipated. I realized that all our efforts and sacrifices were worthwhile. However, I also understood that although Chen Yuliang had suffered defeat, his foundation remained unscathed, and he would undoubtedly seek to rise again. I must seize this opportunity to bolster Jingxiang's strength, enhance our defenses, train our troops, and develop more advanced weaponry, preparing thoroughly for the next confrontation. I could not afford a moment's laxity. The fate of Jingxiang rested in my hands, and I was determined to provide a peaceful sky for this land and its people. As a time traveler, I bore the mission of altering the course of history, and I was resolute in ensuring that Jingxiang would rise amidst this tumultuous era in the council chamber of the city. I summoned the various generals and strategists to deliberate on future development strategies. Seated in the foremost position, I spoke slowly. Gentlemen, this victory is a testament to our army's glory. However, we must not let our guard down. Chen Yuliang will not relent. We must prepare for the storms to come. On one hand, we shall continue to expand the production scale of our firearms, increasing the soldiers' armament rate. On the other hand, we must strengthen alliances with surrounding forces to jointly resist Chen Yuliang. Simultaneously, we must focus on the development of the populace, cultivating wasteland and improving irrigation, ensuring that the people prosper, so that we may secure a continuous source of manpower and resources. The generals and strategists nodded in agreement. One strategist rose and suggested, "Sir, I believe we should also establish schools within the city to cultivate military and technological talents. Only in this way can we maintain our advantage in these turbulent times." My eyes brightened, and I nodded in approval. This plan is indeed astute. Talent is the foundation of a nation. Only by possessing numerous capable individuals can we remain undefeated amidst the shifting tides of fate. This is a long-term endeavor. Though arduous, we must steadfastly pursue it for the future of Jingxiang. I aim to utilize modern concepts and knowledge to forge a glorious future for Jingxiang, making it a brilliant gem in this chaotic world. Once our discussions concluded, the leaders took their leave. I remained alone in the council chamber, gazing at the map on the wall, my thoughts swirling. The future of Jingxiang, like the mountains and rivers depicted on this map, was fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Yet, I firmly believe that as long as my comrades, the soldiers, and the people united in purpose, we could carve out a peaceful era belonging to Jingxiang amidst the chaos. Even if the road ahead were strewn with thorns, I would press forward. Undeterred, I was determined to use my wisdom and strength to safeguard this land, ensuring that the light of hope never extinguished. As a time traveler in this ancient world, I had discovered my value and mission, and I was resolute in writing my own legend. Chapter 14. Expansion of firearms research, fortification of troops before the morning mist had lifted. A veil of hazy fog enveloped Jingxiang City. I paced within the workshop, contemplating the piles of gunpowder materials, strategizing for the forthcoming military expansion. Gunpowder, the catalyst of war, if utilized wisely to produce powerful tools such as grenades and landmines, could render Jingxiang's defenses as impregnable as iron walls. Yet, I also recognized that this process was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Nevertheless, for the peace of this land, I was compelled to take the risk, even if it meant traversing a path filled with thorns. I summoned the skilled artisans from within the city. They gathered in one place, their expressions a mix of anxiety and anticipation. With unwavering resolve, I addressed them. Gentlemen, I intend to mass-produce gunpowder to create grenades and landmines. This is a matter of life and death for Jingxiang. Though the challenges are formidable, I have faith in our collective wisdom and courage. The artisans exchanged glances, and an elder craftsman spoke first, his eyes reflecting doubt. Sir, we have only heard of grenades and landmines. We are entirely unfamiliar with their manufacturing methods. How shall we proceed? I nodded slightly, having anticipated this question, and replied earnestly. I will provide you with detailed instructions on their production. A grenade requires a sturdy shell to contain the gunpowder, fitted with a fuse. Once thrown, it will explode with great power. A landmine is buried underground, triggered upon contact, effectively obstructing enemy movement. However, the preparation of gunpowder must be approached with utmost caution. A moment's inattention could lead to an explosion. Having conveyed the basic structure and principles of modern grenades and landmines from my memory, the artisans listened intently, occasionally frowning in contemplation. I in the gunpowder production workshop. I supervised the process closely. The acrid smell of sulfur filled the air, nearly inducing nausea. The artisans operated with the utmost care. Every measurement and every mixture was executed with precision. Observing their focused expressions, I silently prayed. May all proceed smoothly, without any mishaps. Everyone must exercise caution. This gunpowder concerns many lives, I gently reminded them. A young craftsman, perspiration beading on his forehead, dared not lift his hand to wipe it away, responding, "Rest assured, sir, we will remain fully concentrated." Simultaneously, the training of the troops did not falter. On the training grounds, soldiers, having heard of the new weaponry, intensified their efforts. I visited to inspect, witnessing them drenched in sweat under the scorching sun, my heart swelling with pride. Brothers, the grenades and landmines will provide our army with formidable support. Yet you must not neglect your own martial skills, I called out. The soldiers responded in unison. As commanded, sir. Their voices echoed through the air, resonating with determination. Days later, the prototypes of the grenades and landmines were ready for testing. I led the generals to an open area outside the city for the detonation. Everyone retreated to a safe distance as I held a grenade, feeling a twinge of anxiety. This was our first test. Success was uncertain. Taking a deep breath, I ignited the fuse and swiftly threw it in an instant. A deafening explosion resounded, shaking the earth, debris flying in all directions, and thick smoke billowing upward. The generals were taken aback, and one exclaimed, "Sir, with such a weapon on the battlefield, the enemy will surely be terrified." I nodded slightly, gazing at the crater left by the blast, my heart a tumult of emotions. While this powerful destructive force could safeguard Jingxiang, it would also bring forth more death and suffering. Weapons harm both enemies and ourselves. We must use them judiciously, I murmured. Subsequently, I ordered the secret placement of landmines around the city's defenses. The soldiers diligently followed instructions, carefully burying the mines in strategic locations, camouflaging them before quietly retreating. Standing atop the city wall, I gazed at the seemingly tranquil yet treacherous land beyond, contemplating. Chen Yuliang? Should you dare to invade again, you will find no return. Within the city, I did not overlook matters of the people's livelihood. I traversed the streets, observing that while the populace was gradually regaining vitality, they still faced hardships. I conferred with the officials in the city, proposing to improve irrigation and cultivate more wasteland to increase food production. The people are the foundation of Jingxiang. Only when they prosper can our army operate without worry, I stated. The officials nodded in agreement. One day, while perusing scrolls in my residence, pondering strategies for Jingxiang's future, a strategist hurriedly entered, his expression fraught with concern. "Sir, scouts report that Chen Yuliang is secretly colluding with other forces, seemingly plotting a larger-scale attack. He has also heard of our new firearms and is seeking ways to counter them." A chill ran down my spine. I set aside the scrolls and rose. It seems Chen Yuliang's treachery remains unquenched. We must accelerate the production of firearms and the training of soldiers while enhancing our intelligence gathering to ascertain the enemy's movements. The strategist nodded and exited, leaving me alone to pace thoughtfully in my chamber. My mind racing. This land of Jingxiang was akin to a solitary boat amidst a storm. Though we were striving to hold it steady, the enemy lurked nearby, and dangers abounded. I was determined to devise a comprehensive strategy to safeguard the people. Thus, I once again summoned the generals and strategists to discuss countermeasures. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was tense. I spoke first. Gentlemen, Chen Yuliang is in league with others, and his intentions are formidable. I hastened to fortify the city's defenses. I resolved to construct a robust line of defense using landmines and firearms. Simultaneously, I dispatched envoys to establish contact with neighboring factions that shared our ideals, uniting our efforts against the common foe. Furthermore, I selected wise and capable youth from within the city to enter a newly established academy, where they would study military strategy, craftsmanship, and other essential knowledge, thereby nurturing talent for the long-term development of Jingxiang. The generals expressed various opinions, one of whom remarked, "Sir, the matter of sending envoys necessitates the selection of eloquent and astute individuals, for only they can accomplish the mission." I nodded in agreement, acknowledging the importance of this task and the need for careful selection. Once the discussion concluded, everyone resumed their respective duties. I personally visited the academy to assess the preparations. Inside, the tables and chairs were yet to be fully arranged, and a few instructors were busy organizing the scrolls. I addressed them. "Gentlemen, the future of Jingxiang rests upon these young minds. I implore you to impart knowledge and virtue with utmost dedication." The instructors bowed in unison, pledging, "We shall not fail your expectations." As time progressed, Jingxiang grew increasingly bustling. In the firearms workshop, the production of gunpowder, grenades, and landmines steadily increased. On the drill ground, soldiers adeptly mastered the integration of firearms with traditional weaponry. Within the city, the populace actively engaged in irrigation projects and land reclamation, while children attended school, their cheerful voices resonating through the streets. Yet, my anxieties remained unabated, as the threat posed by Chen Yuliang loomed like a sword suspended overhead, poised to strike at any moment. Recently, I had devoted part of my thoughts to the development of a machine gun. I understood that if I could successfully create such a weapon, its formidable rate of fire would become pivotal on the battlefield. Capable of altering the course of conflict, in a secluded chamber, I tirelessly researched, sketching designs based on vague recollections of modern machine guns, calculating the proportions and structures of various components. Each gear and barrel was meticulously contemplated in my mind. This endeavor proved exceedingly arduous. Repeated attempts often resulted in failure and setbacks. Yet, I reminded myself not to give up, for the hope of Jingxiang might very well reside in these persistent efforts. Gazing upon the pile of failed experimental parts, I silently vowed, if success is achieved, all efforts will have been worthwhile. To facilitate the development of the machine gun, I sought skilled artisans, gathering a group of metalworkers and mechanical craftsmen from various locales. They examined my sketches with expressions of curiosity and skepticism, yet resolutely expressed their willingness to try. We engaged in day and night discussions, deliberating on everything from the choice of materials for the barrel to the design of the firing mechanism, meticulously scrutinizing every detail through countless debates and experiments. "Sir, if we use ordinary iron for the barrel, it may struggle to withstand the high temperatures and pressures of continuous fire," remarked one craftsman of blacksmithing background. Furrowing his brow, I nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Then let us attempt to blend wrought iron with other metals to forge a more resilient and heat-resistant alloy." The others readily concurred, and thus, a new round of experiments and forging commenced within the workshop. During the testing phase, we encountered the challenge of ammunition compatibility. Drawing upon modern knowledge, I experimented with varying proportions of gunpowder to achieve optimal firing performance. However, this required precise control. Any slight deviation could result in catastrophic failures. One day, a young craftsman, during an experiment, nearly sustained injury due to a miscalculation in the gunpowder mix. Crestfallen, he lamented, "Sir, I was careless. I nearly caused a disaster." I patted his shoulder in consolation, reassuring him, "No matter. Experiments are inherently fraught with risks. As long as no one is harmed, we can learn from our failures and ultimately succeed. One day." while I was engrossed in the design of the machine gun's feeding mechanism. A general hurriedly approached, his expression fraught with urgency. "Sir, the vanguard of Chen Yuliang's forces has encroached upon the borders of Jingxiang, seemingly testing our defenses." My heart tightened. I set down the component in my hand and spoke solemnly. "Stay calm. We must first reinforce the border defenses and refrain from engaging in battle prematurely. Our firearms are not yet fully prepared. We need to buy time." The general took his leave, and I gazed at the unfinished machine gun in the workshop. Filled with anxiety, if we could achieve success in its development, we would have no fear of Chen Yuliang's army. I accelerated the pace of the machine gun's development, working tirelessly alongside the craftsmen. Simultaneously, I kept a vigilant eye on the situation at the border. I understood that this was a race against time. With the fate of Jingxiang hanging by a thread, I traversed the city, coordinating supplies and bolstering morale. Soldiers, craftsmen, and civilians alike felt the mounting tension in the air. "Sir, we shall surely complete the machine gun before the enemy launches a full-scale assault," declared an elderly craftsman with unwavering conviction. I looked into his weary yet steadfast eyes. A warm current surged within me. With such support, Jingxiang would surely weather this storm. At long last, through relentless effort, the initial form of the machine gun began to take shape. Although it was not yet perfect, it possessed the fundamental capability of continuous fire. I eagerly led the craftsmen outside the city for preliminary testing. When the series of gunfire erupted and bullets flew forth like torrents of water, astonishment illuminated the faces of all present. My heart swelled with excitement. This was the fruit of our labor, the beacon of hope for Jingxiang. However, I was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. We still needed to optimize and refine the machine gun further, while also ensuring that the soldiers quickly became familiar with the operation of this new weapon. Standing at the center of the testing ground, gazing at the still somewhat rudimentary machine gun, I silently vowed, "I shall ensure it becomes the instrument of defense for Jingxiang, causing the likes of Chen Yuliang to hesitate before its might." One day, I ascended the city tower to gaze into the distance. The fields beyond the walls were lush and vibrant, teeming with life, yet I could almost envision scenes of war and chaos. I murmured to myself, "Jingxiang, oh Jingxiang, I shall spare no effort to safeguard your peace. Even if it means opposing this tumultuous era, I shall never retreat." That moment, a gentle breeze swept through, bringing a touch of coolness, as if the heavens were responding to my resolve, offering a measure of solace, yet also reminding me that the path ahead was long and fraught with challenges, necessitating constant vigilance and unwavering commitment. Chapter 15. Ingenious creations, the dawn of a new era. As dawn broke, a veil of tranquility still enveloped the city of Jingxiang. In my study, I gazed at the myriad of blueprints and components sprawled across the table, my heart brimming with aspirations and anticipation for the new inventions. Recently, leveraging my modern knowledge, I resolved to create a telescope, an electric baton, and a flashlight. Should these objects come to fruition, they would greatly benefit our military operations and daily lives amidst this chaotic world. Yet, the path to their creation appeared riddled with thorns, each step requiring meticulous exploration. However, I would not allow such obstacles to deter me. I was determined to produce them one by one, thereby augmenting Jingxiang's resources. I first set about crafting the telescope. I gathered various lenses, some clear and others hazy, each possessing unique textures and curves. Holding a lens in my hand, I scrutinized it against the sunlight, endeavoring to identify the optimal combination. This piece might serve as the objective lens, enhancing light concentration and imaging quality, I mused, my gaze focused and resolute. Through countless trials and adjustments, I carefully embedded the lenses into the meticulously crafted tube and secured them with fine wooden supports, calibrating their positions with precision. Each turn of the tube and adjustment of the lens spacing elevated my heart rate, fearful that a single misstep could obliterate all my efforts. Should this telescope succeed, our army would gain the upper hand by discerning enemy movements from afar. I pondered deeply, my actions growing increasingly cautious. Finally, after persistent endeavor, the telescope began to take form. Eagerly, I ascended the city tower to peer through it. The distant mountains, forests, and rivers came into sharp focus, as if they were mere steps away. Elation surged within me. The successful creation of this telescope felt akin to granting our army a pair of keen eyes. At that moment, a general approached the tower, curious about my creation. "Sir, what is this wondrous object? It exhibits such remarkable effects." I smiled as I handed him the telescope, explaining, "This is a telescope designed for distant observation. It will greatly aid our reconnaissance efforts against the enemy." The general took it, gazing through the lens, and after a moment of awe, exclaimed, "You are truly a remarkable individual, sir. With this artifact, the enemy shall find it difficult to evade detection." Witnessing his astonished expression filled me with a profound sense of accomplishment. Yet I knew this was but a small victory amidst numerous challenges. Next, I turned my attention to the creation of the electric baton. This device needed to generate a powerful electric current for self-defense and incapacitating foes. I gathered various metals and insulating materials, repeatedly testing their conductivity and insulation properties. Within the workshop, I wound copper wire around an iron core, connecting it to a rudimentary generating device composed of magnets and coils. With every rotation of the magnet and test of the current, I exercised utmost caution, wary of potential electric shocks. The strength of the current needed to be precisely calibrated. Capable of intimidating foes without posing excessive danger, I silently recited my intentions, continuously adjusting the parameters of the device. Upon completing the first electric baton, I gently pressed the switch, and a blue arc of electricity flickered at the tip. Emitting a crackling sound, excitement and trepidation coursed through me. Though small, this baton harbored immense power. I summoned a guard and cautioned, "Do try it, but be careful not to injure yourself." The guard took the baton and lightly touched a piece of metal. Instantly struck by the current, his body jolting slightly as he hastily dropped the baton. His face displayed a mix of fear and wonder as he exclaimed, "Sir, this baton possesses formidable power." I nodded knowingly, recognizing that this device could yield unexpected advantages in close combat. Yet I also harbored concerns. Should such a weapon fall into enemy hands, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. I must ensure it is safeguarded and never allowed to fall into their possession. I spoke earnestly to the guards. Following that, I embarked on the creation of a flashlight. I gathered an abundance of grease and wicks in an endeavor to craft a more convenient and luminous source of illumination. I polished a metal cylinder to a smooth finish, fitted it with a wick, poured in the grease, and added a simple reflector point. One night, I ignited the first flashlight in the courtyard. The bright radiance instantaneously dispelled the surrounding darkness. Akin to a tiny star nestled in my hand. Gazing at the light, my heart brimmed with warmth. In this chaotic world, where darkness seemed endless, perhaps the glow of this flashlight could offer a glimmer of hope and solace to the people. With this flashlight in hand, nighttime patrols and marches would undoubtedly become much more convenient. I murmured, at that moment, the townsfolk, having heard of my novel invention, gathered around with curiosity. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, approached unsteadily, his eyes filled with wonder and bewilderment. "Sir, what is this? How can it be so bright?" I crouched down, casting the flashlight's beam onto the ground, and gently explained, "Esteemed elder, this is a flashlight designed for illumination at night, facilitating safe passage." The old man reached out to touch the metallic cylinder, exclaiming, "Your heart, sir, is with the common folk, and you have crafted such a fine tool." Observing the smiles on the faces of the townspeople filled my heart with contentment. All my efforts were aimed at enabling them to lead better lives amidst this turmoil. Yet, I remained vigilant regarding Chen Yuliang. Reports from scouts indicated that Chen Yuliang was amassing troops at the border, seemingly biding his time to invade Jingxiang once again. In the military tent, I convened with the generals to discuss strategies. Chen Yuliang's treacherous ambitions were undeterred. We must utilize our newly devised tools to bolster our defenses. I spoke with a grave demeanor. One general rose and clasped his fists. "Sir, the telescope could prove invaluable, allowing our forces to anticipate enemy movements and set ambushes." I nodded in agreement. "Indeed. But we must not rely solely on the telescope. Our troops need to train day and night to enhance their combat effectiveness. Electric batons can be distributed to the vanguard soldiers for close-quarters assaults, catching the enemy off guard. The flashlight shall serve for nighttime operations and patrols, ensuring our forces can move freely." The generals collectively nodded, their eyes brimming with resolve and determination. In the ensuing days, my soldiers practiced tirelessly, familiarizing themselves with the new equipment. I traversed between the training grounds and workshops, instructing soldiers while simultaneously refining our newly crafted items. Watching the soldiers wield electric batons, practicing combat techniques, I silently prayed. May these inventions aid our army in achieving victory on the battlefield and safeguard Jingxiang's peace. One day, while I was in the workshop enhancing the flashlight's design to prolong its illumination time and increase its brightness, a strategist hurriedly arrived, his expression fraught with concern. Sir, Chen Yuliang has covertly dispatched agents into Jingxiang, seemingly to probe our new equipment. A chill ran down my spine. I set down my tools and spoke somberly. It appears the enemy has become aware of our preparations. We must strengthen the city's defenses and scrutinize suspicious individuals. We need to expedite our preparations to counter the enemy's schemes. The strategist took his leave, and I gazed at the various items in the workshop, a multitude of thoughts swirling in my mind. This land of Jingxiang felt like a solitary island tossed by storms. Though we fought valiantly to protect it, the enemy lurked nearby, and danger was ever present. I was determined to devise every possible means to safeguard this land and its people. Even if the path ahead was fraught with thorns, I would not retreat a single step as time progressed. The atmosphere in Jingxiang grew increasingly tense. The soldiers remained vigilant, while the townsfolk spontaneously organized to assist the military in defense. I ascended the city tower, gazing out at the mountains and rivers beyond, silently whispering, Jingxiang, oh Jingxiang, I shall share your fate. Regardless of the cunning schemes Chen Yuliang might employ, I held steadfast confidence and courage to lead the army and citizens in resisting him. This telescope, electric baton, and flashlight were the blades I wielded, destined to pierce through the darkness and herald the dawn. At that moment, a gust of autumn wind swept by, lifting the hem of my garments, as if responding to my vow, granting me strength and courage to steadfastly uphold my beliefs and hopes amidst the whirlpool of chaos. Recently, an ingenious thought struck me. I aimed to develop a drone equipped with bombs to assist in the warfare. In a secret chamber, I sketched the blueprint for the drone from memory. Its wings needed to be both lightweight and sturdy, while the body had to bear the weight of the bombs and maintain balance. I meticulously selected materials, from thin wooden panels to resilient ropes, carefully assessing each. Should this drone come to fruition, it could launch unexpected attacks on the enemy, throwing Chen Yuliang's forces into disarray. I pondered silently, my eyes gleaming with determination and anticipation. Throughout the crafting process, I encountered numerous challenges. The design of the propulsion system proved the most arduous. I needed to find a suitable power source to enable the drone to soar through the skies. I experimented with various methods, utilizing elasticity, wind power, and a simple combination of propellers. With each trial, I remained wholly focused, observing the drone's flight patterns and recording its flight data. The altitude and distance achieved were still insufficient for combat requirements. Necessitating further adjustments, I murmured to myself, my brow furrowed, deep in contemplation. Fortunately, skilled artisans in the city rallied together, assisting me in overcoming these obstacles. A carpenter, well-versed in his craft, suggested, Sir, if we slightly modify the shape of the wings, it may enhance their lift. Upon hearing this, I examined the proposal closely and nodded in agreement. Your suggestion is excellent. Let us give it a try. Following their advice, we made modifications and conducted repeated tests. After countless failures, the drone finally ascended, carrying its payload into the air. Watching it circle above, my heart surged with uncontainable excitement. Though its appearance remained rudimentary, the potential power it harbored was formidable. I swiftly summoned the generals to demonstrate the drone's operation and attack capabilities. Gentlemen, this is a drone capable of carrying bombs across enemy lines to strike at their vital points, I explained while holding the control device. The generals were awestruck by this novel creation. One general, however, expressed doubt. Sir, while this drone is remarkable, can we rely on its precision and the potency of the bombs? I offered a slight smile, exuding confidence. Rest assured, gentlemen, I have conducted multiple tests. While its precision may not match that of manual targeting, it can still inflict significant damage on the enemy when used unexpectedly. Moreover, the bombs possess sufficient power to obliterate enemy encampments and siege equipment. To ensure the drone's effectiveness in combat, I organized specialized training for the soldiers, familiarizing them with the operational procedures and tactical coordination. You must be swift and agile, adeptly maneuvering the drone in accordance with enemy movements to maximize its impact. I instructed the soldiers, who were all intensely focused and eager to learn. News of this unprecedented invention spread among the townsfolk, who gathered to witness the spectacle. They were captivated by the marvel I had created. Expressing admiration for my intellect and bravery, a curious child asked, "Sir, how can this flying creature carry thunder and fire?" I bent down, gently ruffling the child's hair, and replied with a smile, "This is a divine instrument to safeguard our Jingxiang from invaders." Yet, I was acutely aware that Chen Yuliang was no ordinary adversary. He would not remain idle. I hastened the mass production and improvement of the drones while closely monitoring enemy movements. "Chen Yuliang, despite your cunning schemes, I possess numerous trump cards to counter you. This land of Jingxiang shall never fall into your hands." I strolled through the city, silently vowing, my eyes radiating fearlessness and resolve. During these busy and tense days, I unexpectedly befriended several young women in the city point one day. While strolling through the streets, contemplating the city's defensive layout, I inadvertently lifted my gaze and encountered them. The young women were washing clothes by the stream, their laughter and joy akin to the most vibrant scenery of spring. Among them, one girl in a pink dress possessed a captivating beauty. Her eyes crescent-shaped, sparkling like stars when she smiled. Another girl, clad in a pale yellow garment, exhibited a graceful demeanor, exuding elegance in every gesture. A third girl in a light blue skirt, though somewhat youthful in appearance, had bright, clear eyes that radiated a lively spirit. I found myself irresistibly drawn to their beauty and innocence, my feet coming to an involuntary halt. The girl in the pink dress seemed to sense my gaze. Slightly raising her head, her cheeks flushing with a delicate hue as she shyly lowered her eyes, a twinge of regret washed over me. I felt I had intruded upon her moment. Yet, she furtively raised her gaze again. Our eyes meeting momentarily before she hurriedly averted her gaze, and in that unintentional exchange, a subtle connection seemed to linger in the air. Subsequently, I happened upon them again in the city market. The girl in the pale yellow garment was selecting cosmetics, gently lifting a box to her nose to savor its scent, her focused expression utterly enchanting. I approached her and softly inquired, "Is this cosmetic of superior quality?" She paused, looked up at me, and upon recognizing me, a faint smile graced her lips as she replied, "Do you also have an appreciation for cosmetics, sir? This box has fine color and fragrance." But I wonder if at last I engaged her in conversation, discovering that she was not only striking in appearance, but also possessed a keen intellect and delicate sensibility. Meeting these young women felt like a gentle reprieve amidst the turmoil of this chaotic world. While I busied myself with the defense and development of Jingxiang, I occasionally found myself reminiscing about their smiles and figures. Yet, I also understood that the safety of Jingxiang was paramount. Matters of the heart must be buried deep within for now. I looked upon every blade of grass and tree in the city, silently vowing to protect this land and their tranquility. Perhaps, in the days of peace to come, I might face the feelings within my heart with serenity. Chapter 16. The arms reforged, the cornered beast struggles as the morning mist began to dissipate. A tapestry of golden threads hung across the horizon, yet a grave atmosphere of preparation for war permeated Jingxiang. I paced within the workshop, surrounded by various military equipment awaiting refinement, my thoughts as tangled as the interwoven dawn. Though the beam of the flashlight has brought hope to the dark night, if it could be improved and affixed to the head, it would liberate the soldiers' hands during nocturnal marches and combat, rendering them as formidable as a tiger with wings. The fusion of the electric baton and bayonet would surely instill dread in the enemy during close quarters. While a rifle equipped with a bayonet could repel foes at both near and far ranges, adding an extra edge to our armament. The development of tear gas grenades and agents, if employed judiciously, could also bring about unforeseen shifts in the battlefield dynamics. Each enhancement and innovation is crucial for Jingxiang's survival in these tumultuous times. How could I dare to be negligent? I picked up the flashlight, scrutinizing it carefully, pondering how to secure it to the head without hindering the soldier's movements. This fastening device must be lightweight yet durable, capable of flexible angle adjustments, I murmured to myself, my gaze focused and profound. Summoning a craftsman, we deliberated together, attempting to combine leather and metal wire to meticulously create a headband-style fixture for the flashlight. After trying it on personally, adjusting its position, I felt a sense of satisfaction as the beam illuminated different directions in accordance with my head's movements. This way, during night raids or patrols, the soldiers would be able to maneuver freely, making it harder for the enemy to detect them. In my mind's eye, I envisioned the soldiers with flashlights atop their heads, stealthily advancing through the darkness, catching the enemy off guard, a sense of gratification swelling within me. Turning my attention to the electric baton and bayonet, I understood that their integration must be seamless to unleash their maximum potential. The craftsman skillfully embedded the baton's mechanism into the bayonet's handle, leaving only the electrode exposed on the blade, ensuring that the stabbing function remained intact while allowing for an electric discharge upon contact during close combat. Grasping this improved weapon, I swung it gently, feeling the power and intimidation it exuded. With such a weapon, our vanguard troops would undoubtedly gain the upper hand in melee encounters, leaving the enemy utterly vanquished. A surge of valor welled up within me, as if I were amidst the chaos of battle, leading my soldiers to valiantly fight for the peace of Jingxiang. Next, I turned my gaze to the rifle, which posed a challenge in affixing a bayonet without compromising its weight balance and ease of use. Alongside the craftsman, we conducted numerous experiments, continually adjusting the bayonet's length and weight, ultimately selecting a design that was sharp yet would not overly affect the rifle's shooting accuracy. With the bayonet securely mounted at the rifle's front, I lifted the weapon, aiming into the distance, silently contemplating. Now this rifle can shoot from afar and engage in close combat, greatly enhancing its adaptability on the battlefield. Ensuring our army is prepared for various combat scenarios. Each successful enhancement felt like adding a solid brick to Jingxiang's defenses, bolstering my confidence even further. The creation of the tear gas grenade was also a pivotal aspect. I meticulously blended the components of the tear gas agent, striving for a potent and enduring effect. After filling the specially designed shell with the concocted agent, I devised a simple detonation mechanism. Once detonated amidst the enemy ranks, the thick cloud of tear gas would engulf them, plunging them into chaos, allowing our forces to launch a surprise attack. As I crafted these grenades, I plotted strategies in my mind, my eyes glimmering with wisdom and resolve. Simultaneously, the concept of integrating tear gas with the electric baton began to take shape, incorporating a tear gas nozzle at the baton's electrode. By pressing a designated button, we could release an electric shock while simultaneously spraying the tear gas, incapacitating the enemy under the dual assault of electric shock and tear gas. While I was engrossed in the improvement of our military equipment, the threat posed by Chen Yuliang loomed closer like a gathering storm. Scouts reported that Chen Yuliang's army had amassed at the border, their supplies piled high, seemingly poised for an all-out assault. I convened the generals within the tent. Their expressions were grave, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if it could condense into droplets of water. Drawing a deep breath, I slowly spoke. Gentlemen, Chen Yuliang comes with great ferocity. Yet Jingxiang is not what it once was. With our numerous improved armaments, this is our moment to strike back. Having said that, I showcased each modified weapon, explaining their uses and tactical applications. The eyes of the generals gleamed with surprise and exhilaration, one rising to clasp his fists in admiration, exclaiming, "You are truly a genius. With such formidable weapons, we need not fear Chen Yuliang." I shook my head slightly, my expression serious. Though we possess fine weapons, the battlefield is ever-changing. We must not let our guard down. We need to devise a meticulous plan, making the best use of these armaments to safeguard Jingxiang. The generals nodded in agreement and soon engaged in fervent discussions regarding tactical arrangements. Stepping out of the tent, I gazed upon the bustling soldiers and citizens within the city. The soldiers trained diligently in the training grounds, honing their skills with the new weapons, their battle cries reverberating through the air. Meanwhile, the citizens actively prepared supplies, transporting grains and arrows, their faces weary yet their gazes resolute. The wave of emotion washed over me. Every individual in Jingxiang was striving for survival, fighting for the tranquility of this land. I could not betray their expectations. I must lead them through this tribulation. I clenched my fists, silently vowing at that moment. An elderly man approached me unsteadily, cradling a bowl of hot soup in his hands. He stood before me, his eyes filled with concern. "Sir, you toil day and night. Please take a moment to enjoy this soup. The current state of Jingxiang is all thanks to you." Accepting the bowl, the steam enveloped my eyes, a warmth blossoming in my heart. "Old sir, this is my duty. Jingxiang is our homeland, and protecting it is my inescapable responsibility." The elder nodded slightly, a look of contentment spreading across his wrinkled face. Returning to the workshop, I continued refining the design of the tear gas grenade, striving for enhanced stability and reliability. With each experiment, I remained fully focused, meticulously recording various data and outcomes. The explosion radius of the tear gas grenade needed expansion, while the dispersion speed of the smoke required acceleration. As I adjusted the formula, I murmured to myself. The craftsmen assisted nearby, their eyes reflecting the same focus and dedication, as together we kindled the flames of hope for Jingxiang's future within that small workshop. Days passed, and Jingxiang's preparations for war grew increasingly robust. The soldiers atop the city walls stood ready, the new weapons glinting menacingly in the sunlight. As if to taunt the enemy, I ascended the city tower. Gazing into the distance, my thoughts swirling. Chen Yuliang, come forth. This time, I shall ensure you return defeated. Jingxiang is not a place you can trample upon easily. My heart roared with determination, my gaze unwavering like granite. As I peered towards the direction from which the enemy might approach, akin to a lion guarding its territory, undaunted by the formidable foe, merely awaiting the moment of decisive battle, ready to compose a victory anthem for Jingxiang with wisdom and courage. Recently, I encountered several charming young women in the city. While strolling through the streets, deep in thought about military preparations, I looked up to see them gliding gracefully towards me. The lady clad in a pink gauze dress moved lightly, holding a delicate sachet, her cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with shyness and anticipation. Sir, I made this sachet by hand, and I carefully blended the fragrance. May it accompany you always, she softly said, her voice as melodious as a nightingale. Gentle and sweet, before lowering her head, unable to meet my gaze, a stirring sensation arose within me as I accepted the sachet, its intricate stitching and subtle fragrance revealing her sentiments. Thank you, young lady. I shall treasure this sachet dearly, I replied sincerely, my eyes warm as I regarded her. The girl dressed in a pale yellow garment stepped forward as well, holding a scroll as she unfurled it. It revealed a stunning landscape painting of Jingxiang, the scenery vividly portrayed with delicate strokes. You labor day and night for Jingxiang. I cannot repay you, so I painted this piece recently, hoping you will like it, she said, her eyes bright and fervent, tinged with a hint of nervousness and unease. I admired the painting, my heart brimming with awe. Your artistry is remarkable. This painting captures the essence of Jingxiang, and I absolutely adore it. Upon hearing my praise, a sweet smile blossomed on her lips, akin to flowers blooming in spring. The girl in the light blue dress, appearing somewhat shy, produced a small bamboo-crafted item from her sleeve and presented it to me. Sir, this is a small trinket I wove myself. Though it may not hold much value, it carries my heartfelt intentions. I hope you won't disdain it, she spoke softly, her voice as delicate as a whisper. Her eyes brimming with innocence, I accepted the bamboo item, noting its exquisite craftsmanship and intricate patterns, clearly a product of considerable effort. You have quite the skill, dear girl. I will cherish this item, I reassured her with a smile. Observing their earnest expressions and thoughtfully prepared gifts, waves of emotion surged within me. In this chaotic world, their kindness felt like a warm ray of light piercing through the shadows of my weary heart. Yet, I was acutely aware that the crisis facing Jingxiang had not yet abated. I could not afford to be distracted by matters of the heart. The bonds of friendship I formed with these young women would be etched in my heart. Once Jingxiang finds peace, I shall not let them down, I solemnly declared. They nodded slightly, their eyes reflecting reluctance and concern, yet they comprehended my circumstances. As I watched their retreating figures, a quiet sigh escaped my lips. Burying these feelings deep within, turning once again to the pressing preparations for battle, longing for the day I could ensure Jingxiang's safety and rekindle this unfinished connection. In the midst of this intense preparation, I dedicated myself to creating protective garments. Considering the perils of the battlefield, these garments needed to withstand the sharpness of blades and arrows while remaining lightweight to avoid hindering the soldiers' movements. I sought out various resilient materials, such as closely woven rattan armor, soft silk, and tough leather. Beginning with the rattan armor, its natural flexibility and certain impact resistance would serve as the primary layer of defense. I meticulously wove the rattan strips together, ensuring they were tightly interlinked, resembling overlapping fish scales, covering the vital areas of the torso. However, while the rattan armor was commendable, it still had gaps and limitations. So I decided to layer silk over it. This silk is no ordinary material. It has undergone special treatment, rendering it denser and more resilient, capable to some extent of absorbing external forces and preventing the rattan armor from chafing the skin. As I gently caressed the silk, I mused to myself, this silk, in conjunction with the rattan armor, should indeed provide the soldiers with an added layer of protection. Finally, I added a tough layer of leather on the exterior. I selected thick yet supple leather, carefully cut it into the appropriate shape, and meticulously stitched it onto the rattan armor and silk tie in the joints and other areas of movement. I designed folds and connections to ensure the soldiers could move freely. This leather not only resisted piercing from sharp weapons, but also dispersed the force of heavy impacts, making it a crucial layer. I murmured to myself, my needle and thread weaving tirelessly. Once completed, I summoned a soldier to try it on. As he donned the protective garment and moved about, he exclaimed with delight, "Sir, this armor is lightweight and flexible, yet feels incredibly sturdy, truly a miraculous garment." Seeing his satisfied expression filled my heart with joy. With this protective armor, our troops would have an additional safeguard on the battlefield, undoubtedly reducing casualties. I silently contemplated, as if envisioning the soldiers clad in this armor, bravely fighting amidst a hail of bullets and arrows, a flicker of hope swelling within me. Chapter 17. Masterful Tactics and the Mysteries of Fate. In the gentle morning mist, the city of Jingxiang lay in serene tranquility. Yet my heart was restless. In the workshop, the improved military equipment exuded a cold, hard aura, while I secluded myself in a dimly lit chamber, surrounded by numerous diagrams of divination. I, a mere individual from a later era, having once witnessed a flying saucer, gained the extraordinary ability of foresight, coupled with a prior obsession with the study of predictive arts. Now, I aspired to amalgamate various esoteric studies to create the Erming Xianpin predictive science, aiming to glimpse the secrets of future battles. Should this endeavor succeed, it might illuminate the path for the Battle of Jingxiang, guiding our army to seize fortune and evade calamity. Yet, such a fusion was no simple feat. Akin to seeking a hidden route among the vast starry skies, any slight misstep could lead to disorientation. Nevertheless, I must make the attempt. For Jingxiang, for countless soldiers and civilians, I sat in quiet contemplation on the mat, my hands resting on my knees, inhaling deeply as my thoughts began to drift into an ethereal state. I commenced with the Tai, envisioning the ancient 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, where the stars moved and time flowed within. I muttered softly, calculating the cyclical changes of year, month, day, and hour, as though conversing with the heavens, seeking the threads hidden in the river of time. The principles of Tai emphasize numerical symbolism, with heavenly origins as the foundation and human affairs as the complement. The mysteries within must align with the grand strategy of warfare. I pondered silently, my fingers unconsciously tracing the trajectories of the celestial map in the air. Next, I transitioned into the Liu Ren, where the interlay of the earthly plate and the changes of the 4 subjects and 3 transmissions unfolded like a mysterious scroll before my eyes. I closed my eyes in deep thought, reciting incantations as if engaging in communion with spirits, inquiring about the fortunes and misfortunes of battle. The Liu Ren divination, based on the principles of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, observes the symbols transmitted through the subjects, measuring the fluctuations in human affairs, wondering if I could discern the enemy's movements within this framework. My brow furrowed, beads of perspiration forming on my forehead, my expression focused and solemn. The Qimen Duanjia followed. With its 8 gates and 9 stars, a complex interplay of miraculous instruments, my hands moved as though commanding a vast army, arranging formations. The Qimen Duanjia, renowned as the study of emperors, if perfectly integrated with warfare, could enable us to anticipate the enemy's maneuvers and counter them invisibly. A surge of ambition welled within me, yet I was overwhelmed by the intricacies of the changes. Each evolution of the strategic situation resonated like a thunderous drumbeat in my heart, instilling a sense of urgency and vigilance within me. The Na Jia Lu Yao predictive science was equally indispensable. I retrieved a copper coin, casting it gently onto the table, observing its faces to determine the hexagram. Within this hexagram lay the fortunes and misfortunes of human affairs, and I hoped to glean critical insights regarding our battle against Qin Yuliang from the changes of these 6 lines. My gaze fixed intently on the hexagram, not letting slip any subtle variations, striving to unearth opportunities for victory. The external influences required my keen perception to capture every subtle sound around me. At that moment, a bird flew past the window. Its call clear and melodious. I felt a stir within, incorporating this omen into my hexagram, pondering its relation to the battle. The bird signaled a warning, perhaps indicating our armies need to guard against a surprise attack from the enemy, or suggesting that we should respond as swiftly and agilely as the bird itself. I contemplated this external sign, corroborating it with the principles of the hexagram to seek a more precise prediction. The study of Ziwei Do Shu in the auspices of celestial bodies was indeed vast and profound. I gazed up at the ceiling, as if penetrating through the tiles to behold the boundless starry sky. The Ziwei Emperor's star, surrounded by myriad stars, its brilliance and the arrangement of celestial bodies intricately linked to the fortunes of humankind. I pondered the geographical position of Jingxiang within the celestial framework, and how this impending battle might influence the flow of fate among the stars, and my heart brimmed with awe and uncertainty. Yet I steadfastly pursued answers among the heavens. In the fusion and collision of these various predictive arts, I gradually began to construct the embryonic form of the Erming Shinpin predictive science. My hands slowly maneuvered across the Erming earth plate, a mysterious diagram that amalgamated the elements of heaven, earth, humanity, and divinity, as well as the duality of yin and yang and the 5 elements of the 8 trigrams. I focused intently, gathering diverse information into this plate, much like a helmsman navigating the tumultuous sea of fate, striving to discover the path leading to victory. As the analysis deepened, I gradually gained insights. Although the initial phase of this battle may present challenges, if our army could hold the line and act decisively when the enemy revealed an opening, we could achieve a swift victory. However, vigilance was necessary in the southwest direction, for there might be hidden enemy troops lying in ambush. My mind cleared, though I dared not be entirely certain. This art of prediction, while grounded in reasoning, remained susceptible to numerous variables. I fervently hoped to contribute to Jingxiang, not to betray the hope of the people. I sighed softly, my eyes betraying a mix of concern and anticipation. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, steady and powerful. I collected my thoughts and rose to open the door, finding a general standing before me. Sir, the military equipment has been modified as per your instructions, and the soldiers are well trained. Ready to engage Chen Yuliang at your command. The general's eyes shone with confidence. I nodded slightly, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. General, I have just made some predictions regarding the battle. While there is a chance of victory, we must remain vigilant. Increased reconnaissance in the southwest is essential to prevent a surprise attack from the enemy." The general's expression grew serious as he clasped his fists and replied, "I will heed your guidance and make arrangements at once." Watching the general depart, I silently prayed, "May this prediction prove accurate, and may Jingxiang weather this storm safely." Turning back into the room, I once again gazed at the Erming earth plate, fully aware that regardless of the outcome of my predictions, I would share life and death with the people of Jingxiang, enduring hardships together, writing our own legend amidst this chaotic world. A few days later, as affairs in the city calmed somewhat, I strolled through the streets, contemplating the relationship between the war situation and the myriad events occurring within the city. Unintentionally, I encountered the same few ladies again. Today, they had all changed into new garments. Wanqing wore a moon-white silk gown that highlighted her graceful figure, exuding simplicity yet elegance, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. Her eyebrows arched like distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled like stars, glowing with brilliance as she glanced around. Her delicate nose was perfectly defined, and her naturally rosy lips resembled exquisite cherries, her skin fairer than snow, glistening under the sunlight with a radiant sheen. At this moment, she slightly lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the ground, seemingly lost in thought, a few strands of hair cascading down her cheek, adding to her enchanting allure. She gently lifted her jade-like hand to tuck the stray hair behind her ear, her movements soft and graceful. Lingxi, clad in a pale purple gauze dress, floated like a spirit in the wind, exuding an aura of vitality. Her face resembled a blooming peach blossom, her eyes crescent-shaped with an abundance of laughter. Her pair of bright, clear eyes shone like a spring lake, radiating liveliness and wisdom. Below her petite nose, her lips parted lightly in laughter, as she exchanged playful banter with Ruoling, her expression filled with mischief and buoyancy. Occasionally, she would cover her mouth with her hand in a fit of laughter or lightly wave her handkerchief, as if sketching an amusing design in the air. Ruoling, wearing a green short jacket paired with a matching skirt, exuded a playful yet gentle demeanor. Her round face was adorably reminiscent of a ripe apple, her large, bright eyes resembling a clear spring, and when she smiled, they curved into crescent moons. Two dark braids cascaded down her chest, gently swaying with her movements. That moment, her eyes were wide with curiosity, attentively listening to Lingxi, occasionally gasping in surprise or clapping her hands in excitement, her feet unconsciously bouncing lightly as I conversed with them. I learned their names. Wanqing's voice was soft as the breeze caressing the strings of a zither. Lingxi's bright eyes seemed to hold boundless wisdom, while Ruoling's gentle smile radiated pure innocence and joy. A sudden thought crossed my mind, and I addressed them. Ladies, I wish to create some special garments. Would you be willing to assist? Wanqing tilted her head slightly, pondering for a moment, her expression a blend of curiosity and intrigue as she asked, "What kind of garments do you wish to create, sir? If we can help, we shall give our utmost," I replied with a smile. "I intend to craft a suit. It is a style of attire from my homeland, quite different from the ordinary garments of this world." Lingxi's eyes brightened, her excitement evident as she inquired, "A suit? That sounds quite novel. Please tell us how to make it, and we shall learn." I then elaborated on the style and cutting methods for the suit, and the ladies, being exceptionally clever, quickly grasped the essentials. We procured suitable fabric and set up our workspace in a courtyard. Bustling with activity, I cut the fabric while they helped with the sewing, their needles and threads weaving like agile fish. Wanqing was intently focused on the needle and thread in her hands, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Occasionally, she would lightly bite her lower lip, as if engaged in a most solemn ritual. Her expression was earnest and resolute, seemingly pouring her entire heart and soul into the task at hand. Her fingers deftly navigated the fabric, each stitch executed with precision and delicacy. Lingxi, skilled in her craft, occasionally exchanged hushed words with Ruoling, their laughter ringing through the courtyard like the chime of silver bells. Her demeanor was relaxed and joyful, her eyes sparkling with vivacity. As she sewed, she would occasionally lift her gaze to assess the overall effect of her handiwork. Yet her hands never faltered in their motion. Ruoling, on the other hand, wore a serious expression, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, pouring all her energy into the task. She pressed her lips tightly together, her gaze focused and unwavering. Although her sewing skills were somewhat unrefined, each stitch was imbued with her dedication and effort. When faced with difficult areas, she would furrow her brow slightly, pushing the needle through with even greater determination. In the midst of this, I noticed my beard had grown long. Having grown accustomed to a clean-shaven appearance in later years, I felt somewhat uncomfortable and turned to Wanqing, saying, "Miss Wanqing, my beard is quite bothersome. Could you assist me in trimming it?" Upon hearing this, Wanqing's expression faltered, a flicker of hesitation and unease crossing her eyes as she softly replied, "Sir, it is against propriety. Hair is a gift from one's parents and should not be carelessly destroyed." I chuckled and reassured her, "There is no need for concern, for I am somewhat different from others, and such customs are not observed in my homeland. I kindly ask for your assistance this once." After much hesitation, Wanqing finally nodded reluctantly at my repeated requests. She fetched scissors and a comb, carefully arranging my beard with a nervous demeanor, her hands trembling slightly, and beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Her gaze remained fixed on the tools in her hands, determined to avoid any lapse in concentration. She gently combed through my beard, her movements as tender as if caressing a rare treasure, before slowly raising the scissors, trembling as she trimmed the excess hair. Noticing her anxiety, I softly comforted her, "Do not be afraid. Simply follow my instructions and trim lightly." This seemed to calm her somewhat, and she began to work slowly. Lingxi and Ruoling watched anxiously from the side, scarcely daring to breathe. Lingxi nervously fidgeted with the corners of her garment, while Ruoling's eyes widened, fixed intently on Wanqing's actions. Ruoling, ever helpful, occasionally passed scissors or cloth, teasingly remarking, "Sir, after Miss Wanqing's careful grooming, you shall surely appear even more handsome." Lingxi nodded in agreement with a smile. "Indeed, once you don that suit, you will be the epitome of elegance." Standing apart from the men in this city, I had also designed new dress styles for them. For Wanqing, a water blue gown adorned with exquisite lotus patterns, flowing gracefully like blooming lotuses with each step. For Lingxi, a crimson gown edged with golden thread, exuding an air of nobility. and for Ruoling, a pleated skirt interspersed with pink and white, showcasing youthful vivacity and sweetness. Amidst the busyness and laughter, time slipped away quietly. The weariness and anxiety in my heart seemed to be softened by this warm atmosphere. Yet I was well aware that the crisis in Jingxiang still loomed overhead like a sword held high, never truly receding. When the day of true peace arrives, I shall cherish every moment spent with them. A quiet yearning stirred within me, and my gaze held a touch more tenderness and resolve. Chapter 18. Warmth in turbulent times, garments of new significance. Morning light cascaded into the courtyard, casting a mosaic of shadows. Surrounded by several young women, Wan Qing in her pink skirt stood before me. Her gaze lifted slightly, imbued with a blend of shyness and anticipation. Her cheeks tinted with a delicate blush, reminiscent of peach blossoms in spring. Lingxi, clad in a pale yellow dress, stood to my right, her lips curving into a gentle smile, her intelligent eyes sparkling with curiosity as she played with a strand of hair. Behind me, Ruoling in a light blue dress leaned slightly forward, her breath brushing against my neck. Embodying the innocence and purity of youth, a ripple of warmth surged within me. Amidst the chaos of the world, to be so surrounded by them brought a fleeting sense of tranquility and reassurance. Sir, the tailoring of this suit is truly unique, vastly different from the garments we typically create, Wan Qing remarked softly, her voice flowing like a gentle stream into my heart. I nodded slightly, observing her focused expression, my thoughts drifting to the notion. Such a woman, gentle and meticulous, if she were to be by my side for long, what more could I desire in this life? Yet the turmoil of Jingxiang lingered. And how could I indulge in such tender sentiments? Though my heart was tumultuous, my expression remained gently smiling as I responded, Miss Wan Qing, this is a distinctive feature of my homeland's attire. Once it is complete, you will come to appreciate its intricacies. With that, I gently lifted my hand to smooth the fabric beside me, as if calming the thoughts within. Lingxi blinked and chimed in, Sir, what other wonders does your homeland hold? Do share them with us. Her eyes brimmed with desire and curiosity, her body leaning slightly forward as if eager to dive into the world I was painting with my words. A spark ignited within me as visions of the future unfolded in my mind. And I began to speak slowly. In my homeland, there are towering skyscrapers that soar into the clouds, illuminating the night with brilliant lights, as bright as day. There are also convenient modes of transportation that can traverse 1,000 miles in a day, without the need for horses. As they listened, their eyes shone with astonishment and bewilderment. Ruoling could not contain her amazement, exclaiming, Sir, could that not be a land of deities? Such miraculous wonders are truly beyond imagination. Her mouth agape, her eyes wide with disbelief. I laughed lightly, gesturing for them to remain calm in their astonishment. Just as I was about to speak again, the gravity of the situation in Jingxiang struck me. The army of Qin Yuliang loomed like a dark cloud, threatening to engulf this land at any moment. A wave of unease surged within me, my brow furrowing slightly, a shadow passing through my gaze. Sir, what troubles you? Wan Qing, perceptive as ever, noticed my change in demeanor and inquired with concern. Her eyes were filled with worry as she gently grasped my sleeve. I patted her hand lightly, sighing as I replied, I am pondering the state of the war in Jingxiang. Qin Yuliang's eyes are set upon us, and although we are well prepared, we cannot afford to be complacent. Upon hearing this, Lingxi's expression grew grave. Her lips pressed together as she resolutely declared, Sir, though we are women, we are willing to lend our strength to Jingxiang. Ruoling nodded emphatically from behind, and as I turned to look at them, a wave of warmth surged within me. In this time of peril, to witness such determination from these young women was indeed a rarity. In that moment, I silently reflected. Though they are delicate maidens, their hearts possess such steadfast resolve. I must not fail their expectations. I shall protect Jingxiang and its people from the ravages of war, seeking a glimmer of hope for our future. With that, we returned to our sewing task. I picked up the scissors and continued to cut the fabric for the suit, the scissors gliding through the material, emitting a soft snip. My gaze remained fixed, my arms steady as I moved, each cut deliberate and forceful. Wan Qing diligently stitched the edges of the garment, her slender fingers nimble and agile, the needle and thread in her hands dancing like lively serpents. Swiftly weaving through the fabric, she lowered her head slightly, her eyes fixed on the material, the needle rising and falling like a graceful dancer. Lingxi assisted by organizing the fabric beside her, her movements light, smoothing out the creases with focused diligence. Her delicate fingers glided over the fabric, as if caressing precious silk. Ruoling occasionally handed us what we needed. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze earnest and devoted. She scurried about, delivering items to us, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. In the midst of our busy work, I happened to glance up and noticed beads of sweat glistening on Wanqing's forehead, sparkling like dewdrops in the sunlight. She seemed to sense my gaze, lifting her head slightly to meet my eyes before quickly averting her gaze, her bashful demeanor akin to a startled fawn. Lingxi, however, maintained a calm expression, occasionally glancing at me with a gentle smile. As if encouraging me silently, Ruoling busily hummed a cheerful tune, her light melody resonating through the courtyard, adding a touch of levity to the tense atmosphere. At long last, the outline of the suit began to take shape. I set down the scissors and picked up the half-finished jacket. Holding it up against myself, I asked, "Ladies, what do you think? Does this fit well?" Wanqing set down her needle and thread, scrutinizing it carefully, tilting her head slightly as she remarked, "Sir, the shoulders could be tightened a bit more. It would look more spirited." Her eyes reflected professionalism and seriousness as her finger lightly pointed to the shoulder area. Lingxi leaned in closer and agreed, "Sister Wanqing is correct. The length could be shortened a tad." Ruoling chimed in, smiling, "Once Sir dons this attire, he will surely be the most handsome man in Jingxiang." Observing their earnest discussion, my heart swelled with gratitude, and I mused inwardly. With them by my side, even amidst the pressing war, it felt as though I had found a warm haven. I only hoped this moment of warmth could extend beyond the war, allowing us to share peace together. Meanwhile, their dresses were gradually taking form under my design. Wanqing's water blue gown, with its lotus pattern, seemed to emit a subtle glow in the sunlight, swaying gently with the breeze as if the lotus itself were dancing. Lingxi's crimson gown, edged with golden threads, shimmered brilliantly under the sun, further accentuating her noble elegance. Ruoling's pleated skirt was brimming with youthful energy, and as she twirled, the hem flared out like a blooming flower. At that moment, a commotion arose from the city, startling me and stirring a sense of unease within. "Sir, I shall go and see what has transpired," Lingxi declared, her gaze infused with a hint of vigilance. Setting down the items in her hands, she hastened towards the courtyard gate. A glance exchanged between Wanqing, Ruoling, and myself prompted us to follow suit. Upon reaching the entrance, we beheld the townsfolk rushing about, spreading the alarming news that Chen Yuliang's vanguard had encamped just dozens of miles outside the city, the fluttering banners serving as a blatant challenge to Jingxiang. Yes, I gazed into the distance. My hands instinctively clenched into fists, my mind silently calculating. The inevitable had arrived. Jingxiang must be defended. We had prepared for a long time, and although we possessed a chance of victory, the enemy's advance was formidable, and we could not afford a moment's complacency. This battle was a matter of life and death for countless citizens, a question of Jingxiang's future. I must exercise utmost caution, utilizing every ounce of strength and every preparation available if we were to have any hope of repelling the strong adversary. My expression grew resolute and austere, my fists tightening unconsciously. Wanqing stood beside me, gently grasping my hand. Her touch was somewhat cool, yet it imbued me with a flicker of strength. Ruoling nervously tugged at the hem of her garment, her lips quivering ever so slightly as she endeavored to mask her fear. Lingxi, standing ahead, regarded the horizon with a grave expression, inhaling deeply before stating, "Sir, let us return and prepare. This battle concerns our very existence alongside Jingxiang." I looked at them, my heart a tumult of emotions. These seemingly delicate women exhibited such courage at this moment, leaving me with no reason to falter. Once the tumult subsided, I led the three women back to the courtyard. Gazing at the unfinished garments, I began to ponder the future. Should we successfully repel Chen Yuliang, Jingxiang would surely enter a period of recuperation. Contemplating this, a glimmer of hope shone in my eyes. I paced slowly, envisioning the encouragement of agriculture and commerce, the enhancement of irrigation systems to render this land even more prosperous. Raising my gaze to the sky, I envisioned golden waves of wheat dancing in the fields, the faces of the people brimming with the joy of harvest, and bustling markets filled with vitality. I also aspired to establish academies to nurture talent, ensuring the cultural heritage of Jingxiang would flourish and endure. I paused, my gaze steadfastly fixed ahead, as if I could see those brilliant children reciting poetry and engaging in scholarly discussions, destined to become the pillars of Jingxiang's future. As for these women, I had plans for them as well. Wanqing, gentle and serene, could assist in managing domestic affairs, ensuring that household matters were meticulously organized. I turned to her. She was focused on arranging threads, and I gently placed my hand on her shoulder. Lingxi, astute and quick-witted, could partake in external matters, liaising with various factions, her cleverness sure to prove invaluable. Sensing my gaze, Lingxi looked up and flashed a sweet smile, to which I responded with a grin. Ruoling, innocent and exuberant, could lend her spirit to the academy, spreading her optimism among the students. Ruoling hummed a cheerful tune. Her skirt swayed gently with her movements, prompting me to chuckle and shake my head. As for myself, I aimed to integrate the knowledge and wisdom of future generations into Jingxiang, bolstering the city's strength and cultural depth. Whether it be in medicine, agricultural techniques, architecture, or manufacturing methods, I intended to gradually promote them all. Clenching my fists, my arms slightly raised, I felt an overwhelming sense of determination. I would transform Jingxiang into a sanctuary amidst the chaos of these times, a place where the populace could thrive and culture could prosper. I was acutely aware that this path would be long and arduous, yet with these women by my side and the support of Jingxiang's citizens, I was confident that I could realize these aspirations step by step, crafting a beautiful future that belonged to us. Chapter 19. Pre-battle turmoil, bonds of affection. As dawn broke, the pale golden light resembled the delicate golden threads woven by celestial maidens, gently cascading upon the cobblestone paths of the ancient city of Jingxiang. The stones seemed awakened from slumber, shimmering with a dreamlike luster, akin to a magnificent brocade robe draped over a sleeping beauty. The willows lining the streets swayed gracefully, their slender branches akin to the flowing sleeves of green-clad fairies. Dancing lightly in the morning breeze, each sway a tender caress to the ancient city, composing a silent morning symphony. The flowers in the courtyard adorned themselves with necklaces of dew from the night before. The droplets resembling crystal, refracting brilliant light under the gentle touch of the morning sun, as if the earth, a miraculous artist, presented exquisite pearls, proudly showcasing their breathtaking elegance. The moss in the corners stood as a silent guardian, emanating a muted green hue in the dim light, its spread reminiscent of a tranquil ancient painting, meticulously tinted by time. Narrating tales of I stood in the courtyard, gazing at the lingering clouds at the horizon. My thoughts drifting like wisps of smoke stirred by a gentle spring breeze, elusive and intangible. Beside me, Wanqing held a basin of clear water, her graceful figure moving with a soft elegance, the water rippling gently, mirroring the subtle, scarcely detectable ripples of her heart, quietly unfurling gentle folds of warmth. Today, she wore a moon-white silk gown, the hem embroidered with delicate pink plum blossoms, peeking through with each of her movements, akin to a harbinger of spring emerging from the remnants of winter's snow. Her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, secured with a single jade hairpin, a few strands framing her fair neck, accentuating her delicate beauty. "Sir, the morning dew is heavy. You must take care not to catch a chill." Wanqing's voice floated to me, reminiscent of the first light breeze breaking through the morning mist. Soft and gentle, brushing against my ears like a tender lullaby that resonated deep within my heart. I turned to her, her brows arching like distant mountains, her eyes twinkling like stars in the night sky, radiating boundless concern, akin to the most brilliant celestial body guiding me towards warmth and tranquility. A gentle stir within me, I reflected. In these chaotic times, to have such a caring companion is truly a blessing from the heavens. Yet, as war looms, how could I bask in this fleeting tenderness? A warmth flickered across my features as I replied softly, "Thank you, Wanqing. I shall be cautious." Lingxi and Ruoling emerged from within the house. Lingxi clutching several rolls of fabric intended for crafting new garments. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, a sly smile gracing her lips like a spirited little fox, as she proclaimed, "Sir, today we shall complete these new garments. When you don them, you shall exude an imposing aura, instilling dread in the enemy, as if a divine being had descended to the mortal realm." dressed in a lake blue satin robe adorned with intricate cloud patterns stitched in silver thread. Cinched at the waist with a pale purple ribbon, Lingxi's slender figure appeared even more delicate. Her hair was styled in twin loops, embellished with lustrous pearls that danced gently with her movements. Radiating a warm glow, her words evoked a chuckle from me, and I marveled at her vitality and confidence, reflecting, "This woman, wise and optimistic, always manages to find a glimmer of solace amidst adversity." Akin to a flickering candle in the darkness, though its light may be dim, it steadfastly radiates hope. Ruoling, bouncing about in glee, her braids resembling lively little spirits leaping joyfully in the air, chimed in, "Sir, I have also embroidered some small flowers on the hem. Do take a look and see if it pleases you." Dressed in a delicate yellow gauze skirt, the hem adorned with vibrant floral patterns reminiscent of a springtime bloom. Her face radiated pure joy, her eyes bright as clear lakes, seemingly harboring a boundless curiosity and love for the world. As she unfurled the hem of her skirt, the meticulous stitches and exquisite designs appeared as if the entire vibrant spring had been intricately woven into the fabric. Each thread a messenger of spring, inviting butterflies to dance. I bent down to admire her handiwork, exclaiming, "Ruoling, your craftsmanship grows more exquisite. This embroidery is so lifelike. It seems as though springtime blossoms are poised to leap from the fabric, ready to flit into a grand floral celebration." Ruoling's face flushed crimson in response, her eyes sparkling with joy and shyness, akin to a rosebud poised to bloom in the morning dew. Radiant and captivating. Just then, a sudden series of urgent gong strikes echoed throughout the city, the sound slicing through the morning's tranquility like a bolt of lightning, a chilling blade piercing the hearts of the populace. Akin to a thunderous roar reverberating in the air, sending shivers down spines, my heart tightened. An ominous premonition washing over me, "Sir, could this gong sound signify the enemy's movements?" Wanqing's complexion drained of color. Resembling a vibrant flower suddenly beset by a biting frost, swiftly wilting in hue, the basin in her hands trembling slightly, droplets splattering onto the ground, forming a mottled tapestry of her inner turmoil and unease. Furrowing my brow, my expression grave, I replied in a low tone, "Do not panic. Let me investigate with that." I swiftly made my way to the courtyard gate, Lingxi and Ruoling trailing closely behind, their hurried footsteps echoing on the cobblestones, mirroring the erratic rhythm of a racing heartbeat, striking violently against the oppressive atmosphere. Upon reaching the street, we witnessed the townsfolk pouring out of their homes, faces etched with fear and anxiety, resembling lost lambs, trembling in the face of unknown terror. The vendors along the streets abandoned their wares, allowing them to scatter across the ground, the goods lying abandoned like forsaken children, helpless and desolate, their expressions reflecting despair and wretchedness. An elderly man, leaning heavily on his cane, trembled as he spoke. "I have heard that Chen Youyang's army is gathering outside the city, their numbers formidable. I wonder if Jingxiang can withstand the onslaught." His voice, hoarse and trembling, resembled an old, dilapidated bellows, laboriously producing a heart-wrenching lament. His eyes, filled with worry and the weight of years, bore the deep furrows carved by time's relentless chisel, narrating the tempestuous journey of a lifetime. At this moment, the air in the city seemed to have been enchanted, freezing in an instant, oppressive to the point of suffocation, as though an invisible and immensely heavy boulder pressed down upon each heart, rendering breath nearly impossible. In the distance, the mountains emerged through the morning mist, once serene and harmonious, resembling a paradise, but now appeared as a mysterious jungle, teeming with fierce beasts lurking in the shadows, poised to devour this precarious little town at any moment. The small river that once flowed crystal clear and joyfully now seemed shrouded in gloom, its waters sluggish and devoid of vitality. As if softly singing a sorrowful dirge, the gentle gurgle echoing its resigned sighs and weeping, I gazed towards the direction beyond the city. Though my sight was limited, I could almost envision the enemy encampments. Resembling a thick cloud, akin to a surging black tsunami, poised to engulf this ancient city, I secretly calculated. Despite my numerous strategies, the enemy advanced with ferocity, and this battle would undoubtedly be a cataclysmic struggle that would shake heaven and earth. Yet, I could not falter. The people of Jingxiang, along with these few women, were all tied to my fate. I was their hope, the solitary glimmer of dawn in this encroaching darkness. My palms were slick with sweat. Yet I clenched my fists tightly, my nails digging into my palms, as if to affirm my resolve, believing that only in this manner could I grasp tightly the faint hope that threatened to vanish in the raging winds. Returning to the courtyard, the atmosphere had grown exceptionally heavy. The flowers within seemed to sense this oppressive weight, no longer vibrant and lush, their petals drooping slightly, as if silently mourning the impending disaster. Resembling a group of frail women powerless against fate, sighing in despair. Wanqing silently tidied the threads and needles on the table, her movements no longer light but somewhat sluggish, as if each action bore the burden of 1,000 weights. Like a solitary traveler laboriously carrying the weight of the world through a desolate desert, every step fraught with hardship and resignation. Lingxi stood beside her, her brow furrowed, her gaze lacking its usual vivacity. Replaced with a newfound depth and worry, she softly spoke. "Sir, we must prepare early to ask the food supply in the city sufficient. Do the armaments require repair?" Lingxi's eyes reflected calmness and wisdom, her lower lip slightly bitten. Her hands unconsciously clenched, as if summoning strength for herself. I nodded slightly, feeling a sense of comfort in her composure and sagacity, responding, "What Miss Lingxi says is indeed correct. I shall discuss matters with the garrison forthwith." Ruoling clung tightly to Wanqing's side, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, yet she strove to hold them back, her demeanor resembling that of a frightened fledgling, fragile and endearing, as if a mere whisper of a chilly breeze could topple her slender form. I gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. "Do not fear, Miss Roland, as long as I am here. I will not allow Jingxiang to fall into peril. I am willing to use my body to shield you all beneath a canopy of peace." During the discussions with the garrison commander, the military camp was permeated with a tense atmosphere. Soldiers hurried back and forth, their footsteps a cacophony of haste, the clash of armor and weaponry resonating throughout the encampment. Akin to a fervent and impassioned symphony of war, heralding the stirring overture of battle, inside the tent, the dim yellow light flickered uncertainly, shadows dancing across the resolute faces of the commanders, as if a playful band of sprites frolicked upon their visages, yet could not dispel the unwavering seriousness reflected in their steadfast gazes. The commanders, though solemn, exuded determination and resolve, standing like ancient cliffs, impervious to the tempest, steadfastly guarding the land beneath them. A young commander clasped his fists and declared, "Sir, we are willing to live or die with Jingxiang, to heed your command, and to face fire and water without hesitation." His voice rang out, robust and unyielding, akin to a great bell tolling, igniting a surge of passion within me. As though a torrent of fervent blood surged beneath my chest, ready to burst forth, I looked at them, silently vowing. With such valiant and unyielding commanders and soldiers, perhaps Jingxiang still held a glimmer of hope. I must employ all that I have learned to devise the best strategy for this battle, ensuring that I do not betray their trust and expectations. Upon returning from the garrison to the courtyard, night had quietly descended. The moonlight spilled into the courtyard, pale and cold, resembling a layer of icy silver frost, mercilessly enveloping every inch of the ground, plunging it into solitude and desolation. The shadows of the trees swayed in the moonlight, resembling clawing phantoms, dancing wildly in the darkness, as if celebrating a fearsome revelry. The chirping of insects in the corner pierced the silence of the night, striking an ominous chord, a sharp warning of the dangers lurking in the shadows. Heralding the approaching storm, Wanqing remained in the courtyard, awaiting my return, her silhouette appearing fragile and solitary beneath the moonlight. Like a white plum blossom blooming alone in the cold night, though frigid, it stood resilient, exuding a unique fragrance amidst the icy landscape. Upon seeing my return, she hurried towards me, softly inquiring, "Sir, how is the situation?" I gazed at her worried visage, feeling a surge of guilt, and replied slowly, "The situation is grave. But the soldiers' morale is high. We still possess the strength to fight." Wanqing nodded slightly, gently taking my hand and leading me to a stone bench, saying, "Sir, you have labored all day. You should rest for a while." Her hand, soft yet cold, offered a flicker of warmth amidst the chilling night, akin to a ray of sunshine piercing through layers of gloom, reaching deep into my heart, dispelling some of the shadows and cold. Seated on the stone bench, I gazed at the bright moon in the sky, my thoughts swirling. Wanqing, Should anything happen to me in this battle, the words left unspoken between us weighed heavily on my heart. As if those words were a razor-sharp, poison-coated blade that, once uttered, would mercilessly pierce our hearts, leaving them bloodied. Yet, it seemed Wan Qing sensed my thoughts. She gently placed her hand over my mouth, her eyes filled with determination and deep affection, saying, "Sir, do not speak thus. You are the hope of Jingxiang, the beacon in our hearts. I believe you will lead us through this ordeal. Regardless of what happens, I shall remain by your side." Like the stars guarding the night sky, unwavering and steadfast. Her gaze shone like the brightest star in the night, illuminating the dark corners of my heart, as if lighting an eternal flame in the midst of confusion. Guiding me forward. Overwhelmed with emotion, I gently enveloped her in my arms, feeling her warmth and tenderness, as if I had found a serene and peaceful harbor amidst the chaos of the world. Allowing my weary soul a moment of respite, Lingxi and Ruoling also arrived in the courtyard. Upon witnessing our embrace, they paused momentarily, then Lingxi smiled and said, "Sir, do not be so melancholic. We still have much to accomplish. Tomorrow, I wish to go into the city to reassure the people, to calm their fears and restore their confidence." Lingxi's eyes rekindled with the spark of hope, her posture erect, as if she were ready to rise to the challenge. Ruoling nodded in agreement, stating, "I can help prepare provisions and deliver them to the garrison, to provide the soldiers with an extra measure of strength." Wiping away the remnants of tears, Ruoling's gaze grew resolute. I looked at them, my heart brimming with gratitude and admiration. In this time of crisis, these women not only stood firm but actively contributed their strength to Jingxiang, like twinkling stars in the darkness. Though faint, their steadfastness coalesced into a radiant galaxy, illuminating the night sky of Jingxiang. Taking a deep breath, I rose to my feet, declaring, "Very well, let us unite our efforts to weather this storm together. I believe that as long as we stand shoulder to shoulder, we shall overcome all obstacles and welcome the dawn. In this tranquil night, though we harbored worries, the companionship and support we offered one another served as a guiding light in the darkness, empowering us to move forward." I gazed at them, silently vowing, "Regardless of what transpires, I shall protect Jingxiang, safeguard them, and ensure that a thread of warmth remains in this chaotic world, akin to a sacred flame that never extinguishes, continuing to burn through the winter, bringing light and hope to the world." Chapter 20. Haunting dreams and unsettled thoughts. Dreams surged like a tide, engulfing me in an instant. It was a sunny morning, and the streets of Hangzhou radiated a unique charm under the sunlight. Dressed in splendid attire, I was inspecting the area, flanked by the county magistrate and officials. Upon reaching the stone arch bridge, an exquisite figure appeared as if a celestial being had descended, standing by the bridge's edge. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes like stars, her face akin to a peach blossom, her figure graceful, reminiscent of the legendary Shi Shi. I was instantly captivated, entranced beyond measure. Unable to suppress my admiration, I hurried forward to express my affection, speaking earnestly, vowing to marry her alone. However, she paid me no heed, her cold demeanor suggesting I was merely dust by the roadside. Just then, Fan Zhongyan's boat slowly approached the shore, and the lady, as if grasping a lifeline, gracefully leaped aboard. Observing this, Fan Zhongyan assumed I intended to forcibly seize a maiden. His eyes widened in fury, wielding the oar as he pointed at me, scolding, "How can you behave in such a manner? You are utterly inhuman." I was suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of humiliation. An inexplicable rage surging within me. In a fit of thunderous anger, I shouted, "Fan Zhongyan, bind him at once." The county magistrate, not daring to delay, immediately commanded his officers to tie Fan Zhongyan securely. Yet my fury remained unabated, and I bellowed, "Strike him! Beat him to death!" Just as the officers raised their clubs, I was jolted awake from my dream, drenched in cold sweat, my heart still racing. The remnants of the dream lingered faintly, like a gossamer mist, entwining my thoughts and refusing to dissipate. I sat up in bed, beads of cold sweat dotting my forehead, my heart pounding like a drum. The familiar scenes from the dream, the stone arch bridge in Hangzhou, the woman reminiscent of Shi Shi and Fan Zhongyan, felt so vivid, as if I had truly experienced them. I sat in silence for a moment, my thoughts in disarray, pondering to myself, does this recurring dream signify a lingering attachment from a past life? Or is it an omen from the unseen? Here I am in the tumultuous era of the Yuan dynasty, exhausting myself over the safety of Jingxiang. Yet why does this distant dream follow me like a shadow? I rose to push open the window. The morning light was crisp and cool, and the courtyard was blanketed in a thin layer of frost, as if besieged by the chill of the night. Wanqing, hearing the commotion, approached softly, her hair slightly disheveled, yet still unable to conceal her gentle demeanor. "Sir, you appear unwell. Have you been troubled by nightmares?" Her voice was soft, imbued with concern and worry, her eyes filled with tender inquiry. I shook my head slightly, forcing a bitter smile. "It's nothing, merely a strange dream." Wanqing seemed poised to speak again, but I shifted the topic. "How are the people in the city faring these days?" Lingxi and Ruoling soon arrived. Lingxi, with her keen eyes, seemed to discern my inner turmoil and softly said, "Sir, do not let dreams trouble you. The situation in Jingxiang is the priority. I have arranged for people to soothe the populace, distributing rations and supplies, and their spirits are temporarily stabilized." Ruoling nodded in agreement, holding a cloak in her hands, which she draped over my shoulders, saying, "Sir, the morning dew is heavy. You mustn't catch a chill." Her movements were gentle, her gaze pure and innocent. As I donned the cloak and strolled through the courtyard, my heart remained unsettled. The anger and resentment from the dream still churned within me. I had acted so impulsively in the dream, yet now, burdened with the fate of Jingxiang, I could not afford to act on impulse. I silently admonished myself, gazing towards the horizon where the morning glow had yet to clarify. As if seeking answers within it, "Sir, I wish to visit the barracks to check on the preparations." Lingxi broke the silence, her gaze resolute, exuding a sense of determination. I nodded in agreement. "Lingxi, your thoughts are astute. It is wise to check. Should anything arise, report back swiftly." After Lingxi bowed and departed, Ruoling watched me, her lips poised to speak yet hesitating. I turned to her and inquired, "Ruoling, do you have something to say?" After a moment's hesitation, she summoned her courage. "Sir, I see your worry. I wish to play a piece on the guqin for you. Perhaps it could ease your troubled heart." A flicker of delight crossed my mind, and I smiled gently. "Ruoling, that would be splendid." Ruoling set up the guqin in the courtyard, gracefully seated before it, her delicate hands gliding over the strings. The music flowed like a gentle stream, cascading through the courtyard. I closed my eyes, letting the melodies carry my thoughts away, yet the scenes from the dream would occasionally flash before me. Though the music was beautiful, it could not soothe the turmoil within my heart. I sighed inwardly, my brow slightly furrowing. Wanqing quietly observed me from the side, then approached softly, saying, "Sir, dreams are but illusions. You need not dwell on them too heavily. The people of Jingxiang rely on you, and we shall remain by your side." I opened my eyes, meeting her steadfast gaze, and a warmth surged within me. "Wanqing, having you all by my side is my fortune. Yet in this chaotic world, the future is uncertain, and I fear I may disappoint everyone's expectations." Wanqing took my hand, her grip warm and gentle. "Sir, you have already done so much for Jingxiang. Regardless of the outcome, we shall stand with you through thick and thin." At that moment, Lingxi returned hastily, her expression grave. "Sir, the military preparations in the barracks are nearly complete, but the soldiers are anxious upon hearing of the enemy's might. I have conferred with the commanders to strengthen training and boost morale." I pondered for a moment, then replied, "Lingxi, you are right. We must not only be adequately prepared materially, but also fortify the soldiers' spirits and convictions." In the afternoon, the sunlight was faint as I strolled through the city with Wanqing, inspecting the fortifications. Although the townsfolk endeavored to maintain their daily routines, a tense atmosphere lingered in every corner. Children no longer laughed and played in the streets, and the elderly sat at their doorsteps, their eyes filled with worry. My heart grew heavy as I spoke to Wanqing. If war breaks out, all this tranquility will be shattered. I must do everything in my power to protect it. Wanqing nodded. "Sir, your determination is our anchor." Upon reaching the city wall, the autumn wind howled, ruffling my hair. I gazed out at the fields beyond the city, silently strategizing. Traps could be set here, and reinforcements needed there. I murmured to myself, while Wanqing listened quietly. Suddenly, I thought I saw shadows of the enemy in the distance, and my heart leapt in alarm. Yet upon closer inspection, it was merely the wind stirring the grass. Had I been too tense? I chuckled at my own folly. Returning to the courtyard, night had fallen, and the bright moon hung high. Ruoling had prepared dinner, yet no one had the heart to eat. Looking at the table laden with dishes, I urged, "Everyone, please eat a little to replenish your strength for the uncertainties ahead." With that, I picked up my bowl and chopsticks first, yet could only manage a few forced bites. After the meal, I sat alone on a stone bench in the courtyard, gazing at the bright moon. My thoughts spiraled around the connection between dreams and reality. Who was that woman? Why had I treated Fan Zhongyan so rudely in my dream? Was this all a warning of some sort? Puzzlement clouded my mind, and my heart grew heavier. Wan Qing approached with a cup of hot tea, placing it beside me. "Sir, do not overthink. Have a cup of tea to soothe your spirit." I accepted the teacup, taking a gentle sip. The warmth slid down my throat, yet it failed to dissolve the blockage in my heart. "Wan Qing, do you think I can change the fate of Jingxiang?" I looked at her, my eyes filled with confusion and hope. Wan Qing sat beside me, softly saying, "Sir, you possess great wisdom and courage. As long as you hold fast to your beliefs, you will surely achieve something significant." As night deepened, Lingxi and Ruoling retired to their rooms, yet Wan Qing remained by my side. I gazed at her weary yet resolute face, feeling a swell of emotion. "Wan Qing, you should rest as well." "I wish to be alone for a while." Wan Qing shook her head. "Sir, I know your heart is troubled. I wish to stay and keep you company." I ceased to speak, simply holding her hand as we gazed together at the endless night sky, silently praying for the swift end to this chaotic world, that Jingxiang might find peace. Chapter 21. Encountering the lady by the lakeside, whispers of affection begin to bloom. A light mist enveloped the lakeside, ethereal as smoke, slowly dissipating in the gentle morning light. Strolling along the lakeside path, although my worries had not entirely vanished, the beauty of the lake and its surroundings eased my frayed nerves somewhat. The lake rippled in the morning breeze, resembling a dynamic painting, while the willows along the bank swayed gracefully, as if whispering sweet nothings to the water. I inadvertently lifted my gaze. A familiar figure caught my eye. The woman moved with an elegance akin to willows swaying in the spring breeze, her delicate frame radiating a vibrant grace. She wore a gown of soft pink, draping gracefully over her form, its flowing fabric fluttering in the wind like clouds from the heavens, dancing about her as if surrounded by a dream of blossoms. Her complexion was fairer than snow, reminiscent of finely carved mutton-fat jade, and her brows arched like distant mountains, while her eyes sparkled like stars that had fallen into a tranquil pool, deep and lively, exuding an enchanting brilliance as if concealing countless stars and boundless poetry. Her nose was delicately sculpted, adding an air of nobility and elegance to her visage. Her lips, like cherries, naturally tinted a rosy hue, with the corners curling slightly upwards, hinting at the sweetness of morning dew, yet also concealing a shyness and mystery that begged to be unveiled. Her hair, as dark as satin, cascaded freely over her shoulders, with a few playful strands dancing beside her cheeks, making her appear as an otherworldly fairy. Standing apart in this lakeside mist, so beautiful it was almost intoxicating, leaving one reluctant to gaze too long. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman I often dreamt of. A jolt surged through me, as if struck by a current, and I stood frozen, inwardly exclaiming, "How could she be so similar? Could it be divine providence that allowed me to encounter her once more in this chaotic world?" Regaining my composure, I approached her slowly, instinctively lightening my steps, fearful of startling this seemingly celestial beauty. As I drew near, I bowed deeply, my voice laced with warmth and admiration. "Miss, the morning light is splendid, and to unexpectedly encounter such a beauty here is indeed my fortune." She turned slightly, her gaze meeting mine, a flicker of surprise and shyness in her eyes, softly replying, "Young master is too kind. I merely came here by chance to enjoy the scenery." Her voice was as sweet as the melodious chirping of a yellow oriole on a spring morning, crisp and lively, the notes drifting from the valley, piercing through the swirling mist and penetrating deep into my heart, leaving me feeling as though I had indulged in fine, intoxicating wine, my spirit dancing in delight. I straightened up, locking my gaze onto her, sincerely stating, "Your beauty resembles the blossoms of spring," capturing my heart with but a single glance. I am a resident of Jingxiang, preoccupied with the affairs of the city lately, yet upon seeing you, My weariness has significantly lessened. May I inquire your name? She slightly lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, as radiant as clouds at dawn. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, My name is Liu Fei. Liu Fei, such a beautiful name, as melodious as celestial music, I exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Liu Fei appeared momentarily taken aback, her long, delicate eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, as if this unexpected compliment had struck a chord within her heart. Her cheeks were instantly graced with a delicate blush, reminiscent of clouds kissed softly by the setting sun at the horizon. This rosy hue gradually spread from her tender cheeks to her petite earlobes, akin to the subtle blooming of peach blossoms in the gentle embrace of spring. She instinctively lowered her head slightly, a few strands of inky hair cascading from her ear, partially concealing her increasingly radiant visage. Much like a poetic scroll adorned with a veil of ethereal charm, her vermilion lips pressed together lightly, yet the corners betrayed an involuntary upward curve, as if she were striving to suppress the joy bubbling within. Resembling a water lily shyly unfurling in the morning dew, embodying both the bashfulness of receiving praise and the sweetness that could not be concealed within. Her eyes fluttered downward, long lashes casting faint shadows beneath her eyelids, occasionally stealing glances at me with a twinkle reminiscent of stars, only to hastily avert her gaze again. The silk handkerchief in her grasp was unconsciously twisted, as if it were the sole anchor for her presently tumultuous emotions. Witnessing this, my heart swelled with affection, and I ventured, from the very first moment I beheld you. My heart has been akin to a startled deer. If you find yourself unaccompanied, might you indulge me in a leisurely stroll to admire the scenery? Liu Fei bit her lip gently, seemingly in contemplation, before nodding softly. Given your gracious invitation, I would be remiss not to oblige. She resembled a water lily on the verge of blooming, subtly unfurling her petals upon the tranquil lake. Nurtured by the morning dew, neither ostentatious nor timid, responding to the world's inquiries with an exquisite poise. Her demeanor, poised yet modest, evoked the image of willow branches swaying gracefully in the spring breeze. Laden with understated elegance and the refined grace of a distinguished lady, we strolled along the lakeside at a leisurely pace, my heart brimming with joy yet tinged with nervousness, pondering. Encountering Liu Fei today must be fate's design. I must seize this opportunity to convey my feelings. Turning to her, I remarked, Liu Fei, observe the fish in the lake, swimming freely. I often muse, how wonderful it would be to find a tranquil haven amidst these chaotic times. Accompanied by one's beloved, Liu Fei's gaze followed my words to the fish gliding through the water, a smile gracing her lips. What you say is indeed true, yet peace is hard to come by in these tumultuous times. Her response flowed like a clear spring, unhurried and serene, infused with a sense of calm and wisdom, akin to a luminous pearl in the midst of chaos, exuding a gentle yet unique radiance. She was no superficial woman, oblivious to the world's turmoil. Rather, she possessed a profound understanding and reflection on the state of affairs, reminiscent of a bird perched high in the branches, whose melodious song belied its keen perception of the ever-changing winds of fate. As we approached a vibrant patch of blooming flowers, butterflies danced amidst the blossoms, my heart stirred, and I bent down to pluck a striking flower, presenting it gently to Liu Fei. Though this flower pales in comparison to your beauty, may it add a touch of brightness to your day. Liu Fei blinked in surprise, then extended her delicate hand to accept the bloom, inhaling its fragrance with delight. Thank you, it is truly fragrant. Her gesture was nothing short of elegant, reminiscent of a graceful butterfly alighting upon a blossom, captivating my attention and revealing her keen appreciation for beauty, akin to an art connoisseur discerning the exquisite melodies of existence from the minutiae, each movement exuding an air of nobility and refinement, as though she had just stepped out of a royal court. At that moment, an elderly man was fishing by the lakeside, his gaze fixed on the water's surface. His fishing rod perfectly still. As Liu Fei and I approached, he seemed unaware of our presence. I whispered, Good sir, how is your catch today? The old man slowly turned his head, casting a glance our way, his eyes reflecting a blend of weariness and tranquility. The fisherman's intent lies not in the fish, but in the mountains and waters surrounding him. His voice was deep and raspy, yet imbued with profound meaning. My heart stirred, and I exchanged a knowing glance with Liu Fei. We both grasped the essence of the old man's words, Liu Fei quickly comprehended the philosophy embedded in his statement. Much like a deep star that can instantly capture a glimmer of wisdom in the vast night sky, indicative of her rich emotions and profound thoughts, resembling a mysterious garden brimming with treasures. Outwardly resplendent yet intricately woven with emotional complexities and intellectual foundations. Continuing our walk, Liu Fei suddenly halted, her gaze fixated upon a blooming water lily on the lake's surface, her eyes sparkling with affection. Noticing this, I boldly stated, "Liu Fei, do you fancy that water lily? Allow me to fetch it for you." With that, I lifted my garments and stepped into the shallow waters, cautiously making my way toward the flower. The lake water soaked my shoes and socks, yet I remained oblivious, my mind solely focused on presenting the water lily to Liu Fei. Upon handing her the flower, her eyes shimmered with tears of gratitude. "Why are you so kind to me?" I gently grasped her hand, gazing into her eyes, and declared earnestly, "Liu Fei, from the moment I first beheld you, my heart was captured. I wish to offer you all that I possess, to protect you and grant you happiness." Liu Fei's cheeks deepened in hue, and though she lowered her gaze, she did not withdraw her hand. This series of reactions unveiled her tenderness and shyness, akin to a peach blossom unfurling in the spring, adorned with a faint blush and dancing in the gentle breeze. Simultaneously, it revealed her sincere and cautious approach to love, much like a devoted guardian safeguarding the sanctity of pure emotions deep within. Not easily surrendering her heart, yet when moved, responding wholeheartedly, akin to a trickle of water converging into a roaring river, pouring forth all emotions without reserve. Unbeknownst to us, the sun had climbed higher in the sky. Casting its heat upon the land, I felt a pang of reluctance, yet considering Liu Fei might be weary, I suggested, "Liu Fei, the sun is rising. If you are tired, I shall escort you home." Liu Fei lifted her head. Meeting my gaze, her eyes imbued with a hint of affection. "I have greatly enjoyed my time with you today." Thereafter, we often found ourselves in each other's company, whether strolling by the lakeside or conversing in pavilions. One day, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze caressing the air, we arranged to meet at a small pavilion by the lake, surrounded by vibrant blooms and fluttering butterflies. We indulged in poetic exchanges, discussing everything from the blossoms of spring to the moonlit nights of autumn, from the structure of verses to the essence of their meanings, reveling in each other's company. Observing her exceptional talent, my admiration for her deepened. As time flowed, through our repeated encounters and exchanges, Liu Fei began to develop feelings for me. One day, unable to contain my emotions, I composed a poem for her. Love-struck? Intoxicated, the heart's captive, forever entwined in a bond. Yearning, meeting, embracing, kisses exchanged, love transcending time and tides. Upon hearing it, Liu Fei's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to the clouds at dusk, her eyes sparkling with shyness and emotion as she lowered her head and softly replied, "Your poem is filled with deep affection. I shall remember it well." I accompanied Liu Fei to her residence, a tranquil little courtyard adorned with several clumps of emerald bamboo rustling in the breeze. After bidding her farewell and promising to visit again soon, I departed, my heart brimming with joy and anticipation, silently pondering. "Liu Fei, you are the vibrant light in my life amidst this chaotic world. I shall not let you slip away." Yet, a twinge of worry crept into my heart. The looming conflict in Jingxiang cast a shadow over my thoughts. How could I safeguard Jingxiang while nurturing this newfound affection? Such thoughts entwined within my mind, rendering my steps somewhat heavy. Chapter 22. The Rising Tide of Emotions. Thoughts unmasked as dawn broke, the gentle warmth of sunlight spilled softly into the courtyard, and I stirred awake upon my couch. Gazing at the dappled light filtering through the window, my thoughts instantly drifted to Liu Fei. Liu Fei, with every smile and frown, blossomed in my heart like the flowers of spring. My heart swelled with sweetness, and my lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Rising and pacing to the window, I beheld the flowers in the courtyard swaying gently in the morning breeze. As if whispering of the beautiful dreams from the night before, I resolved, today, I must see her again, to share this morning's beauty, though I wondered if she too thought of me. Such thoughts ignited a flicker of nervous anticipation within me, akin to a youth stepping timidly into the realm of love. Once I had arranged my attire and reached the gate, I chanced upon Wanqing. Her eyes held a glimmer of concern and curiosity. "Sir, You seem in a hurry today. Is there something urgent? I paused briefly, then smiled. I wish to visit a friend. There is no cause for worry. Wan Qing, perceptive and astute, seemed to sense the secrets within my heart. She nodded slightly. Do go, and return early. I felt grateful for her understanding yet carried a tinge of guilt as I quietly passed by her. As I traversed the streets, the townsfolk had already commenced their daily bustle. The aroma from breakfast stalls wafted enticingly through the air, accompanied by the vendors' cheerful calls. Yet, I paid little heed, my thoughts solely focused on the desire to see Li Lufei as soon as possible. While walking, I was suddenly startled by a commotion. An elderly woman had accidentally fallen in the middle of the road, her basket of vegetables spilling across the ground. Although people paused to observe, none stepped forward to assist her. My heart tightened, and I hurried over, gently helping the old woman to her feet and inquiring with concern. Dear lady, did you hurt yourself? The woman, trembling slightly, looked at me gratefully. Thank you. Young sir, I am unharmed. It's just that my old bones are not as nimble anymore. I helped her gather the fallen vegetables and offered a few words of reassurance before continuing on my way. Might she already be waiting by the lakeside? Should I arrive late, would she be displeased? A sense of trepidation enveloped me, spurring my footsteps to quicken. Till last, I reached the lakeside, where the water glimmered like vast silk beneath the morning light, its surface sparkling as if countless shards of gold danced upon it, reminiscent of stars cascading into the mortal realm. The gentle breeze stirred ripples, expanding in concentric circles. The weeping willows at the bank swayed gracefully, their slender branches caressing the water's surface, akin to a maiden in green garb preening before a mirror, with the tender green leaves nearly translucent under the sun's embrace, their veins distinctly visible. The water lilies in the lake unfurled their petals quietly, some in shades of pink and white, resplendent and dewy, half open as if shy maidens modestly veiling their faces. Others fully bloomed, boldly showcasing their beauty, their golden stamens attracting colorful butterflies that flitted around them. In the distance, a lush island in the lake thrived with verdant trees, where birds perched on branches, singing melodiously, as if performing a symphony of nature. I surveyed the surroundings, yet Li Lufei's figure was nowhere to be found. A wave of disappointment washed over me, extinguishing the fervor in my heart like cold water. Had she forgotten our promise? I murmured to myself, my eyes filled with anxiety. Just as I was lost in my melancholy, a melodious flute sound wafted through the air, like celestial music descending from the heavens. Following the sound, I discovered Li Lufei standing elegantly beneath a cluster of weeping willows. Clad in a flowing gown of moonwhite, her hair danced in the wind, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. The bamboo flute in her hand gleamed softly in the morning light, her beauty captivating me utterly. I hastened towards her, and upon noticing my approach, she offered a slight bow. Young master, you have come. I gazed deeply into her eyes and said earnestly, Lufei, today you resemble a fairy from the Moon Palace, making it impossible for me to look away. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she playfully chided, young master, do not jest. We strolled side by side along the lakeshore, as the water gently lapped at the bank, seemingly singing in celebration of our reunion. Li Lufei spoke softly. Young master, do you know that the fish in this lake, though they appear free and unburdened, harbor their own sorrows? My heart stirred, and I inquired, Lufei, what do you mean by that? She tilted her head slightly, a hint of sadness in her gaze. In these chaotic times, nothing can remain unscathed. The fish may swim freely, yet they dread the fisherman's net, much like you and I, though we savor this moment of tranquility. We are ever overshadowed by the specter of war. I grasped her hand firmly, declaring, Lufei, do not worry. I will protect you and ensure that this chaotic world does not harm you in the slightest. Her eyes shimmered with tears of gratitude. Young master, with you by my side, I find solace. We arrived at a small pavilion in the lake, where we took a seat. Li Lufei produced a poetry collection from her sleeve and handed it to me. Young master, this is a compilation of poems I have transcribed recently. I wish to share it with you. I accepted the book, gently flipping through its pages, marveling at the delicate characters that danced upon the paper like lively spirits. Lufei, your calligraphy resembles the work of a master. Such talent commands my admiration, I exclaimed genuinely. She lowered her head shyly. Young master, you flatter me. I merely seek solace in idle pursuits. We recited poems together in the pavilion. From the Book of Songs to Li Bai's Longing in Chang'an, each verse binding our hearts closer, my heart brimmed with joy, yet I could not shake the thoughts of the ongoing conflict in Jingxiang. Lu Fei, though I long to be by your side every day, I cannot neglect the safety of Jingxiang, I said gravely. Lu Fei gently squeezed my hand. Young master, I understand and I shall support you. Just remember to be cautious on the battlefield. Looking into her worried eyes warmed my heart. Lu Fei, rest assured. I will return safely. As the sun climbed higher, its rays grew increasingly intense. We rose to depart the pavilion when suddenly, the distant sound of galloping hooves reached my ears, dust swirling in the air. My heart sank, and I turned to the source of the sound with heightened vigilance. A troop of soldiers rode swiftly towards us. Clad in armor, their expressions grave, the leading soldier reined in his steed before us and clasped his fists in salute. Mr. Liu, urgent matters require your attention in Jingxiang City. Please return swiftly. A heavy weight settled in my chest. For I knew this must signify new developments in the conflict. I turned to Lu Fei, whose eyes were filled with concern. Young master, go, do not delay. I grasped her hand tightly. Lu Fei, I shall return swiftly. Wait here for my news. With that, I mounted my horse and rode back to the city alongside the soldiers. The city bustled with activity, soldiers hurriedly traversing the streets, and the faces of the townspeople were marked with fear. I made my way directly to the council hall, where the commanders wore grave expressions. One approached and spoke. Sir, the enemy has recently mobilized on a large scale, seemingly preparing for an assault on the city. What should we do? I pondered for a moment and replied. First, strengthen the city defenses, dispatch scouts to closely monitor the enemy's movements, and maintain our composure. The commanders nodded in agreement. My heart raced with anxiety. Yet I endeavored to remain composed. This battle would determine the fate of Jingxiang. I could not afford any mistakes. I deliberated quietly, my eyes reflecting determination and resolve. Yet, the image of Lu Fei's worried face frequently intruded upon my thoughts. Lu Fei? I must safeguard Jingxiang, and I must also protect you. After a day of relentless toil, night fell. Exhausted, I returned to the courtyard, where Wan Qing had been waiting. She approached me, softly asking, Sir, how did it go? I shook my head slightly. The enemy appears poised for an assault. The situation is dire. Wan Qing handed me a cup of hot tea. Sir, please drink and rest for a moment. I accepted the cup. Taking a tentative sip, yet my mind remained tumultuous. Sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, I gazed at the moon illuminating the night sky, my thoughts swirling. The conflict in Jingxiang, Lu Fei's deep affection. How might I strike a balance? If I devote myself entirely to the war, would Lu Fei think I have neglected her? But if I allow myself to be distracted by love, how could I justify my duty to the people of Jingxiang? These myriad worries tangled within my mind, leaving me restless and unable to sleep. Chapter 23. The gathering storm and the dilemma of affection before the dawn's light had fully pierced the clouds. I awoke from a restless slumber, beads of sweat dotting my forehead. Last night, the news of the enemy's impending assault weighed heavily upon my heart, preventing me from finding peace in my dreams. Jingxiang City was engulfed in flames. Its citizens displaced by the ravages of war, their cries and wails echoing vividly. A scene that sent chills through me. Was this to be Jingxiang's fate? After years of diligent study and acquiring knowledge, was I truly powerless to avert such tragedy? A sense of defeat and frustration filled me. My fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. I donned my garments and paced to the window, gazing at the flowers and grass in the courtyard shrouded in morning mist. Appearing somewhat wilted and lackluster, much like my heavy heart. The fate of Jingxiang now hung by a thread, and as its strategist, the weight of responsibility pressed upon me. I could not allow this city to fall into enemy hands. Yet the enemy advanced with ferocity. Could my strategies truly safeguard Jingxiang? I pondered silently, my gaze betraying a mix of worry and resolve, my brow furrowed deeply. After a quick wash, I hurried to the council hall. The atmosphere in the city had grown tense, the streets eerily quiet, with citizens keeping their doors shut tight, while soldiers hurriedly mobilized, the sound of clashing armor and weapons resonating painfully in the silence. Upon reaching the council hall, the commanders had already gathered, their faces as grim as frost. As I stepped inside, All eyes turned towards me, their gazes filled with anticipation and a tinge of anxiety. An older commander stepped forward, clasping his fists. "Sir, the enemy's movements are becoming increasingly evident. Scouts report they have camped just 10 miles outside the city, and an assault may be imminent. What shall we do?" His voice was low and hoarse, bearing the weight of experience from countless battles. I furrowed my brow slightly, approaching the map to survey the terrain surrounding Jingxiang City. After a moment of contemplation, I spoke. "Though the enemy approaches with great fervor, we must not lose our composure. First, reinforce the city walls and ensure that our catapults and crossbows are properly positioned. Then, arrange for the soldiers to take turns on guard duty to ensure our defenses are impenetrable. Additionally, send out small elite units to mount a night raid on the enemy camp, disrupting their plans." The commanders nodded in agreement and departed to carry out their orders. In the midst of this tense preparation, my thoughts drifted repeatedly to Liu Fei. I wondered if she was safe by the lakeside at this very moment, if she too was worrying for me. Our hearts had only just begun to entwine, and yet war loomed ahead, threatening to sever our bond. No, I must protect her. Yet the urgency of the city's affairs made it difficult to divide my focus. My heart was heavy with concern. Yet I knew I could not afford to be distracted. The conflict within me raged like two entwined dragons, each tearing at the other. After a long day of toil, the sun dipped low, staining the sky crimson, mirroring the impending trials Jingxiang would face. I returned to my residence, weary, where Wanqing stood in the courtyard, her eyes filled with concern. "Sir, you have worked hard." I shook my head slightly, forcing a smile. "This is my duty. The situation is indeed severe. Despite our best efforts, victory seems elusive. Is fate truly determined to bring about Jingxiang's downfall?" After dinner, I sat alone on the stone bench in the courtyard, watching the blood-red sun gradually descend. As the night enveloped the land like ironclad, that moment, a soldier hurriedly approached to report. "Sir, a woman seeks an audience at the city gate, claiming to be Liu Fei." A jolt of surprise coursed through me. I quickly rose and made my way to the gate. Why had she come? In this chaotic time, she had ventured alone. What would happen if misfortune befell her? Outside the city gate, Liu Fei's figure appeared somewhat frail amidst the night. Upon seeing me, a glimmer of surprise and relief flickered in her eyes. "Why, Lord, I have heard of the dire situation in Jingxiang City and was filled with worry. Thus, I came to visit." Her voice trembled slightly, laced with fear and concern. Touched, I grasped her hand and replied, "Liu Fei, you should not be here. The city harbors great danger. This battlefield is fraught with peril, and if I cannot ensure my own safety, how can I protect you?" Yet she resolutely stated, "My lord, I am unafraid. I simply wish to be by your side and face this together." I escorted Liu Fei back to my residence, arranging for her to stay. However, my heart was ensnared in a dilemma. On one side lay the safety of Jingxiang City, and on the other, the profound affection of Liu Fei. How should I choose? "Liu Fei, I do not wish to place you in harm's way. Yet I cannot abandon the city. If I focus solely on the defense, and something were to befall you here, I would regret it for a lifetime. But if my thoughts waver due to you, should the city fall, countless lives will be lost, and I would have no face to live on." I silently mused, my eyes filled with turmoil and anguish, pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot stove. That night, I lay in bed, unable to find sleep. Liu Fei's presence brought a flicker of warmth amidst the chaos of war, yet it deepened my concern for her safety. The strategies for the city's defense swirled in my mind, intertwining and leaving me unsettled. The defensive plan appeared comprehensive, yet it was riddled with vulnerabilities. Should the enemy launch a strong assault, we might struggle to withstand it. But what other strategies could be devised? I racked my brain in vain, pondering whether I was to remain idle and wait for doom. The next morning, I rose early and proceeded to inspect the city walls. The soldiers stationed atop the walls bore solemn expressions, bracing for what lay ahead. Gazing out at the fields beyond the city, I silently prayed. May this war come to an end swiftly, may Jingxiang City remain unscathed, and may Liu Fei be safe. Heaven above, if you can preserve the peace of Jingxiang, I am willing to pay any price. Suddenly, the enemy's horn sounded, a long and piercing note that shattered the morning's tranquility, followed by a cacophony of battle cries. The enemy surged towards Jingxiang City like a tidal wave, and the soldiers atop the walls swiftly entered combat mode. I equipped them with my newly invented weapons, pistols, rifles, and grenades, and devised a meticulous plan for their use. I divided the soldiers into several small groups, positioning riflemen at crucial points along the walls to create a crossfire net. When the enemy entered range, they would fire in unison, utilizing the rifle's long range and high accuracy to inflict significant casualties on the enemy forces. The pistol operators were to defend at close quarters, delivering lethal strikes as the enemy attempted to scale the walls or breach our defenses. Meanwhile, grenade throwers lay in wait behind the parapets, closely monitoring the enemy's siege engines. Once the enemy's catapults or siege towers approached, they would throw grenades decisively, demolishing them before they could advance. The soldiers lifted their rifles, aimed at the enemy, and pulled the triggers. The bullets screamed forth like a gale, and the foremost enemy soldiers fell in disbelief, their faces etched with shock at the sudden onslaught. As the enemy attempted to close in, the soldiers threw grenades with resolve. The explosions reverberated deafeningly, and amidst the flames and smoke, the enemy was thrown into disarray, crying out in despair. From atop the walls, I directed the soldiers in battle, urging, "Do not panic. Hold your ground. In this moment of chaos, we invite our own demise. Only with composure can we grasp a sliver of hope." My voice rang out above the din of war, invigorating the soldiers' spirits. However, the enemy's assault was relentless, crashing upon us in wave after wave. Seemingly unending, in the thick of battle, I witnessed a young soldier struck by an enemy arrow. He cried out in agony before collapsing on the wall. His eyes were filled with resentment and fear as he gazed at the sky, murmuring, "I do not want to die." That sight pierced my heart, vividly illustrating the brutality of war. We fought valiantly, yet casualties mounted. When would this relentless slaughter cease? If I could not devise a solution to overcome the enemy, countless innocent lives would perish. Liu Fei also ascended to the walls. Though her complexion was pale, her eyes radiated determination. She assisted in transporting ammunition and bandaging the wounds of injured soldiers, displaying no hint of fear or retreat. Watching her, I felt both moved and anxious. "Liu Fei, you should not be here. It is far too dangerous. How can your delicate frame withstand the trials of war? Should anything happen to you, what would I do?" Yet she shook her head resolutely. "My lord, I must do what I can. I wish to protect Jingxiang City alongside you. Your concerns are my concerns. We share life and death, and I shall not retreat." The battle raged on throughout the day, with both sides suffering heavy losses. As night fell, the enemy temporarily ceased their assault. Retreating to their encampment, I gazed at the flickering lights of the enemy camp beyond the city, my heart laden with worry. At this rate, Jingxiang City would inevitably fall. I had to devise a plan to turn the tide. Yet I had exhausted my thoughts and had no viable strategies. Was I truly to watch Jingxiang succumb to ruin? Upon returning to my residence, I sank wearily into a chair. Liu Fei brought me a cup of hot tea, whispering, "My lord, drink some tea and take a moment to rest." As I accepted the teacup, I gazed at her weary yet gentle face, filled with guilt. "Liu Fei, it is I who have burdened you, dragging you into such peril. You ought to be by the serene lakeside, enjoying the tranquility of life, yet you are now engulfed in flames of war because of me." She sat beside me, grasping my hand. "My lord, do not speak like that. I am willing to share both joy and hardship with you. As long as I can be with you, I fear no danger." After a moment of contemplation, I said to Liu Fei, "Liu Fei, I have a plan that may allow us to defeat the enemy, but it requires me to venture outside the city. This undertaking is fraught with peril. The enemy's camp is heavily guarded, and my journey could very well be one of life and death. Yet for the sake of Jingxiang, I have no other choice." A flicker of concern crossed her gaze. "My lord, leaving the city is too dangerous. You cannot go. If anything were to happen to you, what meaning would my life hold?" Gently, I stroked her hair. "Liu Fei, this is our only opportunity. I must try. If I do not go and Jingxiang falls, countless innocent lives will suffer, and I shall be remembered as a villain throughout history." She looked at me, her eyes brimming with tears, but ultimately nodded. "My lord, you must return safely. You are my sole attachment in this world. Without you, I am as a rootless weed." I embraced her tightly, feeling her warmth and concern. "Liu Fei, do not worry. I will surely return. How could I bear to leave you behind, to depart alone? I shall share my remaining days with you." The following morning, I led an elite team quietly out of the city, heading towards the enemy's supply camp that I equipped my team with specially crafted powerful weapons to face potential threats. Throughout the journey, my heart was tense, fully aware that this mission was fraught with danger and uncertainty. If we could successfully burn the enemy's supplies, Jingxiang City might still have a glimmer of hope. But if we failed, not only would my life be forfeit, but Jingxiang would also face utter ruin. Yet, at this juncture, I had no choice but to take the plunge. I silently vowed, my eyes reflecting determination, my grip tightening around the hilt of my sword, knuckles blanching under the pressure, as we approached the enemy's supply camp. We discovered their defenses to be formidable, my heart sank. Yet there was no turning back. After conferring with my team, we resolved to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night. As darkness enveloped us, we stealthily infiltrated the enemy's supply camp. However, just as we were about to ignite the fires, the enemy discovered our presence, and alarms blared. "Charge!" I shouted, leading the charge against the enemy. The soldiers rallied, and the clash of battle erupted within the supply camp. In this moment, we had no choice but to fight for our lives. Perhaps there was still hope. If I were to perish, what would become of Liu Fei? No, I could not die. I must return to her. In the heat of battle, I wielded my sword, engaging in a desperate struggle against the enemy. Though they outnumbered us, we gradually gained the upper hand through our superb skills and indomitable will. "Ignite the flames!" I cried, and the soldiers swiftly hurled torches onto the supply piles. In an instant, flames surged skyward, illuminating the night sky. At last, we succeeded. Jingxiang was saved, and I would be able to return to Liu Fei. Upon witnessing the flames engulfing their supplies, the enemy fell into disarray. We seized the opportunity to carve a bloody path back to Jingxiang City. However, en route, we were pursued by the enemy. "Increase your speed. If they catch us, it will be our end." Liu Fei was still waiting for me in the city. "I could not die here," I shouted, urgency coursing through me as I galloped forward, the wind howling in my ears. After a fierce struggle, we finally evaded the enemy's pursuit and returned to Jingxiang City. The soldiers atop the walls erupted in cheers upon our return. I surveyed the citizens and soldiers within the city, my heart swelling with relief. Jingxiang City had been preserved. I had fulfilled my duty and could now be with Liu Fei. Liu Fei had been waiting by the city gate, and upon seeing me return safely, tears streamed down her cheeks. I approached her and embraced her tightly. "Liu Fei, I promised I would return. Through the arduous journey, you were the sole beacon of hope guiding me home." She sobbed in my arms. "My lord, you terrified me. Without you, my life would be shrouded in darkness." After this battle, Jingxiang City temporarily regained its peace. Yet I knew that the road ahead remained long, with more challenges awaiting us. My bond with Liu Fei has grown more resolute amidst the trials of this conflict. Chapter 24. The aftermath lingers. The path of love remains challenging as the first light of dawn breaks. Gentle rays cascade over every inch of Jingxiang City, yet they fail to penetrate the gloom that shrouds my heart. Although the townsfolk find a momentary respite from the enemy's retreat, a palpable tension still pervades the streets. Like a delicate veil cloaking the hearts of all, standing in the courtyard of my dwelling, I gaze upon the few flowers that have survived the ravages of war. Though battered and bruised, they stand defiantly upright, mirroring the spirit of the city's inhabitants who, despite their tribulations, refuse to yield. This war, though momentarily paused, remains fraught with peril, akin to the calm surface of a sea after a storm. Concealing tumultuous undercurrents, I must strategize early to ensure the enduring peace of Jingxiang. I find myself lost in contemplation, my eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and resolve, my brow slightly furrowed, as if to crush a fly. Liu Fei approaches quietly, her visage somewhat haggard, yet her enchanting beauty remains undiminished. "My lord, what occupies your thoughts? Are you still troubled by the prospect of enemy incursions?" Her voice, soft as a gentle breeze, caresses my heart with care and concern. I turn to her, taking her hand, which feels icy to the touch, stirring a wave of compassion within me. Liu Fei, the enemy, having suffered defeat, will not relent easily. As a strategist of Jingxiang, I must exhaust all efforts for the safety of the city, yet it pains me that you are drawn into this endless turmoil alongside me. She shakes her head gently, her dark tresses swaying upon her shoulders. "My lord, do not speak thus. I wish to face the storm with you." As long as I am by your side, I shall find solace. I draw her tenderly into my embrace, feeling her warmth and trust. My heart a tumult of emotions. At that moment, a soldier hastens towards us, kneeling on one knee, clasping his fists in salute. Sir, the city has suffered significant losses in supplies due to the flames of war. Our grain reserves are insufficient for even 3 months, and many homes have been destroyed, leaving the populace displaced and in dire need of shelter. His words weigh heavily upon my heart, like a boulder pressing down. I release Liu Fei, my expression grave as I respond, I am aware. You shall first assess the situation in detail, then summon the wealthier citizens of the city to discuss relief efforts and resource procurement. The soldier departs, and I watch his receding figure, sighing inwardly. The reconstruction of Jingxiang is no simple task, akin to erecting a grand edifice upon ruins. Each step must be taken with utmost caution. Turning to Liu Fei, I say, Liu Fei, I must inspect various locations throughout the city. You should rest here and not overexert yourself. She hesitates momentarily before nodding. Why, Lord, go forth. Return swiftly. I stride out of our residence and into the streets. The remnants of destruction surround me, charred earth and shattered walls. Townsfolk sift through the debris for salvageable goods or sit by the roadside with sorrow etched upon their faces, their gazes vacant and helpless. A sharp pain pierces my heart, as if countless needles have been driven into it. This calamity is my fault. Had I been more vigilant, perhaps Jingxiang could have been spared as I reached the city gates. Though the guards are weary, they steadfastly hold their post. I inquire about any unusual occurrences, and one soldier replies, Sir, while the enemy has not launched a large-scale assault recently, small detachments frequently linger outside the city. Seemingly probing our defenses, I raise my gaze to the horizon, where shadows of the enemy flicker in the wilderness. Like a pack of wolves lurking in the dark, eyeing their prey, it appears the enemy is still poised to strike. I must bolster our defenses without the slightest complacency. My thoughts race with vigilance. After inspecting the fortifications, I proceed to the makeshift encampment housing the displaced citizens. Inside, the elderly, weak, women, and children huddle together. The children are gaunt, their faces pale with hunger, their eyes filled with yearning for nourishment. I enter one of the tents, where an elderly man rises unsteadily, bowing to me. Sir, you must save us. The flames of war have consumed our homes and our food. If this continues, how shall we survive? His voice is hoarse and filled with anguish, akin to a dull blade slowly slicing at my heart. I feel a pang of sorrow and quickly assist him to his feet. Fear not, good sir. I shall find a way for us to weather this storm. I am acutely aware that the fates of these people rest upon my shoulders. Should I falter, they would plunge into an abyss from which there is no return. Emerging from the tent, dusk approaches. The sun bleeds red across the sky, casting a crimson hue that resembles the earth weeping. Heralding the arduous trials that lie ahead, I drag my fatigued body back to my residence, where Liu Fei awaits at the entrance. Upon seeing my return, she rushes forth, her eyes brimming with concern. Why, Lord, you have returned. After a day of toil, you must be utterly exhausted. I manage a faint smile. Liu Fei, it is nothing. Yet, the matters within the city are more complex than I had anticipated. At dinner, Liu Fei and I sit across from one another. Though the meal is modest, it emits an enticing aroma. Nevertheless, I find myself devoid of appetite, my mind consumed with worries for Jingxiang's future. Observing my demeanor, Liu Fei softly urges, My lord, please eat something. Your health is paramount. Solutions will present themselves in due course. Do not fret excessively. I gaze at her, touched by her concern. Liu Fei, having you by my side is a true blessing. Yet, the burden of Jingxiang weighs heavily upon me. I fear I cannot bear it alone. She clasps my hand firmly, resolutely stating, My lord, you are not alone. We have the citizens of the city, and the valiant soldiers. As long as we unite our efforts, we shall surely overcome these trials. A warmth spreads within me, akin to glimpsing a glimmer of dawn amidst the darkness. In the deep of night, I lie in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. The reconstruction of Jingxiang, the looming threat of the enemy, and the livelihoods of the people intertwine in my mind like a tangled web. Liu Fei seems restless as well. She gently turns towards me, asking softly, My lord, are you still pondering the affairs of the city? I exhale a sigh. Liu Fei, how can I not? Jingxiang is the place that nurtured me. I cannot stand idly by as it deteriorates. She rests her head upon my shoulder, speaking tenderly, "My lord, I believe you will find a way. You are an astute man, destined to lead Jingxiang out of its plight." I stroke her silky hair, silently praying, "Heaven, if you can grant your favor upon Jingxiang, I am willing to pay any price." The following morning, I rise early, gathering the officials and affluent citizens of the city to discuss the matters of reconstruction and resource allocation. I enter the assembly hall. The atmosphere is grave. A wealthy citizen speaks first. "Sir, the reconstruction of Jingxiang will require a significant expenditure of funds and resources. Though we wish to assist, our capabilities are limited." His words fall like cold water, extinguishing the flickering hope within the assembly. I stand resolute, casting a determined gaze upon the assembly. "Friends, Jingxiang is our home. It has suffered the ravages of war. If we do not unite our efforts, the day the city falls will be the day our homes are shattered. I recognize the daunting challenges ahead, yet we have no alternative." The assembly listens intently, lost in thought. After a long pause, one official speaks, "Sir, we shall heed your guidance and do our utmost to contribute to Jingxiang's reconstruction." A spark of joy ignites within me as I nod slightly. "Excellent. Then let us commence with the restoration of the city walls, the rebuilding of homes, and the gathering of provisions." After the meeting, I tirelessly plunge into the myriad tasks at hand, overseeing the repair of the city walls, coordinating resources, and comforting the populace. All require my personal involvement. Liu Fei, too, remains industrious. She organizes the women of the city to sew garments for the soldiers and care for the injured. Her presence flits about like a busy butterfly, bringing warmth and hope to the beleaguered Jingxiang. "Liu Fei, you are a delicate flower yet so strong and brave. I am fortunate to have you by my side." Gratitude fills my heart as I gaze at her with affection. However, just as the reconstruction efforts of Jingxiang proceed steadily, unsettling rumors begin to circulate within the city. Whispers claim that Liu Fei is an omen of misfortune, that her presence has ushered in war and calamity for Jingxiang. These rumors sweep through the streets like a chilling wind, instilling unease and dread in the hearts of the people. Upon hearing these rumors, I am filled with fury. How dare these ignorant souls tarnish Liu Fei's name? She has devoted herself to Jingxiang, yet they treat her thus. I set out to trace the source of these rumors, only to find that they, like a tree without roots, are elusive and difficult to pinpoint. Liu Fei, too, has caught wind of these malicious whispers. A flicker of pain and injustice crosses her eyes. "My lord, have I truly brought disaster upon Jingxiang?" I grasp her hand tightly, offering reassurance. "Liu Fei, do not heed these unfounded rumors. You are a benefactor to Jingxiang. Had it not been for your assistance on the battlefield, Jingxiang might have already fallen. These individuals are simply frightened by the war, causing them to speak in ignorance." She nods slightly, yet the sadness within her remains palpable. "My lord, I understand. Yet, these words pierce my heart like daggers. Causing me pain, I envelop her in my embrace, silently vowing, I shall protect Liu Fei, ensuring she suffers not a single scratch." As time passes, the reconstruction of Jingxiang begins to show promise. The city walls stand renewed. Houses rise one after another, and the lives of the townsfolk gradually return to normalcy. Yet, the bond between Liu Fei and myself is shrouded in shadows cast by the rumors. She becomes increasingly reticent, her once vibrant spirit dimming. Despite my earnest attempts to console her, I find it difficult to dispel the clouds of sorrow that linger in her heart. "Liu Fei, we must not allow these rumors to create distance between us. My feelings for you are as steadfast as the heavens bear witness." Anxiety gnawed at my heart, yet I was at a loss as to how to uplift her spirits once more. One day, I led Liu Fei to a hillside beyond the city. The slope was adorned with lush green grass and vibrant blossoms, resembling a vivid tapestry that glimmered under the sun's embrace. I hoped this enchanting scenery would bring her joy and allow her to forget her troubles. We strolled upon the hillside, a gentle breeze caressing us, carrying the sweet fragrance of flowers. I turned to her and said, "Liu Fei, behold this exquisite vista, akin to poetry and painting. There exists much beauty in this world, waiting for us to discover. Do not allow the whispers of gossip to rob you of your faith in life." She gazed into the distance, letting out a soft sigh. "My lord, I understand. Yet there lingers a knot within my heart that I cannot untie." I clasped her hand, speaking earnestly, Liu Fei, no matter what transpires, I shall remain by your side. Those rumors will eventually dissipate with the passage of time. She turned her head to look at me, tears shimmering in her eyes. My lord, I believe you. Yet I fear that one day you too shall depart due to these slanders. I embraced her tightly, affirming Liu Fei, that shall never be done. My love for you is as steadfast as the mountains and the earth. Just as we reveled in this fleeting moment of tranquility and warmth, a sudden sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. Alert, I looked toward the noise, only to see a battalion of enemies surging toward us like a black tide. This is dire. The enemy approaches. My heart raced with alarm as I urgently pulled Liu Fei toward the safety of the city. Her face turned pale, yet her eyes radiated determination. My lord, we cannot allow them to succeed. We ran desperately toward the city, the thunderous hoofbeats drawing ever closer. Panic surged within me. If the enemy caught up, both Liu Fei and I might face peril. O heavens, grant us safe passage back to the city. I prayed silently, my feet moving swiftly. At last, we returned to the city just before the enemy could overtake us. I immediately organized the soldiers for defense. The guards on the walls quickly entered combat mode, and the sound of gunfire shattered the brief calm of Jingxiang. Standing atop the city walls, I directed the soldiers in battle, yet my thoughts were consumed with concern for Liu Fei's safety. Liu Fei, you must remain unharmed. The enemy's assault seemed well prepared, their onslaught fierce and relentless, crashing against Jingxiang's defenses like tumultuous waves. Observing the enemy below, resembling a swarm of ants, I pondered. Such madness must conceal a sinister plot. Are they attempting to seize this opportunity to conquer Jingxiang, still in the throes of reconstruction? Amidst the fierce fighting, I noticed a colossal siege engine at the rear of the enemy lines. A mobile fortress inching closer to our walls. Should that siege engine reach the city walls, the consequences would be disastrous. My heart tightened. I immediately ordered the soldiers to concentrate their fire on that siege engine. The riflemen aimed carefully, unleashing a hail of bullets upon it. Yet, the engine's exterior proved remarkably sturdy, the bullets merely leaving shallow imprints. This cannot continue. We must devise a means to destroy it. Anxiety coursed through me, beads of sweat forming on my brow. Suddenly, inspiration struck. I recalled a powerful explosive I had invented. Perhaps it could obliterate that siege engine. I resolved to instruct the soldiers to prepare the explosives. A few soldiers, armed with explosives, stealthily exited the city, making their way toward the enemy's siege engine, moving with the agility of leopards beneath the enemy's watchful gaze. However, the enemy soon detected their actions and dispatched soldiers to intercept them, leading to an intense skirmish below, the sounds of battle reverberating through the air. I anxiously watched from the city walls, silently praying for the soldiers' success. They must succeed. At last, the soldiers breached the enemy's defenses, placing the explosives beneath the siege engine. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted skyward, and the siege engine was instantly reduced to rubble, momentarily stalling the enemy's advance. Well done, I exclaimed, relief flooding my heart. However, the enemy did not relent. They adjusted their tactics and commenced a simultaneous assault on Jingxiang from multiple directions. The soldiers atop the walls faced immense pressure, and casualties continued to rise. And my lord, I have come to assist you. Unbeknownst to me, Liu Fei had appeared atop the walls, bearing bandages and medicine to tend to the wounded soldiers, and my heart swelled with both admiration and concern as I gazed at her. Liu Fei, you must retreat. It is far too dangerous here. Yet she resolutely replied, My lord, I will not leave. I wish to protect Jingxiang alongside you. In this critical moment, I realized that I must find a way to turn the tide of battle. I reassessed the battlefield and discerned that the enemy's command center was situated at the rear of their encampment. If we could destroy their command center, perhaps we could disrupt their strategy and secure victory. I contemplated this, promptly selecting an elite squad to prepare for a sortie against the enemy's command center. I spoke to Liu Fei. Liu Fei, I must venture outside the city. You must remain here and be cautious. She grasped my hand tightly, concern etched in her eyes. My lord, your journey is fraught with danger. How can I be at ease? Allow me to accompany you. I shook my head. Liu Fei, this mission is far too perilous. Your presence in the city is my greatest support. Understanding my resolve, she reluctantly nodded. My lord, you must return safely. Leading the elite squad, we slipped into the night, stealthily making our way toward the enemy command center. The darkness outside the city enveloped us like ink, concealing our movements. Yet, the enemy remained vigilant, with numerous sentries stationed along our path. We cautiously evaded the sentries, inching closer to the enemy command center. As we neared, we discovered the defenses were formidable. My heart sank, realizing the task before us was far more daunting than anticipated. Yet, for the sake of Jingxiang and its people, I had to succeed. I steeled my resolve, determination gleaming in my eyes. After conferring with my team, we decided to employ a feigned attack. A portion of the team would create a diversion at the front, drawing the enemy's attention, while I would lead the remaining members to launch a surprise assault from the side. The frontline team charged toward the enemy like fierce tigers, their battle cries shattering the night's tranquility. The enemy, caught off guard by this sudden assault, flocked toward the front. Seizing the opportunity, I led my team stealthily into the enemy command center. Inside, the enemy commanders were engrossed in deliberation over battle plans. We descended upon them like divine retribution, startling them into drawing their swords. A fierce battle erupted within the command center, swords clashing and blood spilling. I engaged in a life-or-death struggle with the enemy commander. My thoughts singularly focused on one goal: to slay him and dismantle the enemy's command center. My swordplay was as fierce as a dragon emerging from the sea, and the enemy commander gradually faltered. At last, I thrust my blade into his chest. His eyes widened in shock as he slowly collapsed. My comrades swiftly dealt with the remaining foes, and we ignited flames throughout the command center, reducing their battle plans and supplies to ashes. As the command center succumbed to a fiery inferno, chaos erupted within the enemy ranks. We succeeded. Elation surged through me as I led my team back to Jingxiang amidst the turmoil. Upon my return, I found Liu Fei waiting at the city gate. Tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed, "My lord, you have finally returned. I was so worried about you that I embraced her tightly." "Liu Fei, I promised I would return, for you awaited me." Following this battle, the enemy was left severely weakened and retreated once more. The city of Jingxiang emerged from the crucible of war even stronger. The bond between Liu Fei and me blossomed anew amid this trial of life and death. "Liu Fei, after enduring these tribulations, I am even more certain that you are my one true love. No matter what storms the future may hold, I wish to weather them by your side." I gazed at her, my eyes brimming with affection. She nodded slightly, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "My lord, I feel the same." However, I understood all too well that Jingxiang's future remained fraught with challenges, and the path of love between Liu Fei and myself was still strewn with thorns. Yet, as long as love and faith reside in our hearts, we shall surely conquer all difficulties and stride toward an unknown yet hopeful tomorrow. Chapter 25. Healing amidst the ruins, love warms the remnants the morning light, akin to golden silk, gently draped over the remnants of Jingxiang's crumbling walls. Yet it could not soothe the numerous wounds etched upon the landscape. Stepping out of my abode, the streets appeared as an elderly figure weathered by time. Cloaked in dust, the once lively bustle now transformed into a haunting silence. Only wisps of smoke curled upward from the ruins, a silent lament of the city. Jingxiang resembled a wounded behemoth, gasping for breath beneath the ravages of war. I vowed to nourish it with my very essence and to heal it with my wisdom. Aiding its resurgence, my brow furrowed, my gaze filled with both resolve and sorrow, as if it could pierce through the rubble to glimpse the splendor of yesteryears. Liu Fei followed quietly behind me, her eyes like a deep pool, harboring boundless compassion and concern. "My lord, this scene is truly heart-wrenching, yet I know you possess the power to restore it." Her voice resonated like a melody in the quiet night. Soothing and comforting, I turned to her, grasping her delicate hand, which felt slightly cold, akin to a leaf fallen in late autumn, stirring my heart with tenderness. "Liu Fei, with you by my side, I feel as though I have discovered a flickering candlelight in the depths of night. Despite the daunting obstacles, I find within myself the courage to confront them head-on." She slightly lowered her head, her fair cheeks adorned with a delicate blush, reminiscent of the rosy clouds at twilight. At this moment, an elderly man approached, leaning heavily on his cane. His frail form appeared even more stooped beneath his tattered garments, akin to a weather-beaten tree bent by the storms. "Young master," he lamented, "my family has been scattered by the ravages of war. Now, Only this frail body remains. What shall become of the days to come? His words were steeped in helplessness and despair, his voice like a creaking windlass. Tugging at the deepest recesses of my heart, I hurried forward to support him, offering gentle reassurances. Elder, do not fret. I shall not forsake you and your kin. Jingxiang will surely rise again, and you will be reunited with your family. With that, I silently vowed to do everything in my power to dispel the shadows that loom over the heads of the common folk. Liu Fei and I continued our stroll through the city. We were met with desolation at every turn. Children, emaciated and hollow-eyed, appeared as lost cubs in the dark. Women, their faces etched with sorrow, rummaged through the ruins for remnants of their former lives, their figures swaying like a candle flickering in the wind. My heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, pain spreading within Liu Fei. All of this is my responsibility. Had I prepared earlier, we would not be in such a predicament. Burdened with guilt, my voice emerged low and hoarse, like thunder rumbling within my throat. She gently shook her head, her braided hair flowing like a dark serpent. Young master, this is not solely your fault. The enemy's brutality has brought about this disaster. Now that we stand united, we can surely turn the tide. Her words, like a gentle spring breeze, brought a measure of warmth to my heart. Upon reaching the marketplace, the bustling vibrancy of the past had vanished, leaving only a handful of stalls, their wares incomplete. The vendors appeared listless, their eyes filled with confusion and disillusionment, as if they were mere shells of their former selves. Mechanically guarding the flickering embers of hope, I pondered silently. The immediate priority must be to restore commerce, allowing goods to circulate, thus alleviating the urgent needs of the populace. Turning to Liu Fei, I said, Liu Fei, I wish to gather the merchants to discuss revitalizing the market. You should return home to rest. She nodded in agreement but cautioned, young master, take care of yourself and do not overexert. I summoned the merchants to the council hall, where faces were grave, as if touched by frost. A middle-aged merchant spoke first, his eyes filled with worry and resignation. Sir, the war has nearly obliterated all our stock, and the trade routes have been severed. It is unlikely that this market can be revived. His words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the already faint flicker of hope within the assembly. A heavy silence enveloped the hall, punctuated only by the sound of labored breaths, akin to the struggles of the dying. Rising to my feet, I cast a steady gaze over the crowd, my expression resolute as stone. Esteemed merchants, I understand the current predicament feels insurmountable, yet if we join forces, we can carve out a new path. We can first seek sources of goods in surrounding towns, organize merchant caravans for transport, and simultaneously repair the roads to restore our former trade routes. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into contemplation. Moments later, an elder nodded and declared, What you say is quite right. I am willing to lend my meager strength. Others soon echoed their agreement, and witnessing this, I felt a flicker of relief within, as though I had glimpsed a ray of dawn amidst the darkness. Exiting the council hall, dusk had already settled. The sun hung low, casting a blood-red hue across the sky, mirroring the pain and sorrow of Jingxiang. Weary, I returned home, where Liu Fei awaited at the door, her silhouette framed by the fading light. Enchanting as a dream, upon seeing my return, she rushed to me, her eyes brimming with concern. Young master, you must be utterly exhausted after such a long day. Come inside and rest. I forced a faint smile. Liu Fei, it is of no consequence. Though the trials are numerous, there remains a glimmer of hope. At the evening meal, the dishes emitted a subtle fragrance, yet they could not dispel the sorrow within my heart. I gazed at the plate, my thoughts drifting. To fully revive Jingxiang, merely restoring the market would not suffice. We must also rehabilitate the fields and improve irrigation, yet all of this demands a substantial amount of manpower and resources. My brow furrowed, the chopsticks in my hand felt as heavy as lead. Noticing my distress, Liu Fei gently urged, Young master, please eat. Nourishment is essential if you are to strategize effectively. Every challenge has its turning point. Do not burden yourself excessively. I looked up at her, filled with gratitude. Liu Fei, I am fortunate to have you by my side. Otherwise, I truly would not know what to do that night. I lay upon my bed. Yet sleep eluded me. The myriad affairs of Jingxiang swirled through my mind like a revolving lantern. The wails of the people, the merchants' frowns, the desolation of the ruins, all pierced my heart like sharp daggers. It seemed Liu Fei too was restless. She turned towards me, leaning closer, her breath fragrant like orchids. "Young master, are you still troubled by the matters of the city?" I sighed deeply. "Liu Fei, the rise and fall of this city rests upon my shoulders. How can I find peace?" She rested her head against my chest, speaking softly. "Young master, I believe you will lead Jingxiang to prosperity. Your wisdom can surely transform despair into wonder." I gently caressed her back, silently praying, "May the heavens be merciful to Jingxiang and lend me strength." The following morning, I rose early to inspect the fields on the outskirts of the city. In the fields, the once lush greenery had been replaced by desolation. Weeds thrived, resembling a vast green ocean that had drowned the hopes of the land. On the ridges, a few elderly farmers gazed at the parched earth, their faces etched with sorrow, their eyes filled with a longing for harvest, yet tinged with despair, as if pleading for divine mercy. I approached one elderly farmer and inquired, "Elder, how has the war damaged these fields?" The farmer shook his head, sighing, his voice hoarse and dry. "Young master, the ditches are destroyed, the water source severed, and many tools have been burned. It seems these fields will be difficult to cultivate." I surveyed the barren land, my mind racing. Restoring irrigation requires laborers, but the people are currently suffering. How can I motivate them? Moreover, repairing the tools necessitates the full cooperation of the blacksmiths. Returning to the city, I headed straight to the blacksmith's shop. Inside, the forge flickered weakly, and the blacksmiths appeared listless. I addressed the master blacksmith. "Master, the revival of Jingxiang hinges on the crafting of agricultural tools and weapons. You must rally your spirits. I will ensure that the necessary materials and compensation are arranged." The master blacksmith nodded. "Rest assured, young master. We shall do our utmost, but the shortage of materials poses a significant challenge." A chill ran through me. "I will send people to seek out materials. You begin preparations." Days passed in a flurry of activity, and before I knew it, a number of days had gone by. Thanks to the collective efforts of the people, Jingxiang began to show signs of life once more. The market stalls increased in number. Though the goods remained scarce, people were beginning to frequent the area. In the fields, laborers, organized by the government, commenced repairs on the ditches, their industrious figures seeming to sow seeds of hope. However, my time with Liu Fei diminished as we became consumed with our respective tasks. One day, I found rare leisure and took a stroll with Liu Fei through the city gardens. Within the garden, flowers had withered, and the greenery had turned brown. Only a few wax plums stood defiantly against the cold wind. Releasing a subtle fragrance, Liu Fei inhaled the scent of the plums and remarked softly, "Young master, you have grown noticeably thinner from your labors for Jingxiang these past few days." I gazed into her eyes. "Liu Fei, once Jingxiang fully recovers, I will ensure to spend quality time with you." She offered a faint smile, though it could not conceal the loneliness in her eyes. "Young master, with your noble aspirations, I shall support you, yet at times, I too feel a pang of solitude." My heart ached, and I drew her into my embrace. "Liu Fei, I have indeed neglected you. Once all is well, I shall take you on journeys to make up for your solitude during these days." Just as I spoke, a soldier rushed in, his expression frantic. "Sir, calamity has struck. The granary within the city has suddenly caught fire, and the flames rage uncontrollably." My heart sank, as though doused with a bucket of cold water. "The granary is ablaze? What shall we do?" I hurriedly released Liu Fei and dashed towards the granary. With her trailing closely behind, her eyes filled with concern and resolve. Upon arriving at the granary, I beheld flames reaching towards the sky, thick black smoke billowing forth, resembling a demon wreaking havoc. The townsfolk frantically fetched water to extinguish the flames, while soldiers fought valiantly to suppress the inferno. Yet the flames were too fierce, and water seemed to vanish upon contact, swallowed whole by the fire. I felt a surge of urgency, shouting, "Quickly, disperse the crowd. Do not allow the flames to spread to the nearby homes." The soldiers immediately sprang into action, organizing the evacuation of the townsfolk. As I gazed at the roaring fire, I mused to myself, the origin of this blaze is too suspicious. Could it be the work of an arsonist? Should the granary be consumed, the fragile progress Jingxiang has made would be obliterated. A cold and suspicious glint flickered in my eyes, my fists clenched tightly. Knuckles turning white, Liu Fei stood beside me, softly urging, "Young master, hold your horses. Perhaps there is still a way." I turned to look at her. Her gaze offered me a modicum of calm and strength. Through the concerted efforts of many, the flames were gradually brought under control. However, the granary had already been ravaged, with more than half of its contents reduced to ash. Staring at the charred remnants and blackened grains, despair and rage filled my heart. Who could be so heartless? I swore to uncover the truth behind this incident and expose the mastermind behind it. In the following days, I coordinated the clearing of the granary's ruins while discreetly dispatching individuals to investigate the cause of the fire. Meanwhile, Liu Fei busied herself with soothing the townsfolk. Her kindness and gentleness acted as a balm, gradually calming their fears and anger. "Young master, though I know not who is responsible, I have faith that you will uncover the truth and restore justice to Jingxiang." Her words served as a soothing tonic, providing me solace amidst the turmoil of anger and confusion. After days of investigation, a lead finally emerged. A soldier reported, "Sir, we have discovered that several strangers have been lurking near the granary recently, and witnesses claim to have seen them entering just before the fire broke out." My heart leapt with hope. "Quickly, take me to the witness." Upon encountering the witnesses and engaging in a thorough inquiry, I uncovered that these strangers were employed by a mysterious figure. Who could this enigmatic individual be? Why would they seek to incinerate the granary? A thick fog of uncertainty enveloped my mind, obscuring the truth. Continuing my investigation, I discovered clues pointing towards a wealthy merchant within the city. Shock surged through me. What grudge could this merchant possibly harbor? What animosity did he hold against Jingxiang? I gathered my soldiers and proceeded to the merchant's residence, intent on apprehending him for interrogation. Upon arrival, however, I found the merchant had vanished without a trace. The premises lay in disarray, as if hastily abandoned. In my search of the estate, I stumbled upon several letters indicating that the merchant had conspired with the enemy forces, his act of arson aimed at sabotaging the reconstruction of Jingxiang, thus facilitating a subsequent assault by the enemy. My fury ignited as I read the letters. This treacherous betrayer would not escape my grasp. I promptly ordered the city gates to be sealed and initiated a vigorous pursuit of the merchant. Simultaneously, I fortified the city's defenses to thwart any opportunistic attack from the enemy. Upon learning of these developments, Liu Fei arrived to assist me at the defense command. "My lord, such traitors must be dealt with severely. I shall stand with you to protect Jingxiang and thwart their insidious plans." Her gaze radiated determination and bravery, reminiscent of a warrior goddess, instilling awe in those who beheld her. After an extensive pursuit, we finally captured the merchant in a secluded valley outside the city. He was escorted back, pleading for mercy along the way. "My lord, I acknowledge my wrongs. I was coerced by the enemy and had no choice." I regarded him coldly. "You nearly brought ruin upon Jingxiang for your own selfish gain. It is too late for your pleas." In the town square, I publicly tried the merchant, revealing his crimes to all. The citizens, upon learning the truth, were filled with righteous indignation, clamoring for the merchant's severe punishment. Adhering to the law, I sentenced him to death and confiscated all his assets for the reconstruction of Jingxiang. Following this incident, the people of Jingxiang grew even more united. Together, we devoted ourselves to the arduous work of rebuilding our homeland. My bond with Liu Fei deepened through these trials. Liu Fei, within the confines of the armory, workers labor tirelessly, assembling batch after batch of rifles while meticulously scrutinizing the production processes of grenades, ensuring that each weapon is primed to unleash its utmost potential on the battlefield. The training regimen for the soldiers has grown increasingly rigorous. They must not only master the art of marksmanship to enhance their accuracy with rifles, but also learn to throw grenades with precision amidst a myriad of challenging terrains and inclement weather. Each dawn, the training grounds outside the city come alive with the sight of soldiers in orderly formation, engaging in long-distance runs, push-ups, sit-ups, and other physical conditioning exercises under the guidance of their instructors, all aimed at bolstering their physical prowess. Following this, they embark on intense firearms training, practicing prone, kneeling, and standing positions repeatedly until the motions become second nature. Identify the target, hold your breath, align your sights, and squeeze the trigger. The instructor's stern voice reverberates across the training field. As the soldiers remain utterly focused, beads of sweat trickling down their cheeks, daring not to lose their concentration, eye in the grenade-throwing training area, soldiers first familiarize themselves with the structure and principles of grenades, understanding their lethal range and throwing techniques. Subsequently, they repeatedly hurl grenades, observing the explosive effects and gleaning valuable lessons to ensure they can accurately deploy grenades in combat scenarios. Concurrently, I have dispatched multiple reconnaissance teams, disguised and infiltrating the surrounding regions to closely monitor the enemy's movements. Each member of these reconnaissance teams is nimble and astute, lurking amidst the forests and along pathways like keen-eyed hawks, missing not a whisper of movement. Upon detecting any signs of enemy gathering or unusual activity, they promptly return to report. Meanwhile, within the city, the citizens are equally industrious. Women have banded together to sew sturdy cotton garments and durable footwear for the soldiers, ensuring they remain warm and comfortable during the frigid winter months and prolonged campaigns. The children assist by transporting supplies and relaying messages, their small figures darting through the streets, contributing to the defenses of Jingxiang. The elders, drawing upon their experience and wisdom, share tales of past battles, imparting survival skills and strategies for coping on the battlefield. Liu Fei actively engages in various affairs, assisting me in managing the allocation of resources within the city to ensure every asset is utilized judiciously. She personally visits the armory and blacksmith shops, offering warmth and encouragement to the craftsmen who toil day and night. Esteemed masters, your diligent efforts are the bedrock of Jingxiang's formidable defenses and the beacon of hope for our victory over the enemy. Her words, like a gentle spring breeze, bring smiles to the weary faces of the craftsmen, spurring them to work with renewed vigor. Through our collective endeavors, the defensive capabilities of Jingxiang have been significantly fortified. Numerous watchtowers and artillery positions have been established atop the city walls, with soldiers stationed in the towers, vigilantly observing the surroundings through telescopes, ready to sound the alarm at the first sign of enemy activity. In the artillery positions, newly mounted cannons stand poised, their dark muzzles directed outward, silently proclaiming authority and warning. The granaries and supply depots within the city are now brimming with provisions, with food piled high and ample ammunition at the ready. Throughout the streets, barricades and traps have been cleverly concealed within the everyday environment, designed to impede and inflict damage should the enemy breach the city. However, despite our extensive preparations, my unease lingers. I am acutely aware that the outcome of war often hinges on a multitude of factors. Not merely the clash of forces and weaponry, but also on strategy, morale, and fortune. When the enemy next advances, they will undoubtedly learn from their previous defeat, and their assault may be all the more ferocious and cunning. As I stroll through the city, contemplating the fruits of our labor, I find myself deep in thought about our countermeasures. One day, while I am engrossed in studying military texts, contemplating strategies to overcome our foes, Liu Fei enters, carrying a cup of steaming tea. She gently places the tea on the table and gazes at my fatigued visage, concern etched on her face. "My lord, you toil day and night. Do take care of your health. While the enemy is formidable, we are no longer the same as before. There is no need for excessive worry." I lift my gaze to meet her tender eyes and smile faintly. "Liu Fei, your concern is like a guiding light, illuminating my weary heart. Yet, as the Lord of Jingxiang, my responsibilities are immense. I cannot afford to be complacent." I take her hand and invite her to sit beside me. Continuing. See here in this military tome, many battles have turned on a single decision made by the commander. I ponder, when next we confront the enemy, we must not solely rely on our fortified defenses and superior weaponry, but must strike unexpectedly. Catching them off guard, Liu Fei nods thoughtfully, her eyes reflecting contemplation. "Do you suggest a proactive approach, my lord?" I shake my head gently. A proactive strike carries great risks. Jingxiang has only just regained its strength and cannot withstand the toll of a large-scale conflict. I propose we target the enemy's supply lines, severing their food and resource provisions to leave them in disarray. Liu Fei's eyes light up. What a brilliant strategy! Should the enemy lose their supplies, their morale will surely falter, and when the time is right, we can strike and achieve our objectives with minimal effort. I observe her excitement, smiling. While the plan is sound, its execution will undoubtedly present numerous challenges. The enemy's supply lines will be heavily guarded. To cut them off, we must deploy an elite force, moving unseen through their defenses. As we deliberate, a member of the reconnaissance team rushes in, panic evident on his face. "My lord?" "Dire news! The enemy has amassed a significant force in the valley 50 miles from Jingxiang, and a supply convoy is en route to their camp, seemingly preparing for another assault. A chill runs down my spine. And I rise. This is timely. We shall put our new strategy to the test. I immediately convene the generals and strategists to discuss our battle plan. Upon hearing of the strategy to sever the enemy's supply lines, the assembly expresses unanimous agreement. Veteran General Zhao who steps forward, declaring, "My lord, I volunteer to lead a death squad to disrupt the enemy's supply lines. We are seasoned warriors, fully capable of accomplishing this mission." I regard his resolute gaze and nod. "Your bravery is commendable, General Zhao, but this mission is fraught with peril. We cannot afford to launch a frontal assault. I have other arrangements." I turn to Liu Fei. "Liu Fei, you will lead a small team, armed with light weaponry, to set an ambush along the enemy's supply route. Once General Zhao's team draws the enemy's attention, you will strike to incinerate their food and resources. Remember, prioritize safety and do not engage in prolonged combat." Liu Fei bows in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, my lord, I will not fail in my mission." Subsequently, I instruct the soldiers within the city to prepare for defense, loading the cannons and positioning riflemen and archers atop the walls. With all plans in place, we await the enemy's arrival. The enemy's supply convoy, heavily escorted, slowly advances toward Jingxiang. General Zhao and his death squad, shrouded in the night, stealthily approach the enemy camp. They create a distraction. Liu Fei leaned against my shoulder, her face radiating a blissful smile. "My lord, the future of Jingxiang will undoubtedly flourish, and our tale shall transform into a legend amidst this chaotic era." Chapter 27. Fragments of dreams and new paths awaiting discovery. As the smoke of war gradually dissipated, a faint haze lingered in the skies above Jingxiang. Resembling a delicate veil that shrouded this battle-worn city, I strolled through the streets, where the cobblestones bore the scars of conflict, uneven and pockmarked, akin to the wrinkles etched by time. The houses lining the streets had, in many instances, succumbed to ruin, resembling aged elders shivering in the cold wind, recounting the sorrows of yesteryears. Liu Fei quietly followed at my side, her gaze imbued with a trace of melancholy, much like the rippling waters of a deep autumn lake. "My lord," she spoke softly, her voice reminiscent of wind chimes in a tranquil night, echoing gently in my ears. "Though we have triumphed in this war, the wounds of Jingxiang may take a long time to heal." I sighed lightly, an overwhelming sense of compassion welling within me. "Liu Fei, every inch of this desolation bears the blood and tears of the common folk. I shall dedicate my very life to restoring Jingxiang to its former glory." So as not to betray their hopes. At that moment, my heart felt like a heavy ancient bell, resonating with worries and responsibilities for the future. Upon reaching the town square, I beheld the common people spontaneously gathering to clear the remnants of war. Children, with their tender little hands, transported stones, their eyes brimming with a yearning for the reconstruction of their homeland, as if bright suns were concealed within their sparkling gazes. Women diligently swept away the debris, their expressions resolute, akin to winter-blooming plum blossoms, unyielding and resilient. Elderly men sat nearby, directing the efforts with voices hoarse yet steeped in the wisdom of years, reminiscent of ancient strings playing a melody of hope. As I observed them, my heart swelled with emotion. It was these ordinary yet extraordinary individuals who constituted the true backbone of Jingxiang. "My lord, you have arrived." An elderly man trembled as he stood. Bowing respectfully, I hurried to assist him, speaking gently, "Good sir, you have toiled greatly. The victory in this battle is owed to the unity of all our fellow villagers." Tears shimmered in the old man's murky eyes as he replied, "My lord, do not be so polite. Without your wise leadership, we would have long since fallen as souls beneath the enemy's blade. Though Jingxiang lies in ruins, the spirit of the people remains unbroken. We shall surely rebuild our home." A warmth enveloped my heart as I grasped the elder's hand firmly. "With your words, I would risk everything to see this wish fulfilled." After exchanging pleasantries with the townsfolk, Liu Fei and I continued our journey. Passing by a blacksmith's shop, I noticed the flames roaring, with the blacksmiths deftly wielding their hammers, sparks flying like fireworks illuminating the night sky. The red-hot iron, under their rhythmic blows, gradually took form, symbolizing the hope of Jingxiang reborn from suffering, forged anew with each strike. "The business here seems even more prosperous than before the war," I murmured. Liu Fei smiled softly. "My lord, therein lies hope. Although war has wrought much destruction, it has also deepened the appreciation for the hard-won peace, urging people to strive for a better life. I nodded in agreement, feeling the shadows in my heart dissipate somewhat beneath the warmth of the blazing forge. Unbeknownst to us, we arrived at the fields outside the city. Once fertile lands now lay barren and chaotic, wild grasses swaying in the wind like ominous specters. Along the ridge, several elderly farmers squatted, gazing at the decayed fields, their eyes filled with helplessness and confusion, akin to a lost boat adrift in a vast ocean. I approached slowly, gently inquiring, "Good sirs, is there any way to remedy the state of these fields?" One of the farmers looked up, offering a bitter smile. "My lord, the fires of war have ravaged our irrigation systems, rendering the land barren. To restore cultivation will be a formidable challenge." His voice was like a worn-out bellows. Exhaling a heavy sigh, I knelt, grasping a handful of soil, rough and dry, reminiscent of Jingxiang's wounded skin. "Oh, not lose heart, good sir. I will gather skilled artisans to repair the irrigation and seek fertile soil to rejuvenate this land. The fields of Jingxiang shall surely flourish once more," I declared with unwavering determination in my gaze. Upon returning to my residence, the sun had begun to set. The golden rays filtered through the window, casting a warm glow within, yet failing to alleviate the worries nestled deep in my heart. I sat at the table, gazing at the map before me, thoughts surging like a tide. The road ahead for Jingxiang was fraught with uncertainty and trials. We must not only rebuild our homeland and restore livelihoods, but also guard against the enemy's resurgence. The weight of such burdens pressed heavily upon my shoulders. "My lord, what occupies your thoughts?" Liu Fei entered, carrying a cup of hot tea, her gaze gentle as water, settling softly upon me. I lifted my head to meet her eyes, forcing a faint smile. "Liu Fei, I ponder the future of Jingxiang. Though we have temporarily repelled the enemy, they will not relent easily. We must swiftly bolster our strength, both militarily and in terms of livelihood." Liu Fei placed the tea upon the table and sat beside me. "My lord, I believe you possess a wise strategy. However, do not overexert yourself. Your health is paramount." I took her hand, feeling the warmth of her palm. "Liu Fei, having you by my side is my greatest solace. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, I cannot afford to be negligent." That night, as I lay in bed, sleep eluded me. Outside, the cold wind howled, resembling the cries of spirits, disquieting my mind. I stared at the pitch-black ceiling, countless thoughts swirling within. The hopeful eyes of the people of Jingxiang kept flashing before me, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. Piercing my heart, I vowed to transform Jingxiang into an impregnable fortress, allowing the populace to live in peace and prosperity. In my heart, I silently swore an oath that burned like a fervent torch, igniting my conviction amidst the darkness. The following morning, I arose early, summoning the civil and military officials of the city to discuss matters of reconstruction and development. The atmosphere in the council chamber was grave and solemn. A strategist spoke first. "My lord, the pressing priority now is to recruit more artisans and laborers to expedite the repairs and rebuilding of the city. Additionally, we must stockpile sufficient grain and supplies for unforeseen circumstances." I nodded slightly. "What you say is true. However, recruitment must be meticulously arranged, ensuring fair compensation and treatment for the artisans to attract more individuals. Regarding supplies, we may dispatch people to procure resources from surrounding areas untouched by war." General Zhao, who stepped forward, clasping his fists, "My lord, I believe military training cannot be neglected. Though the enemy has been defeated, they will surely learn from their mistakes and return with greater ferocity. We must enhance the soldiers' training, elevate their combat capabilities, and develop new tactics and weaponry." I fixed my gaze sharply upon him. "General Zhao speaks wisely. Military strength is the safeguard of Jingxiang. We cannot afford any diminishment. We shall select physically fit youths within the city for training to expand our forces. As for the development of new weaponry, we can gather the skilled artisans and wise minds of the city to discuss together." The assembly nodded in agreement, each taking their leave with purpose. I watched their departing figures. My heart brimmed with hope and anticipation. This marked the beginning of Jingxiang's resurgence, regardless of the hardships that lay ahead. We must resolutely forge onward. In the days that followed, Jingxiang was abuzz with activity. The sounds of artisans chiseling stone and sawing wood filled the streets, intertwining to create a fervent symphony of reconstruction. The common folk actively participated. Some assisted in transporting building materials, while others provided meals and water for the artisans, each face aglow with aspirations for the future. Liu Fei and I traversed the city, inspecting the progress of various projects. My lord, the restoration of the city walls is proceeding remarkably well. At this rate, it will be completed within a few months, a supervisor reported. Beaming with joy, I gazed up at the walls being repaired, witnessing artisans skillfully laying bricks and stones, the walls gradually rising and thickening under their hands, akin to a slumbering dragon slowly awakening. Excellent. Ensure the wall's fortitude. This is Jingxiang's first line of defense, and we cannot afford any negligence. I instructed. On another front, the soldiers' training was also well underway. In the training grounds, the soldiers stood poised and spirited, wielding long spears under their instructor's command, engaging in drills of stabbing and combat. The resounding cries of kill, 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 echoed through the air, filled with vigor and determination, as if they could pierce the heavens and shake the earth. Watching them, I felt a flicker of gratification. These soldiers were the shining stars of Jingxiang's hope. With them, Jingxiang had no reason to fear unrest. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil reconstruction process, unsettling factors lurked. One day, while attending to state affairs in my study, I suddenly heard a commotion outside. Frowning, I rose and stepped out, only to find an elderly man embroiled in a dispute with a soldier. "What is the matter?" I inquired. The elder approached me, urgency in his voice. "My lord, you must intervene on my behalf. This soldier has forcibly taken my home, claiming it for military use. My family has nowhere else to go. What am I to do?" I turned to the soldier, my expression darkening. "Is this true?" The soldier hung his head, unable to meet my gaze. "My lord, I am merely following orders. The military camp is strained, and this was the only recourse." The wave of anger surged within me. Following orders? Can one truly disregard the plight of the common folk? The prosperity of Jingxiang today is entirely reliant on the unwavering support of its citizens. Is it not a chilling thought that your actions may alienate the very people you are meant to protect? The soldiers, trembling in fear, knelt with a thud. "My lord, I acknowledge my mistake. Please grant me your forgiveness." Taking a deep breath to steady my tumultuous emotions, I commanded, "Go, summon your commanding officer." Shortly thereafter, the soldier's superior rushed to my side. I gazed at him sternly and declared, "General, while the fortification of our military is undoubtedly crucial, it must not come at the expense of the people's welfare. Immediately arrange for the soldiers to vacate the citizens' homes and seek alternate encampments. Furthermore, implement a comprehensive reorganization of the troops, emphasizing the importance of ideological education, so that they may understand that our duty is to safeguard the populace, not to oppress them." The general, his countenance awash with shame, nodded fervently. "My lord, I shall comply without fail." Though this incident may seem trivial, it served as a poignant reminder. In the reconstruction of Jingxiang, we must not only focus on material advancements, but also prioritize the moral guidance of our people. Only through mutual trust and support between the citizens and the military can Jingxiang truly attain lasting peace and stability. As the days passed, the reconstruction efforts in Jingxiang began to yield remarkable results. The city walls, now restored, stood tall and sturdy, resembling a magnificent fortress safeguarding the inhabitants within. The majority of homes had been rebuilt, and the citizens moved into their new abodes, their faces aglow with joy. The fields, having undergone improvement and cultivation, gradually blossomed with life, the tender green wheat swaying gently in the breeze as if the earth were adorned with a lush emerald carpet, nurturing the promise of a bountiful harvest. In military affairs, the soldiers, having undergone rigorous training, exhibited a marked enhancement in combat readiness. New tactics and weaponry were developed through the collaborative efforts of skilled artisans and strategists. One such invention, the Thunderbolt crossbow, boasts an impressive range and formidable power, capable of inflicting significant damage upon the enemy from afar. Another contraption, the Chain Thunder, detonates upon activation, delivering successive explosions that effectively impede enemy advances. Witnessing these advancements filled me with confidence. Jingxiang, in its current state, is no longer comparable to its former self. Should the enemy dare to invade again, they shall find no return. On a particular day, I ascended the city tower alongside Liu Fei, surveying the entirety of Jingxiang. Within the city, the citizens relished their contented lives, the bustling markets brimming with prosperity. Beyond the walls, the fertile fields flourished, the green wheat sprouts swaying in the distance, while the undulating mountains painted a picturesque backdrop. "My lord, look! Jingxiang has finally embraced a new dawn," Li Lufei exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy, her smile radiant as the spring sun. I gently embraced her, replying, "Lu Fei, the credit for all of this belongs to you. Your companionship and support have bestowed upon me the courage to persevere." Leaning against me, Li Lufei softly remarked, "My lord, it is your benevolence and wisdom, along with the unity and diligence of the people of Jingxiang, that have brought us here. In the future, we shall ensure that Jingxiang becomes a resplendent gem amidst this chaotic world." However, just as we reveled in our elation, a cloud of dust suddenly rose in the distant sky. A knot tightened in my chest as I raised my telescope, revealing a vast army steadily approaching Jingxiang. Their banners billowed in the wind, and I discerned the insignia upon them, indicating a coalition of the enemy forces and a mysterious power. It appeared that a new challenge was on the horizon. I lowered the telescope, my gaze steely and resolute. Li Lufei grasped my hand firmly, stating, "My lord, regardless of what we face, we shall confront it together." I nodded in agreement and turned to the soldiers beside me, issuing the command. "Sound the alarm, prepare the entire army for battle. Jingxiang shall once again endure the baptism of war." As the alarm echoed, the city of Jingxiang sprang into action. Soldiers swiftly took their positions, archers on the walls readied their bows, and the citizens hurried into their homes, securing doors and windows. Though fear was evident in their expressions, there also resided a profound trust and determination to stand by Jingxiang. Standing atop the city tower, I scrutinized the advancing enemy coalition, silently devising strategies for our defense. The enemy approached with ferocity, bolstered by the mysterious forces aiding them, and we could not afford to underestimate their might. We must first ascertain the true capabilities of the enemy before proceeding with our plans. Thus, I dispatched an elite reconnaissance team, stealthily exiting the city to gather intelligence on the enemy's movements. Under the cover of night, the team traversed the forest like phantoms, cautiously nearing the enemy encampment and concealing themselves within the foliage to observe their every action. The enemy camp was illuminated with torches, soldiers moved about, and those on patrol remained vigilant. The reconnaissance team noted that the soldiers of this mysterious power were well equipped, their weapons glinting ominously, suggesting a hidden origin. "My lord, the reconnaissance team reports that the enemy coalition is vast in number and that the mysterious force is exceptionally well armed, posing a significant threat," a concerned commander relayed to me. I furrowed my brow slightly. There is no need for alarm. Though the enemy may be formidable, we too possess our own advantages. The fortifications of Jingxiang have been reinforced, and our soldiers' morale is high. Furthermore, with our newly developed weaponry, we shall deliver a resounding blow to the enemy. Turning to Li Lufei, I instructed, "Lu Fei, take a unit of soldiers and launch a surprise attack on the enemy's supply camp. If they lose their provisions, their morale will surely falter. I will command the defense within the city and engage the enemy head-on. Remember to exercise caution." Li Lufei nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, my lord. I shall fulfill this mission without delay." Li Lufei led her contingent of soldiers into the night, circumventing the main enemy forces and stealthily approaching the supply camp. Meanwhile, I orchestrated the defense from the city tower as the enemy commenced their assault. Surging forth like a relentless tide, their battle cries reverberating through the air. Our archers unleashed a volley of arrows, raining down upon the enemy, while the thunderbolt crossbow unleashed its devastating power, piercing through their shields and armor, resulting in a cascade of enemy casualties. Yet, undeterred, the enemy coalition pressed on with their assault. The soldiers from the mysterious power deployed an unfamiliar weapon that detonated upon impact, wreaking havoc upon our ranks and inflicting severe losses among our defenders. "What manner of weapon is this?" A wave of alarm washed over me, and my expression grew grave. But there was no time for contemplation. I bellowed, "Do not falter. Continue the counterattack." Within the city, the citizens spontaneously organized themselves to support the soldiers, delivering supplies and tending to the wounded. Children assisted in relaying arrows, women bandaged injuries, and the elderly cheered the soldiers on. The entire city of Jingxiang united in a shared resolve to resist the enemy's onslaught. Li Lufei's unit successfully approached the enemy's supply camp, seizing the opportunity during a shift change among the guards to launch their assault. The soldiers charged into the camp like ferocious tigers. Weapons raised, engaging the enemy in fierce combat. "Set the fires," Liu Fei commanded, and the soldiers hurled torches onto the supply stacks. Instantly, flames engulfed the camp, illuminating the night sky. Upon learning of the attack on the supply camp, the enemy commander was thrown into a panic. He swiftly ordered reinforcements to the camp, resulting in a noticeable diminishment of their assault on the city. Recognizing the opportune moment, I led the main force from the city to pursue the enemy. On the battlefield beyond the walls, a fierce clash ensued. Leading by example, I wielded my sword with the grace of a dragon in flight, weaving through the enemy ranks, causing them to fall before me. The soldiers fought valiantly, their battle cries resonating through the night, akin to a somber war anthem. After a grueling battle, the enemy coalition was ultimately routed and fled. Jingxiang had once again defended its home. However, this victory came at a grave cost. The walls were stained with blood and ash, many soldiers had made the ultimate sacrifice, and numerous citizens had suffered casualties. I surveyed the aftermath of the conflict, my heart heavy with sorrow and guilt. Had I been more prudent in my tactics, perhaps these losses could have been mitigated. Liu Fei approached me, gently grasping my hand. "My lord, this is not your fault. War is inherently brutal. Our ability to safeguard Jingxiang is a fortunate outcome amidst the tragedy." I nodded silently, turning to address the soldiers and citizens. "This battle has demanded much from us all. Let us mourn for our fallen comrades, yet Jingxiang shall not be vanquished. We will rebuild our home and ensure Jingxiang flourishes anew." The crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with resolve. In the days that followed, we conducted solemn funerals for the brave soldiers and citizens who had perished. Their remains were interred in the martyrs' cemetery beyond the city walls, where rows of gravestones stood as eternal sentinels guarding Jingxiang. Standing before the hallowed ground, I vowed silently, "Your sacrifices shall not be in vain. I shall carry forth your spirit and lead Jingxiang to greatness." After the funerals, the reconstruction of Jingxiang resumed with renewed vigor. This time, we placed greater emphasis on fortifying defenses and training our soldiers. Simultaneously, I dispatched scouts to investigate the origins of the mysterious power, preparing ourselves for potential threats. Days passed in diligent labor. Jingxiang gradually regained its former vitality and vibrancy. Yet, I understood that in these tumultuous times, peace was but a fleeting illusion. We must remain vigilant and strive relentlessly for the future of Jingxiang. Chapter 28. With weapons in hand, we begin to shine. The soft glow of dawn resembled a delicate veil, gently draping over the winding official road. I led a contingent of soldiers, akin to a formidable iron dragon, escorting numerous carts laden with newly developed weaponry as we slowly made our way toward Zhu Yuanzhang's camp. The wheels rolled over the ground, emitting a deep and powerful rumble, as if heralding the prelude to a stirring battle hymn. The sound reverberated across the vast plains, startling a few wild hares hidden in the grass, which scurried away in panic. Sensing the impending storm, I sat upright upon my steed, my posture as erect as a pine, my azure attire billowing in the wind, yet my heart surged tumultuously like the turbulent seas. Gazing upon the covered carts, I pondered silently. In aiding Zhu Yuanzhang, I must devote all my efforts. These newly crafted weapons are the culmination of my toil, destined to carve a path for him to ascend to supremacy amidst this chaotic era. I fervently hope he will cherish them and not squander my intentions. The soldiers beside me were all spirited, their eyes gleaming with fervent anticipation for the forthcoming battles, akin to tigers poised to pounce at the slightest command. Their armor shimmered with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light, and their weapons were gripped tightly, as if they could hardly wait to taste blood on the battlefield. Upon reaching the encampment, I beheld the tents scattered like stars, flags flapping vigorously in the morning breeze, seemingly proclaiming the solemnity and grandeur of this place to the world. Zhu Yuanzhang, upon hearing of my arrival, strode forth to greet me with robust strides. His stature was imposing, reminiscent of a towering mountain, with a countenance marked by resoluteness and eyes as profound as abysses, radiating an inherent authority and wisdom. "Your arrival is indeed a boon from the heavens." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, and his hearty laughter seemed capable of shattering the very skies. He stepped closer, and his broad, powerful hand clasped mine firmly, the coarse texture of his palm revealing the hardships endured on the battlefield. I bowed slightly and humbly remarked, General, I bring forth some newly devised implements, willing to contribute my modest efforts in aiding you to pacify the realm at that moment. Suda also approached with swift steps. His eyes sparkled like stars, reflecting the joy of reuniting with an old friend and the anticipation of fighting alongside each other in the future. Your presence shall surely empower our forces. Upon uttering these words, his gaze ignited with curiosity and expectation. Falling upon the covered carts, I gestured for the soldiers to unveil the tarps, and in an instant, cannons were revealed in their full glory. Glistening under the sun's rays like slumbering beasts awakened, ready to display their fearsome fangs, I strolled to the front of a cannon, gently patting its surface as if soothing a beast poised to leap forth, and began my introduction. General, esteemed commanders, this cannon is named Jin Tianwei, crafted with utmost precision. The barrel, forged from refined iron through repeated hammering, is remarkably resilient, akin to the backbone of a warrior, capable of withstanding immense impact. This iron has been tempered in fierce flames, purified through relentless trials, resulting in this formidable structure. Intricate engravings adorn the barrel, not only adding to its majesty but also facilitating better heat dissipation during firing, much like a cooling stream for a galloping steed, allowing it to run unimpeded. Each engraving seems to be the lifeblood bestowed upon it by the artisans, enabling its power to be unleashed in an orderly fashion. The soldiers positioned the cannon in an open area and loaded the ammunition. I pointed at the shells, my gaze focused and resolute. These shells contain a meticulously concocted explosive, possessing astonishing power. The formula was the result of extensive experimentation with skilled craftsmen, achieving the perfect balance of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal. Once ignited, it erupts with the fury of thunder, capable of obliterating even the sturdiest of fortifications. The sulfur is sourced from secretive mountain caverns, the saltpeter has undergone rigorous purification, and the charcoal is crafted from select timber. Only when combined do they yield such cataclysmic might. Having said this, I commanded the soldiers to aim one of the cannons at a distant hillock, which appeared tranquil and serene under the sunlight, oblivious to the wrath about to descend upon it, with a decisive command. I shouted, "Fire!" A soldier approached the cannon's fuse with a torch, cautiously igniting it, the fuse resembling a slumbering fire serpent awaiting awakening. With a hiss, the fuse ignited, and sparks erupted, akin to the serpent flicking its tongue. All eyes were fixed upon the cannon, hearts racing in sync with the shortening fuse. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted, as if the heavens themselves were splitting apart. Flames and thick smoke billowed from the cannon's mouth. The scene reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, fiery and tumultuous. The shell soared like a meteor, streaking across the sky with unbridled fury towards the hillock. In a heartbeat, it struck, producing a resounding explosion, sending soil and rock flying. Akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers, or a giant furiously pounding the earth. The once tranquil hillock was instantly enveloped in smoke and chaos, leaving behind a vast crater, with debris shattered and some stones hurled hundreds of meters away. Dust swirling into the air, lingering for what seemed an eternity, before the spectators could fully recover from the cannon's awe-inspiring display. I turned towards the cart bearing rifles. Grasping one, I raised it high. Sunlight glinting off its metallic surface, casting a cold gleam, like a sword of justice shining forth. This is a rifle, known as Pofeng Rueying. As I spoke, I adeptly demonstrated its mechanics. The barrel is long and straight, akin to an archer's shaft, ensuring precision when the bullet is discharged. This barrel is forged from premium steel by master smiths, meticulously polished through multiple processes, rendering its interior as smooth as a mirror. Minimizing resistance as the bullet traverses, the stock, crafted from high-quality hardwood, fits snugly against the shoulder, much like custom-tailored armor, mitigating the recoil's impact on the user. This hardwood, sourced from ancient trees, is both robust and elastic. And through the artisan's careful sculpting, it not only provides comfort but effectively absorbs the recoil. The trigger is finely crafted and responsive. A gentle squeeze is all it takes to unleash a thunderous shot. Having completed my demonstration, I loaded a bullet and scanned the surroundings for a target. Not far away stood a gnarled tree, stout yet ill-equipped to withstand the coming challenge. I raised the rifle, aligning my eye with the sight, feeling as though I had become one with the weapon, breath steady, heartbeat calm. With a resounding crack, The bullet shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Striking the tree with an audible thud, a deep hole appeared in the trunk, bark flying off like snowflakes, the tree shuddering slightly as if voicing its silent agony. The bullet embedded itself within, wood splintering around the entry point, creating an irregular halo, resembling the wounds of the injured tree. Next, I picked up a machine gun, its metallic sheen glinting ominously in the sunlight, like the scythe of death emerging from the underworld. I set it up, and the surrounding soldiers cast odd glances. This machine gun is called Biao Yuli Hua. Its rate of fire is exceptionally rapid, akin to a torrential summer downpour, impenetrable in its ferocity. I turned the handle, producing a chilling click, akin to death's grim anticipation. It could unleash a torrent of bullets in an instant, creating a curtain of death from which no foe could escape. The internal mechanism is intricate, with multiple barrels working in unison, much like a synchronized ensemble of drummers performing a lethal symphony to a predetermined rhythm. Its feeding system is ingeniously designed, ensuring a continuous supply, though the internal explosive charge is not substantial. It is sufficient to inflict fatal harm upon the enemy at close range, particularly targeting their infantry and cavalry, instantly disrupting their marching formation and plunging them into chaos and panic. I seized a pistol, which appeared both exquisite and lethal in my grasp, akin to a noble's poisoned blade. This pistol, named Xiao Li Qian Kuan, is compact and lightweight, easily concealable within the folds of my sleeve, resembling a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. In close combat, it can deliver a sudden and lethal strike to the adversary. The craftsmanship of this pistol is unparalleled, with each component resembling a miniature work of art. Its barrel, though short, does not compromise on precision, and the trigger's ergonomic design enables the user to effortlessly pull the trigger in an instant, delivering a deadly blow. The material of the gun is composed of a special alloy, ensuring both strength and reduced weight. Facilitating ease of carry and concealment, I aimed at a nearby target, and, with a resounding bang, the target fell as if claimed by an invisible Grim Reaper. I also showcased the electric baton and tear gas canister, demonstrating their usage and effects. The baton's tip flickered with blue arcs of electricity, akin to dancing sprites, yet laden with lethal peril. Upon contact with the enemy, the electric current surges into their body like a serpentine spirit, instantly paralyzing them, rendering them powerless to resist, as though they had become puppets bereft of their souls. The internal generator of the baton produces high-voltage electricity, released through the electrodes at its tip. When these electrodes touch the enemy's flesh, the current swiftly traverses their nervous system, disrupting the transmission of nerve signals, causing their muscles to lose control and collapse to the ground. I gently waved the baton, the arcs crackling like the whispers of a demon. The tear gas canister resembled a vessel brimming with the tears of demons. I pulled the pin and hurled it into an open area. Instantly, thick smoke enveloped the surroundings, a pungent and acrid scent permeating the air, as if a demon were unleashing its noxious fog. This canister can induce torrents of tears and breathing difficulties in the enemy, plunging them into an abyss of endless torment, stripping them of their will to fight. The chemical agents contained within the canister irritate the eyes and respiratory mucous membranes, provoking intense discomfort. Upon inhalation or contact with these substances, tears uncontrollably flow from the eyes, noses run, and throats burn, rendering them unable to endure, thus compelling them to surrender. Zhu Yuanzhang observed intently, nodding repeatedly, his eyes alight with astonishment and anticipation, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. The weapons brought by the gentleman were indeed a boon from the heavens. With such armaments, what worry is there for the stability of the realm? Watching Zhu Yuanzhang's excitement, my heart brimmed with hope. Commander, with these weapons to aid us, coupled with the soldiers' unwavering resolve, we shall surely restore peace to the four seas and achieve an era of tranquility. Chapter 29. The Fierce Battle at Poyang. The firearms display their might before the morning mist had dissipated. Poyang Lake lay shrouded beneath a delicate veil, its depths instilling a chill within the heart. The waters stirred gently in the breeze, creating ripples that resembled a multitude of silver serpents gliding across the surface. Standing at the bow of the ship, I gazed into the distance, where Chen Youyang's fleet loomed like a vast dark cloud. Slowly advancing, each warship was closely arrayed, their sails billowing in the wind, producing a cacophony reminiscent of roaring demons, as if they sought to engulf us. Each vessel resembled a mobile fortress, adorned at the prow with menacing beastly motifs. Proclaiming their ferocity and savagery to the world, I inhaled deeply, contemplating internally. Today's battle is pivotal in determining the fate of the realm. The firearms in my possession wield immense power, yet Chen Yuliang is no ordinary adversary. His naval forces have thrived for years, surely possessing exceptional capabilities. We must not harbor any complacency. Careful planning is essential to vanquish the enemy. Turning to the soldiers beside me, I noted their resolute expressions, their eyes reflecting a determination to face death without hesitation, their hands, gripping weapons tightly, bulged with veins, silently conveying their resolve. Some soldiers' lips trembled, not from fear, but from the excitement and tension within. They yearned to achieve merit in this grand battle, to bring glory to their families and country. Zhu Yuanzhang strode towards me, his steps steady and powerful, each footfall pressing upon my already taut nerves. Sir, the outcome of this battle is crucial to our grand aspirations. It relies entirely on your brilliant strategies and the might of our firearms. His voice was deep and gravelly, yet carried an undeniable authority, his gaze brimming with trust and anticipation, as if he were entrusting a heavy burden to my care. I clasped my hands in salute, resolutely assuring him, Commander, rest assured. We shall exert every effort to ensure you are not disappointed. As Chen Yuliang's fleet drew ever closer, I ascended the command platform, the sea breeze howling past me, causing my garments to flutter as if urging me to issue the battle orders. I raised the command flag high and shouted, "Prepare the cannons!" The soldiers sprang into action, skillfully loading ammunition. The cannonballs shimmered under the sun, reflecting a cold metallic gleam, resembling the eyes of death, silently awaiting their moment to be unleashed. Target the enemy fleet's vanguard. Fire! I swung the command flag down with force, akin to wielding a blade to slay demons. In an instant, the cannons roared in unison, the sound akin to the very heavens collapsing, deafening to the ears. The flames and smoke belched from the cannon mouths, resembling furious beasts roaring forth, charging at the enemy. The cannonballs streaked across the sky like shooting stars, imbued with the scent of death, accurately striking Chen Yuliang's warships. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, flames soaring into the sky, as Chen Yuliang's vessels were instantly reduced to splinters, some disintegrating into fragments as fragile as paper in the tempest. Others ignited in fierce flames, the fire rapidly spreading like a rampaging serpent, devouring all in its path. The soldiers aboard the ships screamed in terror, leaping into the lake like ants pursued by demons, struggling for survival in the waters. One vessel's bow was directly struck by a cannonball, the entire front collapsing in an instant, splinters and shattered wood raining down like droplets. As the sudden impact sent soldiers tumbling to the ground, many injured or killed outright. Another ship found itself engulfed in flames, the fire swiftly climbing the sails, soon transforming the entire vessel into a sea of fire. As soldiers writhed in agony within, their cries drowned out by the roaring flames and deafening explosions. Seeing the vanguard falter, Chen Yuliang's expression darkened like ink, his eyes filled with fury and resentment. From the bow of his flagship, he thundered, "Steady your formation. Charge." His voice echoed across the lake, imbued with a determination to fight to the end. His fleet swiftly rearranged, attempting to close the gap towards us. At this moment, Chen Yuliang's eyes burned red, resembling an enraged beast. His fury stemmed not only from the loss of his vanguard, but also from the palpable threat posed by Zhu Yuanzhang's forces. He understood that the outcome of this battle would directly influence his grand ambitions. My heart tightened. I knew Chen Yuliang would not retreat easily. Turning to Zhu Yuanzhang, I said, "Commander, though the enemy has suffered heavy losses, they still possess the capacity to counterattack. We must prepare accordingly." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly, his gaze as cold as ice. "What you say is indeed correct. Relay orders to all ships. No one may relax their vigilance." At that moment, Suda approached swiftly, exuding an aura of unwavering resolve. Clasping his hands in salute, "Commander, I am willing to lead a surprise attack on the enemy's flank, disrupting their formation." Zhu Yuanzhang regarded him with approval. "General Su, your courage is commendable, but you must exercise caution." Suda responded loudly, "I shall obey." With that, he led a fleet of elite warships, dashing towards the enemy's flank like an arrow released from the bow. Suda stood at the bow, his posture as upright as a pine tree, his eyes reflecting determination and confidence, as if no obstacle could impede his advance. Clutching his weapon tightly, it glimmered in the sunlight. As if eager to taste blood, I stood upon the command platform, my gaze fixed intently on Suda's fleet, silently praying, "Suda, you must return safely. The success or failure of this battle rests in our hands." The sea breeze intensified, nearly unbalancing me, the cold wind seeming to penetrate my garments, chilling me to the bone. Yet I remained oblivious, fully engrossed in the unfolding battle. Suda's fleet surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea. Swiftly infiltrating the enemy's flank, they first unleashed a volley of cannon fire, the shells exploding among the enemy's ships, creating chaos. Then, the soldiers shouted, brandishing their weapons, boarding the enemy vessels, engaging in fierce close-quarters combat. In an instant, the sounds of battle and cries of anguish intertwined, resounding throughout Poyang Lake Point. One of Suda's ships approached an enemy vessel, and the soldiers cast grappling hooks, securing them tightly to the enemy's hull before swiftly climbing aboard. Upon boarding, they engaged in a desperate struggle with the enemy. Suda's soldiers displayed unwavering bravery, wielding their swords against the foe with fervor. Some soldiers were wounded by the enemy's weapons but pressed on undeterred, while others grappled in fierce combat, rolling on the ground in a struggle for their weapons. I anxiously monitored the battle from the command platform. Observing Suda's surprise attack succeed, I felt a momentary sense of relief. Yet I worried for their safety amid the enemy's formidable encirclement, and my palms were slick with perspiration, my fingers gripping the command flag so tightly that the joints turned white, as if that flag were my sole connection to the battlefield. "Suda, hold on. Reinforcements will arrive soon." In the depths of my heart, I silently murmured. Chen Yuliang, upon discovering his flank under attack, hastily dispatched reinforcements. A flicker of panic glimmered in his gaze, yet it was eclipsed by a fierceness and determination. "Zhu Yuanzhang, today marks your demise," he bellowed, personally directing his fleet towards Suda's armada. Chen Yuliang's flagship sliced swiftly through the lake, its prow parting the waters and sending up great sprays. Standing at the helm, he commanded with a booming voice, hoarse from fury, yet still imbued with authority, on the battlefield. Smoke filled the air, and flames soared skyward. The lake, tainted dark red with blood, bore the remnants of shattered vessels and fallen soldiers. Unfurling before my eyes like a gruesome tapestry of hell, anxiety consumed me. I understood that a decision must be made at this moment, lest Suda and his troops find themselves in dire straits. Dispatch another squadron of ships to support Suda from the rear. We must tear apart the enemy's encirclement, I ordered loudly, my voice cracking under the strain of tension. Zhu Yuanzhang immediately relayed the command, and a fleet swiftly set sail towards the enemy's rear. My heart raced violently, as if it would leap from my throat. I surveyed the chaotic battlefield, filled with conflicting emotions. How many lives must be sacrificed to conclude this war? Yet, for the sake of peace in the realm, I resolved to exert every ounce of effort. I watched as vessel after vessel navigated the lake, silently calculating the strength and losses of both sides. Contemplating our next strategic move, Suda fought valiantly amidst enemy ranks, leading the charge with his weapon flashing like lightning, causing foes to fall in droves. His face was splattered with blood, yet his gaze remained steadfast. Devoid of fear, "Brothers, today's battle concerns life and death. Attack?" His rallying cry invigorated the soldiers around him, uniting them in a desperate struggle against the enemy. Suda's bravery inspired his troops, who rallied behind him, forming a formidable fighting force. They coordinated their efforts, some assaulting the enemy head-on, while others launched surprise attacks from the flanks or rear, leaving the adversaries defenseless. With the arrival of reinforcements, the enemy's encirclement began to fray. Seizing the opportunity, Suda led his men in a fierce counterattack, akin to tigers descending from the mountains, driving the enemy into retreat. Realizing the tide had turned, Chen Yuliang, though reluctant, ordered a withdrawal. Watching his fleet scatter in disarray, he was consumed by helplessness and regret. He understood that this defeat would severely impact his power, yet he did not relent. He silently vowed to regroup and once again confront Zhu Yuanzhang. As I observed Chen Yuliang's retreating fleet, I breathed a sigh of relief, the tension in my nerves easing slightly. However, I knew this war was far from over, and many more challenges awaited us. "General, while we have repelled Chen Yuliang, Our forces have also suffered heavy losses and need to recuperate and replenish supplies, I said to Zhu Yuanzhang. His expression grave, he nodded in agreement. Your words ring true. Relay the command for the entire army to return to camp and prepare for the next battle. On the journey back to camp, I gazed at the remnants scattered across the lake. My heart heavy with reflection. This fierce battle at Poyang Lake had profoundly revealed the brutality and ruthlessness of war, yet it also solidified my resolve to assist Zhu Yuanzhang in pacifying the realm. For the sake of a peaceful era, I would fear no hardship or peril, I silently vowed, my eyes shining with a fierce determination. Observing the wounded soldiers beside me, some groaning in pain while others lay unconscious, I was filled with guilt and self-reproach for not having better protected them. Yet, I understood that in war, casualties are inevitable. Only by continuously strengthening ourselves could we minimize losses and ultimately achieve peace. Chapter 30. The Fall of Yuliang, temporary respite for the troops upon the vast, misty waters of Poyang Lake. The setting sun bled crimson, casting a dazzling scarlet hue upon the shimmering waves, akin to the earth flowing with blood. Narrating the recently concluded brutal conflict, Qin Yuliang's fleet lay in disarray, like birds with broken wings, scattered and broken. The wreckage of shattered vessels bobbed in the water, some still emitting wisps of smoke, as if mourning the lost lives. The lake's surface was littered with broken oars and masts, resembling a wasteland ravaged by war. Exuding an air of death and despair, I stood at the bow. The sea breeze laden with the stench of blood and gunpowder rushing towards me, tangling my hair but failing to disperse my heavy thoughts. Gazing at the desolate scene before me, I sighed inwardly. Chen Yuliang, having navigated a tumultuous life, ultimately met his defeat here, in this chaotic world. How many heroes have perished in the sands of time? Though we emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Countless soldiers lay buried far from home, and the path to peace would demand an even greater toll. The soldiers beside me, though wearied by victory, could not mask the sorrow for their fallen comrades. They silently tended to their weapons, each movement heavy and slow, as if burdened by memories of their departed brothers. Some gazed at the wreckage in the lake, their eyes vacant, lost in deep reflection, the weapons in their hands trembling ever so slightly, producing faint clinks. Those trembling hands resembled leaves fluttering in the autumn wind, powerless to control their fate. Their gazes, shrouded in a fog of confusion and anguish, resembled a deep pool obscured by mist. Zhu Yuanzhang's flagship led the way, commanding and majestic as it sailed towards the camp. The sails billowed in the wind, producing a sound akin to a triumphant symphony, as the fleet approached the camp. The soldiers eagerly awaiting on the shore erupted into thunderous cheers. They waved their weapons, leaped, and shouted, their faces, blackened by the fires of battle, now radiating pure joy, like twinkling stars dispelling the shadows of war. Long live the Marshal! Our army shall prevail. The chants rose and fell, echoing through the heavens, as if proclaiming the news of victory to the world. The soldiers' cheers crashed upon the shore like surging waves. A joyful cacophony that swept over the rocks. They resembled a flock of jubilant birds soaring through the sky, delivering tidings of triumph. Zhu Yuanzhang stood at the bow, his posture as erect as a pine. His countenance stern and commanding, his eyes reflecting the weariness and resilience forged in the fires of battle. He scanned the jubilant crowd, raising a hand to signal, his composed demeanor akin to a deity commanding the universe. In an instant, the cheers gradually subsided, and all gazed at him in reverence. Today's battle has yielded a resounding victory for our forces, and the bravery of our soldiers is commendable. His voice was deep and resonant, echoing through the camp like a great bell, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, striking the hearts of all present. Once we return to camp, we shall reward merit and honor our valiant warriors. With that, he turned and led the way across the gangplank towards the camp, his strides firm and purposeful, his silhouette reminiscent of a towering mountain, evoking admiration and trust. Each step he took resonated with the hearts of the people. Steady and rhythmic, as if assuring everyone that with his presence, hope for victory and a secure future was assured. A grand celebration feast unfolded within the camp. The tents glowed brightly, akin to daylight, the warm flames illuminating every face and dispelling the chill and fear wrought by war. The long tables were laden with fine wines and delicacies, the mingling aromas of alcohol and roasted meat wafting through the air. intoxicatingly sweetened by the joy of victory. The soldiers gathered together, laughter and merriment filling the air as they drank heartily and feasted robustly, their exuberance suggesting that worldly troubles had vanished. Some soldiers bore traces of tears upon their cheeks. Yet they smiled as they jested with their comrades, their cups swaying, spilling a bit of wine, as if their overflowing joy could no longer be contained. The clinking of their cups resonated like jubilant drumbeats, adding a lively rhythm to the celebration. Their laughter blossomed like flowers in spring, infusing the post-war camp with vitality and hope. I quietly stepped out of the tent with Liu Fei, the night sky outside deep and tranquil. Stars twinkling like jewels set against a black canvas, a crescent moon hung like a hook, casting a gentle glow, draping the post-battle camp in a soft veil of silver. I gazed upwards at the starry expanse, my mind racing with thoughts. With Chen Yuliang's defeat, the next confrontation would be with Zhang Shiqing. Zhang, having entrenched himself in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, was wealthy and powerful, commanding a robust and loyal army. Presenting a formidable challenge, I furrowed my brow slightly, worry flickering in my gaze as I turned to Liu Fei, whose features appeared especially lovely under the moonlight, yet bore a hint of fatigue. Her eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, glimmering with wisdom despite her weariness. The slight furrow of her brow resembled a delicate willow leaf, lending her beauty a captivating grace. Liu Fei, how do you propose we confront Zhang Shiqing? He differs from Chen Yuliang, having established a firm foundation in Jiangsu and Zhejiang over many years. A direct assault could lead to devastating losses for our forces. I inquired softly, my voice tinged with a sense of inquiry and resignation. Liu Fei lowered her head slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding, my husband. While Zhang Shiqing is affluent and powerful, he is also conservative and lacks ambition. Perhaps we should first approach the matter from his surroundings, severing his ties with the outside world, and then gradually plot our course. Her gaze was clear and resolute, akin to a pristine spring, bringing me a sense of tranquility and solace amidst the tumultuous situation. Her words flowed like a mountain stream, gentle yet imbued with wisdom and reason, illuminating my mind with clarity. Recollecting the fierce battle with Chen Yuliang, the heart-stopping scenes replayed in my mind like a cinematic spectacle. On the battlefield, cannon fire roared, warships clashed violently upon the lake's surface, soldiers fought valiantly, their blood staining the waters red. Initially, Chen Yuliang's fleet surged forth like a tidal wave, sails blotting out the sun, a formidable force, each vessel resembling a monstrous beast of the sea, clawing and gnashing as they charged toward our forces. Unfazed, our troops responded with a thundering roar of artillery. Cannonballs streaking through the sky like meteors, striking the enemy ships with precision. In an instant, flames erupted, splinters flew, and enemy vessels trembled under the explosions, some disintegrating instantaneously, while soldiers plunged into the water, their cries for help mingling with the sounds of despair. Yet the enemy was equally relentless. Their archers unleashed a rain of arrows, the projectiles raining down upon our ranks. Many soldiers fell, blood pooling on the deck. One warship was struck by a cannonball. Every bag of provisions and every weapon embodies the hopes of my husband and the valiant soldiers. I must not allow even the slightest negligence. Her voice, soft yet brimming with strength, flowed like a gentle stream, nourishing my heart. In the days leading up to the expedition, the military camp was a hive of activity. Soldiers trained day and night, their battle cries reverberating through the air. As though they sought to shake the very heavens, their silhouettes darted in the sunlight, sweat soaking their garments, yet they remained spirited, their resolute gazes seemingly narrating their yearning for victory. I navigated through the tents, inspecting every preparation, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation for the imminent battle. This campaign is pivotal for our grand ambitions, and it must be executed flawlessly. Each facet is interconnected, akin to a chain. Should it break, we risk losing everything. I must muster every ounce of spirit, lest I betray the trust of the commander and the soldiers. Each soldier is a brother to us. I cannot allow my oversight to plunge them into peril. I silently reminded myself, leaving no detail overlooked. Like a meticulous artisan crafting a masterpiece, I examined the sharpness of the weapons, assessing their readiness, as if scrutinizing the talons of a hawk poised for flight. I checked the provisions, ensuring their sufficiency and dryness, akin to evaluating the burden of a merchant's pack for a long journey. Liu Fei, led a multitude of soldiers and logistics personnel in the preparation and organization of supplies and arms. Her figure moved gracefully among the towering stacks of resources, commanding with unwavering assurance. She meticulously inspected each bag of provisions and every weapon, her earnest demeanor akin to that of someone tending to rare treasures. These supplies are the lifeline of the soldiers. Any slip could prove catastrophic. Should my negligence lead to the soldiers suffering from hunger or cold on the battlefield, I would be a sinner. I am determined to relieve my husband of any worries, ensuring that each warrior feels the steadfast support from behind. The quality of these provisions directly influences the soldier's stamina and morale. I must be stringent in my oversight. The caliber of these weapons determines the outcome of our battles. I cannot afford to be careless. She contemplated this, a resolute glint in her eyes. Under her meticulous arrangements, the provisions were neatly loaded onto carts, and the weapons polished to a brilliant sheen, arranged in perfect order. The carts, laden with provisions, resembled moving hills, bearing the hopes of the entire army. The rows of weapons stood like soldiers awaiting inspection. Exuding an aura of lethal intent on this day, I stood on the parade ground of the military camp, gazing at the neatly aligned troops before me, my heart overwhelmed with emotion. Clad in armor, the soldiers appeared formidable, like steel fortresses. Their banners fluttered in the wind, seemingly proclaiming our arrival to the enemy. Brave soldiers, in this expedition, we faced the prosperous lands of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Though Zhang Shiqing is powerful, we possess courage and cunning. Victory shall be ours, I declared, my voice echoing throughout the parade ground, stirring the hearts of every soldier. Yet, a twinge of worry lingered within me. The wealth of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, coupled with Zhang Shiqing's vast forces, presents a daunting challenge. Although we have strategies, the battlefield is fraught with uncertainties. Will our endeavor truly proceed as anticipated? I can only hope that this fervor does not go in vain. Though the army's morale is high, the brutality of war can swiftly shatter hope into fragments. I can only pray for divine favor upon our troops. The soldiers shouted in unison, "Victory! Victory!" Their voices surged like tumultuous waves, crashing one after another, deafening to the ears and soaring into the heavens. This chorus coalesced into an intangible force capable of overcoming any obstacle. Zhu Yuanzhang approached slowly, his steps steady and powerful, akin to a moving mountain. He surveyed the army before him, nodding in satisfaction. "Esteemed sir, with this army on the march, victory is assured. Upon our triumphant return, peace shall draw nearer for the realm. With such elite forces, how can we fear failure?" His heart brimmed with pride and anticipation. This army, tempered by the fires of conflict, has emerged even more formidable. With your counsel and the valor of generals like Suda, our chances of success are substantial. I yearn for the swift subjugation of Zhang Shiqing, so we may turn our full attention to other factions. Perhaps the day of unification is not far off. The strife of these chaotic times has caused the populace to suffer for too long. I am determined to bring an end to it all and restore an era of peace. His gaze reflected the longing for victory and the weight of responsibility that a leader bears for the well-being of the people. I bowed slightly, acknowledging, "Marshal, we rely on the valor of our soldiers. With our united efforts, a peaceful era shall surely dawn." On the eve of the expedition, I stepped out of the tent alone, gazing up at the night sky. The stars twinkled like countless eyes watching over the land, as if the spirits of fallen soldiers silently safeguarded us. Tomorrow's battle may bring about countless farewells, yet for the dream of peace in our hearts, we must forge ahead. The sacrifice of many weighs heavily upon me. Each life lost is a burden I carry. But if I falter, the common people shall know no respite. I can only transform this sorrow into strength, cutting through thorns as I strive toward the dawn. The vastness of the night sky mirrors the depths of this chaotic era, and we are but travelers seeking light amid the darkness. Undeterred by the challenges ahead, I sighed quietly, my gaze infused with a sense of tragic determination. The profound night seemed a reflection of this tumultuous world, and we are the brave souls groping forward in the dark, sprinting towards the first glimmer of dawn. Chapter 32. The siege of the small town, like a hot knife through butter as the morning mist lingered. Our army advanced like a colossal steel dragon toward the small towns surrounding Zhang Shiqing. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed, akin to a fervent drumbeat, shattering the tranquility of dawn. The soldiers stood tall, their gazes resolute as they gripped their weapons, veins bulging with latent power, poised to pounce like fierce tigers at the command. Observing this spirited contingent, I felt a flicker of relief, yet worry gnawed at me. Though we have devised plans, the battlefield is unpredictable, and each small town may conceal unforeseen dangers. I could not predict how many brothers we might lose along the way. As the first small town came into view, it resembled a curled-up beast, lying silently, its stone walls glistening coldly in the morning light, seemingly issuing a silent warning to any who dared approach. I contemplated inwardly, though this town is small, it must not be underestimated. We must aim for a swift resolution to uplift our army's morale. A poor initial engagement could cast a shadow over subsequent operations, detrimental to the entire campaign's momentum. Thus, I raised my command flag and called out, "Firearms unit, prepare." In an instant, the cannons were wheeled to the forefront, their dark muzzles resembling the indifferent eyes of death. Coldly observing the town ahead, with a single command, "Fire!" the cannons roared in unison, like thunderclaps shaking the earth. The cannonballs soared through the sky like shooting stars, trailing long tails of fire, striking the town walls with precision. A deafening explosion ensued, flames shooting skyward as the walls trembled, stones flying in all directions like petals scattered by a tempest, as if a great beast writhed in agony. The defenders within the town were caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, their panic-stricken cries filling the air. Witnessing the initial display of power from our artillery, I felt a surge of relief. Indeed, the might of our firearms did not disappoint. If we could maintain pressure on the enemy, victory would be within reach. Seizing the opportunity, our soldiers charged forward, their battle cries surging like a relentless tide. They moved with the agility of leopards, swiftly closing in on the town walls, setting up ladders. The soldiers bravely scaled the heights, undeterred by the rain of arrows falling upon them. Some were struck, yet they persevered, their eyes reflecting a resolve that embraced death, as if declaring, "In today's battle, we must advance if we are to achieve greatness." I watched their heroic forms from the rear, feeling both admiration and sorrow. These soldiers, for the sake of their beliefs, risked their lives without hesitation. I am determined to lead them to victory. Their sacrifice must not be in vain. In the midst of this fierce siege, I closely monitored the evolving battlefield. Observing the bravery of our troops, I felt both pride and anxiety. Pride in their unwavering spirit, anxiety over the brutality and uncertainty of combat. I fervently hoped for a swift conclusion to this battle, minimizing casualties. Each soldier is a pillar of their family. Their loss is not merely a personal tragedy, but a shattering of countless homes. I silently prayed, my eyes betraying a hint of concern. After a grueling struggle, we finally conquered the first small town. Word of the cessation of hostilities spread. The townsfolk emerged from their homes, their expressions a mix of shock and fear. Some women clutched their children tightly, cowering in corners, trembling like frightened fawns, while elderly men bore the marks of hardship, their gazes clouded with confusion and unease, as if lost in this chaotic world. Upon seeing this, I immediately dismounted and approached the citizens, wearing a gentle smile, attempting to reassure them. "Dear villagers, do not be afraid. Our army is a force of justice, here to overthrow tyranny and restore peace." My voice was soft yet resolute, akin to a spring breeze caressing the earth, hoping to disperse their fears. Yet, I felt a twinge of trepidation. The populace has suffered greatly from the ravages of war. Their doubts toward the army are understandable. I wonder if I can genuinely earn their trust. Upon hearing my words, the townsfolk began to murmur among themselves. Though uncertainty lingered, their expressions gradually softened. I continued. Zhang Shiqing's oppressive rule has brought untold suffering to the common folk. Our army arrives with the noble intention of restoring a life of peace and prosperity, freeing you from the shackles of oppression and exploitation. At that moment, an elderly man, trembling with age, stepped forward, his gaze laden with skepticism. "General, is what you say truly the case? We, the common people, yearn for a life of tranquility, free from the scourge of war." I approached him, gently grasping his hand, and earnestly replied, "Esteemed elder, I solemnly assure you that every word I speak is imbued with truth." Internally, I vowed to fulfill this promise, ensuring that the people would enjoy a stable life once more. While I consoled the populace, Li Lufei devoted herself entirely to tending to the wounded soldiers. She flitted about the makeshift medical tent, her movements both graceful and resolute. Her eyes radiated compassion and empathy, as though each injured soldier were a cherished family member. With tenderness, she cleansed their wounds, whispering soothing words, "Brave warriors, do not fret. Your pain is but temporary, and you shall surely recover." Her voice flowed like a gentle stream, providing endless comfort to the soldiers' weary hearts. Observing her, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Liu Fei's kindness shone brightly amidst the chaos of war, offering warmth and hope to the soldiers. Her presence alone was a blessing to them. After a brief respite, our army pressed onward toward the second small city. Though fatigued, the soldiers maintained their high spirits, supporting and encouraging one another, their steadfast resolve akin to a blazing flame, igniting inspiration throughout the ranks. With the capture of the next city, we shall draw nearer to victory. One soldier cried out, and the chorus of voices that followed echoed through the valley, resounding endlessly. Listening to their fervent shouts, I felt a swell of pride. With such valiant soldiers, what monumental task could not be accomplished? As long as we stand united, we shall overcome any obstacle that lies ahead. Upon the sight of the second small city, I noted its defenses appeared even more formidable. Banners waved atop the towering walls, and the guards stood ready, their vigilant eyes fixed upon our advancing forces. And my heart tightened, for I understood that this battle would not be easily won. Yet, our army possessed both valor and strategy, and I was confident we could breach its defenses. However, the path would likely be fraught with greater challenges, necessitating meticulous planning. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Steeling myself, I swiftly devised a battle plan. This time, I dispatched a small contingent to feign an attack, drawing the enemy's attention. They moved like nimble phantoms, darting back and forth beneath the city walls, occasionally launching strikes to keep the defenders on edge. Meanwhile, the main forces stealthily maneuvered to the city's flanks, preparing for a surprise assault. The feigning troops engaged in fierce skirmishes with the defenders, arrows flying through the air, the cacophony of battle resounding like a thunderous symphony. The defenders, believing the main force to be present, resisted with all their might, oblivious to the true danger that loomed ever closer. From my vantage point, I surveyed the unfolding battle, gripping the command flag tightly, my palms slick with perspiration. The outcome hinged on this very moment. I fervently hoped for a favorable turn of events. Should this surprise attack falter, we would not only suffer significant casualties but also risk demoralizing the entire army. An outcome too dire to contemplate, I silently urged myself onward. Once the main forces reached their designated positions, I decisively waved the command flag, initiating the full-scale assault. In an instant, the cannons roared to life, shells raining down upon the city walls, creating gaping breaches. Our main force surged in like a tidal wave from the flanks, engaging in close combat with the defenders. The clash of swords sparked like fireflies, the shouts of combatants and the cries of the wounded entwined, composing a brutal symphony of war. Our soldiers fought valiantly within the city, their figures darting through the alleys as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Some engaged in desperate duels with the enemy on narrow streets, their exceptional skills and indomitable will gradually gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, the terrified citizens huddled in their homes, bolting doors and windows, as a palpable sense of dread permeated the air. Witnessing the chaos of battle, I felt a deep urgency. We must swiftly conclude this conflict to minimize the disruption to the innocent, allowing the city to return to peace as soon as possible. After a grueling struggle, we finally captured the second small city. Once again, I ventured into the town to reassure the frightened populace. Proclaiming the righteousness of our army's mission, Liu Fei, accompanied by her fellow medics, swiftly arrived to tend to the wounded soldiers and civilians. Though exhaustion lingered in her eyes, they sparkled with determination and kindness. As long as she could alleviate their suffering, everything she endured was worthwhile. She thought quietly to herself, her hands moving with even greater gentleness. Observing her weary state, I felt a pang of guilt. Liu Fei had borne too much hardship alongside me, and I was powerless to share the burden. I could only hope for the swift conclusion of the war, allowing her a chance to rest. In the days that followed, our army, armed with formidable firepower and indomitable spirit, advanced with unstoppable momentum, capturing several small cities in succession. With each conquest, I shared our mission and vision with the citizens, Hoping to win their support and trust, Eli Lufei remained steadfast by the side of the wounded, illuminating their paths with her love and compassion. As the small cities fell one after another, Zhang Shiqing's influence dwindled, and I realized we were drawing closer to ultimate victory. Yet, I remained acutely aware that the road ahead was still riddled with challenges. We could not afford a moment's complacency. Only through unwavering perseverance could we forge a lasting peace. The struggles and sacrifices along this arduous journey were the necessary steps toward tranquility, and I must remain resolute, guiding my people toward the end goal. Gazing into the distance, my eyes reflected unwavering determination, a resolve that sparkled like brilliant stars, casting a hopeful glow across the chaotic sky. Chapter 33. The Beast of Pingjiang. A stalemate of offense and defense. Pingjiang loomed before us like a colossal beast, its towering walls stretching toward the heavens, reminiscent of a great dragon coiling in the sky. Each massive brick and stone was tightly interlocked, resembling impenetrable scales that glinted coldly in the sunlight, as if proclaiming its inviolability to the world. Flags fluttered atop the battlements, and the defenders stood poised, their vigilant eyes scanning the horizon for our approaching forces, exuding a fierce resolve akin to a blazing inferno. Ready to consume any intruder. Riding atop my horse, I circled Pingjiang, deep in contemplation. The fortress's defenses were far more formidable than those of the previous small cities. A direct assault would surely inflict heavy casualties upon my troops. I needed to devise an alternative strategy, to seek out its vulnerabilities in order to breach the city. My gaze fell upon the thick walls, and an idea sparked within me. Perhaps we could combine tunnel digging with artillery bombardment for an effective approach. The tunnels could reach beneath the walls, allowing us to place explosives and breach the defenses from within, while the cannons would apply continuous pressure from without, forcing the defenders to divide their attention. With this thought, I felt a measure of reassurance, though concern lingered. The undertaking was monumental and must be conducted in secrecy. A single misstep could render our efforts futile. Upon hearing my strategy, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly, admiration and trust evident in his eyes. This plan is indeed clever. Proceed with its arrangement at once. His voice resonated with authority, echoing like a thunderous bell, commanding respect and instilling confidence. With that, he tightened the reins and rode to the front lines, his stature regal and imposing, his gaze fierce and unwavering. He bellowed, "Warriors, heed my command. Today's battle is pivotal to our grand ambitions. Give it your all." The soldiers responded in unison, their cries surging like the relentless waves of the sea, deafening in their fervor, a testament to our army's soaring morale. Our forces sprang into action. A portion of the soldiers began excavating tunnels at a safe distance from the walls. They swung their shovels vigorously, dirt accumulating at their feet like miniature hills. Sweat dripped from their brows, yet their faces bore resolute expressions, silently chanting, "Let us complete the tunnel swiftly, so we may breach Pingjiang." Meanwhile, another group of soldiers readied the artillery, aiming the cannons at the walls, loading the ammunition in preparation for the assault. The cannons gleamed under the sun, resembling slumbering beasts poised to unleash their wrath. As the order rang out, "Fire!" the cannons erupted in a symphony of thunder, shells soaring through the sky like shooting stars, heralding death as they struck the walls. In an instant, flames erupted, thick smoke billowing forth. The walls trembling under the onslaught, stones crumbling like petals in a tempest, akin to a celestial maiden scattering blossoms or a dragon thrashing in agony. The defenders, undeterred, quickly organized a counterattack, arrows raining down upon us. Their war cries deafening. Zhang Shiqing, standing atop the battlements, wore a dark expression, his eyes glinting with malice and determination. He understood that should this city fall, he would find no sanctuary. "Men, today marks a decisive moment of survival or demise. We shall live or die with this city." His voice bore a touch of madness, akin to a cornered beast, prepared to fight to the bitter end. The defenders, emboldened by his words, fought with renewed fervor, forming lines of shields to withstand our artillery and assaults, while hurling stones and oil to deter our advance. From my position at the rear, I closely monitored the unfolding battle, my heart racing with anxiety. Though the cannons had inflicted some damage upon the walls, the defenders' resistance was tenacious. I furrowed my brow, realizing that if this continued, we risked a stalemate. The progress of the tunnel excavation needed to accelerate. and we must find ways to further undermine the morale of the defenders. I turned to a nearby commander and instructed, dispatch a squad of crossbowmen to concentrate fire on the defenders atop the walls, providing cover for the tunnel diggers. Additionally, send some soldiers to shout encouragement from below, sowing discord among the enemy ranks. The generals received their orders and swiftly organized the soldiers for action. The archers drew their bows, and arrows flew towards the defenders atop the city walls like a plague of locusts. Instantly, casualties appeared among the defenders, and their formation began to falter. Meanwhile, the soldiers below shouted loudly, "Pingjiang will fall. Those who surrender shall be spared." The voices echoed back and forth, reverberating within the city of Pingjiang, akin to the whispers of demons, attempting to erode the will of the defenders. However, the majority of Zhang Shiqing's troops were veteran soldiers who had followed him for many years. Steadfastly loyal and not easily swayed, they continued to resist fiercely. The excavation of the tunnels was arduous, as soldiers labored day and night, their sweat soaking their garments, their hands blistered, yet they uttered not a single complaint. For the sake of breaching Pingjiang, what was this hardship worth? One soldier, while digging, murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting unwavering conviction. As the tunnels gradually approached the city wall, my heart was filled with both anticipation and concern. The safety of the tunnels was paramount. Should they be discovered by the enemy, the consequences would be dire. Zhu Yuanzhang personally supervised the battle, his figure traversing the battlefield like a moving mountain, instilling boundless courage and strength in the troops. At times, he encouraged the soldiers to fight valiantly. At other times, he commanded the battle strategies, his calm demeanor seemingly controlling the very fate of the conflict. He shouted loudly, "Soldiers, hold on! Victory is within our grasp." His voice resonated across the battlefield, inspiring the spirit of every soldier. At that moment, I saw Suda leading a contingent of soldiers, bravely fighting at the front lines, so I urged my horse forward to converse with him. "General Su, the city walls are formidable, and the enemy's resistance is fierce. Do you have any thoughts?" I inquired. Suda wiped the sweat from his brow and replied resolutely, "Sir, I believe we can organize another powerful charge to distract the enemy while coordinating with the tunnel excavation." I pondered for a moment and nodded. Though this plan carries risks, it is worth a try. However, we must select the most elite soldiers to ensure success. Suda clasped his fists in acknowledgement. "I shall select the bravest soldiers and give it my all." I observed the battlefield once more and noticed that the defenders had set numerous obstacles atop the city walls, impeding the accurate strikes of our artillery. These obstacles must be cleared to unleash the full potential of our cannons. I contemplated this and commanded, "Organize an assault team, armed with ladders, to forcefully ascend the city walls and clear the obstacles." The soldiers of the assault team responded swiftly, carrying the ladders while braving the enemy's arrows and stones. Charging valiantly towards the walls, the soldiers of the assault team erected the ladders at the base of the wall, climbing with the agility of monkeys. The defenders fought back fiercely with long poles and swords, desperately trying to push our soldiers down. One soldier, having ascended halfway up the ladder, was struck by a long pole from the defenders, his body swaying perilously, almost falling. Yet he gripped the ladder tightly. Gritting his teeth in determination, continuing to climb, he shouted loudly, "Brothers, charge! We cannot let the general down." Another soldier successfully reached the top of the wall and engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the defenders. He wielded his weapon with such ferocity that momentarily, he forced the defenders to retreat step by step. However, the defenders soon regrouped, surrounding him. Although this soldier found himself in a dire predicament, he showed no fear. Roaring, "Come, today, I shall fight to the death with you." His voice echoed across the walls, stirring emotions. In the midst of this intense siege, time seemed to stand still. Both our forces and the defenders of Pingjiang exerted every ounce of strength. With every moment, someone fell, and every inch of ground was stained with blood. I gazed upon the harrowing scene of the battlefield, my heart heavy with mixed emotions. When would the cruelty of war come to an end? For the sake of a peaceful and prosperous era, we must persevere to the bitter end. No matter the cost, I clenched my fists, my eyes reflecting determination and resolve, continuing to direct the battle, constantly adjusting tactics, searching for an opportunity to breach the city. Chapter 34. The city falls, the south gradually stabilizes within Pingjiang. The smoke of battle had yet to dissipate, draping the war-torn land like a thin veil. Ruins were scattered everywhere. The once thriving streets were now strewn with rubble and debris, akin to a once resplendent maiden, cruelly stripped of her finery by the ravages of war, now left in utter disarray and ruin. Upon the city walls, the tattered flag still fluttered in the wind, shivering as if recounting tales of past steadfastness and final struggles. The shattered bricks and stones resembled the myriad scars upon a warrior's body, silently bearing witness to the brutal clash of offense and defense. While the pervasive scent of smoke lingered, akin to the shadow of death, a constant reminder of the war's brutality and mercilessness. Zhu Yuanzhang and I walked side by side through the city, accompanied by a host of generals. Zhu Yuanzhang's steps were steady and powerful, each footfall resonating with the weight of victory, a proclamation to this land. His expression was stern, his gaze profound, reflecting the resilience and authority born of experience, like a deity surveying the mortal realm. Though silent, he exuded an overwhelming aura. As I observed the surrounding scenes, my heart was filled with myriad reflections. Pondering, Pingjiang, once a formidable stronghold of Zhang Shiqing, has now been breached by our forces. Though war has wrought destruction, it has also cleared a significant obstacle to the arrival of a peaceful and prosperous era. Yet, I wonder how long it will take for this ravaged land to regain its vitality. Every inch of this soil is soaked with the blood of soldiers, and every ruin bears the weight of shattered families and sorrow. Though we have emerged victorious, we cannot forget the heavy price behind it. Zhang Shiqing was brought forth, his countenance haggard, yet his eyes still glimmered with a hint of defiance, akin to a cornered beast fighting for survival. Bound by ropes, he held his head high, as if preserving his last shred of dignity. Zhu Yuanzhang regarded him with a slight frown, a complex expression flickering in his gaze, mingling respect for his adversary with a sense of gratification for his victory. Esteemed opponent, you were once a formidable figure in your own right. Now, you find yourself in such a predicament. Do you harbor any regrets? Zhang Shiqing snorted disdainfully. The victors write history. There is no need for further words. His voice, though somewhat hoarse, remained resolute, like the tolling of a bell at twilight, approaching its end, yet reverberating with lingering echoes. In his gaze, a flame of unwillingness burned, as if recalling past glories, while simultaneously expressing his indignation at the whims of fate. With the fall of Pingjiang, the flames of war in Jiangsu and Zhejiang gradually extinguished, akin to the calm following a tempest. The common folk cautiously emerged from their homes, their eyes filled with fear and confusion, yet tinged with a glimmer of hope for the future, like travelers groping in the dark, yearning for the guiding light. Some citizens were clad in tattered garments, their gazes hollow, as though they had lost their souls to the ravages of war. Others clutched the hands of their loved ones tightly, their bodies trembling slightly, fearing that this hard-won tranquility would vanish in an instant. I looked upon these people with deep compassion. They had endured immense suffering during the war. And now, what they needed most was stability and hope. These citizens were like wounded fledglings, in desperate need of our care and comfort. If we could not provide them with proper shelter, then our victory would hold little meaning. Li Luffy followed behind us, her gentle gaze sweeping over the surrounding populace as she softly spoke. Husband, esteemed officials, with the city fallen, our immediate priority must be to reassure the people. We should first open the granaries and distribute food to the victims, ensuring that the common folk have sustenance, thereby stabilizing their hearts. Furthermore, we ought to organize soldiers to clear the debris within the city and rebuild homes, enabling the citizens to return to normalcy as soon as possible. Her voice was soft yet resolute, like a gentle spring breeze caressing the barren earth, bringing forth vitality and hope. I nodded in agreement. What Luffy says is indeed true. The welfare of the people is the foundation of the nation. Only when the citizens live in peace and contentment can Jiangsu and Zhejiang truly flourish. If the common folk suffer, then this picturesque southern region, no matter how beautiful its scenery, will merely be an empty shell, devoid of life and vitality. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment and also nodded. Let us proceed as you and your wife have advised. Issue a command for all troops to act immediately. Thus, the soldiers busied themselves with the task of comforting the people. Some opened the granaries, transporting bags of grain to distribute among the starving populace. The citizens received the food with expressions of profound gratitude, their faces illuminated as if welcoming a new dawn. An elderly man, trembling hands clutching the grain, shed tears of joy. "Thank you, General. Thank you, esteemed official. We are finally saved." His voice choked with emotion, akin to a melody of mixed sorrow and joy, heralding the prelude to peace. The grain, glistening in the sunlight, seemed to emanate a golden radiance, symbolizing hope and the promise of life. As the soldiers distributed the food, gentle smiles adorned their faces, striving through their actions to dispel the fears and shadows lingering in the hearts of the citizens. Zhu Yuanzhang and I continued our inspection of the city walls, observing the diligent figures of soldiers and citizens alike, and my heart gradually swelled with a sense of reassurance. This southern land, having endured years of turmoil, was finally witnessing the dawn of peace. I fervently wished for no further conflicts in the days to come, that the people might enjoy stable lives. The smoke of war and the flames of battle had imparted to me a profound understanding of the preciousness of peace. Akin to a parched traveler yearning for rain, the common folk merely desired an ordinary yet happy existence, and we must strive with all our might to fulfill their hopes. I spoke softly. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting visions of the future. "Sir, pacifying the South is but the first step. The realm has yet to be unified. We must continue our efforts. However, with your counsel by my side, I am confident that an era of peace shall ultimately arrive. The state of affairs in this world resembles an unfinished game of chess. Although we have achieved a temporary victory, we must proceed with caution and meticulous planning to firmly grasp the fruits of our success." His words brimmed with confidence and determination, akin to a beacon illuminating the path ahead. In a plaza within the city, our army erected a makeshift medical tent to tend to the wounded citizens and soldiers. Li Lufei busily attended to the injured within the tent, her figure light and agile, like a flower blooming amidst the ruins. Imparting hope and warmth, she gently cleansed the wounds of the injured, softly reassuring them. "Do not be afraid, your wounds will heal swiftly." Her voice flowed like a babbling brook, soothing the hearts of the wounded and alleviating their pain. Her gaze was filled with compassion and concern, as if each injured person were her dearest kin, and every subtle gesture was infused with boundless tenderness and care. The tent was permeated with the fragrance of medicine, a delicate aroma weaving recovery dreams for the injured. As time passed, Pingjiang gradually regained its vitality. The streets no longer echoed with silence. The laughter of children rang out, their joyous sounds shattering the shadows of war. The calls of vendors filled the air, though slightly hoarse, they were alive with the essence of daily life. Standing atop the city, I gazed down at all this, my heart brimming with emotion. All the hardships endured, the countless sacrifices made, have finally borne today's fruits. Yet this is merely the beginning. The road ahead remains long, and I am determined to join Zhu Yuanzhang in crafting a true era of peace and prosperity for the people of this world. The fruits of victory, nurtured by blood and sweat, must be cherished and safeguarded, allowing them to flourish under the sun of peace and radiate the most resplendent brilliance. I clenched my fist, my gaze infused with resolute conviction, that belief shining like brilliant stars in the sky above Jiangnan. Chapter 35. The northern remnants of the Yuan hover with malice. The winds of Jiangnan gradually disperse the mists of war. As this land slowly awakens from its pain, much like a beautiful maiden recovering from a long illness, though her visage still bears signs of fatigue, life begins to stir within her. Yet, standing atop the walls of Jinling, gazing northward, my heart is shrouded in dark clouds of worry. The remnants of the Yuan army in the north loom like a wounded yet ferocious beast, occupying that vast expanse of territory. Their eyes fixed menacingly upon the south, akin to phantoms in the night, poised to pounce at any moment and shatter the peace we have only just attained. Reflecting on those years, the Mongolian cavalry swept across the Eurasian continent. The Yuan army gained control of the Central Plains through its formidable military might, establishing the vast Yuan dynasty. Wherever their iron hooves tread, the landscape transformed, and numerous ethnic groups fell under their dominion. In the early days of the Yuan dynasty, its territories were expansive, governance was effective, and trade thrived, epitomized by the splendid eastern scenes described by Marco Polo. However, as time progressed, internal conflicts within the ruling elite of the Yuan dynasty grew increasingly acute, with nobles vying for power, rampant political corruption, and the exploitation of the populace intensifying. Furthermore, the inequitable ethnic policies relegated the Han people and other large segments of the populace to the lower echelons of society, causing immense suffering. while ethnic tensions escalated, resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption, quietly eroding the foundations of the Yuan dynasty. Now, despite enduring numerous uprisings and turmoil, the Yuan forces have been expelled from Jiangnan. Yet they still wield considerable power in the north. The vast grasslands and deserts of the north are their birthplace, where the expansive lands have nurtured their fierce customs and formidable cavalry. The cavalry of the Yuan, having grown up on horseback, possess remarkable skills in mounted archery, arriving like lightning and departing like a gale, posing a significant threat to enemies on the battlefield through their mobility and impact. Additionally, the north harbors many remnants and supporters of the Yuan dynasty, who possess deep roots and influence in the region. These residual forces, gathering together, aim to reclaim lost territories, relying on their familiarity with the terrain and remaining military strength. I hurried into Zhu Yuanzhang's tent, where he was deep in thought over a large map of the mountains and rivers, his brow furrowed, and his gaze resolute and profound, as if plotting a strategy capable of altering the fate of the world. I slightly cupped my fists and, after greeting him, directly addressed the matter at hand. Marshal, although Jiangnan is now stabilized, the remnants of the Yuan army in the north remain, their ambitions unquenched, like a sword hanging over our heads, ready to strike at any moment. The urgent task now is to organize our troops, train them for combat, and prepare for a northern expedition to ensure the tranquility of Jiangnan and ultimately recover the Central Plains and restore the Han dynasty. My voice was firm and powerful, resonating within the tent like the beat of a war drum, each word laden with concern for the situation and determination for the future. Zhu Yuanzhang slightly raised his head, meeting my gaze, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. What you say is indeed correct. Although the Yuan army has retreated to the north, their roots remain and must not be underestimated. Our forces must seize the moment to strengthen ourselves in order to triumph in the northern campaign. His words were steady and weighty, akin to a towering mountain, instilling in me a sense of unwavering trust and reliance. The organization of the army is akin to a meticulously crafted artisan's work, requiring attention to numerous details. I moved between various camps, observing the soldiers either practicing formations under the scorching sun or honing their skills in the training grounds. Inwardly, I pondered. These soldiers are the cornerstone of our northern expedition. Only by training them into an elite force can we gain the upper hand against the Yuan army. I carefully observed their every movement, occasionally correcting their postures, occasionally imparting combat techniques, much like a diligent gardener nurturing flowers on the verge of blooming. The soldiers were invigorated, their eyes reflecting a thirst for battle and anticipation for victory. Their hands gripping weapons, veins bulging, as if declaring their resolve. They will surely drive the Yuan army from the Central Plains and restore peace to our land. Li Lufei, too, was not idle. She resembled a warm spring breeze. Caressing the hearts of every soldier, she ventured into the camps, offering care and encouragement to the soldiers. Clad in a simple long dress, her figure graceful yet resolute, she approached a group of resting soldiers. Smiling as she spoke, "Brave warriors, you are all valiant heroes. As the northern expedition approaches, your dedication and sacrifices will forge the brilliance of our Han nation. Every drop of sweat will become the cornerstone of victory. Every effort will bring peace and prosperity to our people." Her voice, gentle yet resonant, invigorated the spirits of all present. The soldiers gazed at her with admiration and gratitude, rising to salute. Madam's words, "We shall engrave in our hearts, willing to brave fire and water without hesitation." In these days of preparation for battle, the atmosphere within the camp was charged with tension and fervor. By day, the sounds of battle cries reverberated across the training grounds. The soldiers' figures surged forth like dragons emerging from the sea, or tigers descending from the mountains, as they stormed the simulated battlefield, coordinating with one another, continuously refining their tactics and camaraderie. By night, the tents glowed with light. As commanders gathered to discuss strategies and deployments for the northern expedition, their eyes focused and passionate, as if sketching a grand blueprint. Observing all of this, my heart swelled with hope, yet a tinge of worry lingered. The path to the north will undoubtedly be fraught with hardships and challenges. The ferocity of the Yuan cavalry is formidable, and the harsh and unpredictable northern climate poses unknowns for our army's adaptability and resilience. But for the sake of the people, for the restoration of our homeland, we must forge ahead with unwavering resolve, leaving no room for retreat. Zhu Yuanzhang frequently visited the military camp to oversee the progress of our preparations. His presence acted as a potent tonic for the soldiers, elevating their morale. Standing on the command platform, he appeared as upright as a pine tree, surveying the troops below with an imposing demeanor. Brave soldiers, the northern Yuan army has long ravaged our central plains, and the people have suffered greatly. Now, we have the opportunity and the strength to drive the barbarian invaders from our borders and restore the glory of our China. Will you follow me into battle, achieving great deeds? His voice thundered like a storm. Echoing throughout the camp, the soldiers responded in unison. We shall heed the marshal's command, driving out the invaders and restoring our homeland. Their shouts surged like roaring waves, one after another, reaching the heavens. As if to dispel the shadows from the sky, as time progressed, our military strength continued to grow. The new recruits gradually transformed into seasoned warriors, their eyes no longer reflecting the innocence and confusion of their initial days in the camp, but rather determination and bravery. The weapons, continuously forged and sharpened, gleamed with a cold light, seemingly yearning to taste the blood of battle. Provisions and supplies were systematically prepared, with mountains of grain serving as a solid backbone. Ensuring ample support for the northern campaign, I gazed upon all this, silently praying. May heaven bestow its favor, guiding our army smoothly along the path of the northern expedition, enabling us to realize our ambitions of restoring our homeland. On a tranquil night, I stepped out of the tent alone, gazing up at the starry sky. The northern heavens appeared deeper and more mysterious than those of the south, stars twinkling like countless eyes watching over the earth. In my heart, I silently declared, the day of reckoning for the Yuan army is fast approaching. Our forces will shine like brilliant stars, piercing through the dark night and illuminating the entire central plains. My gaze radiated unwavering conviction, that belief flickering like a burning flame, shining brightly in the cold night sky, never to be extinguished. Chapter 36. The northern expedition begins amidst wind and snow in the vast expanse of the world. A scene of desolation and grandeur unfolds. The howling gale swept in with ferocity, enveloping the land in a flurry of snowflakes as soft as goose feathers, reminiscent of the surging waves that crash relentlessly in a tempestuous sea. With an overwhelming force, it mercilessly battered the vast expanse of earth. At this very moment, a grand army, embarking on a northern expedition, trudged steadily through the icy wilderness. From a distance, this force resembled a colossal dragon forged of steel, undeterred by the harshness of the elements, resolutely advancing forward. The swirling snowflakes cascaded down, obscuring the silhouettes of the soldiers, who were tightly wrapped in their somewhat inadequate cotton garments, striving to shield themselves from the penetrating chill. Yet, despite their efforts, the biting wind sliced through their attire like a frigid blade, piercing deep into their bones. The once even pathway lay buried beneath a thick blanket of snow, rendered treacherous and arduous. Each step demanded immense exertion, as their feet sank heavily into the snow, akin to being weighed down by leaden weights. In such arduous conditions, these valiant warriors displayed no inclination to retreat. They gritted their teeth and pressed forward, one foot after another, as if engaged in a silent yet fierce struggle against the formidable forces of nature. I sat astride my horse, beside me Liu Fei, whose delicate frame belied an inner resilience. Her face flushed slightly from the biting wind, strands of hair danced in the gusts, yet her gaze bore no trace of fear. As I surveyed the tempestuous snowstorm, a wave of anxiety washed over me. The northern expedition was already fraught with peril, and this blizzard only compounded our challenges. However, retreat was not an option. We must forge ahead with courage to realize our ambition of restoring China. I could only hope that this storm would not linger too long, lest the soldiers' spirits be extinguished by the cold. Zhu Yuanzhang galloped at the forefront of the troop, his stature as upright as a pine tree, seemingly impervious to the storm raging around him. He frequently glanced back at the army, his eyes reflecting concern and encouragement. Whenever they reached treacherous terrain or deep snow, he would call out loudly, "Warriors, do not fear this storm. We fight for the common people, to drive out the barbarian invaders. As long as we unite our efforts, we shall surely overcome these formidable obstacles." His voice resonated through the tempest, echoing like a thunderclap, jolting the soldiers' spirits, yet it also served as a warm ray of sunshine, rekindling their strength amid exhaustion and cold. As we traversed a valley, The wind and snow intensified, akin to countless sharp blades slicing through the air. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. A small contingent of Yuan troops had come to disturb us. Capitalizing on the cover of the storm, they surged from the slopes like phantoms, attempting to disrupt our formation. The Yuan cavalry charged through the snow, clad in heavy leather armor, brandishing long swords and shouting fearsome battle cries. Suda, witnessing this, wasted no time and led a squad of elite soldiers into the fray like leopards. His gaze was steely and resolute. The spear in his hand glinted with a cold light amidst the snow. Reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing towards the enemy. Brothers, follow me into battle. We cannot allow these Yuan forces to prevail. Suda's rallying cry reverberated like thunder, igniting the soldiers' fighting spirit. They followed closely behind, their footsteps echoing in the snow, sending up sprays of snowflakes like blossoming pear trees. In an instant, the cacophony of battle cries and the clash of weapons intertwined, shattering the valley's silence. I closely monitored the unfolding battle from the rear, my heart racing with anxiety. Although this was merely a small contingent of Yuan troops, they were well acquainted with the terrain and fought fiercely. If we could not repel them swiftly, we risked attracting more foes, jeopardizing our northern expedition. I had to devise a comprehensive strategy for a swift resolution. Furrowing my brow, I pondered the best approach to defeat the enemy. Liu Fei, her expression filled with concern as she observed the battlefield, gently grasped my hand, her eyes brimming with trust and encouragement. Husband, you will surely devise a good plan to assist General Su in repelling the enemy. Her words were like a gentle spring breeze, dispelling some of the shadows from my heart. I turned to her, nodding slightly. Rest assured, Liu Fei, I will not allow the soldiers to sacrifice themselves in vain. Observing the battlefield, I noted that while the Yuan troops pressed forward aggressively, their attacks were primarily concentrated on our front and flanks. An idea struck me, and I summoned a commander. You will lead a contingent of soldiers to quietly maneuver around to the enemy's rear, cutting off their escape route. Once General Su draws their attention to the front, you will launch a surprise attack from behind, flanking them to ensure they are caught off guard. The commander accepted the order and swiftly led his men, cloaked by the storm, towards the enemy's rear. Suda engaged fiercely with the Yuan troops at the front, leading from the front lines, his spear dancing like an impenetrable shield. Wherever he went, Yuan soldiers fell in droves. Yet, the Yuan forces were equally tenacious, fighting tooth and nail, and the battle reached a stalemate. I felt a surge of urgency, silently praying that our flanking troops would arrive soon. At last, the troops successfully maneuvered to the Yuan's rear, descending upon them like divine warriors, launching a sudden attack. The Yuan forces were thrown into disarray, panic-stricken as they turned to counter the assault. Suda seized the moment, bellowing, "Soldiers, if we do not attack now, when shall we?" He led the troops in a more ferocious charge. Our forces, striking from both front and rear, sent the Yuan troops into chaos amidst the snow, gradually sapping their will to fight, ultimately forcing them into retreat. Watching the Yuan forces retreat, I let out a long sigh of relief, yet my concerns lingered. This was merely a minor challenge in our northern expedition, and ahead lay greater unknown dangers and formidable foes. Nevertheless, I firmly believed that as long as we were united, no obstacle was insurmountable. Zhu Yuanzhang rode over to me, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "Your strategy was exceptional, sir. Had it not been for your decisive planning, we might have faced a bitter struggle." I slightly cupped my fist in acknowledgement. "You flatter me, Marshal. This is merely my duty. The journey ahead still requires your unity with the soldiers to overcome the challenges." After a brief respite, the army resumed its march northward through the storm. Each soldier bore a determined expression, their steps becoming more resolute and vigorous, as if declaring their resolve to the harsh weather and northern foes. No matter the difficulties that lay ahead, we shall press on, until we restore China and bring peace to the world. Chapter 37. A triumphant first battle. The peoples will the news of our great victory spread like a warm, gentle spring breeze, softly caressing the war-torn lands we had just reclaimed. It traveled with astonishing speed, as if it sprouted wings, instantly reaching every corner. The townsfolk, upon first hearing the news, could scarcely believe their ears, their eyes wide with disbelief as they sought confirmation from one another, their faces etched with incredulity. Once assured, their joy erupted like a long-awaited rain after a drought, surging from the depths of their hearts. People hastily abandoned their tasks, eager to pour into the streets. Men and women, young and old, all wore smiles, their excitement manifesting in jubilant gestures. Cheers, laughter, and shouts intertwined, rising and falling like a joyous tide, creating a sea of celebration. The sound surged like a mighty wave, infused with boundless energy and fervor, seemingly striving to break through the heavens, conveying the euphoria of victory far and wide. Our triumphant army returned, each soldier standing tall and marching in unison, resembling a torrent forged of iron flowing steadily through the streets. Though their armor bore the stains of battle and blood, it shimmered under the sunlight with a proud luster, a testament to victory and a symbol of glory. At the forefront of the procession, banners fluttered and crackled, akin to a soaring eagle leading the just forces onward. The townsfolk lined the streets to welcome us, their eyes filled with joy and reverence, as if they were receiving heroes descended from the heavens. Elderly men leaned on their canes, trembling as they stood by the roadside, tears of excitement glistening in their cloudy eyes, resembling pearls that held the hope for a peaceful era. Women cradled their children, their faces radiating happiness, their smiles blooming like flowers in the spring, vibrant and enchanting. Children darted through the crowd, their curious gazes fixed upon the brave soldiers, their cheers echoing like melodious bird songs. Adding a lively touch to the victorious symphony, as I rode my horse, taking in the vibrant scene, my heart swelled with emotion, reflecting deeply. We fight for the common people of this land. Witnessing their joy now makes all our sacrifices worthwhile. I can only hope to safeguard this peace and allow the people to enjoy tranquility forever. I understood well that winning the hearts of the populace was the foundation of victory. Only by earning their genuine support could our northern expedition proceed smoothly. Our army maintained strict discipline, committing no infractions. The soldiers stood resolute, each akin to a steadfast statue, their postures upright, chests held high. Their steps synchronized and powerful, each footfall resonating with the weight of determination, creating a rhythm that reverberated through the streets. Their faces, marred by the trials of war, bore a resolute and stern demeanor. Their gazes fixed unwaveringly ahead, undistracted despite the streets flanked with flowers and food offered by the fervent populace. The vibrant blossoms, akin to clusters of flames, symbolized the people's fiery gratitude and reverence. The enticing aromas of steaming buns and succulent fruits formed small hills, their rich scents permeating the air, threading through every nose as if calling out insistently. Yet, not a single soldier reached for these offerings. They upheld a discipline as unyielding as steel, a discipline that stood like a towering mountain, immovable. We are the guardians of the people, the embodiment of justice. How can we compromise the army's honor and betray the trust of the populace for mere fleeting desires? A seasoned veteran silently declared to himself, his gaze reflecting both reverence for the discipline and loyalty to the mission, akin to stars shining brightly and steadfastly in the cold night. The young soldiers, though still youthful and naive, exhibited a determination and restraint in their eyes that was moving, as if silently conveying. Only by adhering to discipline can one truly wear this uniform and honor the mission of safeguarding this land and its people. I convened with the local sages at an ancient academy within the city. Upon entering, the tranquil atmosphere enveloped me like a delicate veil, instilling a sense of reverence. In the courtyard, several towering pines and cypresses stood proudly, reminiscent of erudite scholars who, through the passage of time, maintained their noble integrity. Inside, the sages had long awaited my arrival, their expressions a blend of solemnity and warmth, with eyes filled with affection for the land and hopes for the future. After exchanging pleasantries, a venerable elder spoke first. "General, your leadership in driving out the Yuan invaders is indeed a blessing for us. However, after years of turmoil, this place lies in tatters, and the people suffer immensely. What strategies do you propose?" His voice was deep and hoarse, echoing the sorrows and helplessness of time. I bowed slightly and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Elder, in this northern campaign, we aim not only to reclaim lost territories but also to ensure a better life for the people. We will swiftly restore production, improve irrigation, and alleviate taxes, breathing new life into this land." My words served as a soothing balm, gradually revealing smiles of relief on the sages' faces. In another square of the city, Liu Fei was leading the soldiers in distributing supplies, her figure, light and busy, resembled a white lotus blooming amidst the chaos, exuding tranquility and peace despite the surrounding clamor. "Please do not jostle. There is enough for everyone," she gently reassured the gathered crowd, her voice flowing like a babbling brook, soothing their anxieties. The people lined up orderly, receiving necessities such as food and clothing, their eyes brimming with gratitude, as if they had glimpsed the dawn of hope amidst darkness. A ragged woman, clutching her newly acquired grain tightly, approached Liu Fei and knelt, exclaiming, "Madam, your great kindness cannot be repaid. May heaven bless you and the general, and protect this righteous army." Her voice trembled, tears glistening in her eyes. Liu Fei hurriedly assisted her to her feet, softly saying, "Kind lady, please rise. This is what we ought to do. Your improved circumstances signify our true victory." Her gaze radiated compassion and empathy, illuminating the dark corners of the woman's heart like a guiding light. As the distribution continued, the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly warm. The people shared their joys and gratitude, their voices buzzing like bees, harmonizing into a melody of hope. I stood at a distance, watching this scene with a heart full of contentment. Today's tableau encapsulated our aspirations. As long as the people can live in peace and prosperity, what cause for concern could there be for the stability of the realm? I clenched my fist, my eyes reflecting unwavering conviction, envisioning a future unfolding before me, vibrant and prosperous, where the populace flourishes. Chapter 38. The Yuan Court's response amid internal strife in the northern Yuan Court. Once a bastion of seemingly celestial stability, now lay ensnared in the ominous shadows of impending doom, deeply mired in panic and ceaseless turmoil amidst the advancing tide of our northern campaign. The once mighty palace, known for its grandeur and majesty, now felt cursed by malevolent forces, its sacred dignity dissipating, replaced only by a chilling atmosphere of dread and suffocating silence. Within the palace walls, the air was frigid, heavy, nearly suffocating. The courtiers resembled a swarm of ants on a hot stove, huddled in the hall, their faces devoid of unity against the common foe, only revealing anxiety, suspicion, and ulterior motives swirling like shadows of malevolence. Emperor Shun of Yuan slumped upon his intricately carved throne, his eyes vacant and fearful, resembling a frail rabbit cornered by a predatory beast of the night, though still adorned with the title of emperor. He had long since lost the commanding presence that once instilled tremors across the realm. His hands gripped the armrests convulsively, knuckles pale from the strain, as if that was the sole lifeline he could cling to amidst the chaos. The ministers exchanged glances, their expressions rife with tension, suppressed whispers cutting through the oppressive silence like ice blades in winter, gnawing at the frayed nerves of all present, stirring a maelstrom of fear and confusion. Chancellor Tua bore the weight of the world upon his shoulders, his brow furrowed, eyes reflecting a burning urgency akin to a hero desperately attempting to prop up a collapsing edifice. "Your Majesty, the Southern Army approaches like a surging tide, ferocious and unstoppable. It is imperative we mobilize the nation's finest troops at once, fortifying the northern defenses. We cannot allow them to advance further. Otherwise, the state itself is at risk." His voice resonated powerfully, echoing through the hall like a clarion call, striving to awaken those lost in the fog of panic and fear. Yet, before he could finish, a haughty nobleman scoffed, rising abruptly, pointing a finger at Tua, and bellowing, "Chancellor, your words are overly alarmist. Do not mislead the court with your dire predictions. When our mighty cavalry roamed the earth, the southern forces were but ants beneath our feet. They are merely a rabble who have enjoyed a fleeting success. Send forth a few valiant generals, and we shall crush them as we did before, sending them fleeing in disarray." His eyes glinted with blind arrogance and contempt for the Southern Army, as if their past glories were an invincible talisman, ensuring their perpetual dominance. Such words fell like a boulder into a serene pond, instantly provoking a tempest. The hall erupted into chaos, voices raised in argument and accusation. Ministers clashing with fervor, each holding steadfast to their opinions. Some courtiers, with sycophantic faces, advocated for peace at any cost, seeking to trade land and reparations for temporary respite, their cowardice and selfishness emanating like a putrid mire. Others blustered with flushed faces and bulging veins, adamantly supporting war yet offering no viable strategies, akin to headless flies blindly flailing about. Emperor Shun surveyed the pandemonium, reminiscent of a farcical street brawl. His heart igniting with fury, mingled with profound despair, he slammed his hand upon the table, eyes wide with rage, and hoarsely shouted, "Silence! Your bickering resembles that of shrewish women. When will this lead to a resolution? If you cannot present a feasible plan, I shall have you all executed without mercy." His voice, though steeped in the authority of an emperor, could not conceal the underlying frailty and desperation, akin to a candle flickering dangerously in a tempest. Its feeble light at risk of being utterly extinguished by encroaching darkness in my tent, I was diligently studying military texts, contemplating strategies for the northern campaign, when I heard the urgent sound of galloping hooves and the calls of messengers outside. Soon, a scout hurriedly entered the tent, kneeling on one knee, presenting a sealed letter, its wax seal intact, signifying the confidentiality and importance of its contents. I hastily broke the seal and perused the document, my heart racing with excitement as I discovered detailed intelligence regarding the internal strife within the Yuan court. This information shone like a beacon piercing through the night, illuminating new opportunities for our northern campaign. Without a moment's delay, I carefully secured the letter and swiftly made my way to Zhu Yuanzhang's tent. The biting cold wind cut across my face, yet I felt none of it, my mind consumed by the newfound intelligence. The internal discord within the Yuan court presented a fortuitous opportunity. If leveraged wisely, it could significantly bolster our campaign's success. However, Zhu Yuanzhang was always cautious. I needed to meticulously analyze the pros and cons with him to ensure we reached a consensus and formulated the most prudent strategy. In the depths of my heart, I pondered silently, my footsteps increasingly hurried. Upon entering Zhu Yuanzhang's tent, I found him deep in contemplation over a massive map of the northern territories, his brow slightly furrowed, and his gaze profound and focused. I stepped forward, saluted, and presented the intelligence before him. "Marshal, the Yuan court, upon learning of our northern expedition, has descended into chaos. The lords and ministers are embroiled in a struggle for power, each holding their own views, rendering their countermeasures utterly disjointed. The current situation resembles a heap of scattered sand, presenting our army with an opportune moment to strike. In my humble opinion, we should resolutely accelerate our advance, directly targeting the heart of the enemy, thereby leaving the Yuan court in disarray." Zhu Yuanzhang took the intelligence, his eyes ablaze with intensity, scrutinizing each word meticulously. After a moment, a glimmer of clarity crossed his gaze, and he spoke solemnly. "What you say aligns perfectly with my own thoughts. The Yuan court's internal discord indeed favors our cause. However, we must not act recklessly. A comprehensive strategy is essential." Advancing step by step. At that moment, Li Lufei entered the tent. Her graceful demeanor belied a steady stride, her eyes radiating both agility and wisdom. She first bowed to Zhu Yuanzhang, then spoke softly, "Husband, Marshal, may I offer a word?" Though the Yuan court is mired in internal strife, its foundation remains intact, and the combat capabilities of its forces should not be underestimated. As our army hastens its advance, we must not neglect our supply lines, ensuring a continuous flow of provisions to support our forces. Furthermore, we might consider dispatching several small, elite units to infiltrate behind enemy lines, creating disturbances to ascertain the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, thus sowing discord among their ranks, which would create more favorable conditions for our main assault. Her eloquent analysis was incisive, each word a pearl enhancing the brilliance of our strategic planning. Zhu Yuanzhang and I exchanged glances, both recognizing the appreciation and agreement in each other's eyes. Chapter 39. Marching towards Dadu, strategic layout. As the morning light broke and the sky gradually unfurled, I, Liu Bowen, stood alone outside the tent, the cool breeze brushing against my face, whispering hints of destiny's prelude. Gazing into the distance, the mountains stretched endlessly, resembling a colossal beast lying dormant upon the earth, its form both majestic and inscrutable. Much like the grand conflict that was about to unfold, filled with uncertainties and challenges. Zhu Yuanzhang summoned the generals, the atmosphere within the tent heavy and fervent, each general's gaze piercing, as if they could see through the canvas and into the northern capital. My thoughts surged within me like the crashing waves against the shore. The march towards Dadu would not be a smooth path. It was akin to forging a route through a thicket of thorns towards glory and victory. Every step must be meticulously planned, every decision a matter of life and death for countless soldiers. I fully understood the mission I bore. like the North Star beneath the vast sky, guiding others with my wisdom through the fog of war. Mr. Bowen, what insights do you have regarding this campaign? Zhu Yuanzhang's voice shattered the momentary silence, his eyes filled with trust and expectation, akin to a drowning man grasping desperately at a final piece of driftwood. I inclined my head slightly, pondering for a moment, my gaze sweeping over the faces of the generals, before slowly beginning. The capital is fortified, and the defenders are formidable. Our army must divide into multiple routes, like agile serpents emerging from their dens, making it difficult for the enemy to manage their defenses. One contingent should feign the main force, advancing along the main road with great fanfare, ensuring the enemy believes we are launching a full-scale assault. Meanwhile, another contingent should proceed stealthily, like shadows in the night, flanking the enemy's position to exploit vulnerabilities and seize opportunities. This is a strategy of feigned strength to strike from the weak side, reminiscent of ancient sages who concealed the real in order to achieve unexpected victories. Upon concluding, I noticed the generals nodding in agreement, their eyes shimmering with understanding and admiration. Liu Fei stood quietly beside me, her gaze unwaveringly following my words, her eyes reflecting both concern and steadfast trust. Like a tranquil pool beneath the warm sun of spring, as the assembly dispersed, she gently tugged at my sleeve and murmured, "Sir, though your strategy is brilliant, there are many uncertainties. You must remain exceedingly cautious." I turned to her, our eyes locking, her pupils shimmering like flowing water. A warmth blossomed within me as I softly replied, "With you by my side, I shall exercise caution. Fear not, I shall not take unnecessary risks." I raised my hand, intending to brush aside the wind-tousled strands from her forehead, but hesitated mid-air, ultimately opting to gently pat her shoulder. She nodded slightly, her gentle demeanor akin to a flower trembling in the breeze, a blush subtly painting her cheeks. "Your strategy is indeed clever, but during the march, unfamiliar terrain may present unforeseen challenges." Su De furrowed his brow, a hint of concern lacing his words, his countenance resolute, resembling a stone-carved deity of war, each wrinkle etched with the wisdom and hardships of countless battles. I smiled slightly, responding with calm assurance, "General Su, do not worry. I have already ordered detailed maps to be drawn and have enlisted guides well-versed in the northern geography. They will illuminate our path like guiding stars, allowing us to navigate this unfamiliar terrain with ease." At that moment, Chang Yuchen suddenly stood, his voice booming like thunder. "I have long awaited a grand battle with the Yuan forces. My long knife has been itching for action, and I shall make them taste my might." His fierce eyes shone with passion, reminiscent of an eagle poised to break through the heavens, exuding fearless valor and dominance. I looked at him, secretly gratified. Having such a fierce warrior by my side was indeed a blessing for our army. General Chang's bravery is known throughout the land. However, this battle requires both courage and strategy. We cannot rely solely on force, I gently advised. Chang Yuchen paused momentarily, then clasped his fists in acknowledgement. "Your words, sir, I shall remember." The discussions within the tent continued, as I occasionally paced in thought or gestured passionately, with everyone listening intently. Each detail was scrutinized, every possibility considered, as if weaving an invisible and vast net, ready to be cast upon the prey of Dadu. The supply of provisions must not falter, for it is the lifeline of the army. Li Shanchang stroked his beard, his expression grave, his demeanor steady, akin to a towering mountain, instilling a sense of reliability. "What Brother Shanchang says is indeed correct. I have appointed specific individuals to oversee the transport of supplies, and established multiple supply points along the route to ensure provisions flow continuously, nourishing our forces as they advance," I replied, harboring great admiration for Li Shanchang's prudence. As the sun rose higher, the heat within the tent intensified. Yet the fervor of the discussions showed no signs of waning. Liu Fei quietly handed me a cup of tea, the fragrant steam rising as if to dispel the tension and heat in the air. I took a sip to moisten my throat and continued. "Though the Yuan forces are cornered and desperate, a cornered beast will fight fiercely, and they will undoubtedly resist with all their might. We must first psychologically undermine their morale, displaying our forces' might like the sound of thunder, instilling fear in the enemy." Upon hearing this, the generals nodded in agreement. Once the meeting concluded, the generals departed to fulfill their orders. I stepped outside the tent, gazing into the distance, my heart a tumult of emotions. This war is not merely a contest of strength. It is a test of wisdom, and Liu Fei gently linked her arm with mine. Her voice tender. Sir, the path ahead is fraught with peril. You must take great care. I turned to her. Her eyes filled with deep affection and reluctance. My heart stirred. I grasped her hand. With you by my side, I find solace. Fear not. I will not betray the expectations of all. She leaned closer, and I caught a whiff of the faint fragrance of her hair, a soothing balm amidst the chaos of this world. The army set forth. The thunderous sound of hooves raised a cloud of dust that obscured the sky, resembling a rolling storm cloud, foreboding the tempest to come. I rode alongside Liu Fei, her graceful form radiating resilience. Akin to a bamboo swaying in the wind, yet never bending, as we traversed a valley. The steep peaks on either side loomed ominously, jagged rocks standing like fierce beasts in confrontation, the valley shrouded in an eerie aura. As if countless eyes were lurking in the shadows, a chill ran down my spine, and I ordered the entire army to heighten their vigilance. Sir, this terrain is treacherous. Could there be ambushes? Liu Fei queried softly. Her voice light yet laced with tension. I tightened my grip on the reins, my gaze sharp. Signal the vanguard to proceed with caution. Report immediately if anything seems amiss. The vanguard soldiers advanced cautiously like agile leopards. Time seemed to freeze, each sound of hooves echoing heavily in the hearts of all. After a moment, the scouts returned with news of no signs of ambush. I breathed a sigh of relief, but remained vigilant. Instructing, continue onward. Do not let your guard down. The army wove through the mountains, and as night fell quietly like a vast black satin drape, enveloping the earth, we set up camp to rest. The flickering lights within the tent illuminating the weary yet resolute faces of the soldiers. I sat in the tent, contemplating the map, while Liu Fei quietly sat beside me, adding layers to keep me warm. Sir, you should rest early. Her eyes filled with concern. I shook my head. With the great battle imminent, how can I sleep? You should rest first. I will keep watch. She hesitated, then obediently lay down, and soon gentle breaths filled the air, and I gazed at her serene sleeping face. A wave of tenderness surged within me. This moment of tranquility only strengthened my resolve for victory. I tenderly tucked her blanket, as though safeguarding the most precious treasure in the world. On the following morning, sunlight pierced through the mist, bathing the camp. The army resumed its journey, drawing ever closer to Dadu, the air thick with tension and anticipation. A unique atmosphere of impending battle, reminiscent of the suffocating calm before a storm. I am acutely aware that a decisive battle, one that will determine our fates, is on the cusp of unfolding. I, Liu Bowen, shall, with the knowledge I have acquired throughout my life, inscribe a new chapter for this tumultuous era. May heaven bestow its favor upon us, aiding my army in achieving great endeavors. Chapter 40. The eve of the final confrontation. Spirits aglow. The setting sun bled crimson, casting a heroic hue over the encampment, as if draping a valiant red veil over the impending clash. I, Liu Bowen, stood resolutely before the tent, gazing at the clusters of diligent soldiers in the distance. My heart a tumult of emotions. The wind howled past, whispering tales of yesteryear's fiery conflicts, and foreboding the morrow's grim contest of life and death. The soldiers were wholly engrossed in their weapons. The rhythmic grinding of whetstones against blades, resonating like a stirring yet solemn prelude to battle. Those rugged yet powerful hands gripped the sword hilts and gun stocks with unwavering resolve, their eyes gleaming with determination, as if proclaiming to the world that they had cast aside the fear of death, all for the glimmer of ultimate victory. I pondered silently that these fervent warriors were indeed the backbone of my army. The very hope of breaching the city tomorrow, I vowed to devise a comprehensive strategy to safeguard them and lead them toward glory. Zhu Yuanzhang strode forth, his steps steady and resonant, each footfall seemingly burdened with the weight of 1,000. His gaze burned like a blazing flame, fervent and resolute, exuding the majesty and authority of a monarch. Bowen, the morale of the troops is remarkably high. This is an auspicious sign. His voice, deep and sonorous, reverberated through the camp. I inclined my head slightly, responding with utmost respect. Your Majesty, this is all thanks to your great fortune and the patriotism of the soldiers. Yet, the Yuan army, like a cornered beast, will still fight fiercely. We must not show the slightest sign of complacency. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded subtly, his eyes sweeping across the camp, as if plotting something in his mind. Liu Fei flitted through the infirmary, resembling a nimble sprite dancing amidst the blood and pain of the world. Clad in a simple white gown, her hem swayed gently in the wind, akin to a lotus blooming amidst the chaos of war. Pure and unblemished despite the smoke of battle, cradling potions and bandages in her hands, her gaze brimmed with compassion and tenderness, as if her presence could alleviate the suffering of the wounded. Brave souls, bear with this pain. It shall soon pass, she spoke softly, her voice melodious, like a gentle spring breeze caressing the weary hearts of the soldiers. A young soldier gazed at her with gratitude in his eyes. "Milady, with you here, no matter how grave our injuries, it is all worth it." She offered a faint smile, radiating warmth that illuminated the shadowy infirmary, dispelling some of the anguish and despair. She was not only a gentle comforter, but also a wise listener. When soldiers, burdened by pain, confided in her their fears of war and longing for home, she would sit quietly beside them, her focused gaze absorbing their words, responding with soft encouragement. "Elder brother, the landscapes of your homeland must be breathtaking. Once this battle is over, you shall return to reunite with your loved ones and behold those familiar vistas." Her words of solace flowed like a gentle stream, nurturing the parched souls of the soldiers. Chang Yuchen, Su Da, and other commanders paced before their respective troops, their figures tall and imposing, exuding an aura of indomitable spirit. Chang Yuchen suddenly leaped to a higher vantage point, proclaiming loudly, "Brothers, tomorrow is the day of our final battle. We cannot afford to lose our valor. Let the Yuan army know that we are not to be trifled with." His thunderous words echoed, prompting the soldiers to raise their arms in unison. Shouting, "Kill, kill, kill," that resounding battle cry seemed to pierce the heavens, reaching the very skies. Su Da, calm and composed, surveyed the soldiers, his eyes radiating trust and encouragement. "Fellow warriors, we have fought for many years for this very moment. As long as we unite our hearts and efforts, we shall breach the capital and establish an unparalleled achievement." His voice, though not as fervent as Chang Yuchen's, flowed gently into the hearts of the soldiers, fortifying their resolve. As I observed this scene, a myriad of emotions surged within me. This was the army for which I fought. This was the force capable of altering the course of the world. Yet, I also understood the brutal reality of war. How many vibrant lives would be extinguished on the morrow's battlefield? How many families would be plunged into sorrow? But I had no other choice. For the sake of the common people, for the conclusion of this chaotic age, this battle must be won. As night descended, lanterns flickered to life one by one in the encampment, resembling scattered stars strewn across the earth. I returned to my tent, where Liu Fei awaited me. Her gaze held a trace of concern as she looked at me. "Sir, do you have confidence for tomorrow's battle?" I gently grasped her hand, savoring her warmth and care, and replied slowly, "Liu Fei, I shall give it my all. However, the outcome of this war is not solely within my control. Yet, I firmly believe that the morale and strength of our troops will guide us through this ordeal." She nodded slightly, resting her head against my shoulder. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. That I wished for this fleeting tranquility to endure, allowing me to forget the impending storm of blood and chaos. On the eve of the decisive battle, the entire camp was suffused with an atmosphere of tension and excitement. Soldiers gathered together, some polishing their weapons, others quietly reminiscing about their hometowns and loved ones. While their faces bore the weight of war's dread, there was an overwhelming yearning for victory. The commanders continued their discussions in the tent, their expressions focused and resolute. Every gesture and word was imbued with an unwavering pursuit of triumph. Amidst this clamor and stillness, I silently prayed for divine protection over my army, hoping that this battle could herald the dawn of peace, banishing the fires of war from the world, allowing the populace to thrive in harmony, and enabling Liu Fei and me to share our lives in tranquility, free from the shadows of conflict. On the day of the decisive battle, the dawn broke slowly, a faint glow appearing on the horizon, with wisps of morning fog swirling around the encampment, adding an air of mystery and foreboding to the tense atmosphere. The army formed ranks, a formidable presence. The soldiers' armor glinted with the cold sheen of metal under the dim light. Resembling a forest of steel, Liu Fei stood to one side of the camp, her gaze resolutely fixed on the soldiers preparing to march. An old veteran approached her, his robust frame marked by the scars of time and warfare. Appearing even more weathered amidst the morning mist, he clasped his hands in salute and spoke in a gravelly voice, "Milady, in today's battle, we shall fight tooth and nail, not to let down your kindness." Liu bowed slightly in return, her eyes filled with respect. "Brave warrior, may you exercise caution. As the morning mist dissipates and dawn approaches, we await your triumphant return." The soldiers raised their voices in unison, their shouts resounding across the land, before surging like a tide toward the capital on the battlefield. The cacophony of battle cries erupted, smoke quickly enveloping the sky, casting it in a somber gray. Liu watched the unfolding conflict with bated breath, her hands instinctively clenching, silently praying for the soldiers' safety. In the backdrop of this fiery chaos, her figure appeared increasingly fragile yet resolutely steadfast. Chapter 41. The Assault and Defense of the Capital. Blood and fire intertwined. As the morning mist began to lift, sunlight struggled to penetrate the clouds, casting its light upon the towering walls of the capital, yet failing to dispel the pervasive atmosphere of impending slaughter. Beneath the city walls, wild grass shivered in the cold wind, as if sensing the approaching storm of bloodshed. The stagnant water in the moat exuded a foul stench, silently recounting tales of past conflicts and the passage of time. I, Liu Bowen, stood resolutely at the forefront, the banners beside me snapping in the wind, echoing a battle cry, trembling in anticipation of the imminent bloodbath. Raising my gaze, the capital loomed like a slumbering behemoth, now awakened by the clamor of war, baring its ferocious maw and revealing its menacing fangs on the walls. The Yuan army stood densely packed, their figures flickering between the battlements like phantoms, poised to deliver a lethal strike against any intruders. Sunlight glinted off their weapons, casting a cold, glacial glow, akin to the chilling stars in the night sky, invoking a sense of dread. Our soldiers were invigorated, their eyes ablaze with unyielding spirit, resembling tigers poised to pounce at the slightest command. Their faces, darkened by the smoke of battle, glistened with sweat that trickled down their determined features, dripping onto the soil that would soon be stained with blood. "Mr. Bowen, our forces are ready. We await but your command to commence the assault." Suda rode up beside me, clad in battle armor, his stance as upright as a pine tree. His steadfast gaze resembled a tranquil deep pool, unruffled yet exuding a compelling strength, his tone imbued with a fervent desire and confidence for victory. I nodded slightly, my focus unwaveringly fixed on the city walls, my mind racing. This battle would undoubtedly be brutal. However, our army's momentum was formidable, and we would surely breach this stronghold. Yet, beyond those walls lay the desperate resistance of countless Yuan troops. Every command I issued would determine the fate of thousands. Could I truly minimize our losses? If there were any missteps, how could I face the brave souls who followed me? How could I justify this to the world? "Attack!" With my command, the war drums thundered, akin to the distant rumblings of a storm, shattering the stillness of the battlefield. Our soldiers surged toward the capital like a tidal wave, carrying their ladders and shouting thunderous slogans, their voices merging into a cacophony that seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart. The Yuan army, undeterred, unleashed a rain of arrows from the walls, like a swarm of locusts taking flight, descending upon us in overwhelming numbers. "Raise your shields!" Chang Yuchen bellowed, brandishing his long sword. His rugged visage flushed a deep crimson, his fierce eyes wide open like those of an enraged lion, every movement exuding a potent aura of strength and dominance. The soldiers swiftly raised their shields, the clashing of metal resonating like a symphony of steel, echoing across the blood-stained battlefield. Yet, many soldiers fell victim to arrows, their anguished cries piercing the air as blood seeped into the ground. Blooming like scarlet lotuses, both tragic and heroic, witnessing the soldiers' fall, my heart clenched painfully. These vibrant lives extinguished in an instant, the brutality of war laid bare before me. Though I had anticipated this, the visceral agony overwhelmed me like a surging tide. Was I being too reckless? Were there not more prudent strategies for besieging the city? Liu stood at the rear, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on me amidst the chaos of battle, her eyes betraying deep concern and worry. Her hands clutched the hem of her garment tightly, knuckles pale, her fragile form trembling in the wind, akin to a leaf at the mercy of a storm. "Sir, you must return safely," she silently prayed, her gaze imbued with a tenderness akin to a gentle stream, both soft and resolute. Zhu Yuanzhang observed from a distance, his expression grave, his eyes revealing an unwavering dedication to victory and expectations for his soldiers. He gripped his hands tightly, occasionally fixed on the battlefield, then turning to whisper to his advisors, his composed demeanor reminiscent of a towering mountain. Instilling a sense of boundless reliance and confidence, I surveyed the brutal scene before me. My heart a tumult of emotions. Each fallen soldier was a pang in my soul. Yet I understood that this war was for the peace of the realm, to spare the common people from the ravages of conflict. Warriors, do not falter. For the homeland behind us, for the welfare of all, charge forward. I shouted, my voice hoarse with fervor, yet resonating across the battlefield like a tolling bell. This was the only path, and even if it were fraught with thorns, I would lead them through a bloodied passage. Only by conquering the capital could we bring an end to the chaos, restoring tranquility to the people, as the latter leaned against the city wall. My soldiers ascended valiantly, undeterred by the enemy's projectiles and oil attacks, their focus solely on the foes above. Some were struck by stones, plummeting from the heights, yet as they fell, they cried out their battle cries. Their unwavering resolve akin to an unquenchable flame. Those who reached the battlements engaged in a desperate struggle with the enemy, the clash of blades and the splatter of blood resembling vibrant fireworks against the walls. Witnessing this, I felt a swell of pride for their bravery, yet my heart ached for their uncertain fates. I could only pray silently, wishing for divine protection so that more warriors might return alive. At that moment, the sky darkened ominously, clouds spreading like ink, seemingly intent on engulfing the bloody battlefield. The fierce winds howled, whipping up dust and the stench of blood, blinding us as the harsh weather seemed to add a note of tragedy to the brutal siege. Meanwhile, the enemy within the city organized a counterattack, surging forth like a tidal wave, attempting to drive us back. Our vanguard found themselves embroiled in fierce combat, their backs against the walls as they faced an overwhelming force. The silhouettes of soldiers intertwined amidst the flames of war, their battle cries and screams merging into a deafening cacophony. Sir, the vanguard is under immense pressure. Should we dispatch reinforcements? Li Shancheng hurriedly approached. His face etched with urgency, his gaze reflecting concern for the situation, even his neatly groomed beard appearing slightly disheveled in the wind. I furrowed my brow, intently observing the battlefield as I rapidly weighed the pros and cons. Let us wait a moment longer. When the enemy's momentum wanes, we shall launch our main forces and strike decisively. I gritted my teeth, speaking with determination, a flicker of resolve in my eyes. I could not afford to panic. One misstep could lead to total disaster. I must analyze the situation calmly, seizing the opportunity to achieve the greatest victory at the least cost. Yet, if my judgment proved erroneous, the consequences would be dire. The weight of responsibility pressing heavily upon my heart. The tension on the battlefield escalated, with soldiers falling every moment, each second laden with the specter of life and death. Although my troops faced immense pressure, their eyes reflected no fear, only a steadfast belief in victory. That belief shone like a bright lighthouse, illuminating hope amidst the darkness of blood and fire, guiding them to press forward with valor. As time progressed, the enemy's attacks began to falter, their strength depleted from prolonged combat, their morale diminishing. I seized the moment, decisively commanding, main forces, advance. In an instant, our main troops surged towards the capital like a roaring torrent. Their footsteps reverberating through the earth, their overwhelming momentum capable of crushing any obstacles in their path. The battle atop the walls reached a fever pitch, our soldiers clashing with the enemy in a fierce melee. Neither side yielding ground. Some soldiers, despite their wounds, clutched their weapons tightly, refusing to fall. Others, after vanquishing foes, let out triumphant roars, their voices brimming with joy for victory and remembrance for fallen comrades. Lu Fei, burning with anxiety, risked danger to draw closer, yearning to see the battlefield more clearly. Her eyes were filled with urgency and helplessness, tears welling yet stubbornly refusing to fall. Sir, you must remain safe, she silently implored, her fragile heart enduring immense turmoil in that moment. Zhu Yuanzhang, perceiving the situation, dispatched someone to escort Liu Fei to safety, fully aware of her significance to me and the necessity of ensuring her well-being at this critical juncture. Do not worry. My lady, Master Boren will surely devise a brilliant strategy to defeat the enemy, he reassured. His voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. I commanded with unwavering resolve on the battlefield, adjusting tactics in response to the shifting dynamics of the conflict. Our forces gradually gained the upper hand as the enemy began to retreat. Yet, they still fought fiercely, desperate to reclaim the situation. Warriors, pursue the victory. Do not grant the enemy a moment's respite, I shouted. My eyes ablaze with the fire of triumph, sweeping away my fatigue and worries. At this moment, the dawn of victory lay before me. I could not allow it to slip away. This was not only for my own ambitions, but also for the soldiers who had fallen and those still fighting. As our forces pressed on, the gates of the capital finally shattered, our troops flooding into the city like a relentless tide. The enemy engaged in street battles, yet they were powerless to turn the tide. I rode into the capital, my heart filled with myriad emotions as I gazed upon the war-torn land before me. This victory was earned through the blood and lives of countless soldiers. It signified the end of an old era and heralded the dawn of a new one. And I, Liu Bowen, amidst the torrents of history, pondered my next course. The image of Liu Fei surfaced in my mind, the warmth of her smile, the depth of her gaze, filling my heart with an inexplicable melancholy in this moment of triumph. Chapter 42. The collapse of the Yuan court. Dawn emerges, morning light pierced through the heavy clouds, struggling to illuminate the capital, yet it seemed to have lost its vibrancy amidst the bloodshed. The streets of the city were permeated with the acrid scent of gunpowder, a foul aroma reminiscent of demonic breath, lingering in the air, mingling with the stench of blood and dust, inducing nausea. Ruins were scattered everywhere, like the earth's exposed wounds silently narrating the cruelty of war. I, Liu Bowen, rode slowly through the streets, flanked by solemn soldiers, their excitement at victory barely contained. Their armor was smeared with blood and dirt, remnants of enemies clinging to their gear, their weapons dulled yet firmly grasped, as if they were extensions of their very being. Sir, the Yuan forces are in disarray. This battle is ours for the taking, a young commander exclaimed with palpable excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor akin to a blazing flame, a testament to his thirst for victory and pride. I nodded slightly, yet remained vigilant. Do not let your guard down. A cornered beast still fights with ferocity. Though the Yuan forces show signs of defeat, they may still possess the capacity for a counterattack. Despite my caution, a flicker of relief surged within me. The dawn of victory was the culmination of countless nights of strategizing and the valiant struggles of the soldiers. Liu Fei trailed behind me, her complexion slightly pale, yet her eyes radiated determination. Her skirt was stained with the filth of the ground, her once smooth hair now disheveled, yet her gracious demeanor remained intact. She gently tugged at my sleeve. Speaking softly, sir, look at the suffering civilians. Once the fighting subsides, we must ensure their well-being. I turned to her, warmth swelling in my heart. Her kindness amidst chaos was a rare gem. Rest assured, Liu Fei, I will make the necessary arrangements. I replied gently, my gaze filled with affection and gratitude, squeezing her hand reassuringly. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not withdraw her hand, drawing strength from that simple connection. Zhu Yuanzhang stood atop a high platform in the city, surveying the ravaged battlefield, his stature upright like a resilient pine, standing firm despite the storms he had weathered. His expression was grave, his gaze piercing and sharp, as if he could see through the fog of war enveloping the battlefield. Bowen, the main force of the Yuan army has been scattered by our troops, yet remnants still resist stubbornly. How do you propose we deal with this? His voice was deep and powerful, resonating with an undeniable authority, akin to the tolling of a great bell echoing through the city. After a moment of contemplation, I clasped my hands and replied, Your Majesty, we could dispatch our soldiers to search in a dispersed manner, taking them down one by one, ensuring they have no opportunity to regroup. Simultaneously, we must reassure the citizens within the city, posting announcements to stabilize their hearts, for only then can we thoroughly subdue Dadu. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his gaze. We shall proceed as you suggest. At this moment, the Yuan forces in the city had indeed fallen into a desperate plight. Their command structure was nearly paralyzed, and soldiers scurried about like headless flies. Some cowered in corners, trembling, their eyes filled with terror and despair, as though the end of days had arrived. Others still fought desperately, brandishing their weapons, yet lacking any strategy, their frenzied appearances reminiscent of trapped beasts, futilely venting their inner fear and resentment. Our soldiers moved with methodical precision, forming small teams to scour every corner of the city for traces of the Yuan troops. Chang Yuchen led a group with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain. Brandishing a long knife, he bellowed. Su De stood silently at the side, meticulously organizing the ranks. His movements were steady and orderly, while his gaze was calm and wise, akin to the profound depths of a tranquil lake, which, though unperturbed, perceives all. Despite the conquest of the capital, there was no room for complacency. It was imperative to swiftly stabilize the hearts of the people and restore order within the city. His words were succinct yet powerful, piercing through the hearts of listeners like a sharp arrow, illuminating the immediate priorities. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly, acknowledging Su Da's insights. Bohuan, do you have any good strategies? After pondering for a moment, I clasped my hands and replied, Your Majesty, it would be wise to first open the granaries and distribute food to the people, allowing them to feel the benevolence of the new dynasty. Then, we should appoint capable officials to repair the city defenses and revive trade in the markets, enabling the populace to gradually return to a stable life. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze radiated approval. Let us proceed accordingly. In the city square, a temporary platform was erected. Zhu Yuanzhang ascended the platform, facing the people, and loudly proclaimed the edict for all to hear. In the sunlight, his stature appeared even more imposing. His voice, solemn and sacred, resonated with each word like a stone cast into a serene lake, creating ripples of hope. The citizens knelt, listening with reverence, their faces aglow with anticipation and hope for the new dynasty. I stood to one side of the platform, with Li Lufei quietly beside me. She gently tugged at my sleeve and whispered, Sir, look at the people. They finally have something to look forward to. I squeezed her hand lightly, my heart filled with gratitude. Indeed, I only wish for no more wars henceforth, so that the people may live in peace and prosperity. Once everything is settled, I shall seek a tranquil place with you, away from the turmoil of the world. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully chided me, Sir, how can you speak of such things at this time? Yet, despite her playful reproach, her eyes sparkled with sweetness and expectation. Gazing at the scene before me, I was acutely aware that this was a pivotal moment in history, and the mission I bore was just beginning. This splendid land required both wisdom and dedication to flourish, blossoming into true prosperity. With her by my side, no matter what challenges lay ahead, I felt warmth and strength within my heart. Chapter 44. Governance of New Lands, pacifying the regions as the morning light broke. The remnants of the capital stood desolate in the soft glow, resembling an aged elder clinging to life after the ravages of war. Ruins of broken bricks and shattered tiles accumulated like mountains. Silently recounting the pain of past grandeur, I wandered through the dilapidated streets, my heart a tumult of emotions, contemplating. Though the new land is now ours, it is still scarred and wounded, much like a gravely ill person in need of careful nurturing to recover. How, then, shall I bring about its revival? Zhu Yuanzhang summoned the ministers to the temporary palace, their expressions grave yet tinged with a hint of expectation. The capital is newly established, yet matters remain complex. Bohuan, you are wise. Please share your insights. Zhu Yuanzhang's penetrating gaze seemed to search for the treasures of governance within the assembly, his authority palpable. I bowed slightly, reflecting for a moment before speaking softly. Your Majesty, the people have endured much suffering from the wars and are in dire straits. The immediate priority must be to lighten their burdens and taxes, as a parched land requires refreshing rain to rejuvenate and thrive. After stating my thoughts, I discreetly observed Zhu Yuanzhang, who nodded slightly, seemingly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Li Shanchang stroked his long beard and interjected, What Brother Bohuan says is indeed correct. But if the governance is not rectified, even light taxes will not reach the hands of the people. Corrupt officials, like gluttonous rats raiding a granary, must be dealt with severely to ensure smooth governance. His eyes radiated wisdom and steadiness, his words striking like a hammer echoing through the hall. The ministers nodded in agreement, their discussions rising and falling like the buzzing of bees in spring. Lively yet chaotic, I turned my gaze toward the window, my thoughts drifting to tea that moment. Li Lufei was busy in the city with a group of women. Dressed in plain attire, she moved gracefully, like a gentle breeze in spring. Weaving through the streets, I in front of a makeshift porridge stall. She personally served the porridge, her eyes filled with compassion and kindness, reminiscent of the Bodhisattva descending to relieve the suffering of the world. "Good lady, do not worry. There is enough for everyone." Her voice was soft and melodious, soothing the souls of those scarred by the ravages of war. An elderly woman accepted a bowl of porridge, her hands trembling, tears welling in her cloudy eyes. "My dear girl, you are a living bodhisattva in these chaotic times. To have a bowl of warm porridge, I am eternally grateful." Liu Fei smiled and gently patted the woman's shoulder, her gesture as tender as a spring breeze caressing willow branches. Chang Yuchen and Su De returned from their patrol, their postures erect, their strides powerful, resembling two moving mountains, exuding the valor and majesty forged in the crucible of battle. "Sir, order is gradually stabilizing within the city, but some ruffians are taking advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. We have apprehended them. How should we deal with them?" Chang Yuchen's voice boomed like a thunderclap, his eyes reflecting anger and decisiveness, akin to the thunder god, ready to unleash retribution upon the wicked. I furrowed my brow slightly and replied solemnly, "They must be punished according to the law, and proclamations should be made to serve as a warning to others. In chaotic times, stringent measures are required to deter the miscreants." Su De nodded in agreement, his gaze calm and profound, like a serene deep pool, observing every minute detail. "What you say is entirely correct. We shall also enhance our patrols to ensure the safety of the citizens." I then turned my attention to Zhu Yuanzhang, who was discussing the fortifications of the city with several ministers. His gestures were forceful, his words resolute, as if sketching a grand blueprint for the future of the capital, his determination as unyielding as rock. "The fortifications are a crucial asset for the nation. There must be no slackening of effort. We must quickly summon craftsmen and gather materials to reinforce the walls to withstand external threats." Zhu Yuanzhang's voice resonated throughout the hall, akin to a resounding bell that moved the hearts of all present. In the market within the city, the citizens began to gather, their faces still showing signs of fatigue and fear, yet a glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes. Small vendors set up their stalls. Though their goods were few, there was a hint of vitality. As I strolled among them, I overheard a vendor quietly speaking to a customer. "Now that the new dynasty has been established, I hope for better days ahead. If taxes can truly be reduced, then we, the common folk, will have hope." His eyes reflected a mixture of expectation and unease, as if searching for a glimmer of light in the darkness. I sighed inwardly, fully aware that the road to governance would be long and fraught with challenges, requiring careful steps as if walking on thin ice. Upon returning to my residence, I sat alone in the study, the candlelight flickering, my thoughts entangled. The governance of the capital must consider all aspects. We must ensure the people live in peace and prosperity while stabilizing the regime and strengthening national defense. Liu Fei entered the study quietly, her footsteps light as a cat's. "Sir, having served porridge today, I witnessed the hardships of the people and felt a deep sense of sorrow." Her eyes held a hint of sadness, reminiscent of cold stars on an autumn night, evoking sympathy. I took her hand and gently said, "Liu Fei, your benevolent actions are like countless stars illuminating the darkened hearts of the people. Together, we must strive to restore the capital to its former glory." She nodded slightly, leaning against my shoulder. In that moment, I felt a sense of tranquility and warmth, as if finding a safe harbor amidst the chaos of the world. Days slipped by in a flurry of activity. As decrees were issued one after another, each day, I conferred with the ministers on matters of state, weighing the pros and cons, much like a cautious helmsman steering the great ship of the new dynasty through the turbulent waters of history. Meanwhile, Liu Fei continued her efforts to aid the people, her figure becoming a vibrant presence in the capital, akin to blooming flowers in spring, bringing hope and solace to all. With the implementation of lighter taxes and reduced burdens, smiles gradually returned to the faces of the citizens, their joy akin to the warm sun breaking through the ice of spring, dispelling the shadows of war. In the fields, farmers began to till the soil, the once barren land being revitalized, as though awakening a slumbering giant, nurturing new life. The workshops in the city also resumed operations, the rhythmic clanging of tools forming a hopeful symphony resonating in the air above the capital. However, the path to governance was not without its challenges. In the process of rectifying the administration, I encountered significant resistance. Some corrupt officials colluded with one another, attempting to evade scrutiny, their eyes glinting with cunning and greed. Like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Yet, my resolve was firm. After conferring with Zhu Yuanzhang, we decisively dealt with a number of corrupt officials, sweeping them away like autumn leaves in a gust of wind, cleansing the murky atmosphere of the bureaucracy. This action earned the applause of the citizens, and their trust and support for the new dynasty grew, coalescing like a gentle stream into a mighty ocean, forming a solid foundation for the new regime. Throughout this process, I often reminded myself, this capital is the cornerstone of the new dynasty. I must govern it with precision, ensuring the prosperity of the people and the flourishing of the nation. Though the road ahead is long and arduous, I, Liu Bowen, will not shy away from my responsibilities. Moreover, Li Lufei's companionship and support are like a refreshing spring, nurturing my weary soul, granting me boundless strength and courage to steadfastly continue on this difficult path of governance. Chapter 45. Cleansing the remnants, ensuring tranquility at the borders as dawn broke. The capital still bore the lingering scent of post-war reconstruction. Standing atop the city walls, I gazed into the distance, where the horizon blurred. Concealing endless unknowns and challenges, I pondered quietly. Remnants of the Yuan army still linger, the borders remain unstable, like a thorn in my back. The foundation of this peaceful era has yet to be firmly established. Requiring much effort, Zhu Yuanzhang, with eyes sharp as a hawk, surveyed the ministers in the court. The remnants of the Yuan thieves continue to wreak havoc at the borders, and the people suffer greatly. Which of you can undertake this mission to hunt them down? His voice was authoritative and grave, resonating through the hall like a thunderous bell, instilling a sense of reverence. Suda stepped forward. His stature tall and imposing, his gaze resolute as a glimmering star. Your Majesty, I am willing to go. I shall eliminate the remnants of the Yuan dynasty and restore peace to our borders. Its tone is resonant and powerful, exuding the confidence and grandeur of someone seasoned in the crucible of battle, akin to a blade unsheathed, its brilliance unmistakable. On the day of the great army's departure, the sunlight cascades upon the soldier's armor, reflecting a dazzling radiance, resembling a vast ocean of gold, magnificent and awe-inspiring. I stood outside the city gate with Li Lufei, bidding farewell, her eyes brimming with worry and affection, akin to a tranquil pool, rippling with waves of concern. Sir, as you head to the frontier, may the relentless winds and sands spare you, and may General Su and the others return safely, she spoke softly. Her voice gentle and melodious, like a breeze caressing the strings of a lute. I nodded slightly, gripping her hand firmly. Lu Fei, rest assured, General Su is battle-hardened and will surely triumph. I shall remain behind, preparing supplies to support the front lines. She leaned closer, her delicate fragrance enveloping me, and I turned to glance at her, noticing her pearly teeth gently biting her lip, a sight both pitiful and endearing. Unable to resist, I lifted my hand to gently smooth the wind-tossed strands of hair from her forehead, causing her cheeks to flush slightly, reminiscent of peach blossoms in full spring bloom. Suda led his troops into the boundless grasslands and deserts. The howling winds stirred up clouds of yellow sand, rising like a golden dragon, obscuring the sky. The soldiers trudged forward amidst the storm, each step seemingly exhausting their entire strength, yet they maintained their formation, resembling a colossal steel dragon winding through the arid expanse. Soon, Suda's army encountered the remnants of the Yuan forces on a desolate shore. The Yuan troops, like ravenous wolves, perched upon the heights, their banners snapping in the wind, akin to demons brandishing their claws to declare their dominion. With a piercing horn shattering the silence, the Yuan forces surged down like a raging tide, the dust kicked up by their galloping hooves resembling dark clouds, instantly darkening half the sky. General, the enemy approaches with fierce momentum, a deputy commander shouted, his eyes betraying a hint of tension, yet more so a determination to face death unflinchingly, his fingers white-knuckled around the hilt of his sword. As if to embed them within, Suda's expression was stern, his gaze piercing, calmly commanding. What is there to panic about? Maintain formation, pikemen at the front, brace for the cavalry charge. His voice was steady and powerful, akin to an anchor in a storm, instantly calming the soldiers' frayed nerves. The Ming army quickly formed ranks, their pikes standing tall like a forest, their tips glinting with cold light under the sun. resembling a glistening ice field. The Yuan cavalry thundered towards them, their steeds whinnying, riders wielding curved blades, their battle cries chilling to the bone. The clash of the two armies erupted into a thunderous din. The sounds of metal colliding, cries of battle, and screams intertwining into a tragic symphony of war. Suda led the charge, his long blade dancing in his grasp, each swing casting a mist of blood. As if a war god had descended, laying waste to the Yuan forces wherever he went. Kill! For the great Ming! He roared, his voice echoing through the heavens, igniting the soldiers' fighting spirit. A young soldier was toppled by a Yuan cavalryman. Yet he showed no fear. In a moment of peril, he deftly evaded a lethal strike, then seized the horse's leg with a fierce grip, toppling the rider. Without hesitation, he picked up a fallen blade and plunged it into the enemy's chest. His eyes ablaze with fury and defiance, like a phoenix reborn from the flames. At a critical juncture in battle, Chang Yuchen led reinforcements from the flank. He charged forward like a fierce leopard, his long blade sweeping through the air, dispersing the Yuan formation in an instant. "Ha ha, Yuan brats, taste your grandfather's might," he bellowed, his laughter bold and audacious, striking terror into the hearts of the Yuan forces. Meanwhile, Li Lufei remained busy in the capital, organizing the women to craft cotton clothing and quilts, sending warmth to the soldiers at the front. "Sisters, our soldiers are suffering at the frontier. We must do our part." Her gaze was filled with determination and fervor, akin to a blazing flame, inspiring those around her. She personally selected fabrics, meticulously inspecting every stitch, her focused expression as if she were sculpting a rare treasure. "These garments must be thick and warm. We cannot allow the soldiers to suffer from the cold," she murmured, her heart brimming with concern for the frontline troops. Amidst her busyness, she often gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting longing and worry. "Sir, are you well in the city? May you remain safe and sound." As the conflict progressed, Suda's army gradually advanced into the grasslands. The night on the prairie was cold and silent. Stars twinkling like brilliant gems embedded in the heavens. Suda sat within his tent, contemplating the map, his brow slightly furrowed, his eyes revealing a blend of thoughtfulness and resolve. Though the remnants of the Yuan forces had scattered, if not thoroughly eradicated, they would inevitably pose a future threat. He silently calculated his battle strategy, like a sage devising a masterful game of chess. After numerous arduous battles, the Ming army finally dismantled the remnants of the Yuan forces one by one. News of victory reached the capital, and the court erupted in jubilation. Zhu Yuanzhang beamed with delight, his laughter hearty and spirited, like spring breezes dispersing the gloom. "Excellent, excellent. General Suda has indeed lived up to my expectations." I too felt a sense of relief, acutely aware of the challenges of pacifying the frontier. "This is the blessing of your majesty and the bravery of the soldiers," I said, bowing my hands, my eyes filled with joy for the victory and hope for the future. Suda returned triumphantly, the grand army marching into the capital. Though the soldiers' faces bore the marks of fatigue, they radiated the glow of victory, like sunlight piercing through clouds, dazzling and resplendent. Li Lufei and I stood amidst the crowd to welcome them. Her eyes sparkled with tears of joy, akin to dewdrops rolling on flower petals. "Sir, they have returned," she whispered, her voice trembling, a mixture of triumph and reverence for the soldiers. As I looked upon the returning army, my heart swelled with emotion. This victory was earned through the blood and lives of countless soldiers. May there be no more wars henceforth, and may the people live in peace and prosperity. Once the crowd dispersed, I turned to take Li Lufei's hand, softly saying, "Lufei, you have worked hard during this time. Now that the battle is over, I wish to accompany you well." Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze. "What you say, sir, is also what Lufei longs for." Chapter 46. Achievement and Rewards. Hidden dangers linger. The sun hung high, casting down myriad golden rays, yet it failed to dispel the faint shadows looming over the court. Inside the palace, the ornate beams and painted rafters gleamed under the sunlight, yet the expressions of those present were grave and oppressive, as if a storm was imminent. I, Liu Bowen, stood among the ministers, my gaze sweeping over them, inwardly lamenting. Beneath this facade of peace, an invisible tempest may soon arise. Zhu Yuanzhang sat upon the dragon throne, his imposing figure radiating authority without anger, resembling a celestial emperor surveying the realm. Now that the four C's are initially pacified, the contributions of all you ministers are indispensable. I shall certainly reward you to acknowledge your efforts." His voice was robust and resonant, echoing throughout the vast hall, akin to the tolling of a great bell, reverberating in the hearts of all present. The generals displayed expressions of eager anticipation, yet my heart was burdened with greater concern. Suda stood tall, his demeanor commanding, his gaze resolute and steady, like a deep, tranquil pool, undisturbed by ripples. "Your Majesty is wise. We shall abide by your orders, not daring to overstep." Though his words were humble, the weight of his accomplishments loomed over the court like a towering mountain. Chang Yuchen slightly raised his head, exuding a sense of boldness, akin to an unbridled stallion, difficult to tame. "I, old Chang, merely wish to continue fighting for your Majesty. As for rewards, the more the better." His hearty laughter resonated within the hall. Yet it caused me to furrow my brow. Such a disposition at this delicate moment could easily invite calamity. Clearing my throat, I stepped forward and clasped my hands. "Your Majesty, while clear rewards and punishments can indeed motivate the ministers, I believe balance is paramount. Those with great merit may be granted titles and estates, augmenting their glory, but we must also prevent their power from excessively swelling, lest—" I hesitated, my eyes betraying a hint of concern, akin to a startled bird cautiously testing the waters of an unknown danger. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly, his gaze profound, as if pondering my words, or perhaps devising a plan of his own. "What Bowen has said, I shall consider carefully." After the court adjourned, I strolled through the imperial garden, vibrant with blossoms. Yet I found no joy in their beauty. Liu Fei quietly followed, clad in a light purple dress, dancing gracefully in the wind, reminiscent of a blooming violet in spring, exuding a subtle fragrance. "Sir, you seem burdened with thoughts. Is it concerning court matters?" Her eyes were gentle as water, flowing with care and understanding, like a babbling brook soothing my troubled heart. I sighed softly, taking her hand. "Liu Fei, do you not see that the court now resembles a precarious scale, teetering on the brink of imbalance? The generals have achieved great feats, yet their rising power casts a shadow. Like a sword hanging over us, ready to fall at any moment. I wish to devise a sound strategy to maintain stability, yet I feel utterly powerless, as if traversing a thicket of thorns." Each step fraught with difficulty. Liu Fei slightly furrowed her brow, speaking softly. "Sir, while I grasp some of the complexity, it is difficult to fully comprehend. But you have always been wise. You will surely find a suitable solution. Perhaps we could start by dividing power, allowing the generals to balance one another?" I shook my head gently, offering a wry smile. "It is easier said than done. The generals are all men of fierce temperament. Having worked together for many years, they share bonds of camaraderie but also harbor ambitions. If we forcibly impose checks and balances, it may incite internal strife, leading to chaos that would be far worse." As I spoke, my heart grew increasingly troubled, unconsciously tightening my grip on her hand. Yet she showed no intention of pulling away. Instead, she gently placed her other hand atop mine, offering me silent comfort. As I gazed upon her, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in my mind, akin to a meteor streaking across the dark night sky. I took her hand and led her to sit upon the stone bench, my demeanor grave yet tinged with a hint of excitement. "Liu Fei, though your words are challenging to implement, they have bestowed upon me a fresh perspective. I could draw inspiration from the ancient Edict of Favor, not by forcefully dismantling the power of the generals, but rather by gradually sowing division under the guise of reward. For instance, by encouraging them to acquire land and disperse their wealth across various regions, and by assigning family members to different counties for service. The foundations of their power would gradually loosen, making it difficult for any one individual to dominate. Moreover, the generals would remain grateful for your Majesty's benevolence." As I spoke, I traced patterns in the earth with a twig, my gaze intense and profound, as if I had already glimpsed the tranquil future of the court. Liu Fei's eyes lit up with admiration, and she exclaimed, "Your plan is truly ingenious, resolving the crisis without jeopardizing the harmony between ruler and subjects." I smiled faintly, affectionately regarding her. "Were it not for your awakening, I fear I would still be wandering in this maze. In the days that followed, I toiled day and night, poring over ancient texts in search of wisdom. Each historical tome appeared to me as a treasury of sagacity, and I pursued knowledge with an insatiable hunger, hoping to unearth even a glimmer of inspiration, for even the faintest starlight could illuminate the dark path ahead. Meanwhile, in the court, Zhu Yuanzhang issued edicts of reward to the generals, each decree akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. Suda was granted the title of Duke of Wei, along with a residence and 1,000 acres of fertile land. Upon receiving this honor, he knelt in reverence, his expression solemn and grave, yet a trace of complex emotion flickered in his eyes, hinting at confusion and unease about the future, like a sailor adrift in an endless sea. Chang Yuchen was bestowed the title of Duke of Yi, and he laughed heartily upon receiving the decree. His mirth echoing through the palace, though tinged with an air of arrogance, reminiscent of a soaring eagle gradually overlooking the perils below. I observed all of this closely, my unease growing ever stronger. One day, I encountered Li Shanchong in the corridor, where his eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts. Li Shanchong, ever the shrewd tactician, resembled a cunning fox lurking in the shadows, perpetually calculating his gains and losses. Brother Bowen, he began, considering the current state of the court, how should we, as ministers, proceed? His voice was low, carrying a note of probing. Much like a wanderer groping through the darkness, I regarded him thoughtfully and replied, Brother Shanchong, at this juncture, we must act with utmost caution, advising the generals to temper their ambitions and wholeheartedly assist His Majesty. This is the wisest course. Yet, the hearts of men are inscrutable, and whether our desires will be realized remains uncertain. That night, I sat alone in my study, the flickering candlelight casting shadows upon the table strewn with scrolls. I rubbed my temples as fatigue washed over me like a tide. Lu Fei entered, carrying a cup of hot tea, which she gently placed on the table before walking behind me to tenderly massage my shoulders. Sir, do not overexert yourself. Your health is paramount, she said softly, her voice like a warm spring breeze. Alleviating some of my weariness, I grasped her hand in gratitude, responding, Lu Fei, with you by my side, I find solace amidst these myriad tribulations. Yet, the affairs of the court remain a tangled web, impossible to unravel. Having said this, I drew her close, inviting her to sit upon my lap, encircling her waist with my arms, resting my head gently on her shoulder. She, in turn, wrapped her arms around my neck, her fingers delicately weaving through my hair. Gazing at the flickering candlelight, I silently prayed. May the heavens bestow upon me the wisdom to devise a sound strategy to avert this looming crisis, allowing this hard-won era of peace to endure, and sparing the people from the ravages of war. Yet the unknown variables loomed like heavy clouds, perpetually shrouding my heart, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 47. The ruler and his ministers discussed the consolidation of power. The night deepened like ink, enveloping the imperial palace, save for the flickering flames within the imperial study, casting eerie shadows upon the walls. I, Liu Bowen, was summoned into this tranquil yet tumultuous hall. Zhu Yuanzhang sat upright behind his desk, his posture as steadfast as an unyielding mountain, yet the worry reflected in his eyes resembled a hidden abyss, deep and turbulent. Bowen, he began, as I contemplate the current state of the court, with the generals growing powerful and influential. My heart is troubled. His voice was solemn and weighty, akin to the deep tolling of an ancient bell, each word resonating with immense gravity in the stillness of the room, tightening the strings of my heart. I bowed slightly, clasping my hands in respect, my demeanor grave and respectful as I replied, Your Majesty is wise. This hidden peril has not escaped my notice. Ministers of great merit are like towering trees, their branches and leaves flourishing. While their shade may protect a region, if left untrimmed, they risk overshadowing the light of Your Majesty. As I spoke, I subtly observed Zhu Yuanzhang's expression, noting his slight nod of agreement to my metaphor, which eased my anxiety, allowing me to continue. However, the act of consolidation is akin to walking a tightrope. It demands the utmost caution. Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow, a flicker of determination in his eyes, sharp as a hawk locking onto its prey. I have made my decision. I wish to seize military power and reform the administration, thus aligning authority with me to preserve the Ming dynasty. Yet he continued, I am aware that this move will disrupt many interests. Bowen, what insights do you possess? His gaze bore into me with intensity, as if seeking to penetrate my very soul and uncover my innermost thoughts. I pondered for a moment, my mind racing with strategies and potential consequences, like a battlefield of swirling clouds. Your Majesty, I began, my voice steady and resolute, it is prudent to proceed with caution. The Ming dynasty is still in its infancy. Its foundations unsteady. If we act too hastily, we risk unleashing tumult upon this hard-won era of peace, akin to a violent wave crashing upon an unsteady shore. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the chamber, causing the candlelight to flicker erratically, the shadows dancing upon our faces, as if reflecting the silent machinations of courtly power. Zhu Yuanzhang rose, pacing slowly with his hands clasped behind his back, each step heavy and deliberate, echoing like the heartbeat of the Ming dynasty itself, as if the empire pondered its fate. Proceed with caution, Zhu Yuanzhang implored, his tone laced with urgency and expectation, a strong yearning for the stability of his reign. Much like a parched traveler yearning for rain. Taking a deep breath to gather my thoughts, I replied. Your Majesty might begin by addressing the minutiae, such as regulating the army's provisions and updating military supplies, allowing for a gradual infiltration of reforms. For administrative restructuring, new positions could be established to alleviate the power of existing officials, akin to seedlings sprouting, slowly growing until the time is ripe for more sweeping changes. In this manner, we can achieve the consolidation of power while minimizing upheaval. As I spoke, I gestured to illustrate my strategy, attempting to clarify my vision for the future of the Ming dynasty's power dynamics. Zhu Yuanzhang halted, turning to scrutinize me, his expression now one of contemplation and weighing the pros and cons, as if assessing the balance of a scale. Though your plan appears prudent, I fear that the longer we wait, the more opportunities may slip away. His words revealed the inner turmoil of a ruler torn between the desire for power and the imperative of national stability. I silently sighed, fully aware of the complexity and difficulties ahead. Akin to forging a path through thorns, each step fraught with pain and risk. Your Majesty, haste makes waste. I am committed to devising a strategy for you, remaining ever vigilant of the court's dynamics, ready to act when the moment is right, ensuring a smooth path toward consolidation. I bowed once more, expressing my loyalty and resolve, my gaze unwavering and sincere, like a star that will never fall, shining brightly in the night of political intrigue. Exiting the imperial study, I was met with the moonlight cascading like water upon the palace path, casting a cool, silvery glow. My steps felt heavy, my thoughts tumultuous. This path to consolidation was fraught with thorns and pitfalls. One misstep could lead to irretrievable disaster. Liu Fei awaited me at the end of the corridor, clad in a simple white gown. Appearing like a celestial being descended from the heavens, her ethereal presence blending seamlessly with the moonlight. Sir, you have been in discussion with His Majesty for quite some time. Is the situation in the court growing more complex? Her voice was soft and melodic, reminiscent of a haunting flute in the night breeze, dispelling some of the gloom within my heart. I gently took her hand, feeling the warmth of her fingertips, as if finding solace in this frigid world of political maneuvering. Liu Fei, His Majesty seeks to consolidate power, a matter crucial to the fate of the Ming dynasty. We must tread carefully. We bear a heavy burden and cannot afford any negligence. She nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting understanding and trust, like a clear lake mirroring my image and the weariness within my soul. Your wisdom is unparalleled, and you shall undoubtedly assist His Majesty in navigating these challenges. But you must take care of yourself and not be worn down by the strife of the court. Her concern overflowed, warming my heart like the gentle sun of spring. Overcome with gratitude, I softly replied, with you by my side, even in the face of countless trials, I find the courage to confront them. In the days that followed, the court appeared tranquil on the surface. Yet beneath the calm lay turbulent undercurrents. Zhu Yuanzhang began to implement small reforms in accordance with the established strategy. The ministers outwardly displayed respect and compliance, yet behind closed doors, murmurs and speculations surged. Like hidden currents beneath a placid lake, poised to erupt into chaos at any moment, I remained ever vigilant, much like a keen hunter lurking in the thicket of political intrigue, leaving no detail overlooked. With each conversation with the ministers and every deliberation within the court, I tread lightly, weighing the pros and cons as if walking on thin ice. Chang Yuchen, having caught wind of certain rumors, sought me out. He remained the same bold and unrestrained figure, striding in like a tempest, his face marked by a hint of confusion and discontent. "Mr. Liu, what does His Majesty intend? We, the martial generals, who have fought valiantly to establish this realm, now find ourselves shackled by numerous restrictions?" His voice boomed like thunder, resonating through the courtyard and drawing the attention of those around. I could only manage a faint smile, inwardly lamenting his candor and recklessness. Akin to a double-edged sword that, while it may slay countless foes on the battlefield, easily inflicts wounds upon oneself amidst the intrigues of the court. General Chang, the emperor's actions are aimed at ensuring the long-term stability of the Ming. I urged patiently, my tone gentle yet sincere, striving to quell his fury like a spring breeze nurturing his somewhat tempestuous spirit. Meanwhile, Li Shanchang displayed remarkable composure, his gaze profound, resembling an ancient well of unfathomable depth, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. Encountering me in a corner of the court, he spoke softly, "Brother Bowen, as subjects, we must fully support His Majesty's centralization efforts, yet we must also consider our own welfare." His words, seemingly benign, concealed a deeper intrigue, much like hidden reefs beneath a tranquil sea, threatening to wreck ships that navigated carelessly. A chill ran through me, grasping his implication, yet I maintained an impassive demeanor. "Brother Shanchang, your words hold much truth. We must prioritize the greater good and loyally assist the emperor." Amidst the ever-shifting currents of courtly affairs, I found myself entangled daily, both mentally and physically drained. Upon returning home, Li Lufei always had fragrant tea prepared, the rising aroma seemingly capable of dispelling my fatigue and worries. She quietly accompanied me, occasionally playing a tune on the zither, the melodious notes flowing like a gentle stream, granting me a moment of tranquility and solace amidst the whirlpool of political machinations. Chapter 48. Reform of old systems, storms brewing as dawn broke. It should have been an omen of auspiciousness. Yet it failed to bestow any semblance of peace or tranquility upon the Ming court. The crimson walls and golden tiles of the palace shimmered in the morning light, silently proclaiming the majesty and inviolability of power. I, Liu Bowen, stood before the court, gazing upon the faces of my peers, some filled with indignation, others with concern or cunning, my heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Zhu Yuanzhang sat sternly upon the dragon throne, his expression as cold as that of a deity surveying the mortal realm, his eyes betraying an undeniable resolve. I implement these new policies to reform the old systems, ensuring the prosperity and enduring peace of our Ming. You ministers must heed the mandate of heaven and not act against the tide. His voice rang out robustly, echoing through the hall like a resounding bell, causing the ears of many to ring. However, rather than quelling the discontent among the ministers, his words ignited their anger like a spark in a powder keg. The old courtiers exchanged glances and began to murmur, their voices initially like a trickling stream, gradually swelling into a torrent of dissent. With this new policy, will not the foundations we have built over the years be shaken? An elderly official, his face flushed with rage, trembled as he spoke, his eyes ablaze with fury and resentment, akin to a cornered beast ready to retaliate. We have made great contributions to the Ming, yet now we are to be treated thus. It is truly disheartening. Chang Yuchen could no longer contain himself, shouting loudly, his eyes wide as copper bells, veins on his forehead bulging like a writhing earthworm, his explosive temper laid bare, reminiscent of an enraged lion roaring within the court. I understood that if I did not swiftly soothe and clarify matters, the situation would spiral out of control. Thus, I stepped forward, bowing slightly, my demeanor respectful and sincere. Esteemed lords, His Majesty's new policies are not intended to undermine you, but rather to secure the long-term interests of the Ming. Times have changed, and the old systems have become somewhat obsolete, akin to a tattered garment that requires mending and adjustment to fit properly. The implementation of these new policies is like forging a new path through thorns. Though it may be fraught with difficulties, it is the only way for the Ming to ascend the road to prosperity. As I spoke, I scanned the crowd, seeking a glimmer of understanding and agreement in their eyes, which held a blend of gentle persuasion and unyielding conviction, much like a beacon guiding the way through a storm. Yet, my words failed to make a significant impact. Dissenting voices continued to rise. Li Shanchang, standing by, maintained a demeanor of quiet depth, akin to a bottomless lake, his true thoughts elusive. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Brother Bowen, while your reasoning has merit, the implications of this new policy are far-reaching and interconnected. Should we not consider them with greater caution? His tone was calm and steady, yet it concealed a subtle sharpness. A challenge to the new policies veiled beneath his seemingly gentle words. A shiver ran through me, recognizing that his sentiments echoed those of many ministers. I managed a slight smile, responding with composure. Brother Shanchong? These reforms have indeed been contemplated thoroughly before implementation. His Majesty and we are acutely aware of the stakes involved, much like a chess player weighing each move. While some interests may be affected, the overall welfare of the Ming necessitates some temporary discomfort. Once these reforms take root, the Ming will surely awaken with renewed vigor and vitality. Amidst the tumult of the court, I felt as though I were adrift in a surging tide, isolated yet compelled to struggle fiercely. Each explanation and appeal felt like a futile assault against unyielding walls. Knowing full well the arduous nature of this endeavor, yet I could not afford to retreat. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened further as he sat upon the dragon throne, his hands gripping the armrests tightly, knuckles whitening, as if he were suppressing an inner fury. The aura of authority and displeasure emanating from him cast an oppressive shadow over the entire court. After the court session, I returned to my residence, bearing the weight of exhaustion. Li Lufei awaited anxiously in the courtyard, her eyes brimming with concern and worry, like a clear spring capable of washing away my fatigue and troubles. Sir, I have heard that today's court matters were quite challenging. You must be weary. She spoke softly, her voice gentle and warm, akin to a breeze of spring caressing my heart. I shook my head slightly, offering a wry smile. Lufei, the road to reform is proving more arduous than I had anticipated. The opposition from the ministers looms like towering mountains, insurmountable. As I spoke, I settled onto a stone bench, and she hurried over to pour me tea, the rising aroma seemingly capable of momentarily easing my taut nerves. In the days that followed, the court continued to be rife with turmoil. Some noblemen began to conspire in secrecy, attempting to resist the implementation of the new policies. Their clandestine machinations were akin to undercurrents hidden in darkness, unseen but surging quietly, poised to break the surface and unleash greater crises. I found myself darting about, meeting with various ministers individually, patiently listening to their concerns and worries, much like a physician striving to diagnose the ailments afflicting the ailing court. Sir, concerning the tax reforms in this new policy, our family businesses simply cannot bear the burden, lamented a nobleman, his face etched with worry, his eyes reflecting helplessness and grievance, as if he were a pitiful soul tormented by fate. After a moment of contemplation, I replied gently, Esteemed sir, the tax reforms aim to bolster the national treasury so that the court may better serve the welfare of the people. Your family's enterprises are substantial. With a slight adjustment, they will surely adapt. Moreover, once these reforms take effect, the strength of the Ming will benefit your family's long-term interests. I endeavored to appeal to reason, employing gentle words to alleviate his resistance, like a spring breeze nurturing his arid heart. Communicating with the military officials proved even more challenging. They were straightforward individuals, struggling to grasp the complexities and long-term significance of the new policies, fixated only on the potential loss of immediate benefits. I approached Suda. Although he was not as volatile as Chang Yuchen, uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Mr. Liu, will the reforms to the military system not weaken our fighting force? Our soldiers risk their lives. If their spirits are dampened by these new policies, what shall we do? Suda inquired, his expression serious and grave, as though bearing an immense burden. I patiently explained. General Su, the reforms to the military system are intended to enhance management and improve logistical support. While the Ming has stabilized, threats still linger at the borders. Only by cultivating a more elite and orderly military can we ensure the safety of our realm and preserve the soldiers' hard-earned merits. Suda pondered for a long while before nodding slightly. What you say makes sense. I shall consider it carefully, but I hope you can address the soldiers' concerns adequately. Zhu Yuanzhang, too, was not idle. He began to adopt more stringent measures, warning and punishing those officials who openly resisted the new policies. This action was akin to casting a massive stone into a tranquil lake, provoking even greater ripples. Some officials grew anxious, while others became even more resolute in their defiance, plunging the court into chaos and turbulence. Like a ship adrift in a tempest, on the verge of running aground, I surveyed the disorder. Sighing inwardly, why must this path of reform be so treacherous? Is it truly my error? Yet, deep within, a sense of responsibility and mission toward the Ming dynasty ignited like a blazing flame, dispelling my confusion and wavering resolve, urging me to press on through the thorns, determined not to yield despite the potential for wounds. During one of the court meetings, the conflict finally erupted in full. An elderly nobleman rose to his feet, vehemently denouncing the new policies and enumerating a litany of purported drawbacks, which incited a flurry of discourse within the court. I stepped forward, confronting him head-on. Methodically refuting each of his assertions, my voice reverberated within the grand hall, clear and resolute. Esteemed sir, you perceive only the immediate inconveniences, yet overlook the future of our great Ming. Though the new policies present challenges, they offer even greater opportunities. If we cling to outdated practices, how can the Ming rise swiftly from these chaotic times? How can we ensure that our people truly enjoy peace and prosperity? My words prompted some ministers to ponder deeply, yet others remained unmoved. Meanwhile, Liu Fei was not idle within her residence. She leveraged her kindness and approachability to engage with the families of various ministers, attempting to subtly alleviate their resistance to the new policies. Often, she would share tea and converse with the ladies, gently articulating the benefits that the reforms might bring, such as enhanced prosperity in the markets, which would inevitably bolster their family businesses. Dear sisters, she would say, the implementation of these new policies is for the sake of peace and prosperity for our realm. While there may be some temporary inconveniences, in the long run, it will surely be for the greater good. Her gaze was sincere and captivating, akin to a brilliant star casting a gentle glow amidst the darkness of turmoil. As time progressed, the new policies began to yield results in certain regions. Following the implementation of a new tax system, although some affluent households complained about increased taxes, the burden on the common folk was alleviated, and commercial activities flourished. When news reached the court, I seized the opportunity to proclaim to the assembled ministers, esteemed colleagues, this embodies the essence of the new policies. While they may disrupt the interests of a few, they benefit countless citizens. The foundation of the Ming lies with the people. When they prosper, the nation flourishes. Yet, detractors argued that this was merely an exception and insufficient to validate the reforms, and the controversy persisted. In this pivotal era of transition, every decision, every dialogue, every dispute weighed heavily on the scales of Ming's destiny. Teetering precariously, I was acutely aware of the immense responsibility resting on my shoulders. I needed to balance various interests while steering the Ming towards the correct path of reform. Liu Fei's companionship and unwavering support were akin to a warm, steadfast force, providing me with the courage and conviction to persevere even in my moments of exhaustion and despair. Days turned into weeks, and the turmoil within the court showed no signs of abating. Rather, it escalated. Some local officials deviated from the new policies during execution, fostering public discontent. Even some initially supportive officials began to waver, fearing that the reforms might incite social unrest and jeopardize the stability of the Ming. Anxious and restless, I personally traveled to various locales to oversee and rectify the errors in implementation, while also explaining the original intentions behind the reforms to the populace. Fellow villagers, I urged, the new policies aim to enhance your lives. Should any official act unlawfully, I, Liu Bowen, shall ensure they are met with severe punishment. I traversed the countryside, undeterred by the weariness of the journey, solely to regain the trust of the people. Within the court, political intrigue grew increasingly complex. The discord between the old guard, led by Li Shanchong, and the younger reformists became more pronounced. They engaged in mutual accusations within the court, each vying for greater support. Caught in the middle, I felt torn. On one hand, I understood the old officials' attachment to traditional systems and their desire to protect their interests. On the other hand, I recognized the enthusiasm of the reformists and their aspirations for the future of the Ming. I endeavored to mediate the conflict, proposing compromise solutions, yet neither side was willing to concede easily. During a clandestine discussion late one night, Li Shanchong approached me, speaking earnestly. Bowen, you and I have served the Ming for many years. You must comprehend that if these reforms are rushed, they may undermine the very foundation of our state. We, the old officials, do not oppose reform. We merely wish for a more prudent approach. I gazed into his weary and anxious eyes, feeling a tumult of emotions. Brother Shanchong, how could I be unaware of the risks? Yet time is of the essence. If the Ming is to emerge swiftly from this turbulent era, change is imperative. We must seek a path to balance rather than engage in conflict. Simultaneously, unsettling news arrived from the borders. Remnants of hostile forces, sensing the internal strife within the Ming, stirred restlessly, intent on seizing the opportunity to invade. This added further strain to the court's already precarious situation. Zhu Yuanzhang urgently summoned the ministers for deliberation, casting a grave atmosphere over the court. With internal and external troubles abounding, do any of you have sound strategies? His voice bore a hint of fatigue and anxiety. I rose to speak. Your Majesty, the immediate priority is to stabilize the borders. We must dispatch capable generals to secure our defenses while accelerating the implementation of the new policies to strengthen our national might against external threats. Internally, all factions must set aside their prejudices and unite in efforts for the stability of the Ming. However, my proposal did not garner unanimous support. Some ministers argued that we should first resolve internal disputes before addressing border issues. Others feared that deploying a large military force would exacerbate financial burdens, hindering the reform's progress. Amidst the heated debate, I felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and confusion. The Ming's realm, this intricate situation, seemed akin to a vast labyrinth, within which I desperately sought an exit, only to encounter obstacles at every turn. Upon returning home, I sat alone in my study, gazing at the multitude of scrolls and documents before me, my heart heavy with melancholy. Liu Fei gently entered the room, draping a cloak over my shoulders. Sir, do not succumb to excessive worry. Regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be, as long as you uphold your convictions, you will invariably discover a resolution. I grasped her hand, looking at her with gratitude. Liu Fei, without you by my side, I truly do not know how I would confront all of this. She smiled softly, her eyes filled with trust and encouragement. Your talents, sir, will undoubtedly resolve these crises. During this tumultuous period, I continuously reflected on my strategies and methods. Had I been overly hasty in implementing the reforms, failing to adequately consider the interests and feelings of all parties involved? Should I place greater emphasis on communication and coordination rather than solely stressing the necessity of reform? These questions haunted me like specters. Refusing to dissipate as tensions at the borders escalated, Zhu Yuanzhang ultimately decided to dispatch Suda to lead the military expedition. Suda, acutely aware of the grave responsibilities entailed, understood that he must not only fend off external threats, but also buy time for the new policies to take root. Sir Bowen, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to safeguarding the Ming's borders, Suda pledged before his departure. I nodded in agreement. General Su, rest assured, I will strive to stabilize the court and ensure support from the rear. Following Suda's expedition, the internal discord within the court showed no signs of resolution. Instead, the pressure of the border conflict intensified tensions. Some nobles resisted certain fiscal reforms of the new policies under the pretext of preparing military funds, claiming that the reforms had led to financial chaos, rendering us incapable of adequately supporting the border efforts. I was well aware that this was merely a pretext, yet I had to confront this reality. I engaged in round-the-clock discussions with the Ministry of Revenue officials, redrafting the fiscal plan to ensure military funding, while minimizing the impact of the reforms on various interests. Sir, if we proceed this way, the pace of the reforms will inevitably slow. Could this adversely affect the Ming's long-term development? A young reformist official inquired anxiously. I sighed in resignation. Given the current precarious situation, we must prioritize immediate concerns. However, we cannot abandon our reform objectives. We must seek development within stability in these trying times. I also sought new sources of support. Some neutral officials and local gentry, though they had not explicitly declared their stance on the new policies, possessed the ability to influence the course of events. I personally visited them, articulating the principles and vision behind the reforms, hoping to garner their backing. The prosperity of the Ming relies on your support and participation. While the new policies present challenges, if we unite in our efforts, we shall undoubtedly create an era of prosperity, I earnestly conveyed to them. During a gathering with local gentry, I elaborated on the reforms concerning agriculture, commerce, and education. Agriculture is the foundation of the nation. The new policies encourage the reclamation of wastelands, the improvement of irrigation, and the increase of grain production. The prosperity of commerce will facilitate the circulation of goods and enhance national revenues. Furthermore, the proliferation of education will cultivate more talents for the Ming, elevating the nation's overall strength. My words piqued their interest and contemplation. Some gentry began to express their willingness to support the implementation of the new policies, which illuminated a glimmer of hope. However, the forces opposing the reforms were equally resolute. They disseminated rumors among the populace, disparaging the new policies and inciting discontent. In no time, rumors spread like wildfire, leaving the public anxious and unsettled. I organized teams to debunk these falsehoods while also enhancing control over public opinion. Do not be swayed by rumors, dear citizens. The new policies are designed for your welfare. Should you have any doubts, feel free to consult the authorities, I proclaimed through posted notices, seeking to reassure the populace. In this contest between old and new systems, every detail, every maneuver bears significance for the fate of the Ming. I navigated between the court and the people, weighing the balance between reform and stability, and grappling with the dichotomy of hope and despair. Throughout it all, Liu Fei remained at my side, her gentleness, kindness, and unwavering support becoming my sole source of solace and strength amidst the enveloping darkness. I am acutely aware that, regardless of the countless challenges that lie ahead, I cannot afford to surrender. For I bear the weight of the future of the Ming dynasty and carry the hopes of innumerable souls. Much like a vessel navigating through a tempest, I must resolutely steer towards that unknown yet hopeful shore. Chapter 49. Economic Revival and the Dawn of Commerce. The morning mist envelopes the earth like a delicate veil, while the rising sun valiantly penetrates this ethereal layer, casting strands of golden light. I, Liu Bowen, stand alone upon the ridge, my gaze sweeping across fields where desolation intertwines with hope. Inwardly, I ponder. With the people's livelihoods in such decay, what strategies might restore their prosperity? Agriculture is the foundation of the nation, and it must be prioritized. A gentle breeze stirs, bringing a hint of coolness, yet it fails to dissipate the gravity weighing upon my heart. I turn and return to my residence, summoning my advisors to a clandestine chamber to deliberate on economic strategies. The flickering candlelight casts dancing shadows upon the walls, mirroring the uncertain fate of the Ming Empire. The advisors wear serious expressions, yet a glimmer of anticipation lingers in their eyes, each fully aware that our discussions bear significant implications for the rise or fall of the dynasty. Advisor Li Tong speaks first, his gaze profound, as if he can discern the intricacies of the world. Master Liu, while agriculture is indeed fundamental, the populace has long endured the ravages of war. Tools and oxen are scarce, and seeds must be replenished. These matters require meticulous planning. His voice resonates like the solemn toll of a temple bell, prompting nods of agreement from the assembly. I furrow my brow slightly, stroking my chin in contemplation. Then respond, Brotherly speaks wisely. We could have the government collaborate with local blacksmiths to produce agricultural tools at fair prices, offering low-interest loans to the populace, as for oxen and seeds. We could allocate resources from bountiful regions or engage in trade with foreign lands. Furthermore, we must dispatch agricultural officials into the countryside to impart advanced farming techniques and guide the populace in rational cultivation to enhance yields. Advisor Wang Qi interjects, My lord, the construction of water conservancy cannot be delayed. However, such projects demand substantial resources, necessitating careful allocation of manpower and materials. His focus is unwavering, his pen gliding across paper as he diligently records insights. As if each thought were a precious gem to be meticulously engraved, I rise and pace thoughtfully. We could gather displaced individuals from various regions, providing them sustenance in exchange for their involvement in waterworks construction. Additionally, we should appoint capable officials to oversee the planning and execution, segmenting the work to address both the plight of the displaced and the advancement of the project. It is imperative to establish supervisory roles to ensure the quality of the work, preventing any shortcuts. Those who contribute to the construction should be rewarded, inspiring collective effort. At this moment, the young advisor Zhao Xian's eyes brighten, as if struck by a sudden inspiration. My lord? The industries of commerce and trade could also invigorate the economy. Following the lifting of the Chishan's ban, if we could establish regulations for markets, encouraging fair competition among merchants, it would undoubtedly foster commercial prosperity. His tone is infused with excitement, akin to the sudden appearance of starlight in the dark night, brimming with visions of the future. I nod slightly, acknowledging his proposal. Zhao Xian's plan is commendable. We could formulate detailed taxation policies based on the types of goods and transaction volumes, ensuring state revenue while not stifling the merchants' enthusiasm. Additionally, we should set up checkpoints along vital roads to secure trade routes and combat banditry. Establishing merchant inns would also facilitate the storage and transfer of goods. Advisor Chen Jing adds, "My lord, to ensure the long-term flourishing of commerce and industry, we must cultivate local artisans and elevate craftsmanship, thereby producing exquisite goods that dominate trade. We could establish workshops and schools, gathering talented apprentices to impart exceptional skills." His gaze is resolute, as if he envisions a future where Ming artisans are renowned across the realm. After a moment of reflection, I respond, "This strategy is indeed sound. We should also encourage collaboration between merchants and artisans to innovate product designs that meet diverse needs. Furthermore, hosting grand trade fairs to showcase our Ming products would attract foreign merchants." As the discussion intensifies, Zhu Yuanzhang listens intently from the throne, his expression grave as he absorbs the council's deliberations on economic strategies. I have heard that the people regard food as paramount. With agriculture in decline, the nation lacks a foundation. Bowen, do you possess any viable solutions? His voice is deep and authoritative, filled with concern for the fate of the nation, akin to a helmsman seeking direction amidst a storm. I bow slightly, clasping my fists, and respond aloud. Your Majesty, I believe we should encourage agriculture and reclaim wastelands. A decree could be issued across the realm, granting tax exemptions to those who cultivate barren lands, thereby motivating the populace to engage in such endeavors. My gaze is steadfast, as if I can already envision the transformation of desolate fields into fertile expanses, a vision of hope and confidence for the future of the Ming. Zhu Yuanzhang nods slightly, his eyes reflecting contemplation. This plan is commendable, yet during implementation, we must guard against deceitful individuals falsely claiming wasteland to exploit tax exemptions. Bowen, do you have a countermeasure? His piercing gaze is fixed upon me. As if testing my strategic acumen, I ponder for a moment, then calmly reply. Your Majesty's wisdom is evident. I will arrange for local officials to conduct thorough inspections, compiling a detailed registry of land parcels and encouraging mutual oversight among the populace. Any instances of deceit shall be met with severe punishment. Thus, we can ensure the fair and just execution of this policy. Regular reviews should also be instituted to verify land utilization and prevent consolidation. A subtle smile graces Zhu Yuanzhang's lips, suggesting satisfaction with my response. Bowen's meticulousness brings me great reassurance. Thus, the edict spread like a gentle spring breeze across the land. Upon hearing the news, the common folk eagerly grasp their hoes and head towards the long-dormant wastelands. I personally visit the countryside and observe an elderly man laboriously wielding his hoe, sweat soaking through his tattered garments, yet failing to conceal the hope gleaming in his eyes. Old sir, such toil, do you harbor any regrets? I gently inquire. The elderly man looks up, his expression warm and genuine. My lord, to have land to cultivate and a glimmer of hope, what is a little hardship or fatigue? He likens the wasteland to his child, declaring that with diligent care, it shall yield rewards. His smile radiates like the sun, simple yet sincere, stirring a warm current within me. While encouraging agriculture, the urgent need for water conservancy projects also arises. I convene with the officials of the Ministry of Works to discuss plans, the atmosphere charged with fervor and tension as ideas flow freely, resembling a feast of wisdom. This water project, vital for the irrigation of vast lands, demands meticulous planning. An elderly craftsman furrows his brow, his focus unwavering as he repeatedly caresses the blueprints in his hands, as if sculpting a masterpiece. The direction of the canals must align with the terrain to ensure a smooth flow of water. Another younger official contributes, his eyes bright and fervent, filled with anticipation for the endeavor. I delve into the construction site, where a fatigued yet proud supervising official approaches me. Master Liu, this project is monumental. Yet the artisans are wholeheartedly dedicated, and they shall not disappoint your expectations. I nod in appreciation. Your efforts are commendable. Once this water conservancy is completed, it will be a boon for the masses, leaving a legacy for generations to come. As I gaze upon the gradually forming canals, my heart swells with satisfaction, envisioning the clear waters coursing through the land, nourishing every inch, a flowing testament to life and hope. With the revival of agriculture and commerce unfolding, I now turn my attention to industry. Following the lifting of the Chishan's ban, the industrial sector awakens like a slumbering beast, slowly stirring to life. At the marketplace, once desolate stalls now flourish, overflowing with an array of goods. A merchant animatedly negotiates with a customer. Esteemed guest, this silk is of the highest quality. With the favorable policies in place, the price is fair. Do not let this opportunity slip away. His eyes sparkle with the shrewdness of a trader attuned to opportunity. As I stroll through the marketplace with Liu Fei, her eyes brim with curiosity and joy. Sir, look at this marketplace. It is gradually coming to life, and the people are beginning to see hope for their futures. Her voice is soft and melodious, akin to a nightingale emerging from the valley. Adding a touch of gentleness to the bustling scene, I smile and nod. Indeed, Liu Fei. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Much effort remains to ensure a full economic revival. I grasp her hand, my heart a mix of contentment with the present and concern for the future. As if dark clouds loom on the horizon of a tranquil lake, Zhu Yuanzhang also keenly observes the development of commerce and industry, summoning merchant representatives to the palace to inquire about trade matters. I wish to know if there are any difficulties in this flourishing commerce. His tone is authoritative yet friendly, his eyes reflecting a yearning for the prosperity of the nation's economy. The merchants offer their insights. And an elder merchant respectfully states, Your Majesty, while the policies are favorable, transportation remains inconvenient, and the logistics of goods are time-consuming and costly. Zhu Yuanzhang furrows his brow, lost in thought. Seeing this, I step forward, Your Majesty. We could issue orders to repair roads and enhance the construction of relay stations to facilitate the flow of goods. Additionally, we could establish new commercial tax regulations that ensure state revenue while alleviating the burden on merchants. My words are clear and structured, akin to a key unlocking a puzzle, providing a pathway to resolve the challenges facing commerce. Zhu Yuanzhang paces momentarily, then looks up. Bowen, the repair of roads and the construction of relay stations require considerable funds and manpower. How shall we allocate these resources effectively? I respectfully reply, Your Majesty, we could allocate a portion of the treasury, while encouraging local gentry and affluent merchants to contribute. The labor force could be drawn from the local populace, compensated according to their work, thereby alleviating the burden on the court while engaging local participation. We could also appoint road inspectors to ensure safety and smooth passage, imposing stringent penalties on those who damage the roads. Zhu Yuanzhang claps his hands in delight. Bowen, you are truly my right hand. Under the impetus of these policies, trade caravans begin to traverse the land with increasing frequency. Long lines of merchants, laden with heavy goods upon their camels, create a symphony of jingling bells along ancient paths, narrating the tale of the Ming economy's resurgence. Standing atop the city tower, I gaze at the departing caravans. My heart filled with myriad sentiments. The path to economic revival, though fraught with thorns, has begun to reveal the light of dawn. May the Ming dynasty flourish amidst this commercial prosperity, ensuring the people live in peace and happiness. Liu Fei gently leans against me, her hair dancing in the wind, brushing against my cheek, bringing a sense of warmth and comfort. Sir, your tireless efforts shall not be in vain. All of this is the hope you have forged for the great Ming. Her words flowed like a crystalline spring, washing away the weariness and worries in my heart, fortifying my resolve to bravely advance along the path of economic revival, to further propel commercial development. I propose to Zhu Yuanzhang the establishment of a maritime trade office to oversee foreign trade. Your Majesty, should maritime trade flourish, treasures from foreign lands will flow into our Ming, while our unique products can be sold far and wide, benefiting both the nation and its people immensely. My eyes gleamed with fervor, as if I could already envision the majestic sight of Ming merchant ships sailing across the seas. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Yuanzhang responded, The proposal of Bowen is feasible, yet we must carefully select officials for the Maritime Trade Office to prevent corruption and ensure fair trade. I took it upon myself to appoint individuals well-versed in maritime affairs and commerce to key positions in the office. Establishing stringent trade regulations in no time. The coastal ports buzzed with activity, as merchant ships from various nations converged. To the docks, laborers busily transported goods, their shouts rising and falling like a rhythmic chant. Everyone rallied together, for this batch of porcelain was bound for the distant west, and not a single mistake could be afforded. A foreman shouted loudly, his face radiating anticipation for this new life. In domestic commerce, I advocated for the establishment of merchant associations, led by reputable individuals chosen by the merchants themselves, to coordinate industry affairs and resolve commercial disputes. Esteemed merchants, the purpose of founding such associations is mutual assistance and shared prosperity. Should any injustice arise, the association may negotiate on behalf of its members, preventing unnecessary disturbances to the authorities. I addressed the gathered merchants, who nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting confidence in the future of commercial order. As commerce flourished, new challenges gradually emerged, such as significant price fluctuations impacting the livelihoods of the common people. Together with my advisors, I deliberated once more and resolved to establish granaries, stockpiling grain and other essentials during bountiful years and selling them at fair prices during lean years, thereby stabilizing prices. These granaries shall serve as a stabilizing force, ensuring market steadiness and alleviating the concerns of the populace, I proclaimed to the assembly. Simultaneously, to encourage the fusion of culture and commerce, I proposed to host various cultural business activities, blending poetry gatherings with trade exhibitions. In doing so, we could enhance the cultural influence of our Ming while attracting more scholars and literati to participate in commercial endeavors, fostering the prosperity of cultural goods. Upon hearing this proposal, Li Lufei's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sir, this plan is truly brilliant. The intertwining of culture and commerce will undoubtedly lead to greater prosperity for the Ming. Amidst this tide of economic revitalization, each decision acted like a pebble cast into the lake of the Ming, generating ripples that propelled the vessel of our economy forward. I was acutely aware that numerous challenges lay ahead. But with steadfast belief and meticulous planning, the Ming would surely embark on a path of prosperity and strength, allowing the people to share in the bounties of a peaceful and flourishing era. Chapter 50. The Resurgence of Culture and the Establishment of Schools. As dawn broke, gentle light bathed the majestic palaces with a golden sheen, casting a radiant glow as if draping the Ming in a sacred veil of splendor. I, Liu Bowen, stepped into the court with a fervent yearning for cultural revival. The atmosphere in the court was solemn and respectful, with ministers standing like 2 rows of dignified cypress trees. Zhu Yuanzhang sat upright upon the dragon throne, exuding an aura of authority and anticipation, akin to a celestial emperor surveying the realm below, steering the destiny of the Ming. I took a step forward, respectfully clasping my hands in salute, and spoke with clarity. Your Majesty, I believe that in times of prosperity, the promotion of culture must take precedence. As the Ming is newly established, to ensure the stability of the realm and the loyalty of the populace, we must prioritize the education of our youth, allowing culture to flow like a boundless river, uninterrupted and eternal. My voice resonated with conviction in the court, echoing like the tolling of a great bell. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly, his gaze penetrating as he contemplated the profound implications of my words. I am aware of Bowen's insights. However, the matter of establishing schools encompasses numerous facets, such as faculty, texts, and the construction of academies, all of which require meticulous planning. His tone was steady, imbued with the caution and deliberation befitting an emperor, each word weighing heavily with significance. Having received Zhu Yuanzhang's preliminary endorsement, I devoted myself wholeheartedly to the preparations for educational reform. I sought out talented individuals far and wide, hoping to secure esteemed teachers for our academies. During a scholarly gathering, I encountered a scholar named Song Lian. His demeanor was refined, and he wore a flowing green robe that danced in the breeze, as if he had stepped forth from the pages of an ancient scroll. His eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for knowledge and a deep affection for students, akin to a candle flame illuminating the darkness, warm and bright. With your vast knowledge, should you dedicate yourself to our educational institutions, you will undoubtedly nurture many gifted individuals. I sincerely invited him. Song Lian bowed slightly, responding humbly, your generosity, Lord Liu, compels me to do my utmost. I am willing to contribute my feeble strength to the cultural inheritance of the Ming. His voice was calm yet resolute, like a gentle stream, though not tumultuous. It possessed enduring strength. As the faculty gradually assembled, the construction of the academies proceeded apace. Schools sprang up across the land like mushrooms after the rain, their new structures gleaming in the sunlight, radiating hope. Within the academies, the courtyards were deep and the corridors winding. The flagstone paths meandered through lush trees and flower beds, resembling a flowing ribbon that connected the halls of knowledge. classrooms were furnished with orderly desks, complete with ink, brushes, and paper, seemingly awaiting the arrival of students to unleash their talents and wisdom. On the day of the school's inauguration, Liu Fei and I visited the academy for inspection. We beheld students clad in neat scholarly garments, each brimming with vitality, their eyes sparkling with eagerness for knowledge. They sat upright at their desks, embodying youthful vigor, akin to thriving saplings striving to absorb sunlight and rain. A young scholar, holding a scroll, recited with a clear and melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark singing in the forest. The essence of university lies in manifesting virtue, in cherishing the people, and in striving for the ultimate good. His expression was focused, immersed in the timeless classics, as if the clamor of the outside world held no relevance to him. Liu Fei and I strolled beneath the corridors, her eyes shimmering with contentment and joy. Sir, witnessing these students so diligently pursuing their studies, your efforts have indeed borne fruit. Her soft voice flowed like a gentle breeze caressing the strings of a zither, stirring the chords of my heart. I nodded slightly, filled with reflection. Indeed, Liu Fei. Although the path of cultural inheritance is long and arduous, as long as there are these earnest students, the culture of the Ming shall surely shine anew. Gazing upon those students, I envisioned a future where Ming culture flourished and prospered, a warm current swelling within me, dispelling the fatigue accumulated from the preparations for educational reform, in addition to teaching. I placed great emphasis on the organization and preservation of texts. I summoned a group of scholars well-versed in literature and history to the tranquil library, where we commenced the monumental task of cataloging ancient texts. The library was suffused with a subtle fragrance of books, each row of shelves filled with ancient scrolls, resembling silent sages recounting the vicissitudes of history. Scholars immersed themselves in the texts, some furrowing their brows in concentration as they meticulously proofread the characters. Others engaged in hushed discussions, deliberating the profound meanings within the classics. An elderly man, wearing reading glasses and wielding a brush, carefully annotated the yellowed pages, his hands trembling slightly yet resolutely, as if fulfilling a sacred mission. This passage requires careful consideration. Not a single mistake must be made, he murmured, his eyes reflecting reverence and dedication to cultural preservation, akin to a devout believer tending to their cherished faith. Zhu Yuanzhang also frequently inquired about the progress of our educational endeavors. He personally visited the academies, inspecting the students' academic performance. In the courtyard of the academy, students lined up neatly, paying their respects to Zhu Yuanzhang. With a smile, he gazed at them, his eyes filled with hope and encouragement. I expect you all to diligently study and acquire the skills necessary for governance, so that you may serve the great Ming in the future. His voice was resonant and authoritative, akin to the thunderous roar of spring thunder, echoing above the academy. The students collectively exclaimed, "Your Majesty's benevolence shall inspire us to strive." Their voices rang out in unison, vibrant with youthful energy and passion. As time progressed, the influence of the academies expanded significantly. Students from all regions flocked to them, enriching the scholarly atmosphere within their spare time. Students often gathered to discuss their studies and share insights. Their debates and laughter intertwined, infusing the academy with boundless vitality and vigor. During an academic seminar, one student presented his unique perspective on governance. Speaking passionately, his eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom. I believe that the foundation of governance must be centered on the people, with light taxation and minimal burdens, so that the populace may live in peace and joy. His viewpoint ignited fervent discussions among his peers, some nodding in agreement while others offered differing opinions, each expressing their thoughts freely and assertively. Standing by, I listened quietly to their discourse, filled with satisfaction. These students possess lively minds and unique insights. The future of the Ming holds great promise. I envisioned cultural seeds taking root within this academy, flourishing into towering trees that would one day support the sky of Ming culture. In this resurgence of culture, the ethos of a nation of propriety was gradually restored and promoted. I advocated for the establishment of etiquette courses within the academies, instructing students on the norms of propriety in the classroom. The etiquette master, clad in a long robe, moved gracefully, demonstrating various ceremonial gestures with an effortless fluidity. Observe, everyone. The proper bowing gesture requires clasping both hands in a fist and leaning forward slightly to convey respect. His voice was gentle yet solemn, resonating within the hearts of the students like the ancient tolling of a bell. The students diligently emulated their elders. Their movements, albeit somewhat juvenile, were imbued with a palpable respect for etiquette and an ardent passion for learning. Within the palace, the winds of propriety grew ever more prevalent. Various rituals and celebratory events were conducted with strict adherence to ceremonial norms. The court musicians played melodious and refined music, while dancers gracefully twirled, their elegant postures and harmonious melodies complementing the solemnity of the rituals, as if transporting all present into an ancient, dignified realm of decorum. Standing nearby, I bore witness to this splendid scene, my thoughts quietly reflecting. When culture flourishes, so too does etiquette. When etiquette flourishes, the nation thrives. May the exemplary customs of this land of propriety endure eternally, becoming the spiritual backbone of the Ming dynasty and the course of daily affairs. I often engaged in discussions with Li Lufei regarding the significance and value of cultural heritage. In that tranquil courtyard, the moonlight spilled like water upon us. Li Lufei gently nestled beside me, her gaze radiating reverence and yearning for culture. Sir, why is the transmission of culture so important? Her voice, soft and sweet, sparkled like the stars in the night sky, shimmering with enchanting brilliance. I slowly lifted my head, gazing at the vast expanse of stars, and replied, Lu Fei, culture is the soul of a nation, the spiritual bond connecting us to our ancestors. Without cultural transmission, we would be like roots-less duckweed, adrift in the river of history. I clasped her hand, feeling her warmth and support, and the educational institutions serve as the essential foundation for preserving culture. Through education, we can pass down the cultural treasures of the Ming dynasty to future generations, allowing them to thrive under its nurturing influence and create an even more splendid civilization. Li Lufei nodded slightly, her eyes filled with understanding and agreement. Sir, I comprehend now, and I wish to join you in contributing to the cause of cultural transmission. Her words flowed through my heart like a warm current, further solidifying my conviction for cultural revival. However, the path to educational advancement was fraught with challenges. In some remote areas, due to economic hardships and outdated mindsets, the establishment and development of educational institutions faced numerous obstacles. I personally ventured to these regions to communicate and negotiate with local officials and gentry. In a secluded mountain village, I engaged in a heartfelt conversation with an elderly village chief. His face was etched with wrinkles, and his eyes reflected simplicity and confusion. Sir, our village is impoverished. The children must work. Where is the spare coin to send them to school? His voice was hoarse and resigned, akin to an old bellows struggling to breathe. I patiently explained, Village chief, I understand your predicament. However, education can provide the children with better opportunities, enabling them to change the fate of the village in the future. The court will offer certain support, and you can rally the villagers to work together. Let us build this academy. I gazed into his eyes, filled with determination and hope, like sunlight breaking through clouds, illuminating the shadows within his heart. After much contemplation, the village chief finally nodded. Sir, since you say so, let us give it a try. Through my efforts, many local gentry generously contributed, and the common folk actively participated in the construction of the academy. Despite the arduous process, witnessing the educational institutions rising in remote areas filled my heart with a profound sense of accomplishment and mission. In the course of cultural transmission, I also placed great emphasis on the excavation and preservation of folk culture. I organized teams to delve into the community, collecting various folklore, ballads, and crafts. At a bustling market, I observed an elderly artisan performing shadow puppetry. His skilled hands made the puppets come alive, vividly narrating tales. I approached him and engaged in conversation. Elder, your craftsmanship is truly exquisite. This shadow play is a treasure of our folk culture and must be well preserved. The elder smiled and replied, Sir, this skill has been passed down through generations, yet few children are willing to learn it nowadays. I sighed inwardly. Realizing the crisis facing the transmission of folk culture, I decided to establish dedicated courses at the academy, inviting folk artists to teach, enabling students to understand and learn about folk culture. This initiative received enthusiastic responses from many folk artists, who eagerly entered the academy to impart their skills to the students. In the classroom, students gathered around, curiously watching the elderly artist demonstrate the art of paper cutting. The scissors in the artist's hands danced like butterflies, fluttering gracefully over the red paper, and soon, a stunning paper-cutting masterpiece emerged before all. The students gasped in amazement and eagerly picked up scissors, attempting to learn the craft. Witnessing their love and exploration of folk culture, I knew that folk traditions had found a new soil for transmission and development within this academy. As the revival of culture progressed, the cultural influence of the Ming dynasty gradually spread beyond its borders. Foreign envoys visited the Ming dynasty, and after touring the academy and cultural activities, they expressed their admiration for its culture. At a diplomatic banquet, a foreign envoy remarked to Zhu Yuanzhang, "Your Majesty, the culture of your nation is profound and extensive. The mannerisms of a land of propriety are truly commendable. The education in this academy is indeed a wise strategy for nurturing talent." Zhu Yuanzhang responded with a smile, "I believe that culture is a public asset for all nations, meant to be shared. May the culture of our Ming dynasty engage in mutual exchange with the cultures of other nations, promoting the advancement of world civilization together." Standing beside him, my heart swelled with pride. I understood that this was merely the beginning of the Ming dynasty's cultural journey into the world, and there lay a longer path ahead. Yet, I firmly believe that on the foundation of established academies and the revival of culture, the culture of the Ming dynasty would undoubtedly shine with even more brilliant splendor in the global cultural landscape, becoming a resplendent gem in the treasury of human civilization. Chapter 51. Diplomatic response and initial diplomatic relations. As the morning light began to illuminate the scene, the glazed tiles of the Forbidden City shimmered with a radiant glow. Proclaiming the majesty and solemnity of the Ming dynasty to the world, I, Liu Bowen, hurried along the palace path, my thoughts surging like an unrelenting tide, difficult to quell. The arrival of foreign envoys signified a momentous occasion, akin to a boulder cast into a lake, stirring ripples in this newly established Ming dynasty. This was a pivotal opportunity for the Ming dynasty to assert its authority externally in the inception of diplomatic relations. An endeavor that could not falter. I pondered inwardly, my gaze resolute and unwavering, akin to a general poised for battle, acutely aware of the weight of responsibility. Within the court, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could be wrung out. Zhu Yuanzhang sat high upon the dragon throne, his imposing figure reminiscent of a deity surveying the world, exuding authority even in silence. His piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating hearts and discerning truths. The envoys from various nations entered in succession, adorned in exotic attire, colorful as a flock of foreign birds intruding upon the Ming court. At the forefront stood a burly envoy, his demeanor haughty as he strode forward, slightly bowing yet unable to conceal his disdain. "Ming Emperor, our nation has heard of your newly established dynasty and has come to inquire. Yet, I observe that this dynasty is in its infancy, its foundation unsteady. How shall it stand in the future?" His voice was loud and abrasive, like a sharp sword slicing through the silence of the court, inciting ire among the officials. I stepped forward, adjusting my attire, my demeanor calm and composed, neither servile nor overbearing, as I replied, "Your Excellency, your words are misguided. Though the Ming dynasty is newly established, it is like the rising sun, brimming with boundless energy. Our emperor is wise, the people are united, and we have achieved remarkable accomplishments in both civil and military affairs. Moreover, our land of Huaxia boasts a long-standing cultural heritage, a nation of propriety that cannot be underestimated. After 100 battles in golden armor, I shall not return until I have conquered Lulan. The aspirations and ambitions of the Ming dynasty are not for you to easily measure." My words were sharp, like a volley of arrows. Countering the envoy's disparaging remarks one by one, I fixed my gaze firmly upon the envoy, as if I could incinerate his arrogance, my confidence and authority echoing the strength of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his face, his eyes seemingly conveying, "Bowen, I trust you will handle this adeptly." Following the clash with the arrogant envoy, we welcomed the envoy from a friendly neighboring nation. This envoy bore a kind countenance, his eyes reflecting sincerity and hope. He stepped forward and respectfully bowed. "Your Majesty of the Ming dynasty, our nation shares a border with yours and has long admired the prosperity of Ming culture. We wish to establish a friendly pact with your esteemed dynasty, exchanging resources and fostering mutual prosperity. A friend is a treasure, no matter the distance. May the friendship between our two nations be as deep as the ocean and as steadfast as the mountains." His voice was gentle and humble, like a spring breeze, softly caressing the hearts of all present. I smiled warmly and replied, "This is indeed a delightful prospect. Our Ming dynasty has always upheld the principle of reciprocity, and we are eager to join hands with your nation to share the blessings of peace and prosperity. If you present me with a gourd, I shall return with jade. We shall treat each other with generosity and build a bridge of friendship." In my heart, I quietly contemplated. Such diplomatic relations would greatly benefit the economic and cultural development of the Ming dynasty. Careful planning was essential. While discussing the specifics of diplomatic relations, I sat with the officials in the hall. The atmosphere vibrant yet orderly. Holding a scroll inscribed with detailed notes on the customs and trading points of various nations, I resembled a navigator, guiding the diplomatic vessel of the Ming dynasty through the waves. In trade with neighboring nations, silk and porcelain would serve as our key commodities. The silk of the Ming dynasty, delicate in texture and vibrant in color, resembled the clouds at dusk, sure to captivate foreign hearts. The porcelain, exquisite and unparalleled, appeared as a transcendent fairy, destined to shine brightly in distant lands. In the land of the 9 provinces, vitality relies upon thunder and lightning, yet the silence of 10,000 horses is a lamentable sight. The Ming dynasty is in an era of prosperity, and we shall utilize our unique products to assert our presence abroad. As I spoke, my hands gestured animatedly, my eyes gleaming with pride for the treasures of the Ming dynasty and aspirations for our diplomatic future. The courtiers nodded in unison, their eyes glimmering with excitement and anticipation, as if they had glimpsed the resplendent vision of the Ming dynasty stepping onto the world stage through trade. I in the imperial palace. Liu Fei remained ever vigilant, closely monitoring the progress of diplomatic affairs. Clad in an elegant, understated gown, she resembled a delicate orchid blooming in a secluded forest, exuding a tranquil and enchanting fragrance. Upon my weary return to the residence, she hurriedly approached, her gaze filled with concern. "Sir, the diplomatic matters discussed in court today must have been quite challenging. You have worked hard." Her voice was gentle and melodious, akin to a babbling brook. Flowing through my heart and washing away my fatigue, I gently grasped her hand and shook my head slightly. "Liu Fei, diplomatic affairs concern the honor and decline of the Ming dynasty. Though challenges abound, hope also flourishes. Today, despite engaging in a verbal dispute with the arrogant, I have also found opportunities for cooperation with our amiable neighbors. The winds will eventually break the waves as we set sail towards the vast seas. The path of the Ming's foreign relations will undoubtedly shine brightly ahead." I gazed at her, my eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Her companionship was like a guiding light, providing warmth and strength amidst the complexities of diplomatic turmoil. To facilitate trade with neighboring states, I personally visited the coastal regions to inspect the ports. The sea breeze howled past, carrying a briny scent that rustled my garments. At the port, ships traversed in a busy yet orderly fashion. Laborers toiled tirelessly, their bare backs glistening with sweat, muscles taut and powerful under the sun. Resembling bronze statues that epitomized the strength and resilience of labor, I conversed with the port officials. Ensure the quality and quantity of the goods. There must be no room for error. This trade route serves as a bridge of communication between the Ming and foreign lands, and it must be diligently maintained. Though the process is arduous, through countless trials, one finally finds gold. Only through meticulous efforts can we reap fruitful rewards. My tone was grave and earnest, my gaze reflecting the utmost seriousness regarding trade matters, as if I were admonishing soldiers preparing for battle. Ensuring they achieved victory, the officials nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, Lord Liu, we shall spare no effort." As diplomatic affairs progressed, the caravans between the Ming and neighboring states began to frequent the routes. Each caravan, laden with silk, porcelain, and other unique products of the Ming, slowly departed the port, their billowing sails resembling vast banners, flapping in the sea breeze as if proclaiming the rise of the Ming to the world. Conversely, the caravans arriving from distant lands brought an array of treasures and novelties, such as radiant pearls and vibrant spices, infusing fresh vitality into the culture and economy of the Ming. Standing on the observation deck of the port, I gazed at the departing fleets, my heart filled with myriad emotions. Chapter 52. Liu Fei's assassination. A crisis emerges. The sun shone brightly, and the marketplace bustled with activity, as if a vivid tapestry of the mortal world unfolded before my eyes. Due to my pressing court duties, I was unable to accompany Li Fei, unaware that this would mark the onset of a nightmare. Compassionate by nature, Li Fei often ventured into the marketplace to assist the needy. Her figure amidst the crowd resembled a blooming white lotus, pure and radiant, emanating warmth and kindness. While I was in my residence attending to official documents, my thoughts inexplicably became tumultuous, as if an ominous premonition silently enveloped my heart. Why was my heart so unsettled today? Surely, Liu Fei would not encounter any trouble, I murmured to myself. Yet my pen involuntarily came to a halt at that moment in the marketplace. Liu Fei was diligently distributing food and clothing to the impoverished. Her gaze was as gentle as spring water, flowing with boundless compassion, and her smile resembled the warm sun of spring, capable of dispelling the gloom in people's hearts. Madam, please take these. Endure this harsh winter, and spring will not be far behind, she softly spoke, her voice clear and melodious, like silver bells in the wind. The surrounding populace expressed their gratitude, bowing deeply in reverence, creating a scene reminiscent of a harmonious tableau of ruler and subjects in peace. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the crowd, as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, causing tumultuous waves. Assassins! A scream pierced the air, akin to the wail of death itself. Shadows darted through the throng like phantoms, their blades glinting ominously in the sunlight, reminiscent of venomous snakes striking. The guards instantly became alert, swiftly drawing their swords to shield Liu Fei, their expressions resolute as boulders, their postures upright as ancient pines. Unyielding in the face of danger, protect the lady, let nothing go awry, the captain bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder, resonating in the ears of those nearby. The assailants advanced ferociously, each strike lethal, akin to a tempest crashing upon the guards. Though the guards fought valiantly, swords clashed, sparks flying like fireworks illuminating the night sky. The sheer number and skill of the attackers overwhelmed them. In that moment, the marketplace was engulfed in a cacophony of battle cries and screams. Descending into utter chaos, resembling a battlefield of demons, surrounded by the protective circle of guards, Liu Fei's face turned pale as parchment, yet she maintained her composure. Her gaze scanned the crowd, searching for a glimmer of hope. Do not panic. Everyone, be cautious, she urged, her voice trembling yet striving to soothe the crowd. Her eyes radiating courage like a candle's flame in the dark, though faint, it remained steadfast in the midst of the fray. An assassin seized the opportunity, breaking through the guards' defenses like a cunning fox, charging towards Liu Fei. His eyes were fierce as a wolf, glinting with a bloodthirsty light. The captain of the guards, witnessing this, felt a rush of urgency, leaping forth like a cheetah, yet still arriving a moment too late. The assassin's blade grazed Liu Fei's arm, blood instantly seeping out, resembling a crimson plum blossom. I caught sight of several figures clad in black hastily passing by, their silhouettes wavering and elusive within the dense fog, reminiscent of ethereal specters. The task had been accomplished. Although the woman had not lost her life, it was sufficient to throw Liu Bowen into disarray. One of the black-clad individuals murmured, his voice icy and triumphant, akin to a dagger of frost on a wintry night. Indeed, the task assigned by our master must not falter. Henceforth, we shall proceed according to the plan. Another black-clad figure replied, a jolt of alarm surged through me, yet I inwardly rejoiced at having finally unearthed a clue. Who is your master? Why do you seek to assassinate Liu Fei? I materialized like a wraith, obstructing their path, my gaze imbued with fury and authority, akin to a celestial deity passing judgment upon malevolence. Upon witnessing this, the black-clad figures drew their swords in defiance, yet I subdued them effortlessly. Humph, do you think we would divulge anything to you? One of them scoffed, his eyes brimming with obstinacy and resilience, like a cornered beast still fighting for survival.